Imogen's ice muscle jade bone art hadn't even broken through the first layer. Yet her body emitted endless cold air. Then why have I already broken through the first layer? But can't do that. Han Sen mused, asking himself. Is it because I don't have the gene for ice muscle jade bone art? Or because I practiced it wrong? Afterward he used all his strength to perform the unique skill of the Dongshan Sutra. He stopped thinking so much, since he couldn't master freezing power. Then had used the ice muscle jade bone gene enhancement art. Lin Weiwei's cultivation method mentioned at this exchange meeting seemed to also share commonalities with the foundation of the Dongshan Sutra. Golden light surrounded his body, with colors of the rainbow. Strange cells. All the cells in his body seemed to be circulating a stream of mysterious power, as if returning to a state of fetal respiration. And no longer needing to use his mouth and nose like in the fetal stage. He used all his senses to feel everything. He felt as if his entire being was about to grow wings and ascend. Just one step and he could fly into the void. His eyes sparkled at this moment, as if containing the entire Milky Way. As expected of the shattering the void chi cultivation art. For those powerful cultivators who just started practicing it, it has already given me an innate ability. Innate fetal respiration. Then Han Sen stood up and tensed his body. His face was filled with excitement due to the significant increase in power. All his Bodhis cells can breathe freely. Doesn't that mean I won't have to fear drowning? In the data room of the Arya goddess Han Sen was diligently searching for information on the computer. A teammate passed by and asked, "Is Han Sen looking for super god gene arts again?" His eyes didn't leave the screen as he immediately replied, "Yes." He continued to praise class truly enviable. He began to immerse himself in his own world. Although I already possess innate fetal respiration allowing me to breathe freely underwater. But due to immense water pressure and extreme deep sea pressure, my strength will be unable to be fully utilized. Super god gene arts are difficult to utilize on land. If there was a super god gene art that could let me fight underwater, that would be great. Suddenly his gaze wavered. This is the tide art. It turned out the screen displayed tide art. It helps cultivators borrow the power of water, allowing them to perform better in water. Unsclass temple card, he chuckled inwardly. This is good ill practice this one. In the water palace, Han Sen maneuvered the spaceship. The mutated creatures of the seabed. Why are they all so enormous? A few minutes later he exited the hatch and dived into the seabed. This tide art is truly amazing, swimming in the water. I can't even feel the water pressure. Time to find a god blood creature and test my skills. His figure flickered and he swam forward with force. What kind of mutated creature is that? It looks too ordinary. Not like that red demon jellyfish from last time. Afterward he loudly summoned, "Golden Sandworm King, come see its power." In the distance, oddly shaped creatures appeared. Damn it. What are those things? He approached the creatures, but they attacked him silently. He cursed. Damn it. It can actually corrode my super god pet beast armor. Golden Sandworm King, come back quickly. So Han Sen changed into his golden armor. It seemed to solve the problem. Oh, these things can't corrode my golden armor. Next he merged into the group of creatures. These guys can't stop me, come on. Just then, they split up and surrounded him from all directions. Humph, do you think this can stop me? Han Sen, a strong individual from the second shelter, goes without saying. He attacked with a hand that had 3 spikes. Soon a notification popped up from the system. Hunt successful. Creature successfully captured. Mutant stingworm not obtained. Carnivore beast soul 110 points can be randomly obtained. Mutant gene obtained, battle achievement. So he grinned with satisfaction. Tens of thousands of sea worms. They were all mutant creatures. Press on with the advantage. He quickly subdued all these sea worms. This is great, so many mutant creatures. I've killed over 1,000 of them. Even if I kill to this extent, I should get a beast soul, right? Kill, kill, kill. Kill to my heart's content. A few minutes later the mutant sea worms all fled. Han Sen complained, puzzled how come they all ran away. He swung his arms wildly, wanting to wipe them all out. Don't run, I still want to get a beast soul. You won't get away. He saw a brilliant purple light ahead. Extremely alluring. So Han Sen walked towards it. What's that thing up ahead? However, as he approached, the light was so dazzling he couldn't open his eyes. So much so that he couldn't see what it actually was. This aura, a god blood creature. Suddenly, a much larger mutant sea worm. A mutant sea worm much larger than the previous ones blocked Han Sen's path. He laughed heartily. Haha, what perfect timing. Just in time to try you out. My newly mastered title art. That mutant creature began to spray poisonous gas, forming a thick barrier, as if trying to trap him there. Just as expected. Just then he struggled, trying to escape. What? No way. Even the golden armor is corroded. This poison is too strong. Because of that large sea worm's support. Therefore the other sea worms, the smaller ones, also began to attack him together. He realized the current situation was not optimistic. This won't do. The stingworms are increasing. Clearly unable to advance. A bit tricky, huh? Han Sen decided to retreat to save his life. Looks like I can't fight Hedon, I must retreat first. So he mounted his ride and let it carry him away. This god blood creature is not easy to deal with. He'll have to go back and figure something out. In the underwater cabin, Han Sen plopped down on the ground. He held a mutant sea worm in his hand, observing and evaluating it carefully. Luckily, I got a beast soul. This trip wasn't in vain. Afterwards he muttered to himself, spike shield beast soul. He gently touched the spikes on its body. Then he gasped, I almost got poisoned. It felt corrosive to the touch. Next he stood up. Then turned around and looked at those mutant sea worms, which he had brought back himself. So much poisonous meat. If I eat it, will it corrode my stomach? Forget it, better not to eat it. Han Sen was deeply immersed in his own thoughts. Why are all the mutant creatures in the sea so strong? Every single one likes to form groups. It's quite difficult to deal with them. There are so many mutant creatures at the bottom of the sea. Am I only going to feast my eyes on them? Suddenly a clear voice sounded behind him. Master, there's a situation. At the bottom of the sea a water-repelling ox stood majestically, staring fixedly in one direction. She continued to report. There's a lone sea monster ahead. At the bottom of the sea. Han Sen looked at the water-repelling ox in front of him. Then he looked around. Can't be careless. It's better to let the golden sand worm king go test its strength first. At this moment, the golden sandworm king quickly moved forward. That water-avoiding ox immediately became alert. It just happened to see the golden sandworm king's figure. The water-avoiding ox quickly charged forward to attack. Seeing this scene, the golden sandworm king immediately stretched its body, avoiding the attack. Seeing this, Han Sen sighed helplessly. What terrifying strength. It seems to be a strength-type god blood creature. Nothing unusual about its power. Since you've come to me, then I won't be polite. The golden sandworm king quickly swam into the distance. At this time it swam quickly, attracting the water-avoiding ox's attention. Soon Han Sen's figure, enveloped by a golden light, fell into the water-avoiding ox's eyes. It quickly charged over, its eyes emitting a cold glint. Seeing the water-avoiding ox charge over, he immediately shouted, come on. It gnashed its teeth in anger, extending its body and charging forward. He quickly drew the sharp ghost claw in his hand. Seeing it come right on time, let's see if you're harder, or if my ghost claw blade is harder. A cold blade light quickly slashed across the water-avoiding ox's body. But its outer scales were incredibly hard, and when the blade touched them, it actually made a huge sound. The water-avoiding ox glared at him, its face dark. Its face showing no sign of pain despite the attack. It gnashed its teeth, exhaled white mist, and stared intently at him. Han Sen again and again swung with force, striking blows against the water-avoiding ox. The scales are too hard. That water-avoiding ox, with each of his ineffective attacks, grew more furious and roared loudly. Seeing that his attacks couldn't cause the slightest damage to its body, Han Sen felt even more powerless and irritated. Gritting his teeth, this won't do. The ghost claw blade simply can't break through its scales. Just then the water-avoiding ox quickly charged over. Han Sen immediately took a step back. If I can't win by force, then I'll use strategy. That water-avoiding ox didn't care about his words at all. Lowering its head as if to gore him, Han Sen immediately swung his hand, blocking its large horns. Trembling all over, he gritted his teeth. Let's see if it works. The water-avoiding ox violently shook its head, staring at him with wide eyes. With every step it took forward, it pushed Han Sen back a step. His whole body trembled before its immense power. He couldn't help but panic. This won't do. This beast's strength is too great. Since I can't clash Hedon, then I'll jump behind you. With that said, Han Sen immediately charged backward with force, startling the water-avoiding ox. Sitting on its back, he triumphantly struck it with heavy blows, one after another. Haha, no matter how strong your body is, or how hard your scales are, you can't resist internal force. After speaking, his hands moved even faster, throwing punches, hitting the water-avoiding ox heavily on the head. causing it to suddenly startle and cry out. The more he fought, the crazier he became, and the more his Bodhi's power erupted. A flash of light appeared in an instant, enveloping his entire body. You'll make sure you enjoy yourself. After a barrage of punches and kicks, the water-avoiding ox finally couldn't hold on, and collapsed to the ground. The system's notification immediately rang in his ear. Hunting successful. Successfully hunted a god-blood creature. Water-avoiding ox, no beast soul obtained consuming its flesh and blood. Can randomly grant 10 mutant gene points. Han Sen rubbed his hands, saying undersea god-blood creatures aren't that difficult to kill. It's just a pity that no beast soul was obtained. Back in the water palace, Han Sen casually threw the water-avoiding ox's corpse aside and sat on the ground. He said to Bing Ji with satisfaction, "The jade bone technique is really good stuff. After mastering the first stage of the ice muscle jade bone technique, my perception seems to be getting sharper and sharper." Just then, a sound came from outside, startling him. He turned his head to look. Han Sen was startled and quickly shouted, "Stop the ship! Don't move," he yelled anxiously through gritted teeth. "Why do I have such a strong feeling of unease? It's as if something truly terrifying is about to happen." Just then, the sea princess quickly walked up from behind to comfort him, saying, "Calm down, this is the water palace. The water palace cannot be destroyed." Just then outside, a fierce shark with sharp teeth suddenly charged over, startling him. "What is that?" Looking at the shark outside, Han Sen couldn't help but be surprised. This shark is huge, but it's not it. Although this shark is terrifyingly large, the aura that makes one tremble isn't coming from it. The shark outside growled, its body swiftly moving through the current. Wherever it went, smaller fish quickly scattered. He looked at it in confusion. This feeling is really too strange. What exactly is it? Just then, something in the water emitted a soft glow, catching the shark's attention, causing it to turn its head. He stared in surprise at the dazzling light, stammering, "That's a seahorse." Before his eyes, the silhouette of a seahorse, with murderous intent in its eyes, swam through the water. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Those terrifying eyes. It seems that just one glance could suck a person in. At this moment, as soon as the shark saw that seahorse swim closer, it trembled all over, losing its fierce demeanor from before, and quickly swam away. Seeing this scene, he said in surprise, "This big shark was actually so scared by that tiny seahorse that it couldn't move." Suddenly, just then, the seahorse released a pale blue fireball. Pale blue as that fire. The flames instantly rushed over, engulfing the body of the big shark from before. In the blink of an eye, it began to burn fiercely, causing the shark to struggle. It's burning. Can things burn even underwater? The flames blazed furiously, completely incinerating the shark. In an instant, after everything was completely burned away, the flames dissipated it. Dissipated just like that, it was burned to ashes. Han Sen stood inside the submarine, watching this scene as if struck by lightning. He was completely shocked, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Super god creature. A super god creature from the second sanctuary. Just then, the seahorse suddenly stopped in place, scanning its surroundings. Seeing its cold gaze searching the waters before him, Han Sen instantly trembled. "It saw me." But suddenly the seahorse turned and left, making the heavy burden in his heart lift a little. "It's gone, it's gone. It's good that it's gone." After it had gone far away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Slumping to the ground, he panted heavily. That was terrifying. Just its presence alone was so frightening. In the water palace deep beneath the ocean floor, Han Sen stepped forward, looking at the sea princess in surprise, and asked, "What's up ahead?" She immediately replied, "Keep going straight and you'll reach the undersea sanctuary." Looking at the calm scene outside the ocean, with various large creatures swimming in the cool water, he said in a deep voice, "Is this seahorse a creature of this sanctuary? If that's truly the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to take down this sanctuary for several years." He mused for a moment, then spoke. The sea princess turned her head. She turned to look at him in surprise. "Master, aren't you going to take a look?" Han Sen smiled faintly and replied, "No, I'm not." But just then a brilliant light illuminated the entire sea area. It caught his attention. "No, it's blue fire. Could it be that thing's flame?" Thinking this, he quickly ran to a nearby balcony to look at the scene outside. What is burning? The light was dazzling, like the sun's rays, making it hard to look away. Han Sen stared in surprise at the blurry scene, flickering into existence in the cold seawater. What an undersea sanctuary! That seahorse! That blue seahorse actually burned down the entire undersea sanctuary. In the deep sea, the seahorse calmly watched the flames before it. No matter how chaotic the surrounding scene was, it paid no attention at all. 2 hours later, his submarine sped through the water, striving to reach its maximum speed. It's terrifying. A sanctuary dozens of meters deep was directly reduced to ashes. Not even a single mutated creature survived. Han Sen had already left the submarine, clad in golden armor. He arrived at the scene to observe carefully. If super creatures in the second sanctuary of God's Great are so terrifying, like this blue seahorse, then even if he used all 4 gene types, he didn't know if he could withstand a single burst of its blue flame. He carefully checked the items remaining on the ground, then stood up and looked around at the scene. Everything had already been burned to ashes and he fell into deep thought. If he could kill that seahorse, it was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying beast soul it would possess. After returning to land, he desperately practiced on the holographic training machine. After the training machine session ended, he switched to actual combat. Smashing a person's head. Kill him, kill him. His attack made the person fall quickly, not even having time to let out a groan. They could only tremble and close their eyes. Just then, an invitation appeared again on the display screen in front of him. Qin Xian invites you to a battle. Do you accept? He quickly made his choice. In an instant, Han Sen appeared before Qin Xian. Upon seeing him, Qin Xian happily smiled and said, "Coach, do you have time to give me another lesson?" He smiled and replied, "Forget the lesson for now. I've recently mastered a new sword technique. Come practice with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Sen's expression darkened, and he quickly drew 2 sharp swords. Upon hearing him, Qin Xian asked in surprise, "A new sword technique?" Han Sen didn't answer her. He gripped his swords tightly and swiftly charged forward, swinging them. Qin Xian immediately retreated quickly, a sharp blade also in her hand, watching him intently. Not as hard to deal with as I imagined. This made Qin Xian a little complacent, and she turned her head, scoffing disdainfully. Why would a master like you practice such an ordinary sword technique? This set of moves seemed somewhat familiar. She was feeling smug, but unbeknownst to her, Han Sen had already swiftly circled to her flank. She felt a chill as his position shifted. Qin Xian cautiously turned her head and said in surprise, "Isn't this the dual flying sword art? Coach, you're actually using a dual sword formation by yourself. Are you trying to turn a dual sword formation into a dual wielding sword skill?" Han Sen scoffed coldly behind her and swung his swords forcefully. Then he coldly turned around, pointing the sharp sword tips at Qin Xian. "Ha, you found me out. You truly are a good opponent." Qin Xian's expression darkened, and she leaped high, swinging her sword again. "Coach, you're showing fear." He quickly used the 2 swords in his hands to block the attack. "Good. Let's see how much fear I really have." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 swiftly charged at each other, fighting fiercely. After several hours of intense fighting, the smoke of battle finally cleared. Qin Xian tiredly reached out to wipe her sweat. The coach can actually do 2 things at once, using 2 different sword techniques with both hands simultaneously. I swear it's like fighting 2 people at once. Han Sen chuckled and replied, "Today, thanks to your sword technique, I've had a lot to think about. Many issues. As expected, only actual combat reveals them." Qin Xian was drenched in sweat, but she was amused by Han Sen's words. The coach's progress is just too rapid, and the same problem never appears a second time. No wonder the coach didn't go to the sanctuary to learn dual-wielding sword techniques. Where in the sanctuary would you find such unique dual-wielding sword techniques? It's truly amazing. After that training session, Qin Xian immediately entered the training machine to undergo holographic training. After some training, she looked at the display in front of her in surprise. A master of various super gene skills, and she can even modify martial skills herself. Just what kind of big shot is this grunt on the battleship? In the blink of an eye, Qin Xian had returned to the Athena goddess dormitory. She held her phone, typing a few characters. She seemed about to call someone. At this moment, Han Sen was walking down the corridor. Suddenly his phone rang, startling Han Sen. He stammered in surprise, "Captain Qin, it's so late and you're still calling me. Looks like you still don't have a boyfriend, huh?" Qin Xian looked at him seriously and said, "Enter the training camp. Let's suppose I learned a sword technique from an expert." Hearing this, Han Sen asked excitedly with a smile, "What's your ID? I'll add you in a bit." Xiang Fei quickly replied. Xiang Fei, he was surprised to hear that name. Xiang Fei, Captain Qin is actually Xiang Fei. On the other end of the phone, she, seeing Han Sen's puzzled expression, asked why are you zoning out. He chuckled teasingly, you're Xiang Fei. So who's the emperor? He Qin Xin calmly replied with a smile. No one is qualified to be my emperor yet. Oh right, Yang Manli told me about your matters. You did very well. Even Yang Manli was full of praise. I almost thought she was possessed by a ghost. He replied with a laugh. To receive praise from you, Captain Qin, is quite something, Manli. Manli's here. Qin Xian was surprised to hear this, but quickly instructed again. Hey, you two chat, but remember to add me just then. Han Sen walked over. Looking at Yang Manli, who was lightly dressed, he quickly said, my goodness, why are you dressed like that? Yang Manli said anxiously with a grave expression. Han Sen, something big has happened. Meanwhile, at the goddess shelter on the ice plain, a group of soldiers over 1,000 strong were currently gathered on a small hill. We've already found out that Han Sen isn't here. He's at the aristocrat shelter. There's only one evolver with over 100 points. They weren't here before. But now it's not certain. At this moment, a white-haired man, wearing a set of red armor, looked at the person on horseback and smiled slightly. Boss, when should we make our move? Shen, sitting on his horse, commanded grimly. Quickly, the sooner the better. Otherwise, if Han Sen gets Li Xingluan to send reinforcements, then things will get tricky. Meanwhile, outside the goddess shelter's balcony, 3 people wearing thick padded jackets looked at the distant crowd and exclaimed in surprise. Where did these people come from? Are there other shelters nearby? The person next to them wearing a blue padded jacket spoke. Judging by this formation, are they trying to attack our goddess shelter? At this moment, a boy wearing a white padded jacket spoke up. Surrender, you can tell just by looking at those more than 200 snow wolf mounts. Our goddess shelter, even with all the money in the world, it couldn't make up for this moment. Immediately behind them, cold voices rang out, intertwining with each other. Move aside, big bro is here, move aside. Move aside. A group of people including Yang Manli followed behind Han Sen and walked over coldly. The 3 of them quickly turned their heads as soon as they heard the commotion. At this moment, the person beside him looked solemnly at the crowd in the distance and frowned, saying, Leader, their strength far surpasses ours. We should retreat for now. Just then, Haitian, leading his team from that side, rode on the back of an all-black snow wolf, galloping towards them. He raised the long sword in his hand and provocatively said, I am Haitian. Han Sen is despicable and shameless. He almost poisoned me to death. I've come today purely to settle my personal grudge with Han Sen. As long as you stand by and do nothing, I promise not to harm a single hair on your heads. Otherwise, kill them all without mercy. He roared loudly, full of imposing spirit. The soldiers behind him were also in high spirits and chanted, kill them all without mercy. Kill them all without mercy. At the goddess shelter, Han Sen and his group looked at the distant soldiers, who were eagerly discussing with high morale. Haitian is an evolver, and those few behind him have also broken 100. Perhaps even more of them have surpassed 100. How are we supposed to fight this? It's hard enough for Han Sen to deal with one person, let alone 6. They actually came to our doorstep to snatch someone else's prey. That's too much. Han Sen is surely dead this time. Yet he completely disregarded the chatter around him and swiftly rushed out of the observation deck, leaving those behind him utterly surprised. They anxiously rushed after him. Captain, he's sliding on the runway. He sneered and told everyone to stay put. Haitian watched him all alone, walked forward disdainfully, said, how arrogant to actually come here all by himself. Doesn't he take us seriously? The crowd on the observation deck, watching his actions, discussed in confusion. Why is Han Sen charging alone? At this, a fellow sneered. Of course he's going to surrender. Haha, Han Sen is usually so arrogant. I never thought he'd have a day like this. Haha, Han Sen is usually so arrogant. I never thought he'd have a day like this. On the ice plain, Han Sen sneered. He pointed to his head, looked at Haitian and said, Haitian, you dare to come to my shelter? Have you forgotten your miserable defeat last time? Hearing his words, Haitian's face turned ashen and he gritted his teeth, saying in a deep voice, victory and defeat are common in war. The one who laughs last is the winner. I admit your martial arts are excellent, but this isn't an unknown fight. He coldly pointed his sharp sword at him, commanding Han Sen, kneel and surrender quickly. I'll spare your life. Otherwise this place of yours will surely be destroyed. Hearing Haitian's arrogant words, he scoffed and said disdainfully, just with you lot. Han Sen quickly glanced at the crowd behind Haitian and sneered. 66 evolvers have broken 100 constitution points. 237 evolvers have constitution points over 60. Destroying your shelter will be as easy as flipping a hand. Looks like a fight is unavoidable today. Haitian sneered, shrugged and added, kneel and admit your mistake and offer up this shelter. And perhaps I can spare your life. He looked as if he had heard something hilarious. And couldn't help but burst out laughing, his lips curving upwards. He replied, soon you'll find out. How ridiculous you are. As soon as he finished speaking he galloped away. His swift movement made the ground tremble. Han Sen sneered, saying, too bad you won't have a chance to laugh again. Haitian watched his actions with a cold expression. Frowning in disdain he said, you're looking for death. No sooner had he spoken than the people behind him quickly charged towards him. The people standing on the observation deck, watching what was happening before them, this sudden turn of events, couldn't help but be surprised. He actually dares to fight Haitian. He's crazy, absolutely crazy. This guy is truly insane. Quick, open the city gates and surrender before they break in and kill us. Han Sen opened the city gates. Open the city gates. Seeing the crowd begin to stir, Yang Manli angrily turned her head and shouted, by order, anyone who dares to approach the city gates by even half a step will be killed without mercy. Just as those people were about to open the city gates, they suddenly saw a group of people holding bows and arrows high, aiming at them, ready to fight at any moment. With Yang Manli's words, in an instant, those people stopped in their tracks and shouted, Deputy Captain Yang, you may not care about your lives, but we still want ours. It's over, we're doomed. She watched the crowd with a somber face and spoke coldly. Instead of worrying so much, you should think about how you will stand after Haitian is defeated. You should think about how you will stand after Haitian is defeated. At this moment on that battlefield, Haitian's men, gripping their weapons tightly, quickly rushed towards him. Die now. Han Sen calmly ran past them quickly, leaving them unable to keep up with his speed. They exclaimed, where is he? He got away, he's too fast. Just then, another guy gripping a cold sword tightly, quickly charged towards him, blocking him. Watching him try to swing his attack, Han Sen sneered disdainfully, just you. Enraged by his contemptuous words, he swung his sword. Don't even think about escaping. He remained silent. At this moment every one of his movements was enveloped by a dazzling golden light, making those people powerless to surround and attack him even if they wanted to. Fast, incredibly fast. How did he suddenly become so strong? Haitian looked at the situation before him surprisingly, and gritted his teeth in frustration. No, impossible. How much time has passed for Han Sen's strength to be so much greater than the last time we fought? Looking around, all those who charged forward missed, while Han Sen calmly swept past them, so calmly that it was as if he considered them mere playthings. Haitian roared furiously. You fools, stop holding back against him. Han Sen thought coldly. If the old me was a moving chess piece, then the current me is the true chess player. Haitian trembled all over, but still held his sword high with determination, shouting, kill him, kill him. Those people quickly gathered into a group and swiftly rushed towards him. Kill. Kill on the observation deck. Yang Manli watched the fierce battle in the distance and anxiously shouted, Han Sen isn't wearing armor, he's full of vulnerabilities. How can he possibly survive in such an intense battle? It's too dangerous. Just then Han Sen donned his red battle armor. Yao Jing Wang Ho looked coldly at those people and chuckled. With a laugh, everything was within his grasp. A cold, killing intent emanated from his eyes as he glared at them, seeing through hearts endlessly profound. This is the true movement technique, Dongxian Jing. He mocked disdainfully. Your movements are too slow. As soon as he finished speaking he swiftly moved through the crowd, charging directly towards Haitian. Armies can be plundered but not defeated. As long as Haitian is killed, there will be no more such fierce battles. Haitian was startled by his charge, and quickly ordered his men, kill him. Don't let him get close. Those people immediately swung their swords to attack, but he quickly leaped up to dodge the attack. With a few simple leaps, he swept through the crowd, leaving them staring at him in astonishment. Haitian cried out in horror. He flew into the sky. He used the momentum to immediately raise his longsword high, looking at him with an expressionless face. He roared, go to hell. His sword sliced past him. Han Sen grimly and scornfully opened his mouth. Oh, but I don't seem to be dead yet. Before his words finished he coldly raised his arm and brought it down fiercely, severing Haitian's head. Haitian's head flew high due to inertia, hitting his own body below. His eyes wide, he was utterly shocked. Is that me? Am I dead? The black snow wolf roared at this moment, charging forward furiously. Its violent movement caused Haitian's headless body to be flung into the air. The people below saw the corpse and exchanged surprised glances. Haitian is dead. How is this possible? How could this happen? On the observation deck of the goddess shelter, the group of people, as soon as they saw Haitian's headless corpse, gasped in shock. No, impossible, Haitian is dead. Han Sen killed Haitian. So many people. Yet Han Sen was alone against them. And still managed to chop off Haitian's head. The man standing beside young Manli, unable to believe what he was seeing, spoke. This is truly unbelievable. He truly lives up to his lineage as Coach Han's descendant. Yang Manli stood beside him, answering with a light laugh. He is Han Sen, the captain of our goddess legion. This is the power of our goddess legion. Suddenly those who had just been considering surrender, seeing this scene, quickly fled. Run, Han Sen knows we wanted to surrender. He definitely won't let us off easily. Don't enter the shelter for now. Wait until Han Sen forgets about this. At this moment on the ice plain, Haitian's cold headless body lay on the thick snow. Someone muttered Haitian. Those people watched his retreating figure and spoke. We only came here on Haitian's orders. It has nothing to do with your grievances. Since Haitian is dead, continuing to fight is no good for us. So let's stop here. Han Sen's expression was cold. He turned his head and glanced at those who attacked my shelter. If I were to die, wouldn't you be the ones to benefit? Hearing this, those people immediately explained. We came here because of the factional power behind Haitian. We have no connection with Haitian himself. Is it worth dying here for him? If Donglin hadn't asked for help, why would I listen to Haitian? Although they had explained, he still smiled faintly and said, since you've already come, you should be clear that either you fight me until the last drop of blood, or if I don't fight you, you must join my goddess legion and capture the Haitian shelter with me. This can also be considered an achievement for my goddess legion. One of them stepped forward and said, the forces behind the Haitian shelter are very complex. If we help you defeat the Haitian shelter, that important figure probably won't let us go. Hearing this, he smiled faintly and said, I know that, Donglin. When you return, just mention my name. As soon as they heard his words, those people immediately dropped their weapons onto the ground and respectfully knelt on the cold snow, shouting loudly. We agree to join the goddess legion and dedicate ourselves to you. We agree to join the goddess legion and dedicate ourselves to you. The armor on their bodies and their weapons were quickly removed and thrown heavily onto the snow. Their voices echoed across the entire sky. The Dark God Legion has now completely surrendered at your feet. We are willing to dedicate everything to you. We are willing to dedicate everything to you. In an instant, he had brought everyone back to the Dark God Sanctuary. From today onwards, the Dark God Sanctuary will be managed by the Goddess Sanctuary. In the Star Wheel Sanctuary, everyone was currently discussing stories about Han Sen. That Han Sen was 8 feet tall, and his waist was also 8 feet around. He had extraordinary strength. Thick-skinned and tough, even the Dark God's blade couldn't cut him. I used to be Han Sen's neighbor. Back in the day, he killed over 10,000 people in the Dark God Sanctuary, and they surrendered begging for mercy. The surrounding space was filled with the clamor of the crowd. Suddenly a figure walked by. Hearing these discussions, he mused, killing is easy, but taking over territory is hard. The existence of a sanctuary involves many people behind it. How exactly did Han Sen manage to utilize the Dark God Sanctuary? He looked up into the distance deep and thought. Han Sen took over the Dark God Sanctuary. His next step wouldn't be the Bone Overlord ice field, would it? In a dark corridor, a mysterious figure looked at Han Sen and smiled faintly. So fast, Han Sen, he replied happily from the other end of the phone. To take over the Dark God Sanctuary so smoothly. It's thanks to you for dealing with those people afterwards. The person chuckled. If I couldn't handle it, what were you planning to do? Han Sen teased in response. Just take the money and run, we've made quite a fortune anyway. After chatting for a while, the person left. Han Sen quickly spoke. Thank you, old Tang Tang. Jinliu chuckled. He glanced sideways but did not answer. Goddess Aria dorm room number. Han Sen earnestly searched for information on the screen in front of him. What exactly was the violent jade primal yang art that Zhou Ting gave him? What exactly is it? He secretly asked, but that guy wouldn't say a word. At this moment, the figure of an extremely sexy girl appeared before him. Is this the opening of a super-grade cultivation art? Why does it look so strange? At this moment his phone vibrated softly beside him. A figure gradually appeared, surprising him. Yenran. Yenran looked at him, puzzled. What are you watching? He frantically covered the screen with his hand. But just then, the girl's voice from the screen rang out. Do you want to be hard and long-lasting? Do you want Han Sen smiled awkwardly, covering his eyes with his hand. Ji Yanran blushed and said, "No, it's not like that. Yanran, listen to me." Ji Yanran smiled faintly, a blush instantly rising to her cheeks. I finally had some free time today. And I wanted to. It's fine, just practice, I'll wait for you. With that she quickly hung up, leaving him dumbfounded. His face was pale and he shouted regretfully, "Yanran, it's not like that. I can inside Goddess Arya dorm room." Han Sen's loud voice startled two passers-by. "Zhou Ting, you just wait. In the Goddess Sanctuary." Han Sen rushed out shouting. Zhou Ting had just seen that furious face and called out, angry, surprised and flustered. "Captain, what's wrong? Let go, ah, you're choking me to death," he said angrily. "What the hell? Is this violent jade primal yang art about? Do I look like someone who needs to practice that kind of cultivation art? How bad do you think my kidneys are?" "My kidneys aren't that bad, they're so good even I'm scared." Hearing this, Zhou Ting trembled all over. He reached out and grabbed Han Sen's furious arm. He forced a smile. "Captain, calm down first. Listen to me. It's not what you think." He tried to suppress his anger and let go. "Then tell me what is going on." Chu Ding fell to the ground, then quickly stood up again. He rushed over, punched him and said with a smile that Bao Yu Yuan Yang Gong. "That cultivation technique. It really does have the effect of strengthening kidneys and boosting virility. But that's just a bonus. It has significant effects on physical endurance and on the Bodhi's explosive power. Once you master it, you can fight 10 people at once and travel 1,000 li a day without getting winded." As he spoke, Chu Ding pulled out a small piece of paper from his clothes and said with a smile, "Mine is an original replica. Transcribed from the original Bao Yu Yuan Yang Gong. It's not that random junk from the internet. This is an original replica. Because it's so precious, I was afraid you might tear it up if you got too angry. So I copied another one for you to see." He quickly reached out and took the paper Chu Ding had just pulled out. He compared it to the paper in his hand that made him frown. "Fan Xiao, don't let me find out you're messing with me. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." His face suddenly turned cold and he said darkly, clearly, "These characters are all identical, with no difference in shape or color." For a moment, however, this genuine article indeed had a strange, ineffable feeling about it. As if there was something incredibly profound about it. Han Sen coldly glanced at Chu Ding. "Can practicing this really let me fight 10 people?" Chu Ding quickly replied, "Captain, you can already fight 10 people. Fighting 10 more isn't a problem. It's not a problem." Hearing this, he turned and left. Before leaving, he pointed at Chu Ding and said coldly, "I've already made arrangements with those people to hunt sacred blood creatures. There's not much time left. If you dare to trick me, you'll settle the score when I get back." In the ice serpent fissure, he rode on the back of a lion, leading the group deep into the ice mountain fissure. "Everyone, do you think the silver-eyed ice serpent king is here?" The person following him quickly replied. Yes. Just then a young man walking beside him, Han Sen, spoke up. "Captain, we once hunted that ice serpent king with Haitian, that silver-eyed ice serpent king. It's hard to move around freely here. If we get tangled by those snakes, we'll be in an extremely dangerous situation." He heard this and replied in a deep voice, "I've already decided. You just need to follow my orders." The man replied sullenly, "All right, fine," looking at his back as he walked ahead. The man felt a bit worried. "What should we do?" The person next to him said. "We've already made an agreement with Dong Lin. What else can we do?" At this moment, not far away, there was a giant ice serpent swimming coldly towards them. He suddenly felt that he and the group behind him were distant. So he turned his head in confusion. "Why aren't you moving again?" The group quickly replied, "Captain, there are many mutant great ice serpents here. Even if our stats are all over 100, if we get bitten, we'll be frozen instantly." Hearing the cowardly words of the group, he said with a cold face, "If you want take risks, then I'll go lure out the silver-eyed ice serpent king. You all help me kill it. But let me make one thing clear beforehand. If anyone dares to desert during the fight, don't blame me for being ruthless. By then, even if that Dong Lin can't save you." Hearing this, the group exchanged silent glances. Suddenly, seeing him recall his mount, they exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't he not planning to fly? In that case, how can he avoid the ice serpents under the thick snow?" "The ice serpents under the thick snow," the person next to him said grimly, "flying is useless too. Ice serpents can fly as well." He took a step forward, carefully reminding them, "Keep an eye on the snow, don't leave footprints." Although it wasn't completely without footprints, the people following him, seeing his light footwork, couldn't help but be surprised. But with this movement technique, is he really just an evolver? No sooner had he spoken, when two fierce ice snakes suddenly appeared from nowhere and lunged, startling him. He immediately ducked and dodged one of its attacks. He frowned. If I kill these two primitive great ice snakes now, the scent of blood will immediately attract a large group of ice snakes. That will be even more troublesome. The deeper he went, the more ice snakes there were and the fiercer their attacks became. But he didn't panic at all. Instead, he carefully dodged every attack to avoid getting injured. I shouldn't waste time on these snakes. My goal is to lure out the Ice Snake King as quickly as possible. That silver-eyed Ice Snake King. He ran swiftly along the slippery path, lost in thought. Didn't they say that the ice cave was 30 miles away? Why have I already walked over 40 miles and still haven't seen the ice cave? The information those people gave me about the god blood creature. The information. It can't be false, can it? Looking around, the desolate and silent landscape made him feel a little suspicious. There were no more ice snakes ahead. Han Sen gradually slowed down and looked back. Are those snakes not chasing anymore? Could I have already reached the silver-eyed Ice Snake King's lair? That's too strange. If I've reached the silver-eyed Ice Snake King's lair, then those ice snakes should be desperately protecting the Snake King. Did something happen in this ice crevice? He walked forward step by step, deep in thought. Before he knew it, he had arrived in front of a giant cave entrance. Looking at the dim scenery inside the cave made him a little excited. Now that I'm here, I can't just not even see the true face of that silver-eyed Ice Snake King. Can I? He delved deeper into the ice cave, but what he expected didn't appear. He walked aimlessly like this until he could go no further, when he suddenly snapped out of it, filled with doubt. This is the end of the ice crevice. Looking at the magnificent mountains before him, he grew curious. The shape of this ice cave is very strange. It seems quite unusual. Soon, he immediately put on a set of armor. He observed with a serious expression, it's better to be careful. After exploring for a while, he entered an ice cave. Inside this ice cave it was still silent, even a little terrifying, making him feel doubtful. Along this path, there hasn't even been a single mutant creature. Such silence, there must be something wrong. Suddenly, in the distance, a peculiar blue egg lay on the ground. The egg quickly caught his eye, making his eyes light up. Han Sen quickly rushed to the egg. Ha! Heaven is truly helping me. It's actually a mutant creature's egg. Maybe it's even the silver-eyed Ice Snake King's. As soon as his arm touched the egg, he was struck by a current, and his body trembled. Han Sen hurriedly stepped back, watching the egg warily, filled with doubt. What kind of cursed egg is this? How can it even discharge electricity? Suddenly the patterns on the eggshell began to change, which greatly surprised him. What's going on? The patterns have darkened. Suddenly a strange sound came from behind him, making him instantly vigilant. That sound over there. Could it be the silver-eyed Ice Snake King? Hearing the sound, he grew even more puzzled. No, that sound is clearly footsteps. At this moment, Idong-mu, wearing azure armor, emerged coldly from the darkness, greatly startling him. Idong-mu, he exclaimed, utterly surprised. When he saw Han Sen, he didn't say a word. As soon as Idong-mu saw the green egg, he quickly rushed towards it. Although he arrived first, the unwritten rule is, whoever gets their hands on it, the egg is theirs. Although he arrived first, the unwritten rule is, whoever gets their hands on it, the egg is theirs. Guessing Idong-mu's intention, he quickly rushed forward and shouted to stop him. I advise you not to touch it. But it was too late, because at that moment, Idong-mu's hand was already on the egg. Instantly his whole body was electrocuted. Trembling and gritting his teeth, Idong-mu then fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, he helplessly squatted down and looked at Idong-mu. I was trying to save you just now. I was trying to warn you out of good intentions. But you didn't pay attention. Hearing this, Idong-mu gritted his teeth and said, why didn't you say so earlier? He smiled faintly, glancing at the egg. He said, I just wanted to confirm if this egg was really electric. It seems it's not only electric but quite strong. Idong-mu frowned and asked in a low voice, what are you doing? You wanted to pull me away. You were clearly trying to trick me. He listened to the sneered, pushed himself up and said, I've never heard that. Ice-eyed Silver King snakes are electric. At most they only have some cold venom. Why does this egg have such a strong current? After speaking, he turned his face to look at young Master Idong-mu. We must crack this egg open directly. Otherwise we definitely won't be able to eat it. I'm very weak. Why don't you try? Idong-mu frowned, glanced at Han Sen and said coldly, you go first. He calmly replied, since we're here. We can't just go back like this, can we? Suddenly a sound came from inside the egg, startling both of them. Lee Dongmu exclaimed, "What's that sound?" Both of them focused on the egg in front of them. Suddenly a crack appeared in the center, leaving both of them astonished. The egg hatched itself. In the ice cave, both watched the egg warily. He quickly backed away and said in a deep voice, "If this egg contains such a terrifying electric current, then what's inside must be extraordinary." At this moment, the creature inside the egg gradually revealed itself a little. Lee Dongmu looked at those parts startled. He shouted in surprise, "What is that thing? Are those claws?" Looking at the tiny claws, a purple light flickered faintly within the eggshell. Han Sen's face darkened. Could it be that snake? Just as the eggshell was completely broken, revealing the creature inside, both couldn't help but exclaim, "A fox!" Han Sen looked at the newly hatched fox with some doubt, saying, "This isn't an ice-eyed silver king snake egg, it's a fox egg." At this moment Lee Dongmu didn't think much and quickly rushed forward. "Who cares if it's a fox or a snake? Shouldn't I rush up and deal with it?" Han Sen stood by panicking. What the hell? How did something like this hatch in a snake's den? And how can a fox lay eggs? Lee Dongmu had just swung his sword forcefully at the fox, which had just hatched, and was surprised by the sight before him. The blade, sharp and cold, failed to penetrate the fox's body. It can't pierce it. The scene before him greatly astonished him. Can't pierce it? Is it like that little golden-haired monkey? The fox looked at the sharp blade tip before it, and let out an angry cry. With that cry a powerful electric current spread throughout Lee Dongmu's entire body. The sheer power of the current emitted sent him flying far back. Watching Lee Dongmu struggling on the ground, he exclaimed, "Lee Dongmu couldn't even land a single blow on this fox, it's too strong." He turned pale and fell into deep thought. Could this creature be the descendant of a super god creature? At this moment the fox suddenly let out a loud roar. Seeing it walk towards Lee Dongmu, Han Sen was a little worried. It's not trying to get revenge, is it? He immediately rushed over quickly, dragging Lee Dongmu's body away. After all, this was his biggest client. It would be such a pity for him to die here, deep within the ice fissure. He had already brought Lee Dongmu to a safe place. The fox looked at Lee Dongmu, who was still unconscious on the ground. Han Sen reached out to check his breathing. Good, he's still breathing. Fortunately, the one he first dealt with was merely a super creature. A super god creature from the first sanctuary. It only had a strong physique and no special powers, otherwise he wouldn't have been in such a pathetic state. He quickly took out a bottle of medicine and applied it to Lee Dongmu's face. He smiled and said, "Bro saved you from danger, so you better repay me, kid." It really pained him to use such expensive healing medicine. He'd have to settle the bill and collect payment once Lee Dongmu woke up. The medicine quickly took effect, causing Lee Dongmu to feel a stinging pain. So much so that he struggled, trying to avoid the hand applying the medicine. Han Sen looked at Lee Dongmu, who was groaning in pain, and immediately chided him. "What are you yelling for? You're a man. Can't you even endure a little pain?" Lee Dongmu, in pain, suddenly grabbed his arm and bit down hard. The pain made Han Sen's face instantly darken. Han Sen gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Let go. Let go, damn it, are you a damn turtle?" Seeing that he still wouldn't listen, he angrily lifted his leg and kicked Lee Dongmu away. "Damn it, you made me bleed." Suddenly at this moment, a familiar sound came from behind, scaring him. Shit. That damn thing caught up. Behind him the fox was rushing towards him. Seeing it run closer, he immediately pointed at Lee Dongmu and loudly said, "Your enemy is over here. Don't look at me." Suddenly the fox stopped in front of him. Its gaze was fixed on him, scaring him so much that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. Does this little guy have bad eyesight? And mistook me for someone else? At this moment, Lee Dongmu had also recovered from his injuries behind him, and quickly flapped his wings and flew away. "I appreciate your great kindness and I will definitely repay it in the future." Just seeing him escape alone and leave him behind, he was startled, panicked. That ungrateful bastard. Turning back to see the fox approaching him step by step, he slowly retreated, forcing a smile and saying, "Brother, I see you have an extraordinary physique. With light emanating from your head, you're bound to be exceptionally powerful in the future. If you want to eat something, you should eat some god blood creatures or something. My meat isn't very nutritious, and it doesn't taste good. Why are you following me?" As he spoke, he carefully observed the fox's movements, and his feet slowly shifted backward. The wild instincts of a mutated creature are hard to hide, but this little guy didn't have a hint of murderous intent. He suddenly remembered the medicine bottle in his hand. Wait, cats and dogs like to fetch things. And this little guy looks like one of those cats or dogs. Thinking of this, he threw the medicine box out. To attract the fox's attention, he forced a smile and said, "Go fetch." Sure enough, the fox quickly ran towards the medicine box. Watching it run off, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It actually worked. Seizing this opportunity, he immediately slipped away. If not now, when will I run? However, soon, the fox came chasing after him from behind, carrying the medicine box in its mouth. He turned his head and saw the fox. And he was startled. "How? What the hell? No way, no way." The fox stared at his legs in surprise, while he was desperately trying to speed up and escape. Damn it can still catch up like this. He ran wildly head down. And in an instant a huge iceberg appeared before him. What shocked him even more was, when he saw the fox, it quickly stood on the mountaintop. It was even earlier than him, so how did it end up in front of him? He was just about to fly away with his wings. But he saw that fox. He helplessly sat on the cold ground. If he forced himself to fly away and made it worry, would the outcome be even worse than Lin's? At this moment the fox quickly ran to him. It placed the medicine box on the ground. Seeing these items, Han Sen forced a smile and praised it. What a good child. Watching it stand obediently in front of him, he reached out his hand. He thought, I really want to pet its head. It should be fine, right? But if this little guy electrocuted him now, no one would be able to save him. Suddenly at this moment the fox walked towards Han Sen, licking his leg. He was so startled that he trembled violently. He yelled for help. "It's going to eat me." But when he calmed down, he suddenly realized that the wound he had sustained earlier from Mu's bite was now healed and the wound had closed. Is it just concerned about me? Thinking this, he also relaxed a little. He looked up at the fox. It tilted its head, smiling cutely in front of him. It actually looks quite cute. Inside the ice crevice, Han Sen reached out and stroked the fox, saying softly, "It actually looks quite cute." It stretched towards him and let out a soft G sound. Seeing the fox's attitude, Han Sen seemed to understand something. This little guy seems to be treating me like its father. Ha ha ha, raising a super god level creature. A god of the second god's sanctuary. Doesn't that make me invincible? But the super god level creatures in the second god's sanctuary are so terrifying. If he took it back, what if it accidentally electrocuted everyone in the entire shelter to death? What if everyone in the shelter died? After pondering for a while, he picked up the fox and flew away. It seems I can only take it back to the aquarium. No matter what happens, it won't affect others. It looked at him happily, chirping a few GG sounds. He glanced down, suddenly realizing with surprise. Below was a giant snake, surrounded by rows of small snakes. The sight below astonished him. Silver-eyed Ice Snake King. He abruptly lowered his wings, observing the direction of the snake group. Isn't this the place I passed through when I came? There wasn't even a single snake in this area before. Could it be that they were all hiding back then? But suddenly at this moment, the small snakes were startled again, scattering and crawling across the white snow. Seeing this, Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, hiding again." He looked down at the fox. "Are they hiding from you?" The fox looked at him and let out a soft G sound. Hearing this, Han Sen quickly landed on a nearby mountain, setting the fox down. He gently instructed, "Stay here for now, don't scare those snakes away again." After saying that, he quickly flapped his wings and flew away, following the direction of the snake group on the snowy ground. He quickly flew into a nearby nest, looking around. So many snakes here. The moment the snake group saw him, they hissed fiercely. Suddenly at this moment a huge snake appeared in front of him. Its eyes emitted a cold, killing intent, letting out a bone-chilling hiss. Upon seeing it, he exclaimed in surprise, "Silver-eyed Ice Snake King." It really was scared away by that little fox. Suddenly he landed on the ground and hurriedly ran away, attracting the attention of the Silver-eyed Ice Snake King. The snake quickly chased behind Han Sen. As he sped up his running, he said grimly, "There are indeed many ice snakes here. If I lure them over there with the evolvers present, things will be easier to resolve." At this moment the Ice Snake King had already caught up to him. It opened its mouth wide, seemingly ready to swallow him whole immediately. It will immediately devour you alive. Just as it closed its mouth, Han Sen had already rushed past, fortuitously avoiding a dangerous attack. The entire snowy ground shook violently, startling him. That was close. Just then, over where the people were waiting for him, they looked into the distance, murmuring, "Are we still going to keep waiting? He hasn't shown up after all this time. He's probably been bitten to death by the Silver-eyed Ice Serpent King. Let's wait a bit longer. What if he emerges from a crevice in the ice? We wouldn't have a good explanation if we went back now. Just then a sound came from the distance. It sent shivers down the listeners' spines. One person in the team jumped and said, "What's that sound? Something is approaching." The sound grew closer and closer. Han Sen rushed quickly from afar, startling everyone. Han Sen. He really appeared, but what's that behind him? Everyone was terrified. That ice serpent. The huge silver-eyed king let out a faint cry. Is that the silver-eyed ice serpent king? Seeing the silver-eyed ice serpent king approaching him, Han Sen flapped his wings, quickly retreated and said angrily, "Damn it, its hide is so thick." Everyone saw Han Sen getting ready, preparing for battle. They immediately gripped their weapons tightly. Frowning, they looked at the ice serpent king. One person immediately gave an order. "Form up and engage." The ice serpent charged quickly. The people behind also immediately rushed forward to support Han Sen. Go to hell. This beast, charge and kill it. Soon a series of fierce attacks landed on the massive silver-eyed ice serpent. It roared furiously. Fong Jingqi frowned and warned loudly. The Serpent King's power is immense. Everyone be careful. He just rushed over, swung his attack, attacking the body of the silver-eyed ice serpent king. Frowning, he gritted his teeth, thinking the ghost claw blade is indeed too short. It can't pierce through at all. Hope the venom will work on the serpent king. The great serpent coiled itself, looking coldly at Han Sen and the others. He immediately flapped his wings and flew high into the sky, and shouted to everyone, "You all fight first. I'll rest for a bit." Hearing this, Fong Jingqi frowned. He wants us to fight to the death, while he goes off to rest. Who's supposed to kill the serpent king? This is too shameless. But just then, Fong Jingqi's body was suddenly filled with a powerful force, which greatly surprised him. It seems the power of the beast soul has suddenly upgraded. What a strange feeling. This is Han Sen's entire body, at this moment emitting a dazzling light. His entire body was surrounded by a phoenix, blazing flames looking at the halo around his own body. Everyone was astonished. Fong Jingqi said in disbelief, "Beast soul halo. It can actually cover such a large area. Could it be a god blood beast soul halo? How can he have a beast soul halo? And the growth is so significant. This is too unreasonable." He stood on a distant mountain, watching the battle before him, gloomily pondering the god blood spear, god blood axe, god blood halberd. These three individuals pose a great threat to the silver serpent, but they still can't break through its sturdy armor. Just then a person was hit by the silver-eyed ice serpent king's massive tail and sent flying, letting out a huge cry. He immediately turned his head to look. Soon he flew over. Fong Jingqi turned his face to look. "Captain, the serpent king's armor is too hard. We can't kill it at all. Let's go back and think of another way." He quickly rushed over, charging towards the silver-eyed ice serpent king's body. He wielded the sharp ghost claw blade, stabbing into the ice serpent king's hard scales. Silver-eyed, he thought gloomily. After all this time, there's still no sign of poisoning. It seems the ghost claw blade's venom poses no threat to it. If I use power to attack its head, perhaps I can try. The ice serpent king painfully thrashed its massive tail. They sent the surrounding crowd flying. They cried out in pain, "Captain, save me." Han Sen frowned and immediately gave an order. "Wang Liang, move 3 meters to the left. Attack the left side of that snake. Zhao Chang, move 2 meters to the left. Then 1 meter forward, attack the right side. Keep fighting. Otherwise go back and explain it to Idon Lin." The two of them stood in front. The silver-eyed ice snake king hesitated for a moment. "Go up," Fong Jingqi immediately responded. "Let's go, there's no other way if we don't." He scowled and glanced at him. He thought to himself, "Hansen, oh Hansen, you really found our weakness. I'd like to see what your plan is." At this moment everyone was facing the ice snake, the silver-eyed ice snake king from outside the valley. Hansen proposed a plan. Everyone is a chess piece, according to the chess formation technique in the Xianjin cave. If we control this chess game, we can overcome this calamity. Wang Liang pondered in his heart. We actually suppressed the Snake King. This kind of command, it's completely as if it were tailor-made for each person's characteristics. Everyone's strengths were fully utilized to the fullest. But Hansen has only known us for a few days. The Snake King continued forward, attacking the crowd. He used his arm strength, combined with a sprint for close quarters combat. Fight at Zhao Chang advanced 2 meters. Then he had already touched its head. The opportunity is here. It was attacked by multiple people at once. Its body trembled incessantly. Its rhythm had been disrupted. The hidden power really works. Relying on his agility, Hansen had already landed on it at this moment. This move will take your life. He prayed in his heart, drop a beast soul. It must drop a beast soul. Hallelujah, Virgin Mary bless. It only took a few moves. The silver-eyed Ice Snake King stopped breathing. His teammates cheered, we won. We killed the Snake King. We won. We won. At this moment the system displayed a congratulatory notification. Successful hunt. Killed a god blood creature. Silver-eyed Ice Snake King. Obtains silver-eyed Ice Snake Beast Soul. Consuming its flesh may randomly grant 0 to 10 points of god blood gene. Han Sen received the reward and shouted excitedly. Fantastic, I love you, Mother Mary. After the monster died, it left behind a sharp treasure sword named the Silver-eyed Ice Snake Sword. He reached out and grasped it. He had his own plans in mind. The Silver-eyed Ice Snake Sword. If I find another sword, I can join the royal family. To control that pair of twins with spiritual power. After making military achievements, he calmly gave orders to his teammates here. I'll leave it to you. Remember to bring back the flesh of the Snake King and ice snakes. They immediately ran off upon hearing the order. Yes. Then he spread his wings and flew to a nearby ice block. He said to Xiao Yinin, sweetie, did you miss me? He bent down. He picked up the small creature and murmured to himself. If you were an ordinary creature, you'd make a good pet too. In the Black God Sanctuary, everyone obeyed his command and had already brought back the Snake King. Wang Liang spoke on behalf of everyone, leader. The flesh of the ice snake has been distributed according to the rules. The silver-eyed Ice Snake King is still untouched, remaining, waiting for the leader to return. Han Sen spoke. The flesh of the silver-eyed Ice Snake King. You can divide it among yourselves, everyone put in their effort too. I can't eat it all by myself. He was ecstatic. Thank you, leader. After a pause he continued to ask. One more thing, Wang Liang. Where can I get a godblood sword beast soul? He placed his hand on his chin, thought for a few seconds, then said. Godblood weapons are not easy to come by. There hasn't been any news about them recently either. If the leader needs it urgently, then in the wilderness. In the west there is the sacred land of the Demon King's royal family. There must be a complete collection of souls there. Sacred blood beast. Hearing this he smiled brightly. The Demon King's sacred land, he continued. It's very far and the journey is dangerous. I can help the captain find a map. That would be a great help. Suddenly someone ran over in a panic, reporting loudly to the captain. There's someone named Idong Mu looking for you outside. In the ice plains. He stood with the new guest talking from a high vantage point. Idong Mu spoke. I heard you killed Keshin before. You are also skilled in the art of secondary killing. He humbly replied, I know a little. The man continued, I have a new business proposition. Are you interested? He explained the purpose of his visit. I need to refine a supercore gene technology. You refine it for me and I'll pay you. Han Sen asked in confusion, why me? Because you're skilled in secondary killing techniques and very powerful. Hearing this he smiled faintly. My techniques are very expensive, is that alright? Then he asked, when can we start? We can start now. Hearing his urgency he was surprised. Now your injuries haven't fully healed yet. But he seemed willing to pay any price to achieve his goal. I have to give it my all. Only by mastering this blade to its extreme will I be able to defeat Jinbi? Han Sen looked at his back full of doubt. Your goal is to defeat Jinbi. He saw his determination. However, when he learned that the person Idong Mu wanted to defeat was himself, it was himself. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face as he thought. I've already mastered all the skills before teaching them to you. How could you possibly defeat me? The scene switched to the martial arts arena of the Black God Sacred Land. The two had entered a state of readiness for battle. Idong Mu gripped the blade in his hand tightly and launched a move. Han Sen marveled at how incredible his blade technique was. This kind of power and speed is no less than the wind blade art. And Xiao Mo's speed burst. He was about to throw a punch, but he was suppressed by him. Still too green, Idong Mu suddenly swung a blade past him, so fast that even Han Sen was slightly alarmed. He's a madman and a formidable one at that. If he were to accidentally get hit, this blade could indeed kill him. But he still easily dodged it. But now, this blade technique, I've already mastered it to the point of absolute proficiency. You can't defeat me with this blade technique. He bent over panting and said, Oldie, let's take a break. Let's stop practicing for today. I still have some matters to attend to. Idong Mu questioned him what matters. He scratched his head and replied, I need to make a trip to the Demon King's sacred land. He continued to ask, what are you going there for? Han Sen told him truthfully. I heard there are many beast souls there. I'm going to take a look. He put on his cloak and said, there are many beast souls indeed, but the prices there are much higher than the market price. After all, that place is also Xingyu Group's territory. Just the dark nature of merchants, you know. Hearing this, he felt a bit confused. Xingyu Group. He turned around and explained. The owner of the Demon King's sacred land is Shin Tianzi. His reputation precedes him. Han Sen's face immediately darkened. It's been a long time since anyone mentioned him. I almost forgot about this person. My only goal is to buy a sword. I don't want to cause any trouble. Shin Tianzi, oh Shin Tianzi. You'd better not cause me any trouble. A scene appeared in Han Sen's mind in the sutra room. A man was meditating. His subordinate walked in. Young master, the tea is here. Han Sen thought Shui Zhelong is really convenient. Shui Zhelong coexists with Yue. Every move Yue makes cannot escape my eyes. A subordinate carrying tea sets walked towards Ningyu. He asked young master Yu, do you have any orders for me? He said, leave, I need to meditate. Seeing Ningyu's actions, Han Sen wondered, what is he doing? What's wrong with this Ningyu? If he's not chanting scriptures every day, then he's meditating like this. Could he have already guessed Shui Zhelong's ability? The scene cuts back to the dormitory. Han Sen used Shui Zhelong to observe Ningyu's every move. After his every action, he pondered, is it strict enough? Controlling his thoughts and actions to prevent me from prying into the Ning family's secrets. This Ningyu indeed has some skill. If Shin Tianzi had half his strength, then I would have probably died in the armored tunnel long ago. Han Sen sighed and walked out. I wonder next time we meet, will Shin Tianzi treat me as an enemy or a friend? The scene shifts to the Devil King's sanctuary in the city. Shops selling beast souls were everywhere. Han Sen excitedly said, it's so lively. It truly lives up to its name as a sanctuary for the royal circle. His gaze stopped on a sword in a shop. A beast soul shop. Strange beasts next to it. On this street, it seemed every household had godblood beast souls. Out of curiosity, he went in to ask the owner about the price. How much is this? Hearing this, the boss didn't even turn his head. He simply held up 2 fingers. Han Sen asked, confused, 2 million. 20 million, these 2 godblood beast souls. The boss said 200 million. Han Sen wasn't surprised though. He thought, it seems the price of beast souls here is similar to those in the first sanctuary. Then he continued to ask the boss. It's a shame this heavy sword isn't what I'm looking for. Boss, do you have any other godblood beast soul swords? Only then did the boss look at him. He handed him a beast treasure catalog. I have a lot of goods. So many that they can't all be displayed in the shop. You can take a look at this catalog. See if there's anything you're looking for. Having no other option, Han Sen had no choice but to flip through the mutated beast souls page by page. Bladewing Dragon Beast Godblood Armor Godblood, I already have them. Soon he set his eyes on a purple sword. The style of this hilt is upright. It has the simple elegance of a gentleman. It's the perfect complement to the snake sword. Twin flight sword technique is a combined attack method, requiring 2 people to cooperate. Essentially, it's composed of 2 sword styles. Completely different sword styles, combined to form a sword array. One evil is the snake sword, one righteous is this sword, one good, one evil, mutually assisting each other. Only then can the power of the twin flight sword technique be precisely unleashed. Han Sen immediately asked the boss for the price. How much is this ancient god beast soul sword? However, the boss replied bluntly. Apologies, but it's not for sale. This is a treasure of our shop. It's for trade only, not for sale. Han Sen asked, how do I trade for it? Seeing that he still hadn't given up, the boss proposed an extremely harsh condition. This ancient god beast soul sword of mine can only be traded for a berserk godblood beast soul, and furthermore, it must be a sword type beast soul and of the same type, then he'll trade. Han Sen continued to ask, what about other types of berserk godblood beast souls? Can they be traded? The boss replied unequivocally, I'm very sorry. If it's not a berserk godblood beast soul, I won't trade it. However, he secretly thought to himself, where would there be a fool who would trade a berserk godblood beast soul for a godblood sword? This must just be an unpopular beast soul that can't be sold. This ancient spirit beast soul is so good. It's my lucky soul. Don't even think about buying it. Han Sen felt a bit of a headache. Han Sen said, boss, please reconsider. The boss replied, no trade. Just then a middle-aged man walked over. That was Zhang Xiang, a gambler merchant. He asked, brother, are you planning to use a berserk godblood beast soul to trade for this godblood sword? Han Sen nodded. That's right, too bad the owner won't trade. Hearing the trade had failed, Zhang Xiang offered a suggestion. What kind of berserk godblood beast soul will trade you for it? I have a godblood rank beast soul sword here. He immediately summoned a huge sword. Han Sen watched dumbfounded. A sword so big. could only be wielded with both hands. Zhang Xiang anxiously asked. Let me see what your berserk godblood beast soul looks like. Although this sword wasn't what Han Sen wanted, he still for Zhang Xiang summoned his berserk hellghost bull. A giant black bull with wings appeared before the two men. This scene shocked the two men so much that they couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap! Berserk godblood transformation. A beast soul that can fly. Do you really want to trade your beast soul for a godblood sword? Han Sen sighed helplessly. That's right. But upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang was immediately ecstatic. Ill trade, no buts. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the shop owner suddenly rushed out from behind the counter. Sir, this belongs to our shop. Who said we wouldn't trade? Zhang Xiang was pushed aside and said angrily. You just said you wouldn't trade. I'm not trying to ruin your business either. The shop owner smiled brightly, grabbed Han Sen's hand and flatteringly said. You want to trade for the ancient god beast soul sword, right? Trade. Let's trade right now. Seeing the shop owner's 180-degree change in attitude, Han Sen pretended to tease him. Let me think about it again. Trading my berserk godblood beast soul for your ancient god sword. I think I might be losing out a bit. The shop owner said without hesitation. Besides that sword, you can also freely choose another item from the shop. What do you say? Soon after, Han Sen walked out of the shop. In his hand, besides the ancient god sword, he also had a set of godblood beast soul armor. He thought to himself, the top tier item among godblood beast soul swords, plus a set of godblood beast soul armor 2 for 1, perfectly matches the value of the Hellghost Bull. This price is fair enough. Meanwhile, the shop owner was also very happy inside his shop. Made a huge fortune this time. Immediately after, Zhang Xiang called out to him. Friend, how about we get acquainted? I'm from the pet and spirit arena. If you ever have high-grade pets or spirits that you want to enter into competition, you can consider it. Hearing this, Han Sen asked doubtfully, selling tickets. Zhang Xiang replied something like that. It's mainly about buying and selling pets and spirits. A small part of it is a little gambling. Of course, Han Sen didn't believe a little gambling. This is probably how they make the big money, isn't it? Zhang Xiang didn't want to explain further, so he invited Han Sen. If you're really interested, come and take a look with me. Led by Zhang Xiang, Han Sen arrived at an arena. The arena was divided into several sections. Inside it was mostly pets fighting. The people around were shouting encouragement, hit it. Hit it, hit it. Get up, don't die, get up quickly, my money. Han Sen looked on blankly, it's a pet battle. There were hardly any spirits. Zhang Xiang walked ahead and said. After all, spirits are hard to come by. But there are some if you look. Look over there. Han Sen looked up and happened to see Tianzi sitting in the VIP area. Two beautiful women were chatting and laughing with him. This pair of spirits was the only pair fighting in the arena. Han Sen asked, why are there only night class spirits? Are there no aristocrat class or royal class spirits? Zhang Xiang said somewhat helplessly, there's an aristocrat class spirit in the arena, but it can't find an opponent. We've already posted a bounty notice. If we can find an opponent that matches the spirit noble, if they win, they'll be given a godblood beast soul directly. Unfortunately, no one has come to challenge yet. Han Sen immediately became interested after hearing this. What kind of beast soul is it? Zhang Xiang was surprised. Why are you interested? Do you have a spirit noble? Han Sen smiled faintly, appearing confident yet somewhat mysterious. Well, I'll have to see what kind of divine beast soul you're offering. Zhang Xiang opened the book to check. Hold on, let me see. There's a 4-winged thunder rock. It's a rare flying mount beast soul. After speaking, he pointed to the picture of the beast. Han Sen pondered for a moment. A flying beast soul seems pretty good. Zhang Xiang looked at Han Sen with anticipation. Brother Han, I wasn't wrong about you. You really are a special person. Can I see your spirit noble? Afterwards, Zhang Xiang led Han Sen to a private room and asked him to summon his spirit noble. Upon seeing it, he cried out in alarm. A female spirit noble. Han Sen told him to lower his voice. Zhang Xiang was still incredibly shocked. I really didn't expect Brother Han to have such a beautiful female spirit noble. She's truly precious. His gaze never left the female spirit. He asked, Brother Han, are you willing to sell this spirit of yours? Han Sen firmly refused to sell. The scene switches to the arena in the Demon King's sanctuary. The host announced, I have good news for everyone. Extremely important news. Our Demon King's battle is about to welcome a grand showdown of spirit nobles. Someone has finally come to challenge our Demon King among spirit nobles. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around the arena immediately exploded. Another spirit noble has appeared. I've already seen the match list. Her name is Xueji. By the name she must be a very beautiful female noble. Everyone let's bet on who wins, and there's the Demon King. It sounds like hell fight better than Xueji. At this moment, Tianzi was also somewhat annoyed in the VIP box. A female noble spirit, you say? Even if she is real, she won't be able to defeat my Demon King. Soon, a tall warrior in blue armor leaped down, wielding a sword. Majestic and formidable, he clearly wasn't an ordinary foe. The people around cheered. The Demon King has appeared. Does the Demon King finally have an opponent? Just then, Xueji walked into the arena. The moment she appeared, she captivated the attention of the audience outside the arena. The female spirit is truly beautiful. Whose spirit is that? Amazing. If I'd known earlier, I would have bet on Xueji to win. Even if I lost the bet, I'd feel good about it. Even Tianzi couldn't sit still. He suddenly stood up, staring intently at Xueji. A beautiful spirit. The battle finally began. The Demon King, wielding his long sword, took the initiative to attack Xueji. Xueji immediately counterattacked with her scepter. Looking at her aura, she was completely on par with that massive Demon King. Han Sen, watching from below, was a bit worried. Xueji, oh Xueji, I've bet all my worldly possessions on you. You absolutely cannot lose. Not long after, Xueji summoned a lion as her mount, which utterly astonished the entire audience. What is that thing? It's too powerful, a godblood. Riding these two spirits, Xueji mounted on the lion, fiercely charged forward. The Demon King was struck in the chest by her scepter. However, his armor could not be pierced through. At the same time, Xueji also took a blow from him, but thankfully she had a shield and was unharmed. Han Sen confidently stated from below, with 2 layers of berserk guardian beast souls. Let's see how you can harm Xueji. The Demon King, however, was repelled by that shield and was sent flying back several meters. Han Sen was also very surprised by the scene before him. The Demon King was not injured. The spirit noble truly lived up to its reputation. In the VIP room, Tianzi had already summoned Zhang Xiang. Boss, did you call for me? He immediately asked what kind of person Xueji's owner was. Zhang Xiang replied, a young man named Han. It seems he's from another shelter. He's very tight-lipped. I haven't managed to get any basic information from him yet. Hearing him say this, Tianzi was immediately surprised. Named Han, he thought. No, it couldn't be him. That guy joined the second shelter less than a year ago. How could he possibly have a spirit noble or own that godblood beast soul? Tianzi, with a serious expression, instructed Zhang Xiang. After the match ends, bring him to me. He secretly made a decision. No matter who the owner of this spirit is, I must get it. Back in the arena, the battle between the two spirits was not yet over. The two spirits were still fighting fiercely, accompanied by the terrifying roar of the lion. Immediately after, the Demon King suddenly leaped into the air, emitting a blinding light from its body. Han Sen immediately recognized from below. It was time for the Demon King to show its true power. Seeing this scene, Tianzi's eyes sharpened, and he immediately showed a proud smile. Your performance is indeed surprising. Unfortunately, it's not enough to be a match for the Demon King. Soon, a giant beast appeared behind the Demon King. It also had a golden horn on its head. At this moment, the spectators in the stands were buzzing with discussion. 2 against 1 and a godblood level pet fighting too. Let's see how this Xueji will handle it. This isn't fair. Having more money really does crush people. Wait, everyone look, Xueji also. Without waiting for the Demon King to attack, Xueji had already cast a spell. Light shimmered around her body. A stunning snow maiden floated above her head. The crowd below continued to chatter. It's a humanoid transformation. Xueji's beast soul transformation. Could it also be godblood level? Xueji raised her scepter, casting a spell to attack a fiercely charging beast. The crowd cheered at the sight. Praise the godblood level pet. Xueji's origins are extraordinary. She's completely on par with the Demon King. Seeing this, Tianzi was also stunned. Who exactly is this person to possess this spirit noble, and even their pet is godblood level? Even the pet is godblood level. In the Demon King shelter's beast arena, the first match, there was already a Demon King beast. She used her scepter to release her magic power. It was a phoenix-shaped flame, burning the entire sky crimson. Tianzi frowned and shouted loudly. Not just a beast soul transformation. There's also an aura-type beast soul. Everyone watching the match around them also opened their mouths wide and exclaimed in surprise. The owner of this beautiful spirit maiden actually has an aura-type beast soul. Aura-type beast souls are treasures. They are sought after by various territories. The range of this aura-type beast soul is truly massive. It must be god blood level 2. Han Sen stood with his arms crossed listening to everyone's discussion. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Shui Ji charged forward, wielding her scepter, pointing her magic power directly at her opponent, inflicting thousands of continuous slashes on the Demon King, on the Demon King's body. Finally a fatal blow descended from the sky, striking directly at the Demon King's head. Even Tianzi couldn't keep his composure and shouted out. But the Demon King had already fallen to its knees completely exhausted. Tianzi worried that if the Demon King surrendered the match would end. He thought to himself, what if the Demon King is actually killed? Then the godblood beast soul would be gone. The Demon King knelt and surrendered to Shui Ji. She returned to her original normal state. The people around Tianzi were all disappointed. It actually surrendered. What kind of divine being is Shui Ji's owner? Who is this divine being even stronger than Shen Tianzi? The god-blood beast souls on these two foreign spirits are worth more than all my assets combined. This isn't a move. It's clearly as soft as tofu. Han Sen smiled proudly and said, Shui Ji, well done. Suddenly a voice said, Mr. Han, our boss would like to see you. Han Sen looked back and asked Shen Tianzi. Inside the room, Tianzi roared. Say that again. The disciple was so scared he took a step back. Yes, he said if the boss wants to see him he should go himself. Tianzi was furious, smoke practically coming out of his orifices, and walked towards Han Sen. Fine. I'd like to see what kind of person you really are. Arriving at the sparring room in the Demon King's sanctuary, Tianzi came to the doorway, violently pushed open the door and loudly declared, I'd like to see. Which audacious fellow dares to make me come to him? After seeing him he was furious. Han Sen. Han Sen sat on a chair majestically in the dim room. The light shone down. Didn't you want to see me? His disciple watched from behind, seeing his master so afraid. My god, who exactly is that guy named Han to make someone as proud and arrogant as Shen Tianzi stand outside the door afraid to enter? His lips were pursed and he frowned, remembering Ningyu. The Ning family is not allowed to be enemies with Han Sen, and must not have any conflicts. You must also yield. He closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, why are you here? This Han Sen entered the second sanctuary in less than a year and actually has such a powerful backing. Han Sen stood up and said happily, I heard that god-blood beast souls can be acquired here, so I came to get one. Oh, by the way, can I take that four-winged thunder bird now? Tianzi turned around and ordered his disciple to give him the four-winged thunder bird. The disciple ran to get it. Yes. Han Sen turned his back to him, raised his hand and cast a spell. His hand was surrounded by purple light. Now that I've seen the four-winged thunder bird, I should be going. I'll visit again next time I'm free. After hearing this, Tianzi was stunned, not knowing what to say. A moment later, outside the military alliance training base, Annie stood outside, her expression serious. The subordinate behind her added, Sister Annie, do you want to train too? Why is Han Sen using it again? This Han Sen every day monopolizes the advanced training room. I wonder what he's doing. Annie became even angrier and turned to leave. He better actually be training. Arriving at the monitoring room, Annie put her hands on her hips and coldly ordered, tell the staff to switch the monitor to the advanced training room. The monitoring staff switched the screen to the advanced training room. Annie glared at the staff member. He was terrified. Does this base have multiple advanced training rooms? Monitoring staff, yes. Annie saw the monitor displaying sword skill practice. The screen showed Han Sen holding swords in both hands, covered in sweat. She asked, is that a dual-wielding sword technique? No, that's not right. This isn't using two swords. In the advanced training room, Han Sen began to move faster. The rhythm, the paths of these two sword techniques are different. If you only look at these two sword techniques, then they don't have anything special about them. But they are being used by the same person at the same time. In the monitoring room, she thought it's impossible for one person to perform two moves with different rhythms simultaneously. This is definitely not a dual sword technique, nor is it a combined sword technique. Moreover, each hand must complete an entire sword technique. She continued to think, aside from super beings evolved to have dual personalities, or special evolvers capable of single-handed control of sword techniques, no evolver can achieve this in the entire alliance. Those who can do it are extremely rare. She finished watching the monitor, then turned and left. The monitoring staff turned and asked Colonel Annie, do you want to keep watching? She was deep in thought, so she didn't hear him. She thought, can this really be used in actual combat? If it can, then it will be a huge nightmare for any opponent. In the advanced training room, Han Sen was training with intense concentration. There was movement outside the door. He keenly sensed who was approaching. A purple sword swiftly thrust towards him. He blocked it with the two swords in his hands. Han Sen realized it was Annie attacking him. A barrage of sword strikes followed one after another. Han Sen blocked and said, "You want to kill me? Are you insane?" Annie roared, "Nonsense, take this." Continuous slashes poured down. Han Sen quickly formed a purple blow. Han Sen only blocked without counterattacking at all. He started to get annoyed so fast. If she truly wanted to kill him, it would certainly be unstoppable. Annie furiously charged forward again, her hands. Then used different sword techniques. But it remained steady throughout. This must be from a sword technique manual. Searching for the most suitable one to counter. This means he really mastered dual-mindedness. After Annie achieved her goal, she turned and left, leaving Han Sen behind. He was already exhausted. He looked annoyed. "You just put on a show and think you can run off. You won't get off that easily." In the advanced training room, Annie coldly threw a sword at him and said, "Then I'll teach you a lesson." Han Sen quickly retreated, adopting a combat stance. Looking at Annie, he thought, "This woman's swordplay is more like the alien spirit twin birth. It can help me practice countering these fast sword techniques." Annie stared at him coldly and shouted, "Come on." She quickly gripped her longsword and charged over rapidly. Han Sen immediately crossed his two swords, preparing to block the attack. Annie saw Han Sen's movement and frowned deeply. Her face was ashen and she gritted her teeth. She thought, "This sword technique is a bit strange. When I slash at this sword, it feels empty. As if there's no force behind it. It's as if some kind of power is draining my strength." Her attack was quickly blocked by him. Annie looked at Han Sen and coldly reminded him, "Watch out for the sword on your right." He quickly parried Annie's sword, quickly switching swords. He blocked her next attack. Annie looked at the purple sword. It emitted a faint blue light, making her frown. "Han Sen, your strength should clearly be much weaker than mine. How can this sword possess such immense power?" Han Sen then parried Annie's sword, quickly leaped into the air, concentrating his strength. Looking down at Annie, he thought grimly, "My twin flying sword art is not just about two swords working together. Based on theory, it integrates the fusion of truth and falsehood, the mutual assistance of yin and yang into the swordplay. This is the true sword Tao of heaven and man unity." Annie raised her sword, readying her stance to block every attack. "An evolver like you can actually learn such an eerie sword technique. Profound and unfathomable. It's truly perplexing." Thinking of this, her face darkened and she gripped the sword in her hand tightly with a stern voice. Gritting her teeth, she roared, "Come on. This ends now in an instant." The sword blade emitted an eerie purple light and black lightning appeared. Annie coldly raised the sword in her hand. She then unleashed an attack. For a moment, he couldn't react or counterattack. He was immediately sent flying by the attack. His two swords were sent flying, deeply embedded in the wall behind. He knelt on the ground. His injured arm trembling, he gritted his teeth and looked at Annie. "This is the power gap." Annie coldly turned her face, glanced at Han Sen and sneered. Annie returned to her dormitory. She sat on the chair with a serious expression. She thought that person must want to see this. With that, she opened her communication system and sent out the video. The video of her fight with Han Sen. Annie's combat video, and Han Sen's quickly arrived before a man. Ji Ruojian remained silent, carefully watching the combat video. Dual-mindedness. Is he really a descendant of Han Jingji? He sneered, "Han Jingji, oh Han Jingji. You're already dead. Yet you still won't let people rest in peace." At this moment, a call quickly came through to Ji Ruojian. Ji Ruojian then answered the phone. Seeing his daughter's beautiful face appear on the screen, he smiled gently. "You actually have time to call your dad today. Don't you need to spend time with your little boyfriend anymore?" Ji Yanran smiled and replied, "Dad, look. In the Baishan Holy Realm, Yang Manli came before Han Sen and said those people from the Haitian Holy Realm only obey Wei Donglin. Now, the young master of the Haitian Holy Realm has also arrived. It will likely be difficult to maintain our position." They even issued tasks in the form of a security action team, specifically demanding that we be his escorts. What a clever scheme, leaving us no way to refuse. What a pity, no matter how good the scheme is. That young master also needs to have the ability to control the Haitian Holy Realm. Yang Manli chuckled softly, looking around. "This person is very dangerous. He's here." Shi Shouwen walked over from a distance, waving at Han Sen with a smile. "Brother Han." Shi Shouwen stepped forward, shook Han Sen's hand and smiled. "I've long heard of your great reputation. Please take good care of your younger brother in the future. This younger brother has just arrived at the Holy Realm. I wonder if you could bring me some mutant flesh and blood in beast souls, preferably god blood class. He chuckled softly. It's a small matter, Monli. We still have some flesh and blood in beast souls. Bring them all out for young Master Chi. To see young Monli glanced at Han Sen and replied all right. After the tasks were assigned, Han Sen turned and left. He glanced at Chi Xiuwen who was following behind him, thinking this person actually has a similar aura to Ningyu. But compared to Ningyu he's still too green. Back at the Crystal Palace, he gently stroked Xiao Yinyan's head and smiled softly. Xiao Yinin, you need to eat more to work. Later I'll carry you to the Royal Holy Realm. You must scare away all the mutant creatures there. Scare them so much that they're terrified just hearing your name. Understand? That's how we can easily enter the Spirit God Temple. No sooner had he finished speaking, suddenly, the image of Xiao Yinin scaring away the spirits appeared in his mind. The image of Xiao Yinin scaring away the spirits appeared in his mind. If even the spirits are scared away, then the soul stones we pick up won't be useless. I'm truly a genius. Ha ha ha. After some time, Han Sen had already brought Xiao Yinin to the Royal Holy Realm. Xiao Yinin was very interested in the sight before it, running and jumping everywhere. Han Sen quickly chased after it, smiling and saying, "Ha, Xiao Yinin, you're the descendant of a super god creature. Show some presence." Han Sen quickly picked up Xiao Yinin and walked into the Spirit God Temple with it. Looking at the door before him, he scowled and said in a deep voice, "It seems your super god creature isn't omnipotent after all." However, Xiao Yinin had already done very well. Xiao Yinin was now lying in his hand, grinding its teeth in anger, staring intently at the door in front of them. He smiled and reached out to stroke its head. In an instant, he soothed the anger in Xiao Yinyan's heart, making it feel a touch of comfort. At this moment, above the Spirit God Temple door, two armored figures were guarding solemnly. Those two figures quickly charged over. Upon seeing this situation, Han Sen immediately put on his golden armor. Xiao Yinin stood on his shoulder. He shouted loudly, "Let's charge together." The two figures instantly rushed over, waving cold attacks at Han Sen one after another. He tightly gripped the two swords in his hands. He swiftly blocked every attack from the two individuals. He quickly created a transparent sphere to protect himself. Looking at the unfavorable situation before him, Han Sen gritted his teeth, sweating all over. These two bizarre spirit sword techniques. Why are they getting faster and faster? And more frenzied. The figure of the woman in dark green armor swiftly charged over. Seeing her hurried action, Han Sen softly began awe. Before he could finish speaking, he had to quickly block the attack with his sword. But there was still no way to avoid it. The armor on his shoulder had been pierced by her attack, leaving a hole. Looking at the hole in his armor, Han Sen angrily gritted his teeth. Luckily, he avoided a vital spot and wasn't critically hit. One sword blocked the upper attack. The other sword blocked the lower attack. He lowered his head, thinking grimly, "This won't do. It seems I was too impatient to win. This approach against these twin bizarre spirits still needs further refinement." Schweinfei swordplay. Every attack from the two of them seemed endless, continuously striking at Han Sen. He gritted his teeth, carefully dodging every attack. He grimly observed the surrounding situation closely. He immediately realized he couldn't fight any longer. This was the moment. Thinking this, Han Sen immediately spread his wings and flew high. He coldly left a message. "I'll be back." The two watched him fly away, blinking in surprise. He ran, then returned to the Crystal Palace. Han Sen couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. Reaching up to clutch his head, Han Sen angrily said to Xiao Yinin, "You heartless Xiao Yinin. I feed you well every day. I take care of you like my own son. When you saw me get hurt, you just lay on my shoulder motionless. I really raised you for nothing." Xiao Yinin looked at him pitifully, its eyes watery. It softly chirped a few times. It quickly stuck out its tongue and licked the wound on his hand. The wound on his hand quickly healed. This slightly soothed Han Sen's mood. He was no longer so angry. Han Sen quickly hugged it. Xiao Yinin smiled and Han Sen said, "Haha, the wound is healed. All right, I won't blame the little guy anymore." After speaking, Han Sen looked at the two swords beside him with a grim gaze. "How am I supposed to master it by myself? What kind of Schweinfei swordplay is this? I don't even know how much I've improved. After all, I need to deal with the twin bizarre spirits. If I can't refine it through actual combat, by training in battles against them, then it's hard to say when I'll be able to defeat them." Han Sen turned his face, smiling gently, looking at Xiao Yinin sleeping soundly in his arms. As long as I have Xiaoyin with me, then other creatures in the sanctuary are nothing. No longer obstacles I can move in and out freely. I won't stop searching for those twin bizarre spirits for a duel. If once isn't enough, then 10 times. If 10 times isn't enough, then 100 times until I defeat them. On the ice plain, snowflakes drifted down a scene of tranquility. Xiao Yinying stood on his shoulder and softly chirped. Seeing Xiao Yinying's anxious expression, he reached out and gently stroked its head. Gently comforting it, he said, "Don't be nervous." His gaze looked into the distance. He spoke, "Friend, come for a meeting." From the falling snowflakes, Xuan Niqiang walked over grimly. As soon as he saw him, Han Sen asked, "You are?" He said grimly, "Xuan Miang's brother." Xuan Niqiang. Xuan Niqiang's face was grim and he immediately charged over, waving his hand to attack him. Han Sen immediately, agilely dodged Xuan Niqiang's attack. He gritted his teeth and said so fast he couldn't even see his movement trajectory. He quickly drew his sword. He said to Xuan Niqiang with a cold face, "You and I have no grudge or enmity." "What do you mean by this?" He gave no cold reply. This made Han Sen even more displeased. He blocked attacks while retreating, saying, "People draw swords for mere disagreements. And you try to kill without a single word. Are all you Shui family members insane?" Shui Yekwang wildly swung his fist, saying coldly, "I don't need a reason to kill. I kill if I want to." Han Sen struggled to block every attack. Hearing Shui Yekwang's words, he gnashed his teeth and thought, what a freak. After a while he stopped and looked at Han Sen. He let out a cold laugh, saying, "You actually have some skill to be able to block my blizzard fist art." "My blizzard fist art?" A mocking smile played on his lips. "It seems you're worthy of me using the Shui family's ice skin jade bone technique." The Shui family's ice skin jade bone technique. Next, Shui Yekwang concentrated his power to envelop his body. Han Sen immediately said, "The ice skin jade bone technique is nothing special." Though he said this aloud, he thought to himself, the Shui family's perfected ice skin jade bone technique is indeed different from mine. Why doesn't my ice skin jade bone technique have such a chilling aura? Shui Yekwang heard Han Sen's arrogant words, gave a cold laugh, and immediately cast magic flying high into the sky. Few in this world can, at the evolutionary stage, successfully unlock genes. You are very lucky today to die by my first ever activated ice skin jade bone technique. This is your good fortune. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung an icy fist at Han Sen. Han Sen quickly drew his sword to block, but he still couldn't match Shui Yekwang's speed. Too fast, no time. No time to dodge at all. Watching the sword's blade gradually freeze, Han Sen uncomfortably gritted his teeth. The frost had already spread to the hilt of the Shinrui beast sword, and was continuously expanding. The cold spread to his hand, making him instinctively throw the sword to the ground. He quickly retreated, feeling a chill. He looked at his frozen fingertips, feeling panicked. His fingers no longer felt like his own. The blood in his body felt like it was congealing. Without thinking further, he immediately used the ice skin jade bone technique to heal. His body, a green light enveloped him. Finally he felt a little better, and his body could move again. Shui Yekwang saw this, gave a cold laugh, a corner of his mouth curving upward, and quickly charged forward to attack him. "How to be hit by my freezing power, and your fingers aren't crippled? You are indeed not simple." Seeing this, Han Sen quickly concentrated his power. A gentle figure swiftly appeared behind him. He gritted his teeth and looked at Shui Yekwang. After merging with the snow woman, energy continuously surged within him, and the speed of his legs could also burst forth, perhaps allowing him to dodge him. Shui Yekwang's speed was too fast, making it difficult for him to dodge the attacks too fast. After merging with the snow woman, he could almost dodge his fists. He is indeed very strong. I wonder how many times stronger he is than his younger brother. On the ice plain amidst the thick snow curtain, Shui Yekwang rapidly chased Han Sen. Han Sen, while evading Shui Yekwang's pursuit, thought to himself, Shui Yekwang has only just reached the first stage of the ice skin jade bone technique. I've also reached the first stage. I've also reached the first stage. How can he unlock his first gene and release such freezing power? But I can't. Shui Yekwang concentrated all his strength and coldly warned, "Stop running, come and die." Han Sen heard this and said coldly, "This stolen technique is indeed unreliable. Both are at the first stage of the ice skin jade bone technique, yet the difference is so vast. So what exactly went wrong?" Xuan Yekwang sneered. He concentrated his power, causing his eyes to emit a cold red glow. "Let me show you this move of mine." Han Sen saw Xuan Yekwang concentrating his power. and felt a little flustered. Ah, what's so fast? Xue Miquang's attack had already been unleashed, causing Han Sen's body to gradually freeze. But this thick layer of ice gradually melted and integrated into his body. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in a panic. My body. Why does it feel like there's an extra chill? It's circulating along with the ice muscle jade bone art. His previous attack actually had no effect on me. What's going on? He quickly sped up. Can I absorb Xue Miquang's cold energy? Furious, Xue Miquang accelerated even more, chasing after him. With every step he took, the ice surface vibrated violently. He ran and thought, the cold energy from Xue Miquang's body doesn't feel as cold anymore. Thinking this, Han Sen gritted his teeth and stopped. Clad in his blood scale armor, he gritted his teeth and glanced at Xue Miquang. The amount absorbed this way is too little. I might as well turn around. He then launched an attack. Han Sen's fist collided swiftly with Xue Miquang's fist. This is bad. The freezing power is too strong. The ice muscle jade bone art can't immediately melt it in an instant. A thick layer of ice enveloped his entire body. The power was so immense that it even shattered Han Sen's blood scale armor. His entire bloodstream felt frozen, rendering him immobile. The blood scale armor is completely useless. I should just cancel it. He used all his strength to resist Xue Miquang's cold energy. Madness. Xue Miquang's face darkened with satisfaction as he sneered. Die. Just as his entire body was gradually freezing into a thick layer of ice, Xiao Yinin suddenly leaped from his shoulder. This startled him. Xiao Yinin. Xiao Yinin's body emitted a powerful electric current. It swiftly rushed forward and lightly touched the fist Xue Miquang had thrown. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by a powerful electric current. His whole body trembled uncontrollably from the electric shock. Xiao Yinin stood coldly on the snowy ground, watching him and letting out a cold snort. Xiao Yinin's actions made him, who was standing behind, greatly astonished. This Xue Miquang, zapped by the electricity, turned pale and gritted his teeth, looking at Xiao Yinin. Xiao Yinin had no intention of letting Xue Miquang go, so it swiftly rushed forward, emitting a powerful electric current from its entire body. Soon Xue Miquang's entire body was enveloped by that electric current, making him howl in pain. Seeing this, Han Sen couldn't help but be horrified. This suppression ability is truly terrifying. In front of Xiao Yinin, Xue Miquang had no power to fight back at all. If this continues, he might be electrocuted to death. Too strong. A super god creature. As expected of a super god creature. Just a mere infant, yet so terrifying. Xiao Yinin then swiftly rushed forward, and with another move, it made Xue Miquang unable to fight back, and fall heavily to the ground, letting out painful groans. Xue Miquang lay powerlessly on the ground, gritting his teeth angrily and saying, "Impossible. It's impossible. I am an evolver. I've already unlocked the first gene lock." His gaze shifted to Xiao Yinin. Xue Miquang gritted his teeth in defiance and said, "You're just a little fox." Not letting Xue Miquang finish his sentence, Xiao Yinin once again concentrated its power, and directly struck him, making him scream in pain before he could even turn around. Han Sen stood afar watching the scene and stuttering in awe. How could Xue Miquang just die like that? Little Silver immediately rushed to Han Sen's side. It whimpered softly. He looked at it and whispered, "You're incredible." No sooner had he spoken, he suddenly collapsed to his knees, struggling to speak. His blood had already frozen. If it couldn't thaw quickly, then even an evolver's body would be unable to resist. It looked at him with concern, letting out a few soft cries. Seeing its worry, he chuckled softly, gently reaching out to pat its head. "It's all right. You don't need to worry about me. They'll try running the ice muscle jade bone art to see how it goes." With that, he began to mobilize the power within his body. Little Silver diligently stood guard beside him, protecting him. The abundant power within his body was trying to heal his internal injuries by using the cold energy, fully integrating with the cells inside his body. Perhaps he could unlock the first gene lock. Suddenly he was startled, opening his eyes in surprise. The ice muscle jade bone art has been interrupted. He muttered to himself with a gloomy expression. The Donxian Sutra automatically interrupted the ice muscle jade bone art's operation. Do these two energies conflict with each other? At this moment, Little Silver came over again and buried its head against him. He suddenly became fierce and irritable, and violently pushed Little Silver away. "Go away, don't bother me." Han Sen was suddenly startled, looking at his trembling hands, and frowned. What's going on? What did I do? How could I be so rough with Little Silver? He quickly found a mirror and looking at himself in the mirror he was greatly shocked. What is this all about? In the mirror half of his face had at some point turned into Shue Miquang's smug face. Seeing this he cried out in horror. How did I become like someone from the Shue family? Is it that way? Does this ice muscle jade bone art change people's personalities? He was enraged and quickly focused a powerful force within his body. Dongxian Sutra. The Dongxian Sutra automatically interrupted. It must be for this reason. Quickly use it to clear the cold energy. A day later the sun gradually showed its head. Han Sen was now covered by a thick layer of snow. Little Silver beside him had obediently fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, at this moment two figures approached from a distance. Seeing Little Silver next to Han Sen they couldn't help but exclaim with joy. The little fox on the ice plane is so beautiful. As soon as Little Silver saw the two strangers, it immediately stood up wary. At this point the two people came closer, and seeing Han Sen currently covered in snow, they were surprised. What a huge snowman, did it build it? The person next to them immediately spoke up to warn. This fox is a bit strange. It might be trying to lure us over. Be careful. The man coldly, tightly gripped the sword in his hand, and cautiously approached Han Sen step by step. Why isn't he moving? He's not dead, is he? As the sword slowly came down, Han Sen, who had been silent all this time now, reached out his hand and blocked the sword. A slight force caused the sword tip to break. The girl next to him, seeing this scene, screamed in fright. It moved, the snowman moved. But just as they regained their composure, when they looked again they no longer saw Han Sen and Little Silver. What just ran past us? Could it be a fox spirit? The man next to her immediately retorted, what fox spirit? It was clearly a human-shaped alien creature. At this moment in the Baishan sacred ground Han Sen had returned. He cautiously took out a mirror, looking at himself in the mirror, and pondered after activating the ice muscle jade bone art. Although it sharpens thoughts and perception, the entire brain feels frozen, and seems unable to feel emotions. Looking at Shue Miquang's face in the mirror, he said in annoyance, are people from the Shue family all this irritable in personality? Does the ice muscle jade bone art? They have issues with their cultivation. Just then Shi Shuan walked over from a distance smiling. Big brother Han, do you have time to teach me how to command? Han Sen heard this and replied gloomily, young Master Chi, I have a major issue to deal with recently. No time. Shi Shuan looked at him in surprise and asked, what is it? He stroked his chin and said gloomily, to unite the elite and Fei factions, to take control of the royal sanctuary. Shi Shuan heard this and smiled. As expected, Big Brother Han is a man of great ambition. Your humble brother is willing to contribute. The matter of uniting the elite and Fei factions, leave it to me. Hearing this his face lit up and he replied with a laugh. Aha, if young Master Chi is willing to make a move, then this matter will be easy. Much easier. Back in the 3D training room, Han Sen stretched lazily and said excitedly, it's been a long time since I'd been on the official battle platform. I'll take it easy this time just for training. Just match me with anyone. Looking at the words before him he was a bit surprised. Warrior. On the road Tang Jinliu was walking through the crowd. Suddenly his phone buzzed with a notification. Sender rolled by. God Bei has appeared on the battle platform. Official version. Tang Jinliu was greatly surprised to see this notification. At this moment in the 3D training room, a figure frantically knocked on the door in front of them, shouting loudly, you've been in there for 3 minutes, it's time to come out. Let me see, I want to see God Bei. The person desperately knocked on the door feeling despair. Is there really no machine that will let me watch God Bei? At this moment, inside the arena cheers rose and fell. God Bei, God Bei. God Bei walked out step by step. Looking at the lively scene before him he fell into thought. I thought that after being in seclusion for so long, I could fight in peace and quiet. It's really not easy to be an ordinary person. His opponent was a masked youth. Watching him walk out he said coldly, God Bei, although I really like your style of fighting, but I won't hold back. I will go all out to defeat you, to show my respect for you. He gave a faint smile and said that's good then, but in his heart he thought, what kind of opening line is that? It's too generic. After speaking the masked guy quickly rushed forward to attack him. Take this punch. He quickly retreated giving a faint smile. Your little punches are quite well practiced. Hearing what he said the opponent gave a faint smile. Ha, I didn't expect God Bei to fall for that. I'm not practicing little punches. Suddenly he leaped high into the air, surrounded by a series of different fists. Seeing this scene he was surprised. Mecha fists. He struggled to block every blow. He rushed over quickly, constantly throwing punches, looking at him mockingly. That's right, transforming the body into a machine. Able to unleash the full performance of this machine. Any part of the body can be used for combat. This is Mecha Fists. Attacked, he quickly retreated in a hurry. This guy's ID is so showy. I thought it was just some basic martial arts. With wide sweeping movements. I didn't expect it to be the intricate and bizarre Mecha Fists. At this moment Tang Jinliu sat high above watching the scene unfold. He said grimly, this warrior can actually reach such a level. To actually push God Bei to this extent. Lu Feng, who was beside him, chimed in softly. The evolver who previously cooperated with the warrior. Got third place in the shooting competition. His Mecha Fist skill is also very good. He's a close combat expert. Tang Jinliu turned his head in surprise to look at Lu Feng. Is he really that strong? Lu Feng looked gloomily at the person below. He said softly, let's just say if he gets close, it will indeed be a bit troublesome. Watching the warrior gain the upper hand. Tang Jinliu mused. Even you say so? That if he gets close it'll be troublesome. Then he must be truly formidable. God Bei shouldn't just keep dodging, right? He continued to attack by swinging his fists like this. At some point he suddenly realized, oh no. The mysterious masked man was very surprised. He seemed to have realized something. Why is this happening? He was clearly still dodging. Why was he instead being pushed into a corner? At this moment a figure from above shouted, that's right. Indeed, the sky-shifting art. The people around looked at each other whispering. This method of movement is very similar to the Queen's sky-shifting art. Evolver. In this martial arts academy. Only the Queen herself. He absolutely couldn't be from the God of War Martial Arts Academy. Who exactly is this God Bei? He didn't come here to badmouth us. To talk about our God of War Martial Arts Academy. He fiercely punched at Han Sen. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it. The space he could move in was getting smaller and smaller. His limbs were restrained, there was absolutely nothing he could do. He was visibly losing ground. Before he knew it, Han Sen had already rushed in front of him. Looking at the cold smirk on Han Sen's lips. He was so angry he gritted his teeth. No, if he continued to be attacked here. From his current position it would only take one hit. Before he could think of a solution, Han Sen quickly charged forward, and delivered a heavy blow to him. The man quickly retreated, oh no. Soon he was sent flying into the air. The audience seats immediately became lively again. God Bei, God Bei. God Bei, God Bei is simply on another level. The referee's voice rang out, informing everyone. The match is over. Then God Bei started matching for another game. Seize the opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quickly seized the opportunity to open their screens. Go quickly, maybe you can match with him. Match quickly. Yi Dongmu, dressed in black, his face stared at the screen in front of him, pondering, match with me. You must match with me, you absolutely must match with me. In the training equipment room. 3D. Han Sen looked at the situation before him and couldn't help but feel surprised. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? On the high platform, Tang Jinliu leaned back in his chair. He smiled faintly. It's a small world for enemies, isn't it? So many people were scrambling to match. Yet he matched with Yi Dongmu. As soon as those women saw Yi Dongmu appear, they started whispering excitedly and showered him with praise. He actually didn't use the facial blurring system. Why blur your face when you're so handsome, Yi Dongmu? My prince, you will surely succeed in your revenge. Conversely, in contrast to the girls' enthusiastic cheers, the boys on this side were impatiently cursing. What's the use of being handsome? Strength is what truly matters. That day God Bei killed Yi Dongmu with just one strike. It'll probably end with one strike today too. A real man should be like God Bei. This coattail riding guy E. God Bei. For a moment he didn't see the female students surrounding him. He felt very surprised. What happened? How come all the beauties are gone? He glanced over and saw that they had already shifted their attention to Yi Dongmu. This made God Bei couldn't help but feel angry. Damn it, that coattail riding guy is dead meat this time. Fong Mingquan. Looking at the newly established match interface on the screen, smiling excitedly. He said, youngsters, take a look at that duel from back then. Now he is one of the evolvers. But that classic showdown will never be forgotten. Although I am a loyal fan of God Bei. But I hope this time Yi Dongmu won't be as miserable as last time. Suddenly at this moment in the comment section, a striking comment appeared. Brother Quan, aren't you a loyal fan of God Bei? How come you're speaking up for Yi Dongmu? Fong Mingquan read this comment. He gave an awkward laugh. He said, well, mainly because Yi Dongmu has too many female fans. I'm afraid of incurring public wrath. He won't be able to find a wife later. No sooner had he finished speaking, He quickly drew everyone's attention back to the duel about to begin. The duel began on the arena at this moment. Bei Chen and Yi Dongmu both exuded two streams of distinct and powerful forces. Fong Mingquan then spoke, saying, although neither of them has made a move yet, there's still a sense of tension, as if a storm is brewing, leaving everyone breathless. Yi Dongmu coldly looked at Bei Chen. If you win, tell me who you are. Bei Chen scoffed in response, all right. But if I win, I have a condition too. Fong Mingquan watched their exchange and asked. Faced with Yi Dongmu's demand, what condition did Bei Chen propose? Without hesitation, he looked seriously at Yi Dongmu and said, if you lose, then this will be our last match. Bei Chen sneered inwardly. Yi Dongmu, oh Yi Dongmu, I know your every move, but you have no idea who I am. Yi Dongmu agreed without a second thought. Tang Jinliu, hearing this from above, frowned and said, Yi Dongmu agreed too rashly, didn't he? Lu Feng next to him said. Even if Yi Dongmu didn't want to agree, he couldn't refuse. Tang Jinliu, hearing this, raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked why. Lu Feng explained grimly. Yi Dongmu practices the art of assassination. Success or death, there can be absolutely no wavering whatsoever. If he doesn't agree, he will waver. And once he wavers, his assassination technique will be broken. He looked at Yi Dongmu, who was exuding a cold purple aura from his entire body. Lu Feng continued grimly. So Yi Dongmu must agree. Only by agreeing can he fight with his life on the line and unleash his full power. For this gene by battle. Before the intense confrontation began, Fong Mingquan turned to the person beside him and said, today we are honored to have Mr. Long, an evolutionist over 100 years old, to comment on this match. Mr. Long, what are your thoughts on this contest? Mr. Long smiled, and in response to Fong Mingquan's question, cleverly replied, I've studied gene-based information on the official platform, but honestly, I haven't researched Yi Dongmu much. At this moment on the arena, Yi Dongmu and Bei Chen both looked at each other seriously. A slight movement from one of them greatly surprised Mr. Long. Sheshingsing Fong Mingquan, sitting nearby, looked at Mr. Long in surprise. I Fong am unlearned, what is Sheshingsing? Mr. Long grimly explained. This method involves merging one's body with heaven and earth. With each step taken, one's aura grows stronger and power becomes mightier accordingly. If one can take 100 steps, then no opponent of equal strength and level can match them. At this moment, as the two stood in confrontation, the space suddenly became extremely stifling. At this moment, Yi Dongmu slowly walked forward step by step, making the surrounding audience incredibly tense. How many steps do you think Yi Dongmu can take? They quickly began to count Yi Dongmu's every step with anticipation. 1089 2310. Yi Dongmu slowly walked towards Bei Chen step by step. With each step, he would emit a cold purple aura, and that aura grew increasingly powerful. Fong Mingquan then spoke. If Bei Chen doesn't attack first, then Yi Dongmu will only need about 50 steps to stand before Bei Chen. Mr. Long, what are your thoughts? Mr. Long grimly said. It's like the ancient art of war. Strike the drum once for morale, twice for decline, thrice for exhaustion. Among the Sheshingsing masters I've seen, the strongest could only take 100 steps. Continue further and their aura will weaken. Watching Yi Dongmu draw closer, Bei Chen made a slight movement, quietly retreating. Seeing Bei Chen's action, the audience began to buzz with discussion. He moved, Bei Chen moved, no, that's not right. Why is Bei Chen retreating? Seeing his strange actions, everyone couldn't help but feel confused. Meanwhile, Mr. Long was once again stroking his long beard enthusiastically. Fong Mingquan turned his face in surprise to look at him. Mr. Long thought Bei Chen's retreat was a good thing. Mr. Long gave a grim smile. He said Yi Dongmu had already taken 53 steps, accumulating a very powerful force. Facing him directly at this moment would be an unwise choice, but his act of retreating makes anything possible. Just like that, one advanced, one retreated, and they traversed the entire arena. Yi Dongmu's steps gradually increased. 60, 78, 100. Looking at the scene before him, Mr. Long immediately spoke. When Yi Dongmu's momentum weakens, that will be Bei Chen's time to counterattack. His steps, Yi Dongmu's, gradually reached incredible numbers. 91,100,110. Witnessing this scene, Fong Mingquan's eyes widened in astonishment. After passing 100 steps, his momentum, Yi Dongmu's, did not decrease but instead grew stronger. Mr. Long next to him stroked his beard with a grim face. Amazing, truly amazing. 120-step self-sacrifice walk. At this age, with this level of cultivation, Yi Dongmu's talent is unimaginable. Watching Yi Dongmu's agile figure, His whole being gradually exuded the might of a giant dragon. Fierce Mr. Long couldn't help but exclaim. 150 steps. I've never seen such a genius in my life. At this moment Fong Mingquan suddenly noticed him. And said Beichen isn't retreating but waiting. Waiting for Yidongmu to take his strongest step. Waiting for a peak strike. Yidongmu charged over ruthlessly. Wielding his black blade, a low voice echoed. Kill Tang Jinliu and Lu Fong at the peak. He frowned, cautiously observing the tense situation below. Fong Mingquan and Mr. Long on this side were equally nervous. Mr. Long suddenly stood up abruptly and shouted. Wind rising / watching the blade swiftly approach him. He smirked coldly. Then he quickly concentrated the power within his body. Just as the blade swiftly rushed before him, he quickly used both hands to firmly grip the sharp blade. Without a single unnecessary movement, he swiftly blocked Yidongma's attack. This shocked everyone watching the match. What Yidongma's self-sacrifice walk failed Beichen actually blocked it with his bare hands. The blade in his hand. He pulled it from Yidongma's grasp. Yidongmu hastily let go of the blade, looking at him in surprise. He calmly picked up the blade and held it up before Yidongma's dark face. He said, I accept the will of this blade. People in the audience discussed animatedly as they watched the scene. What a pity for Yidongmu. Beichen has already taken Yidongma's beast soul. Yidongmu truly lived up to his reputation as the first blade. It's just a shame he met Beichen. Mr. Long looked at Yidongmu and couldn't help but feel regret. He sighed, Yidongmu, what a pity. His body rapidly dissipated. Just as Yidongmu struggled to take back the blade, before he completely vanished, he softly spoke. In this life and this world only one blade remains between heaven and earth. Yidongmu regretfully watched his body dissipate. Unable to control his emotions, 2 lines of hot tears welled up in his eyes. It truly failed. In the silent dark night at the office desk, a man sat solemnly in front of a computer screen. Deep in thought, suddenly his fingers rapidly typed on the keyboard. King of Assassins. Forever dedicated to Yidongmu, King of Assassins. In my heart. Only this scene can truly stir people's emotions. For 100 years I've seen heartless people. Between heaven and earth only one blade remains. In this life and the next it will never end. On the ice plane. A small figure. But could easily end the life of a giant monster. Making it fall painfully onto the white snow. Without even a chance to let out a cry. Yidongmu stood indifferently on the monster's corpse, looking around. This was the second sanctuary he had set foot in. Han Sen was standing behind him at this moment. Yidongmu looked up at that gloomy back. This is already the 18th alien creature you've killed today. Anger is anger. But don't take it out on alien creatures for everything. He thought to himself. If I'd known you were so resentful, should I have just let you win? Yidongmu stood up indifferently and spoke. I want to hunt the red scale dragon, are you coming? Han Sen was startled by this. Didn't you say the red scale dragon was very dangerous? Yidongmu pulled up his hood and walked away indifferently. Precisely because it's dangerous. Han Sen also quickly pulled up his hood and put it on. Then followed. All right. Since I know it's dangerous, I can't let you go alone. On the snowy mountain, the figure of a giant red scale dragon was soundly asleep in the cold snow. Han Sen and Yidongmu huddled beside nearby rocks, cautiously observing their surroundings. Yidongmu spoke softly. Its power and speed are very great. Even a god blood weapon cannot pierce its scales. I've been here twice and returned empty-handed. No sooner had he spoken than he rushed out, catching Han Sen off guard, who exclaimed, Hey! What are you doing? Bro, you're an assassin. Can you really just charge in like that? Yidongmu didn't pay much attention to Han Sen's words. In a few steps he was beside the red scale dragon. Waking it up. It half opened its golden eyes, glaring at Yidongmu, and angrily swung its tail at him, but he quickly leaped high, dodging the attack. Han Sen immediately rushed out to attract its attention. The red scale dragon instantly charged, swinging its claws at Han Sen. Seizing this opportunity, Yidongmu ran along its side. He gripped the blade in his hand, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. You draw its attention. Han Sen struggled to block the giant dragon's massive claw, gnashing his teeth angrily as he looked at Yidongmu. Damn it, you're unbelievable. Weren't you supposed to draw its attention? No sooner had he spoken than he turned his head and met the fierce gaze of the red scale dragon. Holy crap, its eyes are huge. Its hot, humid breath sprayed on him, making him uncomfortable. He hurriedly swung his sword at its. I take this. It closed them. The red scale dragon quickly chased after Han Sen. Han Sen ran amidst the swirling snow, shouting Yi Dongmu. You brat, hurry up and make your move. Yi Dongmu quickly gripped his long blade, leaped high, and prepared for an inevitable strike. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Dongmu plunged his blade deep into its head. The strike made it struggle and howl in pain. This sudden action made Yi Dongmu stumble backward. Seeing the maddened red scale dragon, Han Sen shouted, "Holy crap, run!" He turned around, run. Yi Dongmu followed behind, saying softly. And just like that, we're running. The two desperately ran into a valley. The red scale dragon still chased closely behind. The vibrations caused by the red scale dragon's movement instantly made the mountain shake violently. The thick snow on top gradually showed signs of sliding down. Seeing this sight, Han Sen and Yi Dongmu were both astonished. Worriedly they both shouted in unison, avalanche. No sooner had they spoken, the thick snow fell, burying the entire valley. From within the thick snow, two hands slowly emerged. He asked softly, "Did you clear it away?" Yi Dongmu beside him softly replied, "Cleared it away." The two quickly freed themselves from the thick snow cover. Han Sen sat on the snow. Han Sen reached out and lightly brushed the snowflakes from his hair, saying, "Finally got rid of this thing. I'm exhausted." Yi Dongmu looked at him seriously. "You want to attack the royal sanctuary?" Han Sen turned his head to him coldly and asked, "Coming with me?" He said nothing, turned and left, but not before leaving a warning. "Be careful of Qi Xiuwen." Hearing this, Han Sen fell into deep thought. But just then, a strange sensation spread through his arm. Something seems to be moving in the snow, brushing away the snow. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "A turtle." The scene switched to a snowy mountain. Han Sen hid behind a rock, observing the mutated turtle. He thought a turtle. He cautiously sat down for a better view, wondering, what else is inside? The turtle's eyes glowed blue as it looked down at something. Suddenly, from beneath the hole, several small turtles crawled out along the opening. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, "Holy shit! These little turtles aren't from that big one, are they?" The mother turtle led her children out. Seeing this, Han Sen said, "1, 2, 3. A creature that can take care of its children so well is definitely not simple." And it had 8 at once. Han Sen observed from behind, his gaze following them as he said, "What level of creatures are these guys?" The mother turtle led her children to a place with food. They were eating red mushrooms, while the little turtles were eating. The mother turtle vigilantly watched her surroundings. Han Sen continued, such a scene of these creatures eating and drinking with their children. It's a pity Professor Sun couldn't see it." Suddenly, the shadow of a huge creature flew over his head. Han Sen immediately looked back warily. A giant yellow bird was rapidly approaching. The mother turtle saw the unfamiliar intruder and cautiously observed it. Han Sen said, "At that speed it must be a god-blood creature. Is it here to prey on those turtles?" The bird flapped its wings, making a whooshing sound. As the bird prepared to dive down, the mother turtle used energy to attack the bird. Han Sen was surprised to see this scene and exclaimed, "Holy shit, what kind of skill is that? Turning a monster bird into ice." That huge bird was immediately frozen and fell in the distance. The turtle group continued to eat the red mushrooms under the ice. Suddenly Han Sen cried out in surprise, "Super god creature! This speed, this ability! It's definitely a super god creature." After the little turtles ate the red mushrooms, their entire bodies gradually turned red. Witnessing such a sight, he couldn't help but be amazed, and loudly said, "And it's with 8 super god creature babies." The mother turtle and all the little turtles' bodies all turned red. The mother turtle used its foot to push snow over, covering the remaining mushrooms. Han Sen saw this and thought it's hiding food. Seeing that the turtle group had gone far, he stood up and walked out, thinking, "Good thing I used the fetal breath art to hide myself. Otherwise I definitely would have been discovered by these 9 super god creatures. In that case I definitely wouldn't have made it back alive." Han Sen walked to the spot where the turtle group had been eating. He pushed aside the snow pile, revealing several red mushrooms. Looking at the mushrooms on the ground, he thought, what were they eating? He picked up a mushroom to examine it and pondered. It looks a lot like a normal mushroom, and not really like a poisonous one either. After observing carefully, he picked a few mushrooms and took them. He rode his divine beast and quickly left, saying, "It's best not to casually eat things from the sanctuary. Better to take them back and have an expert look at them first." In the virtual space, Han Sen handed the mushrooms to Sun Minghua for examination. He looked at the mushrooms and said, "From what you've told me, these red mushrooms must be very potent." Han Sen stood behind him and replied, "Does that benefit humans?" Sun Minghua, wearing glasses, was behind him. "It's those rare plants," he said seriously indeed in the sanctuary. The third layer. There are indeed plants that can enhance genes. But currently humans have no way to distinguish which plants are beneficial to people, which plants are harmful to people. Han Sen looked at him and said, if humans can't distinguish, then how do they know plants can enhance? Jin's son Manhwa reached up to adjust his glasses and said, you'll understand once you go to the third sanctuary. Han Sen looked at him and voiced his doubts. I've always found it strange. Transcenders among humans. There are also hundreds of thousands of them. But regarding the third sanctuary, the transcenders all remain silent. The Alliance also claims that almost no information can be found. Sun Minghua reached towards the mushroom then continued. This red mushroom might have the effect of nourishing the body, but that's just a guess. You can try eating a small amount. If you feel anything unusual after eating it, immediately get your stomach pumped. Han Sen said. Sun Minghua stood in front of the keyboard and said, you'd better prepare some emergency medicine beforehand. In case of an accident. Han Sen hesitated. He crossed his arms and said, let me think about it again. Sun Minghua glanced at him then continued. It's a pity I don't have anyone here who can be on the ice plane. Otherwise I could find someone else to test it. Han Sen put his hand on his chin as if he had discovered something. He said happily, oh right, that kid Zhou Ting has the 10,000 fragrance poison body. He usually eats poisons. Even if this thing is poisonous, it won't have any effect on him. Let him try it at the goddess sanctuary. Zhou Ting said. Old Han, just say what you need. Given our relationship we can skip the whole inviting to dinner thing. The two sat by the dining table. Han Sen poured wine and said, what afraid ill poison you? Zhou Ting replied. How could that be? I have the 10,000 fragrance poison body. I'm immune to all poisons. You wouldn't be that stupid, would you? Han Sen poured wine for Zhou Ting, laughing. Haha, just kidding. Actually I do have something. I want to ask for your help. I found a mushroom on the snowy mountain. I want you to help me test if it's poisonous. I know you have the 10,000 fragrance poison body. This is what you fear the least. Zhou Ting picked up some food, chewed it and said, you know these are tough times. I, your big brother, come from a poor background. No money in my pocket, it's very difficult. Before he could finish, Han Sen interjected 10,000 yuan. Zhou Ting seemed dissatisfied with the amount Han Sen offered. For something so dangerous you're only giving me 10,000 yuan. Suddenly Han Sen yelled like a bolt from the blue, it's over. Zhou Ting was stunned and asked, what's over? Han Sen pointed at the food on the plate and said, I didn't even have time to warn you. You already ate it just now. Zhou Ting reached up and clutched his chest. His face turned red, sweat beaded, and he made aha sounds. Han Sen stood up and continued. How is it? Has the poison taken effect? Don't panic, don't panic. I have medicine here, quickly take some. After that it'll immediately take you to get your stomach pumped. Suddenly Zhou Ting grabbed Han Sen's collar. He let out an astonished ah. Zhou Ting's face was beet red. His hands were still tightly gripping the other's collar. Han Sen was startled and shouted, Brother Zhou, don't look at me like that. I thought you had the 10,000 fragrance poison body. You'd definitely be able to handle this little bit of poison. I didn't expect. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Ting forcibly tore Han Sen's clothes, revealing his firm muscles. Han Sen cried out in surprise, what do you want to do? Zhou Ting's entire body was as if he had been drugged. Han Sen turned in fright, running and saying, is the red mushroom an aphrodisiac? Saliva drooled from Zhou Ting's mouth as he chased after him. Zhou Ting said, he don't run. Han Sen anxiously continued, Brother Zhou, just hold on. I'll go find a girl for you right now. At the goddess sanctuary, Han Sen came back with a heavy-set woman. Brother Zhou, don't fret. I've already found someone to help you. The woman also asked, young man, who needs me? At this moment Zhou Ting was curled up in a corner trembling. Toilet paper was piled up next to him. Han Sen said helplessly, that's toilet paper. Brother Zhou, do you still need a woman? Zhou Ting sat in the corner trembling and unable to speak. Han Sen, you. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Ting's rage erupted. I'll kill you, Han Sen. Damn it, are you even human? You actually gave me an aphrodisiac. Han Sen. It took 10 minutes to calm Zhou Ting's rage. He reached out demanding compensation. Handed over not a single penny less. Do you know how hard I worked just now? Han Sen picked up the money on the table and asked. You want money, fine. But at least tell me, what exactly does this stuff do? Zhou Ting answered perfunctorily, what else could it be for besides enhancing virility? I'll take this money. This is what I deserve. Seeing Zhou Ting reach out, Han Sen immediately changed his mind. If that's all it is, you can't just take this money so easily. Zhou Ting tried to snatch it back, yelling, Han Sen, you. Helpless Zhou Ting had no choice but to explain in more detail. Alright, this stuff is very potent and it's excellent for strengthening the kidneys. Now my kidneys still feel warm and am full of energy. I've used it for so long without the slightest fatigue. And the 10,000 yuan you gave me is far too little. Han Sen said you think 10,000 is too little. Then take 20,000 for the experiment. Since I'm so kind, I'll give you another 30,000 for nutrition. Zhou Ting took Han Sen's money, speaking with disdain. Who the hell wants your tens of thousands of yuan? But in his heart he was overjoyed, secretly chuckling. I've earned tens of thousands more. Scene transition at the Black God Peak Holy Land. Han Sen took out a red object. Good stuff, it really is good stuff. With this treasure perhaps my precious jade primal yang art can make great progress. If I just consume this small amount relying on the precious jade primal yang art, I might be able to digest its vital essence. Never mind, I'll try it first soon. Han Sen felt his whole body burning, making him want to tear off his clothes. It really works, the precious jade primal yang art can digest it. But just then a woman's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Han Sen was concentrating on his cultivation but was disturbed, so he was a bit annoyed. What's that sound? Someone's here, damn it, why now of all times? A woman with long beautiful legs and a fiery figure slowly walked in. Are you alright? Why don't you answer when I call? Han Sen struggled to suppress his desire. Could it be Yang Monli? Damn it, Yang Monli, oh Yang Monli? Usually you're so strict, how dare you barge into your son's room today? Get out, I only sleep with girls I like. Get out, Yang Monli, get lost. Don't blame me if something happens. Soon the woman approached step by step and stood before him. Han Sen dared not make a sound nor open his eyes, because he was afraid that if he opened them to look he would lose control and be unable to control his body. But the woman's body exuded a fresh scent. He couldn't help but think to himself, damn, she smells so good. Han Sen gritted his teeth and endured. But a trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Oh no, I'm distracted, something's going to happen. The queen saw that something seemed off. She was startled and stood up. Spitting blood, is something wrong with his cultivation? Is it because I suddenly interrupted him? Seeing blood suddenly stream from Han Sen's mouth, she immediately placed her hands on both sides of his temples. Do you want me to check on you? I'll take a look. But with just that small gesture, Han Sen, who was consumed by desire, felt an uncontrollable surge of heat rush through his entire body due to the woman's proximity, making him want to pull her into his embrace. He violently grabbed her wrist, his eyes tightly shut, his face flushed. The woman was startled by his sudden move and tried to pull her hand back. Han Sen, you, she exclaimed, not understanding what was happening. Go away, get away from me, Han Sen growled, his voice hoarse. What's wrong with you? Have you gone berserk from cultivation? The woman struggled but found his grip surprisingly strong. An ominous premonition swelled in her heart. I told you to leave. Han Sen suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils blood-red. The woman was frightened by his gaze, her body stiffened, unable to move. The aura around him grew increasingly violent, the air in the room seemed to congeal. The woman knew she couldn't hesitate any longer, she had to find a way to save him. She extended her other hand, gathering her true chi, ready to strike his acupuncture points. However, Han Sen was faster than her. He abruptly pulled her into his embrace, his hot body pressed tightly against hers. What are you doing? The woman cried out in alarm. Han Sen's lips pressed against her neck, sucking wildly. The woman felt a jolt of numbness and her body instantly went limp. She had never experienced such fierce and direct contact. Han Sen's actions were filled with primal desire, making her heart pound faster. Her reason told her to resist, but her body betrayed her. Stop it, she shouted with her last ounce of strength. However, Han Sen seemed not to hear, only kissing her more frantically. The atmosphere in the room became ambiguous and dangerous. A man unable to control himself and a woman held tightly in his embrace could no longer suppress it. He immediately pounced and embraced her. The queen was a girl with a perfect figure and captivating beauty. Her long legs were alluring. Anyone who saw them couldn't help but be moved. Because she was also quite surprised, she immediately reacted and said to Han Sen. When Han Sen pounced, the queen was also quite surprised, because his speed could actually keep up with hers. But a moment later her expression changed slightly. She thought to herself, interesting. I didn't expect him to be able to keep up with my movement technique. No. I can't strike, he's had a mishap with his cultivation. If I injure him now, while dodging, the queen appeared very hesitant, unwilling to harm Han Sen. But it was this slight hesitation that allowed Han Sen in his frenzied state. Han Sen in his frenzied state took the opportunity to grab the tight clothing over her chest. Then he tore the bulletproof vest like paper, revealing her fair full breasts. Her full breasts. This made the queen furious and she couldn't help but curse, pervert. You're asking for death. After her clothes were torn, the queen's face instantly turned murderous and she no longer hesitated. She kicked Han Sen hard in the abdomen, causing him immense pain, unable to suppress it. So he thought to himself, It hurt so much, how can there be such a fierce woman? But she didn't stop there. Queen immediately leaped into the air. Her two long legs were like two axes, cleaving downwards, striking at Han Sen, who was in midair. But before Han Sen could even land, she kicked him in the face again, sending him flying. This kick made Han Sen somewhat clear-headed. So fast I haven't even landed yet. And that kick came. What an expert. Just then, Han Sen felt something strange in his body. He thought to himself in surprise. Something's wrong. It feels like a surge of energy has appeared in my body. She helped me unblock my chi and blood circulation. At this moment, the queen summoned another set of clothes and put them on. She sat in front of Han Sen. Her tone somewhat angry. Damn it. But I'm very curious. How exactly did you do that? Faced with the queen's question, Han Sen still didn't answer. He secretly thought my chi and blood are now unblocked. I can try to channel the mushroom's medicinal power into my kidneys. Soon he felt a warm current flowing into his kidneys. His whole body became radiant and energetic. Boundless energy surging through him. Seeing him like this, the queen spoke again. I only taught you the superficial aspects of the Etienne art. And that was enough for you to cultivate to this extent. Han Sen was secretly delighted. Just a little more. As long as I collect the last few red mushrooms and bring them back, I believe I can successfully master the precious jade primordial yang art, and completely strengthen the power of my kidneys. Then Han Sen opened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him. He asked in surprise, who are you? Although a blank expression was on his face, he was greatly impressed internally. Exquisite, absolutely exquisite. Whether it's her appearance or her aura, she's completely on par with Huang Fu Jing, plus her unique temperament. She seemed to be able to hear his thoughts. She suddenly spoke, saying, if you want to die, keep staring. Han Sen awkwardly looked away, scratched his head and said with a smile, my apologies, but this seems to be my room. You must have barged in yourself, right? So who are you? Upon hearing this, she immediately stood up and uttered two words. The queen. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise. The queen, you, how are you here? In the snow mountain region. Han Sen was digging for something beneath a thick layer of snow. As he dug, he asked himself internally, thinking with some regret, what kind of mutant creature could possibly make the queen need to team up with others to eliminate it? I haven't unlocked a gene yet. The first genetic gene, so I can't join in. Could it be a super god creature? After digging for a while, finally, he found the only remaining red mushroom. Found it. Han Sen picked up the red mushroom, staring at it as he continued. To unlock the first gene lock, the fastest way is to continue practicing the ice skin jade bone art. But if I continue practicing it, it'll become like the Schweffingzi brothers. But I can't become that violent, cold-blooded, merciless person. Perhaps the ice skin jade bone art has already been activated. The Xianqing purification art. It's almost complete. After a long deliberation, Han Sen decided to absorb the red mushroom. Before practicing the ice skin jade bone art, he stood up and said, never mind. Now that I have this mushroom, I'll practice the Qingbao Yu Yuan Dangong first. In the Black God Temple, Han Sen sat cross-legged practicing the ancient evil curse. But he was surprised when he found that the queen's power still remained within him. This purple glow must be the queen's power, hidden inside me, right? It must be the energy she had after successfully unlocking the gene lock. This energy is actually enough for me to use, integrating into my kidneys. I wonder if this is a good or bad thing. After practicing, he smiled faintly. Excellent. This purple glow really works the ancient evil curses. Third spell, the myriad life curse, is also complete. With the Qingbao Yu Yuan Dangong and the myriad life curse, this is like unlimited firepower. It's like playing a game with infinite combos and special skills, defying the heavens. Just then there was an urgent knocking at the door outside, accompanied by a voice. Brother Han, I have good news. Han Sen abruptly stood up. Chi Shouwen is back. It seems he put in a lot of effort to convince Li Jinluan and Fatty to team up and attack the royal temple. I have already prepared a safety plan for this battle. Royal Temple. Prepare to welcome your new king. Days later, under the combined attack of the three factions, the royal temple was surrounded. Strange creatures were everywhere. Chi Shouwen was triumphant, believing Han Sen had trusted him. Absolutely, he thought to himself as he advanced. After this battle, the ice field will be mine. Chi Ziyuan's. Wherever he went, strange creatures fell. If you're not ruthless enough when you're in power, you'll be trampled underfoot by others. Han Sen, someone like you isn't suited for a noble position. Why don't you surrender to me? I will never mistreat you. At this moment, Han Sen fought alongside the vanguard, approaching the city gate with them. Yang Manli felt that the situation was bad. Chi Xiuwen is making us attack the most heavily defended city gate. It's obvious he wants to deplete the goddess temple's combat power. Han Sen heard this and replied, "Don't worry. That royal temple needs to know my name Han." After speaking, Han Sen gripped his two swords, and with Yang Manli and the others, rushed into the city gate. "Follow me, let's charge in." Chi Xiuwen stood behind, sighing. His swordsmanship is too powerful. What a pity he's just a fool. This place has already attracted most of the strange creatures, so Lei Gui and his group can reach the spirit temple from the other side. As Han Sen and his group, along with their brothers, were approaching the royal temple's city gate, it was surprising to find that strange creatures inside were densely packed, pouring out like a tide. Zhou Ting wanted to wait for reinforcements, so she shouted, "Should we wait for the main force?" But Han Sen firmly refused. No need, perhaps he already had a plan. While Han Sen was focused on the battle, a fox, Bai Xiao, had climbed onto his shoulder at some point without him noticing. Zhou Ting was stunned. What is that thing? At this moment Han Sen stepped forward alone, approaching the creatures. The creatures instinctively retreated, seeing their leader's imposing demeanor. The entire army couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "The boss can actually create pressure," making those fallen beasts scared and retreat, daring not to attack. As for Zhou Ting, he looked at Han Sen and said, somewhat confused, "Damn it, leader, are you going in alone?" Seeing Han Sen descend like a celestial being, the man standing next to Yang Manli couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Grand Marshal Han's descendant. As for Yang Manli, when she heard what the man said, she was even more shocked. How exactly did he do that? Not long after, the earth-dwelling creatures had already cleared a path. Han Sen ordered everyone to proceed to the spirit god temple. Soon, everyone arrived smoothly and stepped onto the stone steps of the spirit god temple. Yang Manli watched, thinking she was dreaming, until she looked up. There were two young women, one wearing silver and one wearing gold, standing majestically there. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "How are there two? Are they spirit twins?" At this moment Han Sen's aura surged sky high. He strode forward. "You all observe from here. I will punish them myself." In reality, Han Sen had diligently mastered the twin flight sword art, specifically to defeat them, and he didn't want anyone else to interfere. The two spirit twins hated Han Sen to their bones. They didn't say a word. Instead, they transformed into two streaks of light and charged at him like two bolts of lightning. One gold, one silver. It seems those two twin girls are no ordinary opponents. Their swordsmanship was extremely sharp. Those standing behind Han Sen couldn't help but doubt, unsure if he could fight two against one. As expected of the spirit royal family, their sword techniques are truly fast. Leader Hell be fine fighting two against one, right? The vital essence from Han Sen's two kidneys at this moment was like surging waves, rushing and powerful. His heart pounded like thunder, as if an infinite power resided within his body. He swung, creating two sharp sword auras, one gold, one silver, charging straight towards the two spirit twins. The two spirit twins could only retreat, unable to stop Han Sen's advance. Whether in power or speed, Han Sen surpassed both spirits. As he was engaged in battle, the entire army behind him cheered loudly. The leader is truly powerful. One man fighting two women. The leader is mighty on the battlefield. Below, only the battlefield of the three of them remained. Han Sen's entire army raised their hands, cheering for him with overwhelming momentum, with overwhelming power. The two spirits, the twins, seemed unable to resist any longer. He's gotten stronger again. With just a moment of carelessness, Han Sen surpassed them. Wielding two swords, he charged straight into the spirit god temple. It seemed he wasn't even using his full strength. He was just playing around and said dismissively, "You're too slow." The spirit twins immediately regained their composure and raced to catch up to Han Sen. Han Sen saw the spirits frantically chasing after him. Han Sen said with a smile, "I've already spent 5 scrade cards and mastered the twin flight sword art. With this powerful skill secret manual, I can kill all of you. How could you possibly resist?" The people outside, the people from the spirit god temple, said very worriedly, "The leader is still inside." Han Sen and the twin spirits fought again. Those lights of different colors were constantly colliding with each other. Han Sen still remembered the past events. A hint of displeasure appeared on his face. He said, "Last time you tricked me, I almost lost my life. Today I'll settle the score with interest in this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he wielded his two swords. Instantly, Two swords were already at the throats of the two spirits. Seeing their faces turn pale, Han Sen felt a surge of satisfaction. After witnessing this from outside, Yang Manli was afraid of an accident. She then spoke, urging, quickly kill them and take the soul stones. But Han Sen hesitated and didn't act. No rush. Wait a little longer. In fact, he had already planned it out. Earlier, he had planned to wait for Qi Xiuwen to kill more creatures before making his move. Soon after, Qi Xiuwen, Lei Guo and the others arrived together. Han Sen and his group were now looking outside, in the direction where light streamed through the entrance. Just now, Qi Xiuwen had led his men directly into the royal sacred temple. A subordinate suddenly shouted, "Qi, look who that is." Qi Xiuwen was focused on clearing the spirits in front of him. Hearing his subordinate call him, he turned his head and instinctively asked, "Ha?" At this moment, a person enveloped in blue lightning was walking over, effortlessly eliminating the spirits around them. Qi Xiuwen was very surprised to see this. Lei Guo, aren't you going to look for the spirit temple? What are you doing here? What if Han Sen gets ahead of us? He approached. Lei Guo replied, "Qi, we came from another path. We didn't see any spirit temple." Qi Xiuwen was a bit anxious. Then hurry up and keep looking. The people from the other two sacred temples are coming soon. Don't let them snatch it away. Lei Guo looked in another direction and replied, "I think the spirit temple should be over there." Soon Qi Xiuwen and his subordinates swarmed towards the spirit temple. Upon entering, he kept muttering to himself, "Where are the guards of the main temple? It seems we're not too late." Before he could even be happy, Qi Xiuwen froze, looking at the scene before him. That person is Han Sen. He already got the soul stones. Meanwhile, Han Sen was standing on the statue, holding two golden and silver soul stones in his hands. The two spirits were kneeling on the ground. Han Sen offered the two soul stones to them one by one, and asked, "Are you willing to be my servants, and be loyal to me with all your heart?" After being utterly defeated and completely convinced, the two spirits had no choice but to agree to his request. They answered in unison, "Taiyin Princess, Taiyang Princess, pledge our loyalty to our master, and become your most loyal servants." Qi Xiuwen, standing below, was even more surprised. "Twin spirits, Han Sen, you truly are a lucky one. However, this royal sacred temple, I, Qi Xiuwen, will begrudgingly accept it." Han Sen suddenly turned around, glaring at him and saying, "Qi Xiuwen, have you forgotten the Tang family's agreement with Donglin?" Qi Xiuwen replied, "Of course I haven't forgotten the agreement. But Donglin's agreement with the Han family was for the Black God Temple. And this is not the Black God Temple." At this moment, Li Xingluan and Fei Li also arrived. They said, the agreement that day was that after taking down a sacred temple, the three families would share it, right? You're not trying to hog it, are you?" Qi Xiuwen said again. "Share it jointly. That can only happen if you have equal strength. In this world the strong prevail. Even if I gave it to you now, could you even hold on to this sacred temple?" After speaking, he waved his hand. Instantly, several more mutated individuals blocked their way. Judging by their aura, it was clear that each of them had a physique score exceeding 100. Black God Temple. When did it get so many evolvers? Both of our sides combined only have a dozen or so. Qi Xiuwen turned around and left, saying, "This is a private matter between me and Brother Han. Please do not interfere." Qi Xiuwen was very grateful. Seeing him strategize like this, Han Sen simply smiled faintly. "Qi Xiuwen, do you think these people can stop me?" After Qi Xiuwen finished speaking, he confidently introduced the man standing behind him. "Can they stop you? Brother Han probably doesn't know this person yet, right? This is our Donglin's most talented evolver, Brother Lei Guo." After successfully cultivating the Thunder Core art, he unlocked his first gene lock in the second sanctuary in the entire alliance. This is very rare. Li Xingluan and Fei Li exchanged glances, thinking, to unlock the first gene lock in the second sanctuary, for Lei Guo to achieve such a feat at such a young age, I'm afraid it's not just the royal sanctuary, even the entire ice field will fall into Qi Ziyuwen's hands. He immediately took out a bottle of medicine in exchange. "It's just that Brother Han is like a brother to me. If you just help me, I will treat you like a brother too. It's just that for someone like Brother Han, I really can't just ignore him. Here's a pill, I hope you'll take it." With that, he tossed the pill bottle to Han Sen. He looked at the pill bottle and asked, "What kind of medicine is this?" He immediately replied, "A gene creation pill. It might cause gene mutation, it might become stronger, or it might. However, as long as you regularly inject gene stabilizers, It won't cause any harm to your body. After hearing this, Han Sen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you think that little evolver who unlocked a gene lock can make me obediently listen to you? Hearing Han Sen utter the word small or insignificant, Lei Gue could no longer hold back. He immediately released his power, and the lightning around him burst forth. Kid, that's a lot of nerve. Are you looking for death? As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Gue manipulated the lightning and surged upwards. He accumulated a large amount of lightning in his hands, aiming to take Han Sen's life. Everyone below was shocked by Lei Gue's power. The attack was too fast. No one knew if Han Sen could withstand this move. The people below seemed unable to clearly see Lei Gue's movements. He was like a bolt of lightning, roaring as he appeared before Han Sen. Yang Manli below watched with a pounding heart. She herself also wondered if Lei Gue's powerful strength Han Sen could withstand. So she shouted, "Commander!" But in an instant, Xiao Yin on Han Sen's shoulder immediately unleashed a silver lightning bolt. It directly hit the blue lightning Lei Gue unleashed, creating a massive bolt of lightning. Soon after, a pained cry. Lei Gue fell from the high rock. Because he bore the brunt of that massive lightning, he crashed to the ground, severely burned and unmoving. His chest was pierced through and one could smell a burnt, strong odor. Fei Li was very surprised after seeing this. That fox, I saw it. It was that fox. Li Xingluan, who was nearby, also spoke up. A dignified evolver, who had already unlocked his first gene lock, was actually injured so badly by a fox. After taking care of Lei Gue, Han Sen stroked Xiaoyin as a reward. Good boy. Xiaoyin also rubbed its head against his hand, seeming to want to express its affection for him. He then walked down, kicked Lei Gue and said, "You're not even as good as a cat or a dog. Is this what you rely on, Qi Xiuwen?" At this moment, Qi Xiuwen's heart was filled with fear. Impossible. How could this happen? This was an evolver who had unlocked his first gene lock. Soon he would become the laughingstock of the ice field. What's so great about the first evolution is to unlock a gene. They can't even compare to one of Han Sen's pet beasts. These people usually think highly of themselves, but they are nothing in front of Han Sen. From now on, the ice field will be Han Sen's domain. Qi Xiuwen, feeling helpless, sat down facing those contemptuous gazes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The royal sanctuary has now been renamed the new Goddess Sanctuary. Han Sen walked out and stood before the three armies. He raised his hand and announced, "From today onwards, this is the Goddess Sanctuary." After this battle, the tripartite balance of power on the ice field was broken. Han Sen occupied the royal spirit shelter. At the same time, he formed an alliance with Li Jingluan and Fei Li. They established the new Goddess Spirit Shelter. They were divided into three legions: the Fei Li Legion, the Goddess Legion, and the Jingluan Legion. At this moment, Qi Xiuwen stood blankly before the entire army, not saying a word. He thought to himself, "Why is it like this standing there? Why isn't it me? It should have been me." Seeing this, Han Sen said, "Black God Legion." Black God Legion. That young master surnamed Qi was distracted, so dazed that even when Han Sen called him, he didn't react at all. Han Sen walked up to Qi Xiuwen and asked, "Why aren't you speaking?" Seeing this, he softly said, "Black God Legion here." Han Sen continued, "Qi am making you the leader of the Black God Legion. You don't think I'm not giving you enough important responsibilities, do you?" Qi Xiuwen nodded repeatedly after hearing this, but he didn't dare to look up. "No. Not at all, thank you, big brother Han Sen, for forgiving my past transgressions." Han Sen turned and laughed. "The royal sanctuary is so vast. You'll need to work together with one heart to build it together." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiuwen only dared to watch Han Sen's retreating back, not daring to speak. This is medicine that can cause gene mutation. The little silver fox has already secretly eaten several of them. Han Sen quickly stopped it. "How can you be so gluttonous, you little rascal? This stuff can change genes. How can you just eat so much of it without a care?" At this moment, Yang Manli walked into the room with a stack of documents. She said, "Director." Hearing this title, Han Sen suddenly felt a bit awkward. Director, that sounds so strange. Yang Manli placed the documents on the table. Then she replied, "As the director of the Goddess Sanctuary, you should naturally be called director. Otherwise, what should I call you? I've handled all the ledgers. The money we earned from selling creature flesh and blood these past few days has already reached billions." Han Sen smiled slightly upon hearing this. This is just the beginning. Once the royal sanctuary is fully redeveloped, we won't be inferior to any major company in the world. In Han Sen's arms, Little Silver still hadn't forgotten about the medicine pellet. It kept trying to pounce on it and eat it. Seeing this, Yang Manli asked curiously. You've been playing with it all day. I really thought it was just a pet beast. I didn't expect such an adorable fox to possess such terrifying power. As young Manli spoke, she smiled slightly and turned her face away. Han Sen also nodded and replied. I didn't expect it to be so strong either. With a slight lapse of attention, Little Silver tightly gripped the pill with its claws. Seeing this, Han Sen pressed down on the pill with his finger and said, You want to eat it so badly. Little one, don't you feel anything after eating this? Alright. I also got a lot of gene stabilizers. From Chi Xiuwan anyway. After speaking, he gave the pill to Little Silver, who was practically drooling in his arms. Little Silver eagerly devoured the pill with gusto. Its fur color seemed to have changed slightly. Seeing this, Han Sen said, Seems like there's no change, but his skin seems a bit brighter. Han Sen watched Little Silver play with the medicine bottle on the table, and then said, It seems the power of the Gene Fortune pill isn't enough to make a super god creature change immediately. Afterward, Han Sen returned to Goddess Ilia's dorm and contacted Tang Jinliu on his phone screen. He exclaimed, Old Han, you're really amazing. You actually made Dong Lin bleed. How exactly did you do it? I once killed an evolver who had unlocked their gene lock. Did you unlock your gene lock too? Han Sen casually explained. How could I have unlocked my gene lock so quickly? I just got very lucky and found an incredibly powerful pet. It was the one who killed Lei Gue. Tang Zhenlia's interest was immediately piqued upon hearing this. What kind of pet is that powerful? Give me 10 of them. Han Sen dried his hair, sat down and continued to explain. I also just happened to pick up a pet favored by the goddess of luck. You can't have one even if you want it. Incidentally, he also made a request to Tang Jinliu. Old Tang, please tell Dong Lin for me that I don't need that thing, nor do I need money. Help me exchange that thing for Gene Fortune pills. I've looked and they're not sold on the market. Hearing this, Tang Jinliu asked, puzzled. Gene Fortune pills? What do you need so many of those for? You won't die from eating those, will you? On the phone screen, Han Sen smiled and replied, Don't worry, I plan to use them to trick people. I have other uses for them. Hearing this, Tang Jinliu agreed. Alright, I'll contact you again in a few days. After the call ended, Tang Jinliu was still confused, murmuring to himself. A pet that can kill someone like me who has unlocked their gene lock. How have I never seen such a pet before? In the goddess sanctuary, thousands of silver beetles swarmed like a tide, surging towards the foreign spirits. Their numbers were almost endless. The foreign spirits swung their swords, striking continuously. But they couldn't kill all these beetles. One of them shouted, Philly, we can't kill them all. We kill one batch, and another appears. What should we do? At this moment, Han Sen slowly walked out of the city and said, Leave this matter to me. You don't need to worry about it anymore. The surrounding beetles looked at him and actually cleared a path. It turned out Han Sen was holding Little Silver in his arms. The swarm of beetles also seemed to sense the aura of a super god creature and instinctively retreated. At this moment, Philly, standing behind Han Sen, spoke. Director Han, these silver beetles are very strange. There's no notification when we kill them. We can't get beast souls. And their bodies decompose directly with no flesh to eat. Han Sen was very surprised after hearing this, and asked, Can't get beast souls? Afterward, he summoned Princess Xian to inquire. Princess Xian was summoned, and immediately knelt down to explain. Master, those silver beetles are not actually true foreign creatures. Han Sen then asked, What are they then? She continued to explain. There is a silver beetle mother underground capable of producing a large number of silver beetles. They are a type of weapon resembling living creatures. After hearing this, Philly also gradually understood the mechanism of these beetles and said, No wonder we can't kill all these silver beetles. So the mother is still underground? Han Sen asked. Is that silver beetle mother also a god blood creature? Princess Xian replied. Yes. But killing this silver beetle mother is not too difficult. My sister and I can do it if we work together. That's great. After saying that, Han Sen then summoned Princess Xiang. Immediately, the two sisters were merging, becoming one. As they were merging, Han Sen stood there exclaiming in surprise. Became one. After the Yin Yang princesses successfully merged, the Yin Yang maiden was created wielding two swords. Han Sen was very curious and muttered to himself. When the two of them fought me, why didn't they merge then? The maiden walked up to a crack. Those bugs were the hard-shelled bugs, crawled out and drew a silver sword, throwing it into the crack. Then she held a golden sword, occasionally swinging it twice. At this moment everyone seemed to feel the ground shaking. Fei Li stood nearby. Han Sen didn't understand what was happening, so he asked, "What's wrong?" An earthquake. Han Sen couldn't figure it out either. But then a notification sounded. Successfully hunted a godblood. Silver armored queen beetle, no beast soul obtained. Consuming its flesh and blood may randomly grant 10 points of godblood geno points. Only then did Han Sen understand, and he said with a smile, "It's not an earthquake." The Yin Yang maiden succeeded. After the mission was complete, the Yin Yang maiden turned and reported to her master. "The silver armored queen beetle has been beheaded." Han Sen stroked little Silver's head and said in surprise, "This is sword manipulation assassination. Meaning killing from thousands of miles away with a sword. Why didn't you use this method when fighting me?" The Yin Yang maiden answered her master truthfully. "This is the Yin Yang sword art, not sword manipulation assassination. Combat power cannot be upgraded. Only the Yin Yang sword art can be used." Hearing this, Han Sen was a little disappointed, because he felt it was a bad deal to trade two beauties for one. "Is that so? Then you two should separate." After hearing this, the Yin Yang maiden separated according to her master's wishes. Just now, Han Sen carried little Silver Fox and walked towards the silver armored beetle swarm. It actually forced them to retreat. This scene fell into the eyes of the queen in the distance. The pet beast in Han Sen's hand. What kind of background? Does it have to be so powerful? At this moment Han Sen was stroking little Silver Fox and said, "You did very well today. I'll give you a reward later." After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. In front of him was a figure that emerged from the ice block not far away. "What's wrong? Someone's coming." Little Silver Fox also became very vigilant after seeing it. However, when that person approached, Han Sen recognized her as the queen. He couldn't help but ask, "It's you again?" Immediately he pondered in his heart, "Why is little Silver Fox reacting so strongly? Is she after little Silver Fox?" The queen approached. Her gaze fell upon the little fox on his shoulder, and she asked curiously, "This pet beast of yours is very special. What rank is it?" These questions from the queen made him suspicious. He pondered in his heart, "What does she mean by asking about its rank? Is she really after my little Silver Fox?" Hearing this, he casually lied God blood rank. But he kept thinking to himself, although little Silver Fox can deal with evolvers who have unlocked their primary geno lock, but if she makes a move on little Silver Fox, berserk God blood creature beast soul, the queen countered. At the same time she took a few steps back, thinking, although Han Sen's strength is very high, he hasn't unlocked his geno lock yet. It's impossible for him to kill that kind of unusual creature. Then she expressed her desire to invite Han Sen to join her newly formed team. As you know, above God blood creatures, there's another creature rank. I've already formed a hunting team, all of whom have unlocked their geno locks. Are you interested in joining? Only then did Han Sen understand, thinking to himself, she's recruiting those who have unlocked their geno locks to form teams everywhere. As expected, it's for hunting super creatures. Then he casually asked, "I haven't unlocked my genes yet, so I probably don't qualify to participate, do I?" But the queen didn't hesitate in the slightest. She pointed directly at the little Silver Fox and said, "With it you're qualified." Han Sen, however, feigned reluctance. "Let's just forget about it then. My own abilities are insufficient. I can't always rely on my pet's protection. Besides, the existence of such a creature is just a guess, isn't it? Have you ever captured one?" The queen calmly said, "That's precisely why I invited you. A pet's ability is only a part of it. I value your strength, Han Sen, even more. I once led you. I know your strength better than anyone." Han Sen replied, "Thank you for your consideration, queen." The queen stopped with the pleasantries. She told Han Sen he could come find her once he had made up his mind. After speaking, she immediately turned and left. Han Sen secretly gloated. The queen certainly wouldn't guess that the pet in front of her was a super divine creature. Afterward, Han Sen returned to the Alliance. He walked into his training room, looking at the system panel. His god blood genes were not yet full. Only those 3 types of genes were full. He sat on the ground muttering to himself. Currently his physique could reach around 150. Even if he were to directly upgrade to a transcender, he could still achieve a celestial level physique of 300. However, Yenron had once reminded him not to rush upgrading to a transcender. Before that, he needed to improve his physique as much as he could. It would be very useful in the future. Han Sen's physique had already met the upgrade requirements for transcender, but he listened to his girlfriend's words. Upgrading could wait. But unlocking the first gene had to be quick. Otherwise, against the special powers of that group, it would be extremely disadvantageous. Within half an hour, if the Dongxian Sutra couldn't complete its first level, then he would try the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art again. Soon the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art began to circulate again. A cool current of air began to surge within his body. He closed his eyes and relaxed. He muttered to himself inner peace. Peaceful to the point of indifference. At this moment Han Sen had already activated his senses to their maximum extent. Even through a wall, he could still hear people talking. I'll win, I'll definitely win. Where are my damn underwear? The plan is simply impossible to implement. I have 3 mutant beast souls. Today when passing through the corridor, Captain G saw a useless piece of trash. Get out. His cells were undergoing some changes. He pondered to himself. The cells are expanding. So uncomfortable. His whole body felt as if it were bound by something. Han Sen now seemed to have activated his 7th sense. It was an ability to analyze past and present time, future and other conditions. Simultaneously it could depict the scenes in his mind. With the help of external conditions. Even though he had his eyes closed, he still seemed to be able to see behind him. And the wall next to him. A scene of 2 people fighting was unfolding. In his mind. Accompanied by vulgar language. I'll beat you to death, Han Sen thought. Someone's fighting. Why can I hear them? Could my 7th sense have been strengthened? In an instant, the internal cells expanded even more. He continued this feeling of wanting to break through restraints. Could I have already touched the first gene lock? Now, I cannot feel joy or sorrow. Once the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art is used to unlock the first gene, will all my emotions disappear? Completely. Last time I practiced the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art, the Dongxian Jing technique automatically activated and woke him up. This time the Dongxian Jing had no reaction at all. No warning. Perhaps it's safe. All sentient beings inherently possess the Alaya Vijnana. Perfectly pure, having manifested and also achieved nirvana. After unlocking the gene lock, Han Sen stood up, maintaining this state. Looking at the 4 walls around him, he couldn't help but say with joy in his heart, "It's incredible, this feeling is truly wonderful. All obstacles seem to have disappeared. I can clearly see everything happening in every space. Although I haven't acquired abilities like ice, fire, lightning or electricity, the super powerful 7th sense is what he truly likes. Nice. If the Dongxian Jing unlocks the first gene lock, it will definitely be stronger than the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art, right?" Han Sen immediately headed to the test base. He wanted to see what level he had reached after unlocking the gene lock in the monitoring room, and happened to notice he was walking towards the testing room. "Han Sen, you've never done this kind of test before, have you? This test can reveal a person's true potential. It's a good chance for me to see your true strength." Soon Han Sen walked into the monitoring room and approached a robot. There was a difficulty setting panel there. He unhesitatingly chose difficulty level 100. Seeing this and thought with some disappointment. Difficulty 100, what is Han Sen playing at? She knew that with Han Sen's strength, his power had long surpassed 100. But after watching for a while, Anna's expression grew serious weight. In an instant, in front of Han Sen, there were dozens of robots, neatly lined up. Yet Han Sen remained completely unfazed. He immediately charged in alone, and fought with those dozens of robots. At this level, Han Sen could easily pass. But what surprised Anne was that even though the difficulty wasn't high, when facing so many robots, he didn't make a single mistake from beginning to end. It seemed as if he knew the position and every move of each robot, like the back of his hand. Such perfect control was like having a god's eye view. Even she couldn't do it. In the Devil Mountains, Zhou Ting brought Han Sen here. He pointed and said, "Director, look, it's over there." Han Sen nodded and said, "All right, wait here, I'll go check it out." After that, Han Sen climbed up with his bare hands. Zhou Ting kept reminding the director from below, "Stab it twice, just twice. Don't kill it, just injure it, leave the rest to me." Han Sen replied curtly, "All right, I understand." No sooner had he spoken, Han Sen leaped up and cut down a creature that looked like a gecko. Hunting successful. Hunted a Godblood Mountain Wall beast. No Godblood beast soul obtained. Han Sen said indifferently, "This is too weak, isn't it? Is this even a Godblood creature?" Zhou Ting, seeing the alien creature with its head severed, immediately said angrily, "Didn't I say just stab it twice and leave it for me to kill? Why did you kill it?" Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, so I killed it. I didn't expect it to be so weak either." Zhou Ting asked, "Did you get a beast soul?" Han Sen turned around and replied. No, how about later? I find a god-blood lizard creature. And leave it with just one breath for you to kill. Zhou Ting looked at Han Sen with a strange expression. But a magnificent god-blood creature. How could you kill it so cleanly? He pointed at Han Sen in alarm and exclaimed. You've only been in the second shelter for a year. And in that awful place. Yet you can reach such a level. Have you already unlocked the first gene lock? Han Sen replied indifferently. What's so hard about unlocking the first gene lock? What's there to be surprised about? Han Sen thought as he walked. And has already unlocked the first level gene lock. Then it's time to contact the queen. I want to see how they fight against super divine creatures. Han Sen left just like that, ignoring everything around him. Seeing this, Zhou Ting asked, is that true or false? Admitting it so quickly, it must be false. Tell me, how long have you been in the second sanctuary? How could you possibly unlock the first level gene lock? At this moment the two of them had already been drifting on the vast sea for an unknown period. The queen told Han Sen about the team's rules. When the team was first formed, a principle was established that if new members were to be recruited later, they must receive unanimous consent from all existing members. Even though I am the leader, I cannot make a decision alone. Anyway, come with me to meet the others. Soon after, on a black island, the two of them saw a few people on the island waving. Big sister, you're back. As soon as they reached the shore, a petite girl asked Big sister, who is this? The queen briefly replied. His name is Han Sen. I'm introducing him to our team. The girl named Lazy Cat seemed very enthusiastic. She stepped forward and asked Han Sen, how is your first level gene lock unlocking ability? But Han Sen said he had not yet unlocked the first level gene lock. The little girl enthusiastically approached Han Sen and asked. Han Sen was secondary, seeing the little fox was the main thing. Lazy Cat secretly praised in her heart. This little fox is so adorable. After hearing this, Tyrant seemed somewhat displeased. He stepped forward and said, still haven't unlocked the first level gene lock. We already made it very clear before. The rule is that if you want to join the team, you must unlock the first level gene lock. The queen quickly explained. He has a pet. I've checked, and wherever this little fox is, no alien creature dares to approach. It can save us a lot of trouble. Han Sen added. There's one thing I must make clear beforehand. I don't know if the kind of creature you're talking about is afraid of it. Also, it cannot actively attack alien creatures. Even though the queen had spoken, her teammates still firmly objected. Tyrant voiced his opinion. We can just buy it. There's no need to add another person to the team. Despite being looked down upon, Han Sen calmly replied, sorry. My pet is not for sale. Seeing this, the queen spoke. According to the principle established at the beginning, everyone has the right to decide. I've already made this proposal. But he was brought by me. And no one is allowed to touch him. What about the others? Tyrant said decisively with a stern face, no need to wait for them. I refuse immediately. Hearing this, Lazy Cat spoke up to persuade Tyrant. With him acting with us, it can save us a lot of trouble. But Tyrant had made up his mind. I'd rather have more trouble than share the spoils with someone who hasn't even unlocked the first level gene lock. Seeing that member's resolute refusal, the queen sighed and turned to Han Sen, saying, in that case, I'll take you back. I'm really sorry to have made you come all this way for nothing. Han Sen replied, it's fine. But behind Han Sen in the distance, something was drifting over. Lazy Cat, seeing this, said, big sister, it looks like old killer ghost over there. No sooner had she spoken than the man just got onto the shore and collapsed. Everyone rushed over to help him up. Old killer ghost, what happened? Didn't you go with Shang Chang and the others? Where are they, old killer ghost? Old killer ghost said weakly, we encountered an alien creature at sea. It could breathe fire. It was truly formidable. I got separated from them. I don't know if they managed to escape. Hearing this, Han Sen thought that the super creatures in the sea could breathe fire. Could they have encountered that orange seahorse? The Empress and the others immediately mounted their beasts, leaving a message. Lazy Cat, where are you? Look after old killer ghost. Tyrant Tiandu and I are going to look for Shangqing and the others. It was already night on Black Island. Lazy Cat was still diligently caring for old killer ghost. She asked, does it hurt? Although old killer ghost had passed the critical period, he still couldn't sit up. Meanwhile, Han Sen still stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the sea, thinking to himself, they haven't returned after so long. It seems those few are in grave danger. Empress. They most likely haven't killed a super creature that has unlocked its first gene lock before. Humans in the second god's sanctuary. can hardly be a match for a super creature. Not long after, the Empress and two others returned. Seeing this, Lazy Cat immediately ran forward and anxiously asked, "Only a few of you returned, does that mean Shangqing and the others?" They remained silent. Only the Empress spoke with a disappointed expression. "Yes," Lazy Cat continued to ask. "Shangqing and them. Neither alive nor dead. Old Killer Ghost is also severely injured. Do we still need to investigate that creature on the island?" No, Tyrant remained firm. "Of course we're going. Otherwise wouldn't this trip be for nothing?" Lazy Cat then said. "But now there are only a few of us left. What if we really—" Before she could finish, Tiandu walked up to Han Sen. Seeing this, everyone immediately exclaimed Tiandu. Standing in front of Han Sen, Tiandu directly said to the Empress, "How about we let this friend join us temporarily? What do you all think?" Hearing this, Han Sen surprisingly retorted, "What do you mean join temporarily?" Tyrant remained as indifferent as ever. "Name your price, we'll hire you. But for our spoils of war, you won't get a share." The Empress walked up to Han Sen and calmly said, "Han Sen, the decision is yours, whatever you decide. I will make sure you return safely." Han Sen immediately replied, "You can certainly hire me. But I'm very expensive." Tyrant asked, "How much do you want per day?" Han Sen picked up the little fox and named his price. "It and I count as two people for you to hire. One person, one creature, one true blood beast soul. No less than that." After hearing this, Tyrant didn't hesitate. He handed a beast soul to Han Sen and said, "All right. This is a deposit. You'll get the rest once the task is complete." Han Sen reached out to take it. He smiled slightly and said, "Excellent." After the deal was done, Han Sen was secretly delighted. "Since I'm already here, if I don't see your battle with my own eyes, how can I be content to return?" Han Sen followed the Empress and her group deeper into the island's interior. Lazy Cat, while supporting Old Killer Ghost, said to Han Sen with admiration, "We didn't encounter any super creatures along the way. Han Sen, you're really amazing. Isn't it the little fox?" "Very strong," Lazy Cat said worriedly. "But Pure doesn't seem to be here. Who can withstand its attacks?" Tyrant turned his head and quickly replied, "I will. I recently just acquired a pure blood shield. Even that kind of creature, I should be able to block it once or twice." Not far away, a white tiger appeared, roaring ferociously. Han Sen was also very surprised to see this. He openly showed fear on his face. In the face of its power, it's truly not simple. The tiger's roar was full of power. Then he pondered inwardly. "We didn't encounter any super creatures along the way. They were probably scared away by the little fox. I was worried that creature might run away. But it seems super creatures aren't afraid of the little fox at all." At this moment, the Empress turned and instructed Han Sen, "You take the little fox and hide well. Don't let other alien creatures get close to us." Han Sen nodded in agreement. But he was somewhat puzzled, thinking that 4 people could kill a super god creature. It might not be that simple. Before long, that white tiger rode the wind, soaring through the air. Even without wings, it flew freely. The queen and the others were also in position. It's here, it's coming." That white tiger was full of aggression, its eyes filled with killing intent, baring its fangs and claws as it charged at them. The queen ordered, "Prepare for battle." Han Sen retreated to the back, signaling to Silver Fox to be quiet. "What are you staring at? You're just a little fox that just shed its skin, not a match for that super adult god creature. Be quiet." Afterward, he secretly pondered. "It can fly without wings. There's an 80 to 90% chance it can control wind." The white tiger pounced from the sky about 10 meters away. It swung its sharp claws violently as if to tear space apart. Countless invisible blades tore through the air. At the same time, the tyrant raised his shield to block, roaring, "Come on. Let me test the power of your sharp claws." But, unexpectedly, such a sturdy shield couldn't withstand a single blow from that tiger. The invisible blades merely swiped gently, and cracks already appeared on the shield, visibly. Then, unable to withstand the pressure, the shield was destroyed just like that. The tyrant also had no time to react, standing frozen in place. Seeing the situation turn grim, the queen ordered the execution of Plan C. Han Sen was utterly shocked by its power at this moment. Super god creatures are indeed extraordinary. That was a god blood shield and it shattered just like that. The tyrant lost his shield, so he wielded his spear, charging left and right directly at it. "Take another hit from me." At the same time, Tiandu and Little Lazy Cat had also summoned their weapons, ready to attack Little Lazy Cat. "Let's do this together." But unexpectedly, the white tiger was so agile, it unexpectedly bypassed the 3 of them, charging directly at the queen to attack. The three of them watched in surprise. Shouting loudly, even the tyrant opened his mouth in curiosity. This is bad. How is it getting closer and closer to us from behind? How can this creature be so smart? Facing the white tiger's attack, the queen also seemed unable to resist. Seeing this, Han Sen cried out in alarm, danger. As the white tiger's attack drew near, the queen shouted loudly now. Afterwards she skillfully dodged its claws. Taking advantage of the white tiger's unpreparedness, little lazy cat repeatedly slashed at its hind legs. But the feeling wasn't right at this moment. At the same time, the tyrant and Tiandu also charged forward, stabbing at the white tiger's hind legs. But they failed to cause any damage whatsoever. Little lazy cat couldn't help but be startled. This wasn't the pain of being struck. Giving them no time to think, the white tiger roared simultaneously, knocking all three of them back. Only then did little lazy cat suddenly realize they hadn't hit anything at all. It was as if they were blocked by a transparent wall. Facing such a situation, everyone had no other choice but to defend. Tiandu said, "This whirlwind is really bizarre. It's already destroyed my weapon and little lazy cat's. This howling wind pressure is too immense. It's made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes." Little lazy cat also spoke up at this moment. "What should we do? Only the tyrant's spear is left." Seeing everyone's weapons destroyed, the queen jumped up and ordered retreat immediately. But she had another plan in mind. "If I can't hurt you, then I'll attack your eyes." Quick as lightning, a dagger immediately flew towards the white tiger's eyes. But the white tiger immediately roared, the wind spewing from its mouth blocked the dagger that the queen had thrown. Han Sen, hiding to the side, exclaimed in surprise. Truly extraordinary. The queen's flying dagger could no longer push forward. Upon receiving the order, the three of them no longer hesitated and retreated. After enduring the impact from the white tiger, the short dagger shattered into pieces. It charged directly at the tiger, hiding in the distance. Han Sen witnessed all of it. He exclaimed in surprise. It exploded, a one-time Godblood Beast Soul flying dagger. A one-time Godblood Beast Soul has such terrifying explosive power. But such powerful force didn't even harm a single hair on the white tiger. The white tiger was once again provoked into ferocity. It charged at the queen. She quickly activated the Etienne art, dodging its attacks. Seeing this, Han Sen continued in surprise, the Etienne art. This is the Etienne art. She has already started using the Etienne art. The queen's Etienne art is truly impressive. Facing a super god creature from the second shelter, she could still deal with it so calmly. It's no less powerful than my Dongxian scripture. Perhaps each has its own advantages. Han Sen was hiding there, watching the battle with full concentration. Lazy Kitty ran over and loudly said, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and go." Han Sen had no choice but to comply. As he ran, his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. A sense of hesitation arose in his heart. Seeing this, Lazy Kitty comforted him, "Don't worry. Big Sis will be fine." But Han Sen was not convinced. That tiger was simply too fast. The queen couldn't shake off its pursuit. No matter how strong the Etienne art was, she was still only human. Even without making mistakes, there's a limit to human endurance. The queen is heading straight for death. Thinking this, Han Sen made a decision. Under everyone's surprised gaze. "Why are you bringing it back here? Stop, don't run around." But Han Sen seemed to ignore their warnings, everyone's dissuasion, and kept running forward, charging towards where the white tiger was. He thought to himself, "The queen once taught me the Etienne art. I can't just stand by and watch her die." On the Black Island, Han Sen, riding the divine beast, rushed down the cliffs. He looked into the distance, and seeing the white tiger running towards the sea, he wondered, is the queen luring it to the sea? Meanwhile, the queen gritted her teeth and ran desperately, luring the white tiger, which roared fiercely behind her in pursuit. Seeing this, Han Sen thought, the white tiger's combat ability underwater certainly isn't strong. Fighting underwater, it doesn't dare go into the water. The queen can use the sea to escape. As expected of the queen, the sound of the chase echoed to the heavens. He also urged the divine beast to run faster, then thought to himself, but if it's just her alone, it's impossible to escape. I must go assist her. It seems there's no harm in continuing towards the sea. At this moment, the queen had been forced to the edge of the coast. The white tiger still fiercely unleashed energy beams, and blue light exploded. Han Sen observed the situation before him, muttering in thought, the queen is indeed formidable. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have been able to last this long. But no matter how formidable the queen is, she won't be able to last much longer. I must be faster. As he thought, he sped across the water's surface, rushing towards the chaos. On this side, the white tiger roared, raising its sharp claws and pouncing at the queen. By now she had already leaped into the sea. The white tiger's sharp claws seemed to want to tear the surface of the water to find its opponent. Wherever it clawed, ripples appeared. A swirling vortex appeared on the sea surface. The queen was entering it. She mused, I should be able to hide in the sea. What's that sound? Wind blades came from behind, appearing from unknown waters. They shot directly at the queen. The water currents are surrounding her. The empress gritted her teeth, wielding two spears in a cross pattern with her hands. Defending, she thought to herself, damn beast. Relentlessly pursuing. Is it ghost month or something? It's like a lingering spirit that won't leave. The seawater was surging, rising higher. It churned as if to engulf and drown her. The empress could only drift with the current, floating aimlessly. She complained inwardly. I've already jumped into the sea, yet I still can't escape. Powerful waves crashed down like sharp spear tips. At this moment, the wounds on her body had begun to gush blood. The empress cried out in despair, too strong. Han Sen performed the ascension art. Dazzling golden light radiated from his entire body. Looking down from above, he saw the surging, churning waves. He couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, this white tiger is truly fierce. The empress had already fallen into the sea. If I rush over now, won't I just be asking for death? What kind of hero saving the beauty is this? The empress plunged into the turbulent ocean. Her entire body was covered in bleeding wounds. Her head felt incredibly dizzy. Realizing her situation, she felt utterly desperate. It seems there's no escaping today. The surrounding waves still crashed like fierce beasts. Suddenly a glowing hand reached down from the surface of the water, surprising the empress greatly. And who is it in this chaotic scene? The waves continued to crash relentlessly. Han Sen forcefully pulled her up from the sea. Ultimately they were both surrounded by the vast sea. At this moment he had appeared before the empress. As soon as she saw the person in front of her, she couldn't help but. She thought in a panic, Han Sen, is he here to save me? He immediately placed the empress' hand on his waist and held it tightly. Then he stretched his other hand forward. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The wind blades are coming, it seems we can only dive to the seabed. Just like that, the two clung tightly to each other, gradually descending deeper into the seabed. Wherever they went, blood splattered. Han Sen plunged into the water, swimming straight down. Above them, the wind blades and waves were still in hot pursuit. A flicker of light glinted in the empress' eyes. She was holding Han Sen. Her eyes narrowed, her thoughts complex. I never thought I'd be saved by this little guy one day. Crap, the seabed is getting deeper and deeper. I'm almost out of breath. Midway, Han Sen stopped. Bubbles surrounded them both. Gas and spreading blood. He looked up, his brow slightly furrowed. The aura from the surface hadn't dissipated yet. Damn it, this is more like a dog than a tiger. Han Sen felt something was off and immediately glanced behind him. He found that the person behind him was already leaning against his back. He frowned anxiously. Empress, why isn't she moving? Han Sen let go and turned around. He found the empress already unconscious, gently sinking with the current. I almost forgot I once cultivated the Dongxian Sutra. So I can breathe freely underwater. A normal person couldn't possibly hold their breath for this long. I hadn't even finished saving her. And I almost drowned her instead. Han Sen swam over, wanting to support the empress. Suddenly she opened her eyes and pointed upwards. She thought to herself, I can't hold on much longer. I probably can't go on. Rather than having us both die in the sea, it's better to let him go. This foolish boy should be able to understand what I mean, right? But a blockhead like you won't be that easy to listen to you. You want me to leave? No way. I came to save someone, how could I return empty-handed? Afterwards the empress also closed her eyes and passed out. Han Sen gently cupped her face with his hand. Suddenly he rushed forward. He kissed the empress, giving her air. The empress opened her eyes in alarm. What are you doing? In the deep seabed, the two clung tightly to each other, almost becoming one. More bubbles also appeared. This indicated that the empress was not dead yet. She gradually regained consciousness and suddenly realized he was giving her air with his mouth. After a session of artificial respiration, Han Sen also released the queen. He looked at her with gentle eyes, then thought, it seems she's much better now. This way we can go up. He continued to hold the queen's hand. He made her tightly hug his waist. Then he stretched his arms and swam upwards with effort. At this moment the two were standing on the whale's back, floating in the vast ocean. The queen seemed very uncomfortable. She coughed incessantly and Han Sen beside her asked worriedly, I don't have any water left in my bag. Do you have any medicine? The queen still had the strength to speak. It's fine, I can bear it. At this Han Sen helped her up. His expression was very serious, telling her to endure a little longer. He clenched his fist and placed it in front of the queen's chest. A stream of air immediately shot out, healing the wound. Although she was exhausted and almost falling asleep, she still talked a lot. "What are you trying to do? You're not allowed to take advantage of me. Don't do anything improper while I'm injured." The wound on the queen's chest was large. Blood was still seeping out. Seeing this, Han Sen said it's a serious injury. The queen saw someone staring at her chest. She averted her gaze. Her cheeks were flushed red and she couldn't say anything. The wound was there, so she just let it be. "Come on, little silver, give us a hand." Han Sen said this while letting the little fox put its head into the queen's chest. Seeing this, she widened her eyes and cried out in panic, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" She then saw the cute little fox obediently licking the wound. Only then did the queen softly sigh. It's cool and ticklish, but quite comfortable. A moment later, the skin on the queen's chest was already smooth and radiant, and rosy as before. She immediately exclaimed in surprise, the wound healed. This healing ability. This method of healing is truly one of a kind in the world. At this moment it was a silent night at sea. The whale's back was still floating on the water. Only the queen's deafening scream could be heard. "You're still looking, do you want to die?" Han Sen, looking awkward, covered his eyes, then also cried out in a panic. "I'm still a virgin, you know." Keeping his hands over his eyes, he turned around and said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The two stood with their backs to each other. The queen on her side was also blushing furiously, filled with shame. She hugged her chest, secretly glanced over, then shyly said, "Give me a set of beast soul armor." Han Sen seriously knew that if he turned back, he'd get a slap. So he only reached his hand behind him. Then he cast a secret art and produced a set of red beast soul armor. After receiving the armor, the queen immediately transformed. Her entire body merged with the armor, making her appear even more fiery and alluring. Fiery red light completely enveloped her. Han Sen maintained his previous posture. Then he softly asked, "Can I turn around now?" Now the two were facing each other. As soon as he turned around, he put his hands on his hips and reached out to stroke his chin. His eyes scanned her from top to bottom, then he abruptly blurted out, "You were prettier just now, now you look too cold." On the surface, the queen still stood coldly with her arms crossed. But inwardly she was roaring. What evil deeds did I commit in my past life to have to encounter a person like this? The queen turned around, looked around, then asked, "Where are we now?" Her serious demeanor made Han Sen sigh in his heart. How quickly things change. In an instant she was back to being the queen. Seeing him staring at her, the queen thought, "Why is he still staring at me? Calm down, stay calm." Han Sen resumed a serious expression. He reached up to stroke his chin, then looked around and said, "I don't know either. To shake off that white tiger. I changed direction many times underwater. Now I don't even know where the island is." The queen suddenly proposed an idea. "Leave your pet here. Let's go down to the sea and get some exotic creatures, flesh and blood." In less than a second a plop was heard. She turned around and saw water splashing. Only Han Sen's two legs were left, exposed on the surface of the sea. The queen was truly speechless. Only his voice echoed, "Leave it to me." A moment later he resurfaced. She didn't know how he caught it. But now he was using a knife. He deboned a fresh fish and presented it before the queen. Han Sen smiled, full of enthusiasm. He directly used the tip of his knife to pick up the freshly cut fish and offered it to the queen. "I'm telling you, this piece of fish will choke someone to death." The queen closed her eyes. She crossed her arms, striking a haughty pose. "No need, I can do it myself." Han Sen was feeding the little fox fish. Hearing this, he turned his head, his eyes wide with surprise, and said, "You want me to feed you too? Then I'll feed you." After hearing that, cold sweat also broke out on the queen. "I don't know if it's intentional or not, but you're so good at seizing opportunities." Han Sen immediately lunged forward. He enthusiastically fed the queen fish with his chopsticks. She could only back away, shaking her head constantly, repeatedly shouting, "Go away." Although the queen had already walked away, Han Sen still sat there enthusiastically waving the fish. He waved and shouted, "Don't go." After a long while, seeing her sitting there looking quite pathetic, he ate his fish, while gently turning his head and happily saying, "Have something to eat. Otherwise you'll get hungry. You won't have any energy if you're hungry. We don't know how long we'll be at sea. So have something to eat." But in the end he only received a cold snort from the queen. Suddenly the little fox pounced on Han Sen. He was biting a piece of meat in his mouth. And seeing this, he let out a few surprised protests, but still opened his arms to catch it, then said, "I didn't say I'd give it to you. What are you messing around for? You've eaten plenty. This is my meat." Seeing the man and beast fighting over a piece of meat, amidst laughter, The queen watched coldly from the side. A man and a beast fighting over food. They can actually manage to do that. The little fox stuck out its tongue and moved its mouth close to Han Sen's mouth, trying to snatch the meat he was biting. Seeing this, the queen immediately whitened her eyes, gritted her teeth, and exclaimed, showing a look of disgust. Afterwards she recalled the little fox healing her earlier, and then she deduced this pet just licked my chest, and now it's licking Han Sen's mouth. So that's. The queen regained her composure, closed her eyes, lowered her head slightly, and then uttered the final words. How outrageous! The little fox was sitting on Han Sen. It licked its paws, seemingly having just finished the piece of meat. He underneath raised his head, looked at the queen and asked, bewildered, how strange when I play with the little fox. Does that offend her too? In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The whale also moved to a new location. Han Sen sat on the whale's back, and seeing a small island in the distance happily said, an island we're finally saved. He raised his hands looking very happy. Even if there's no one there, as long as we can find some fresh water to drink, it'll be fine. I've been drinking fish blood these past few days. I'm practically engorged with it. The queen stood behind him, her wings already spread, and then she spoke. You wait for me here. I'll go scout the island for any dangers. After speaking, she flew towards the distant lush green island. Han Sen held the little fox in his arms, then looked over there, and excitedly said, even if there are dangerous alien creatures, when they see my pet they'll be scared away. If the alien creatures don't run away when they see my pet, then it's probably not something we can easily handle. After a while, the queen stood on the shore waving and shouting, come over. No danger. Seeing this, Han Sen immediately responded, coming. On this island all the life was lush and green, vibrant with vitality. As the two explored, the queen walked behind, then pointed out, I already checked the area ahead. This island is too big, and it seems there are no alien creatures. Continuing further, there's a small lake. Maybe there will be fresh water. At this moment Han Sen was standing trying to keep warm. Then he looked up at a tree that was bearing fruit. He thought to himself, these red fruits, they shouldn't be like the red mushrooms from last time, right? Seeing him spacing out, the queen asked, what are you looking at? Han Sen happily turned his head, looked at her and replied, I'm looking to see if these fruits are edible. I'm tired of eating fish, I want something else. Something lighter. After listening, the queen found it boring and left by herself. She didn't forget to leave a warning, things in the sacred land are not to be eaten casually. Don't just eat anything, you'll bring back some fish later. You're still stubbornly standing here. I think these fruits look edible. Though he argued, Han Sen still continued to walk forward afterward, observing and thinking as he went. Why are the plants here growing so luxuriantly? Yet he hasn't found any unusual signs of creatures. At this moment the two had already reached the mountaintop. Standing on the windswept hill, overlooking the vast ocean, Han Sen thought to himself, the mountains here are a bit strange. Those hills are all different. A thought flashed through his mind and his eyes lit up with understanding. No sooner had he said that than why, the little fox on his shoulder jumped down. Seeing it run into the valley, Han Sen hurriedly chased after it. Hey, wait! On the barren hillside, on a patch of gradually greening grass, there surprisingly appeared a single, pure white lotus emitting a fragrant scent. It looked incredibly beautiful. The little fox slowly approached the lotus. Han Sen also caught up behind it and said, you ran so fast just to see this, huh? Nobody's going to snatch it from you, what's the rush? However, seeing the lotus in front of him, he was stunned. Standing still, he softly murmured to himself, is this a lotus? How could it grow in a place like this? At this moment Han Sen and the little fox were on the mountaintop. They drew closer to carefully examine the lotus. He intently looked at the flower, then said, up close it looks even more like a lotus. There's even a lotus pod inside. There are many blood-red lotus seeds, but they don't seem to be ripe yet. Lotuses shouldn't be able to survive in this kind of place. What exactly is this thing? Little fox. Hearing him, it brought its nose close to the flower and sniffed. Han Sen exclaimed, you don't want to eat it, do you? The little fox showed a scrutinizing expression. I'm not stupid, I don't eat just anything. Han Sen knelt beside the flower. Seeing the little fox lying down, sniffing around, he found it very strange and said, you want to eat it but you don't. When did you become so polite? Or are you waiting for it to ripen? Suddenly black smoke billowed into the sky in the distance. He looked in that direction and murmured to himself, black smoke, looks like the queen is back. Then he patted the little fox's tail, telling it, get up, let's go. But it immediately ran away. Han Sen, quick as a flash, hugged it tight. Seeing the little fox still struggling, Since it wasn't listening, he resorted to another tactic. Sweet talking it, nobody's going to snatch it from you here. Let's go eat something first, then we'll come back. Han Sen narrowed his eyes deeply. A doubt arose in his heart. This must be something good. Otherwise, a picky fellow like Xiao Yinin. Why would it stubbornly stay here to guard it? Seeing it still stubbornly staying there and not moving, Han Sen pretended to leave. Then turned his head and loudly said, all right. Then you can wait here by yourself. Though he said that, he was quite uneasy inside. It hasn't eaten it now. It must be waiting for these lotus seeds to ripen. No way, good stuff cannot let Xiao Yinin completely take over. No matter what anyone said, my little fox still lay contentedly beside the flower. At this moment Han Sen's gaze had become serious. He pondered in his mind. But with it guarding like this, how could he snatch the lotus seeds from its mouth? If it were to turn against me directly, then I'm not sure I could do it. Back on the island, Han Sen clasped his hands behind his back and walked leisurely towards her, asking, are those for me? Meanwhile, the queen was diligently grilling fish over the bonfire. The bonfire crackled, filling the air with its aroma. Hearing Han Sen, she replied, leave what? I just want to finish grilling them all before I eat. He sat down on a nearby log, grinning, and said to the queen, may I eat? The queen still replied indifferently, suit yourself, where's your fox? He seemed not to care about the latter question, but was only very enthusiastic about the fish. Han Sen munched on the grilled fish with a grin, saying, then eat. So delicious, truly delicious. Suddenly the queen next to him lowered her face, looking a bit dejected. Bring it out to eat with us too. He still replied casually, it's just a pet, no need to bother with it. Ah, I'm so full, that was great. After speaking, Han Sen lay back on the log, resting his head on his hands and closing his eyes. The queen, however, walked into the depths of the dense forest. Seeing the space unusually quiet, Han Sen suddenly jumped up and asked with a hint of impatience, where are you going? The queen replied as she walked, just strolling around, what's wrong? Seeing this, he chased after her worriedly. Nothing, he'll go with you. The two of them reached the mountaintop. The queen glanced at Han Sen and questioned, what is going on here? He could only scratch his head awkwardly and reply, I don't know either. It hasn't wanted to leave since it found this thing. Hearing this, she sat down next to the flower, facing the little fox, and then softly said, Xiao Yinin, how about we split it in half? Han Sen, standing behind, was very surprised to hear this. Split what in half? It's just a pet. Do you really want to fight a pet for food? The queen then stood up, her cold expression returning, and said, if it eats it, then I don't want it. But if you take it, you have to give me half. Hearing this, Han Sen was even more astonished. He closed his eyes and said, how could I take it? This is what my Xiao Yinin wants to eat. I'm not a pet, what would I take it for? The queen, acting unreasonably and recklessly, said, anything is fine now. She simply lay down on her sidearm propped under her head and said, why wouldn't I believe you? I'll stay here and guard that lotus flower with it. He also laid down here. One person and one beast thus vied for it. Han Sen, displeased, looked around, cursing inwardly. Originally only Xiao Yinin was guarding it, which was already like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Now there's another person who wants the lotus seeds. It's probably going to be even harder. After an unknown amount of time, beautiful petals began to fall from the flower, leaving only the lotus seeds on the golden pistil. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The queen and the little fox were still patiently guarding, on either side of the flower. She softly said to the little fox, Xiao Yinin, this lotus flower seems to have matured. It obediently chirped a few times. Han Sen put on the hood of his jacket, and then sat down in a corner. He thought gloomily, what exactly should I do to get these lotus seeds from Xiao Yinin and the queen into my hands? Suddenly a loud boom enveloped the entire space. The little fox looked up at the sky. A giant bird was circling in the air. Han Sen and the queen also looked up at the sight. She spoke, where did this strange bird come from? How can something like this exist at sea? Han Sen looked worried but only thought to himself, Xiao Yinin has been guarding this place, there must be something here. Something dares to ignore its wrath and come so close. Could it be a super god creature? The thing circling in the sky was extremely massive. It turned out to be a magnificent peacock. Han Sen, seeing its aggressive demeanor, said, after all, little Silver isn't an adult yet. Even if the two of us team up, we might not be able to stop a super god creature from maturing. Meanwhile, the queen pointed at the sea, shouting in panic, look at the sea, SOS. What a day. Enemies are coming from both the sky and the ground. Damn it, another one. It had the form of a giant lobster. Just looking at its two massive claws, you could tell it wasn't to be trifled with. As soon as it surfaced, the seawater churned violently. Han Sen stood behind, clenching his fists. The queen took a few steps back and quickly said, "Let's retreat first. If we get surrounded, we definitely won't be able to fight it. Sit down and hold, little fox. Little silver, be good. Even a small creature, if surrounded by them, would only face certain death." Seeing the situation, it also obediently cooperated. It just let out a soft cry then. The two people and four legs cooperated seamlessly. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. The queen shouted, "Go." He replied without hesitation, "All right." The peacock was still circling above the mountain peak, then let out an ear-splitting cry. At this moment Han Sen was holding little fox in his arms. He was hiding behind a large rock, anxiously observing the situation above, then said, "It looks like there's going to be a big fight." At this moment the lobster had already crawled ashore. It also roared to boost its momentum. Then both sides immediately charged forward and began to fight. The peacock in the sky, the lobster in the sea. What an exhilarating battle of life and death. The peacock spread its wings and cried out. The lobster also opened its two massive claws, entering battle mode. The peacock roared, its eyes shining with fire. It spread its magnificent tail feathers. Dazzling light enveloped the air. The space seemed to be diluted. Han Sen below also started to lose consciousness. He muttered dazedly to himself, "My head is so dizzy." A hand enveloped in purple light suddenly appeared, covering his eyes. Then a voice rang out, "Don't look at that light." At this moment on the island, the colorful mysterious light was still eroding space. All three were hiding under a tree with their eyes closed. Han Sen covered little fox's eyes with his hand, then said, "Little silver, don't look. You can't handle this blue light." The space around Han Sen was left with only an illusory blue. He frowned, calculating in his mind. "I can't let this go on. That's right, use the ice muscle jade bone art. As long as the first gene is unlocked, there's no need to open my eyes to see. I can still observe the situation outside." By then Han Sen had already cast the spell, so he was able to observe the battle. That lobster is almost done for. Why is it always so disoriented, as if it's drunk? It seems it's no match for this strange bird. The peacock and lobster were still standing face to face as if frozen. They stopped for about 2 seconds to rest. But from their stance the peacock seemed to have the upper hand. A moment later the peacock swooped down again, pecking towards the lobster's head. Only a loud bang was heard. Its shell is too hard. Han Sen then recalled the lotus that had not yet bloomed. The lotus whose fragrance wafted from afar. It was emitting an extremely dazzling light around it. He analyzed again. Although I can't defeat this peacock, but it always makes my head dizzy and disoriented. Once the lotus seeds mature, this peacock will snatch them away. Am I just going to hand them over to it? Han Sen's body seemed very uncomfortable. One hand gripping his chest tightly, the other hand slamming forcefully onto the ground. His face was tense. This was truly hateful. What should I do? The Empress also sensed Han Sen's helplessness. She opened her mouth and said, "Give up. We've also run out of options. The light from that peacock's feathers has the power to dizzy. Even charging in with closed eyes, it's impossible to resist. And we can't fight those two creatures either, relying solely on hearing." Han Sen still had his eyes closed, but after smelling something he immediately felt uncomfortable. Ugh. What's this smell? Could it be that the lotus seed is about to ripen? At this moment the little fox also sensed something. It leaped from Han Sen's hand. He immediately shouted, "Xiaoyining, close your eyes, don't look." The moment it broke free and the little fox's eyes appeared hypnotic swirls. Although he wasn't looking, Han Sen still managed to grab it, then said, "Don't go over there." The little fox could only lower its head and softly mew a few times. Meow meow. Han Sen remained highly concentrated, trying to observe the situation on both sides with his spells. On one side the two demonic beasts were still dueling each other. On the other side, the stamens were already emitting a rich fragrance and glowing intensely. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate. He had to find a chance to get his hands on that lotus seed. If he waited until it ripened, it might be too late. Those two monsters could gobble it all up in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind. The Empress listened intently from the side, then said, "Did you hear something?" He didn't hear it, but he sensed it too, frowning as he said, "It's xenogeneic creatures. Lots of xenogeneic creatures." At this moment a group of xenogeneic creatures was flying from a distance. They charged directly towards the two demonic beasts, who were fiercely fighting on the mountain. Han Sen sensed the chaotic situation outside. The peacock and lobster were still in the circular blue light energy fighting. The xenogeneic creatures were scattering everywhere in the air. He thought to himself. Now on the island, there were surprisingly 3 super god creatures. Yet even that couldn't scare them away. Han Sen frowned nervously. He muttered to himself, what exactly is that lotus seed? Why are they even risking their lives to fight for it? Super god creatures are truly extraordinary, too powerful. Those ordinary creatures were just weak ants before them. The battle between the 2 super god creatures generated an extremely strong recoil force. The xenogeneic creatures flying nearby were all blown far away. The Empress no longer sat idly by. She stood up and said, let's get out of here first. It's too dangerous here. Han Sen gritted his teeth, frowned, looking very tense. He hesitated, but finally he decisively opened his eyes. He handed the little fox to the Empress, then said solemnly, you take it and leave first, I'll go take another look. The little fox saw Han Sen walk away with his eyes covered. It also opened its eyes and cried out meow, then ran towards him. Han Sen felt the little fox, so he sat down, stroked its head and coaxed, you go first. I'll share the lotus seed with you once I get it. Suddenly in the little fox's eyes, hypnotic swirls reappeared. It lost consciousness and walked straight forward. Han Sen painfully covered his eyes, shouting Xiao Yinin. This little guy, just like those xenogeneic creatures, was attracted by the lotus seed's fragrance. Sensing the anomaly, he also opened his eyes. Blue light, why is there red light again? Han Sen looked up at the mountain, where blue and red lights intertwined, dazzling and illuminating the entire sky. Damn it, it's too late, it's ripening. Before the strong red light emitted by the lotus seed, the peacock, knowing the danger, still charged forward. Boom! It was shot through the face by the red light. The peacock screamed in pain. Seeing the scene change and the red light shoot out, the peacock and the lobster suddenly stood on the same side. The Empress also widened her eyes in surprise. What's going on? Han Sen shouted. It got away. The lobster tried to block with its pincers, but the red light still pierced through its pincers. Its power was extremely strong. Know your limits and act within your capabilities. The lobster silently returned to the sea. Seeing this scene, Han Sen's voice rang out. This lotus seed. It actually managed to hit this lobster's shell. It also ran away. That lotus seed, no, it's not a lotus seed at all. It's a venomous bee. This venomous bee is too strong. Even a super god-level creature was stung so black by it. If I were to go over, the consequences would be unimaginable. A swarm of red venomous bees suddenly emerged, enveloping the entire sky. The buzzing noise grew louder and louder. He didn't know where they were hiding or observing from, but Han Sen's voice rang out again. He wondered if they were originally born from the lotus seeds, or if the queen bee injected the lotus seeds to hatch them inside. But the current situation was clear. Then that place was not good. Everything was just a terrifying trap. The arrogant venomous bees shot red light from their stingers. The xenogeneic creatures screamed after being hit. Their bodies immediately vanished. Too strong, they all died. The 2 immediately ran away. The queen shouted, let's go. It's too dangerous here. Running to the seaside, the 2 people and 1 beast stood frozen in place. In front of them were nothing but corpses. Marine creatures floated, rising and falling with the waves. Han Sen said, I thought we'd gotten a bargain. Who knew it would turn out to be a great disaster? He looked back and saw one venomous bee extending its stinger. It was rushing over. Han Sen could only shout, holy crap, it's already here. The queen saw him bolt and thought to herself, something's not right. How was Han Sen running so fast? He was running ahead holding the little fox. He was running so fast his teeth were almost grinding to dust. Even his face was almost distorted by the wind. What bad luck. Even drinking water gets stuck in my teeth. There are so many xenogeneic creatures, but you don't sting them. Why do you have to keep staring at us? As she was running wildly, the queen still had the presence of mind to ponder gains and losses. She thought to herself, he's actually running faster than me. He must have already unlocked his first gene lock. Why is he still hiding it? Never mind, now's not the time to argue about this. Feeling that the situation was dire, Han Sen yelled with his eyes closed, split up. The queen behind him seemed to be on a 5G network. She immediately understood and turned in another direction. They each ran for their lives. On the beach. At this moment Han Sen was fleeing with the little fox in his arms. He looked back and saw a red light, still hot on their heels. He thought to himself, it's not chasing the queen but me instead. It seems these venomous bees are after me and little Silver. In an instant, Han Sen glanced at it and was shocked by its speed. He exclaimed, holy crap, this thing flies too fast. The red light darted past Han Sen. Luckily he was agile enough to dodge in time. This thing is small and fast, so much so that the naked eye can't see it. trajectory at all. Luckily my intuition is exceptional. Otherwise I wouldn't even be able to dodge. The venomous bee continued to attack. Its trajectory constantly changed. The red light circled Han Sen all around. He bit his teeth nervously, holding the little fox in his arms tightly. Then he skillfully jumped and dodged. The little fox also struggled and let out a yelp towards him. The queen began to make her move. She used a spell, creating purple flames that surrounded her weapon. She still secretly wondered. He could actually hold out for so long. Han Sen's abilities. Have they truly reached this level? The red light swept past Han Sen's body and shot straight towards the queen standing in front. He said, "Here it comes again." Throughout the entire escape, wherever the venomous bee shot, Han Sen could agilely predict and nimbly dodge in the opposite direction. Now left, now right. It was like a lingering ghost all the way. Relentless pursuit. Seeing this, the queen thought, this isn't a Tianchus arrangement ability. It's more like a predictive ability. Before being stung by the blood essence venomous bee, Han Sen had already dodged. She gritted her teeth and used magic to create a sturdy shield. She held it in front of her. She was still worried. It's too fast, there's no chance at all. Not even the slightest chance. Then let's be even more direct. Han Sen saw it from afar and shouted nervously, "Don't come over." At this moment the queen stubbornly kept the shield in front of her and ran back towards him. Then she shouted, "Run." After a running start she pushed the shield horizontally towards Han Sen. He immediately understood and agilely slid to the ground, letting the shield slide over him, straight towards the venomous bee behind him. Smoke and dust filled the air. Han Sen fought while sliding below, predicting the venomous bee's movement and intercepting it at the same time. As expected of the SOS Queen, I can't believe the venomous bee could actually pierce the shield, and fiercely charged towards Han Sen. He exclaimed in surprise. Damn, it just shattered the shield like that. Before he could react, Han Sen had to shout again, "Flying knife." At this moment a flying knife with purple light shot straight towards him and the venomous bee. The queen spread her legs. Bending down she was controlling the flying knife with her hand. She suddenly shouted, "Go now while you have the chance." In an instant Han Sen moved with extreme speed, arriving by the queen's side. Another thought flashed through his mind. He had just perceived something. The flying knife giving its all charged directly towards the venomous bee. It darted back and forth again, creating zigzagging red light. Han Sen glanced at it, then analyzed. That bee can pierce a godblood shield and isn't afraid of godblood flying knives, but it frantically dodges the fragments. Is it perhaps dodging something? Recalling the scene of the venomous bee spinning its body, dodging the fragments of the flying knife, an idea immediately flashed through his mind. It has a weakness, could it be its back? That's the spot. After thinking, Han Sen immediately cast a spell. An illusory woman shimmering with blue light all over appeared, and tightly embraced him. Seeing this the queen panicked. She widened her eyes and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't stop, keep running." Han Sen thought, "I'll go for it. Let's see if it dodges when I hit its back." After that he turned around. Raising his hand, blue light swirled like lightning, facing the venomous bee in front of him. Han Sen released his energy. Seeing it constantly dodging his attacks, he got excited. He continuously unleashed moves, then laughed loudly. "Haha, it dodged it. It dodged it." Han Sen's moves were as fast as lightning. Blue light crisscrossed horizontally and vertically, continuous and unending. The venomous bee must be exhausted from dodging. The queen was utterly shocked by the scene before her. She thought he actually manages to hit the venomous bee every time. But it was obvious. His speed was much slower than the venomous bee's, and this was no longer about arranging moves, but rather more like advanced prediction. Han Sen used his magic. Countless hands continuously launched attacks, illuminating the entire sky. The venomous bee circled and dodged like this. Red light also coiled around it, weaving between Han Sen's hands. He said triumphantly, "I've found your weakness, haven't I? You don't dare to attack now, do you? If you don't dare to attack, then you can only watch me run away." Suddenly Han Sen jumped into the sea. The venomous bee's red light also shot out. The ocean was calm. Dusk was also about to descend. Soft sunlight shone on the shimmering sea surface. The two seemed to have returned to their original position, sitting on the whale's back. The queen said, "You hit it well." Hearing this, Han Sen put his hand to his mouth and smiled softly. Lowering his gaze, he replied, "I've only just unlocked my first gene. When facing the brink of life and death, my little cosmos suddenly erupted." The queen softly complained, then closed her eyes and turned away. Han Sen thought silently to himself, if it weren't for the queen's two moves, which exposed the venomous bee's weakness, I wouldn't have found a way to escape. The queen pointed to herself and said decisively, "This set of blood scale armor is mine." "We're even." Han Sen reluctantly agreed just a little. The queen stood up and said with a regal demeanor, "Do you think there's a chance to kill those venomous bees?" Against the light. The scene was truly captivating. Han Sen cupped his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Knowing their weakness is useless. My speed is much slower than those bees. I can't even hit them besides." The queen opened her eyes and listened intently. "Besides what?" Thinking of Qin Xian transforming into a fierce divine beast. He added, "Even if I could hit its back, I probably wouldn't be able to kill it. At most I'd only be able to lightly injure it." The queen stood by sighing. Then she glanced at Han Sen. He was still looking straight ahead thinking, "The bee's back has a weakness. And it's no weaker than the golden-furred hound's eyes. Super divine creatures have too high a physique. The blood essence venomous bee's weakness for me can't really be considered a weakness at all." Just then, the little fox suddenly broke free from Han Sen's embrace. It ran across the water towards the island. Han Sen, standing on the whale's back, frantically shouted, "Little Enine, where are you going?" The queen seriously grabbed his arm and said, "Don't chase it. There are 18 venomous bees on the island now. Even immortals couldn't escape, they'd be like turtles in a jar." After hearing this, Han Sen completely disregarded her words. He jumped into the water swimming and saying, "No way. I can't let it go alone. You wait here, I'll go bring little Enine back." The queen stood on the whale's back angrily shouting after him, "You are not to go." Now Han Sen had already swum onto the island. He was hiding behind a dense bush. Observing his surroundings, he muttered seriously to himself, "Although little Enine is gluttonous, it would never risk its life just for food. It must have sensed something happening on the island, which is why it hasn't returned." Han Sen was still secretly watching the little fox from behind. The fox was running quickly. He carefully moved past the rock wall. "These blood essence venomous bees are too powerful. It's better to be careful." Han Sen cast a spell. He closed his eyes and concentrated intently. Lightwave sonar emanated from his head. Sensing the world around him, strange thoughts lingered in his mind. "I'm using my seventh sense to perceive. Yet I still can't sense the presence of those venomous bees. Blood essence, could they have already left this island?" Although he didn't find the bees, Han Sen could observe that the little fox was excitedly approaching the withered flower. Seeing this, he was puzzled again. This lotus platform isn't any kind of treasure at all. There are still 18 venomous bees inside, little fellow. Why are you still looking for it? Oh my god, it actually ate it. Leave some for me, leave some for me. He saw the little fox quickly pick up the lotus platform, then take a bite. Han Sen was greatly alarmed. He ran over, picked up the little fox and tried to dig at its throat. "I just risked my life to save you, little fellow. And you're hogging all the food. Not leaving any for me. Spit it out." "Oh my god, I'm actually fighting an animal for food." The little fox mischievously kicked Han Sen in the chest, then ran off, leaving him stunned for 3 seconds. Not only did it hog the food, but the little fellow even kicked me. Han Sen saw it digging, pawing at the ground, so he squatted down beside it, staring at the white object exposed in the pit. He then said, "Little fellow, what are you digging for? Is there anything else down there?" He began to calculate in his mind again, digging so vigorously. "There must be something good down there. I must get it first. Its advantage is that it's very good at scheming. Its disadvantage is that it makes mistakes every time it schemes." Han Sen saw the benefits right in front of him, so he sweetly said to Xiao Yinin, "Little guy, you've worked hard, go and rest for a bit. Let me handle this kind of rough work." After that, he became a servant working for the little fox. Meanwhile, it climbed onto Han Sen's shoulder and watched. Hard work pays off. Han Sen finally dug out 3 tender white lotus roots, plump and white. He held it in his hands, cherishing it like a treasure. His face was filled with excitement. A treasure indeed. Joy turns to sorrow. Suddenly the little fox pounced over. It bit off the middle lotus root and ran away. Han Sen could only shout, dumbfounded, "Xiao Yinin, stop right there." Oh dear, he saw the little fox sticking its butt out and its tail pointing to the sky, eating the lotus root. Han Sen was again exasperated and said, "Guard against fire. Guard against theft. And guard against Xiao Yinin. This little rascal has taken over again, getting greedier and greedier." The little fox rushed over again, trying to snatch the remaining 2 lotus roots from Han Sen's hands. It grabbed quickly, but Han Sen dodged skillfully. He dodged and said with dissatisfaction, "Stop snatching them. Yours is already eaten. These remaining ones are mine." By then it was deep night on the beach. Han Sen was holding the little fox. He also met the queen again. As soon as she saw his face, she angrily shouted, Didn't I tell you not to follow me? What do you have a death wish? Han Sen could only give a dry laugh, then raised the little fox's arm and waved it. Hello, Queen. Haven't we returned safely? We haven't seen those poisonous bees anymore. I don't know where they went. The Queen stared at the little fox and asked, what did it find? Hearing this, his eyes darkened, yet he still said righteously, it's all because of that lotus flower. This little guy already ate it all. I tried my best to stop it but couldn't. But he thought to himself, no, I can't tell the Queen I still have a piece. Otherwise I'd have to share it with her. The two walked to the seaside. They watched the whale in the sea spouting water. Han Sen said, I don't know what good stuff it was. It didn't leave even a bit for me. It really has no regard for its owner. All my chasing was in vain. The Queen casually asked another question. Didn't you find anything else? After a while, as the two were floating on the sea, the Queen suddenly saw something and shouted. Wait, Han Sen looked in that direction, then seriously said, it's that peacock. The Queen said in a deep voice. Its cry seemed full of pain and sorrow. Could it be poisoned? Hearing this, Han Sen got excited, his mouth curving into a wide smile. Let's go take a look. He thought to himself. If it really is poisoned, then this might be the closest opportunity for a human to kill a super divine creature. Even if I can't get its beast soul, eating some meat would be good. At this moment the peacock lay miserably on the whale. Its head and neck were still bleeding. Han Sen and the Queen began to analyze in turns. If it's poisoned, we can't get any closer. Even if it's poisoned, we might not be its match. Then let's wait here for a few days. What a pity. The peacock was bleeding, barely alive, waiting for death. The Queen stood behind him. Hearing Han Sen speak halfway, she asked, a pity about what? He glanced at her and replied, the poison is so strong. I wonder if the meat of this creature will still be edible. Suddenly a whirlpool appeared underwater. Han Sen noticed the movement and immediately shouted, something's down there. The Queen glanced, such speed. Its target isn't us. The surface of the water erupted in a tremor. A patch of seawater gradually turned blue. The Empress was surprised. It's said to be a super god creature. The giant lobster appeared again, but this time it seemed to have turned purple. Holy crap, it's that lobster. Is it here to get revenge on that peacock? The lobster immediately charged at the peacock, ready for a battle to the death. But at this moment the peacock was severely injured. It could only lie there screaming in pain. It spread its magnificent tail. The dazzling light appeared again. Close your eyes, be careful of that light. The two stood with their backs to the light. Everyone had their eyes closed. Han Sen said, even with our backs turned and eyes tightly shut, we can still clearly see the battle. This gene lock is truly amazing. No matter how much the peacock roared, the lobster still held the peacock's wings tightly in its claw. Its other claw was held in a defensive posture. Han Sen was both astonished and confused after seeing the situation. It was dragging the peacock underwater. But strangely, this lobster was clearly burned. Why hasn't it been poisoned yet? At this moment the sea surface also calmed down. Good thing we didn't get close to it. Judging by how it fought just now, if we went over, would probably be easy pickings. A one-way trip. The two stood on the whale's back. They bent down to look at the sea surface. The seawater only reflected their shadows. The Empress said, such a terrifying creature. Humans. If we want to kill it, it's simply too difficult. Han Sen replied with his arms crossed. If we tried to kill it ourselves, that would definitely be impossible. But now there's a chance. Hearing this, the Empress was greatly surprised. She stared at him with wide eyes, then shouted, what are you trying to do? Han Sen gave a strange smile and waiting for an opportunity. Without another word, Han Sen immediately picked up the little fox and leaped into the sea, leaving only the Empress shouting at him, Han Sen, you're not trying to steal food from that lobster, are you? Underwater. In front of Han Sen was the smoke of the underwater battle. But due to the aquatic environment, it became a deep blue floating area. He looked there, then thought, this peacock is extremely fierce. It actually ran into someone else's territory and ended up in such a state. Since that's the case, you'd better try harder. Don't let that lobster kill you too soon. Han Sen and the little fox's bodies were enveloped by a layer of water element energy barrier. He swam steadily deeper. Although he lacked the ability to contend for the peacock's flesh and to directly face the lobster and peacock, but as long as he seized the opportunity, he might be able to obtain a beast soul. Han Sen continued to observe from the side, and also served as the commentator for this underwater battle. Although this peacock's abilities were both dazzling and powerful, facing this lobster it was all in vain. At this moment the lobster was tightly clamping the peacock's two wings. making it scream continuously, even though it was already underwater. The peacock's light was still very brilliant. Han Sen was enveloped by a thin yellow light film, moving easily in the water. He observed then thought. As expected, its defensive capabilities are still quite good. It can wear down its opponent to death. After all, it's also a super god creature. Its abilities wouldn't be too weak. If I attack its weak point, maybe I can claim the peacock's life. The peacock isn't dead yet. It's already started eating. This lobster is too impatient. Here the peacock lay flat on the seabed. The lobster began tearing at its tail with its claws, then putting it into its mouth. How disgusting! There's only one chance. Once I make a move, it'll alert this lobster. So it must be a one-hit kill. Han Sen had already reached beside the peacock's head. It was barely breathing, just waiting to meet the king of hell. He slowly observed, then analyzed. Although this peacock's wounds are not fatal, perhaps it drowned due to being dragged underwater for too long. The most vulnerable spot is where it was stung by the venomous bee. If you attack that wound, you'll have a chance to kill it. Han Sen began to transform. He used the ancient evil charm Jade Primordial Young Art. His body emitting dazzling golden light. His eyes sparkling armored. Wielding the heaven-pointing sword full of domineering presence. While the lobster's attention was focused on its tail, Han Sen, with his sword in hand, prepared to stab the peacock's head. Before he could act, he felt a flash of light and realized he had been discovered. If he plunged the sword, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge the lobster's claw. But if he dodged, he wouldn't get another chance to kill it. Han Sen's one hand had just been raised to block the lobster's might, while his other hand remained in the sword-wielding position, pointing at the peacock's head. The situation was extremely urgent. This is a super god creature, Han Sen. You won't get another chance like this. You must seize this opportunity. He muttered to himself, then resolutely plunged the sword into the peacock's eye. Blood gushed out along the sword. At this moment he had to simultaneously block attacks from both sides. The lobster's power from above was too strong. Han Sen had to further enhance the power of Overlord's disarming armor. More and more blood spread in the water. In the chaotic scene, as soon as the lobster's head glowed, Han Sen was sent flying far away. He thought to himself, fortunately I didn't use my yang and strength. Otherwise I would have been killed by a single strike. This super god creature is truly too strong. Even though I used the art of borrowing strength to escape, its pincers were still powerful enough to crush bones, flesh and internal organs. System notification. Han Sen has successfully killed Peacock Bright Eye. He obtained the super god creature's soul pet, Peacock Bright Eye. Consuming its flesh will randomly grant 0-10 points of god blood points. Hearing this, Han Sen plunged his sword into the ground, gritting his teeth and thinking, success, a super god beast soul, haha. He then immediately reached out, preparing to swim upwards. As long as I get out of the water, it won't be able to do anything to me. This tactic of escaping quickly after winning. If I stayed a moment longer, I'd be risking my life. But life doesn't always go as planned. Han Sen. The lobster aggressively pursued him at full speed from behind, frightening him into a panic. Oh, so fast. Han Sen, while escaping, gritted his teeth and said to the little fox on his shoulder, stop sleeping, stop sleeping. If you don't act now, we'll both be eaten by that lobster. A shocking flash of lightning shot out, affecting both the lobster and Han Sen. They both suffered the same fate, grimacing in pain. Han Sen was the most affected. The lightning shocked him so much he coughed blood and he cried out in pain. Ah, so you didn't act, because once you did, the first one to die wouldn't be the lobster but me. The little fox's fur bristled, facing the lobster with its body crackling with lightning. Although affected, it still aggressively spread its claws. The little fox's entire body glowed blue, and it quickly swam forward. Han Sen watched this from behind, sighing in admiration. Damn worthy of a super god creature. It swims so much faster than me. He gritted his teeth, looking worried. Xiao Yining, please don't get hurt. The little fox charged forward to confront the lobster hidden. But judging by their sizes, it was like striking a rock with an egg. The lobster was still being affected by the lightning shock, but the little fox seemed unable to do anything to it. It was swimming away. Han Sen saw this and immediately grew tense. Not good. After all, Xiao Yining is just a child. Whether in terms of speed or ability, it can't compare to that lobster. Before it could swim far, the huge shadow of the lobster already loomed over it. The little fox only heard Han Sen's shout, Xiao Yining. The lobster fiercely closed its pincers, trying to crush the little fox. But fortunately it deftly darted away, avoiding the attack. Han Sen panicked. Oh no, that lobster is still faster. It got in front of Xiao Yining and waited. Then a golden sandworm pursued from behind. The lobster still had its claws open. It relentlessly chased the little fox. No, I can't just sit here and wait to die. Little Enine is in danger. At this moment Han Sen was racking his brain. I can't just stand by, I have to do something. That's it. I can summon the golden sandworm king to block it. That way we'll have a chance to surface. Just then the lobster's claw snapped down fiercely. It looked as if the little fox would be crushed to bits. Who knew the giant golden sandworm king had already appeared? It blocked the attack and saved the little fox. Its sturdy shell also shattered into pieces. The little fox was startled. Seizing the chance, it darted upwards. Han Sen thought about surfacing as he ran. Once we're on the surface, we'll be safe. Super armor. My pet beast and the poor golden sandworm king. I'll kill that lobster sooner or later. And make it your dinner. At this moment, the lobster had easily dealt with the golden sandworm king at the bottom of the sea. Its body had been torn in half. Han Sen gritted his teeth and glanced back, his heart burning with rage. Suddenly a glint flashed in his eyes, and a bold idea popped into his mind again. This guy has been provoked by little Enine. Does it want to eat another super god creature? Little Enine run. Before he could calculate, the lobster caught up again. It stood before the little fox, its eyes gleaming as if it wanted to devour it alive. It wanted to devour the opponent alive. Its two claws open, cornering the little fox, intending to crush the small creature to death. Han Sen was in a panic. The super armor pet beasts and golden sandworm king could only hold out for a few minutes. What else? What else can stop it? As the lobster's two claws came together, the little fox simply closed its eyes and accelerated, desperately squeezing through the gap between the claws. It actually managed to escape. Seeing this, Han Sen was so astonished his mouth hung open. Damn, that's fast, you still have the trick up your sleeve. Han Sen was stunned for a few seconds. Wide-eyed he looked up and thought blankly. Something's not right. Wait a minute, little Enine ran away. Then, the lobster's target is just me now, isn't it? What about now? The lobster's claws were already pointed directly at Han Sen. He struggled desperately, swimming as fast as he could, shouting, crying out in panic. He cried and shouted, then blamed himself. What was I even calculating? I should have run earlier if I'd known. Just as the two claws were about to clamp shut on either side, Han Sen gritted his teeth and used his last resort. I can only sacrifice you. I'll avenge you. Fury Thunder Raven. So the Thunder Raven appeared. It stood in the middle, acting as a substitute to block the attack for him. Its half body and wings were directly clamped by the lobster. A piercing shriek rang out. In an instant the Thunder Raven was sliced into several pieces. Its body fell with gravity. Blood splattered continuously. Han Sen flew out of the water with wings, his face full of joy as if he had just escaped death's door. Ha ha! As long as I'm out of the sea, I'm safe. While flying in the air, he looked back down only to see the lobster raising its pincers out of the sea. Han Sen was shocked. Good heavens, this lobster won't stay in the water, and even learn to jump out of the sea. Luckily I have a way otherwise, Han Sen said as he cast a spell. Energy gathered in his legs, emitting a dazzling light. Afterwards the lobster was kicked back into the sea. With a boom and a splash he then flew high up and looked down, then mocked triumphantly. Bye-bye, baby. After an escape, Han Sen also breathed a sigh of relief now, circling above the sea. In the distance the queen stood on the whale's back, waving and shouting, Han Sen, it's safe over here. He then descended. The queen held the little fox and then said, its condition looks very bad. She softly called out to Han Sen. The little fox in her arms also ran towards him. Han Sen gently held it. He suddenly trembled and bent over, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, startling the empress who was nearby. Han Sen, what's wrong with you? Han Sen only said one word, go. After the pain subsided, Han Sen lay motionless on the whale's back. He said, facing the sky, my internal organs seem to be severely injured. I'm afraid I'll need to recuperate. For a while, the empress stood with her hands on her hips, her back to him. Looking into the distance she said, it shouldn't be far from Baishitan here. There's also a human holy land not far from here. We've been here for so long. It's time to send you back to rest. Then he saw the little fox suddenly jump onto him. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, Hashao Inin. Turns out it just took the opportunity to bite a piece of lotus root and put it in its mouth. The two pieces of lotus root just rolled off there, but it sat next to them openly sleeping, with something still in its mouth, making Han Sen go from hope to despair. Han Sen opened his mouth and said, Xiao Inin, you really have no empathy at all. I'm injured this badly, and you're taking advantage of me. It pounced again, bringing its nose close to Han Sen's face and sniffing, scaring him into shouting. "Little one, what do you want to do? You're not trying to feed me, are you?" The human and beast just lay there playing around. "I know you want to be good to me. But you don't have to go this far." The Empress was used to it and showed no reaction. She thought to herself, lotus root. Could it be the lotus root dug from that lotus flower? The lotus flower on the mountaintop. After a struggle, Han Sen also felt dizzy. He opened his mouth, letting it do as it pleased. The little fox got its wish. It then spat the lotus root liquid into Han Sen's mouth. He thought, spacing out. "Forget it, I almost lost my life getting this thing. I can't spit it out." Afterward, Han Sen sat up, closed his eyes and concentrated on circulating his energy. Energy continuously gathered. His body emitted a multicolored glow. He thought, feeling it, the lotus root liquid really is a good thing. The effects of the Dongxian Sutra. Indeed, they have greatly improved. His entire body felt as if it had been renewed. His cells seemed to have been replaced. The Empress stood by, arms crossed. Seeing this, her expression also relaxed a bit. "Your complexion is rosy white, quite unusual. Your complexion has improved a lot. Your skin is so good even in jealous." She secretly wondered again. Is this the effect of super gene technology? Or the effect of those 2 pieces of lotus root? Suddenly, the Empress was also enveloped by multicolored energy. She looked around in surprise. What's going on? The Etienne art can actually adjust itself automatically. Could it be goo? This fragrance is being purified and being channeled into the body. The Empress looked at the huge crack, which was emitting a purple glow. Then she said, "The Etienne art has made progress. The Etienne art has been stagnant for so long. It's like something suddenly opened up." Afterward, she also sat next to Han Sen to circulate her energy. She thought, feeling the energy in this world. There's actually such a peculiar fragrance that can attract the Etienne art. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I definitely wouldn't believe it. Han Sen on this side slightly opened one eye to observe the Empress can actually absorb this fragrance to cultivate her Etienne art. Those purple currents of powerful energy were surging and flowing within the Empress body. Han Sen was very surprised by this. This is the qi refining technique the Empress is cultivating. Why can I see the qi blood flowing within the Empress body? And the changes in her body. Is it the fragrance? Am I not seeing this with my own eyes? But I sensed a pattern. The flow of fragrance inside the Empress body. Then I just need to cultivate by following the traces of the fragrance. This way, won't I be able to learn Etienne art? The two were sitting face to face, circulating their respective qi. But Han Sen's blue aura began to move and twined with the Empress' purple aura. While performing the technique, he thought to himself, if the Empress knew he was secretly learning her Etienne art like this, would she directly take his life? Han Sen recalled what his senior sister said. In this world only 2 people know Etienne art. One is Huangfu Xiangqing's wife, the other is the Empress. Then he closed his eyes, a proud smile forming on his lips. Haha, from today onwards, in this world, there will be a 3rd person who knows Etienne art. After an unknown period of time, they finally landed on the white stone beach. Han Sen scratched his head, acting like a 3-year-old child. He sat down to play in the sand, happily smiling as he said, finally back on land. Suddenly a bird swiftly flew past him. Han Sen stood up in alarm. What was that so fast? The Empress, standing nearby, immediately answered, a flying eagle. This is an alien creature from this white stone beach. It can produce a crossbow beast soul. Han Sen repeated after hearing a crossbow beast soul. He remembered back in the Soul Sea. He once obtained a weapon called the Super God Beast Soul. Peacock's clear eye. Holy crap! As expected of a Super God creature's beast soul, this must be a good thing. But where are the arrows? Han Sen raised it to eye level, then aimed. He couldn't help but complain. This thing is good, sure. But why don't you give me some arrows? I have to find the crossbow bolts myself. Back to reality. Han Sen stood on the white stone beach thinking, if I use the Godblood Flying Eagle Beast Soul with that crossbow, its power might actually be able to tear apart a super God creature's body. After a bout of wild thoughts, Han Sen caught up to the Empress and asked, do you think there's a human sanctuary here? She immediately replied, no problem. The Shabi sanctuary is nearby. The two looked towards a certain direction, and then froze. Han Sen spoke. What is that place? Before their eyes was a bare pillar, standing on a rock. It looked very dangerous. Suddenly a voice rang out. Pillar of Heaven, Divine Mountain. Looking from here, doesn't it look like a holy pillar connecting heaven and earth? At this moment in the Alliance base, two people were standing on the rooftop. Yenran asked coldly, "Do you still remember the way home? Get ready to pack your things and sleep on the couch?" Although she acted so tough, she was still very worried about him. "You've been in the sanctuary for so long. I thought something happened to you. And I couldn't reach you." Han Sen held Yenran's hand and said, "That's why I came to see you as soon as I returned." A little later back in the dorm, Han Sen stood in front of the system map with his arms crossed. He seriously analyzed the flying eagle. Originating from the pillar peak of Wanjiang Mountain, the divine king of its clan. It is a super god creature. If that's the case, the godblood flying eagle should be right on the mountaintop, with the little silver fox here. As long as on that divine mountain there are no super god creatures, there might not be any obstacles. Suddenly thinking of something, he frowned worriedly. But many people have already seen, on the pillar of heaven, divine mountain alien beasts riding on clouds. This description looks like a super god creature no matter how you look at it. Suddenly the phone rang. Han Sen looked at the name on the screen and said to Zhu Ting, "This person has my number saved. But they've never called before. It seems something big has happened." As soon as the call connected, his face filled the screen. He looked extremely nervous. He shouted, "Director of the Iceplane Island God Sanctuary. God Sanctuary Island has appeared. Get back here quickly. Otherwise all the good stuff will be snatched by others." Seeing the other party yelling loudly, Han Sen also learned to shout back loudly. But him at Whitestone Beach right now. He was furious, his face filled with anger. He gritted his teeth, pondering the God Sanctuary Island of the second sanctuary. Of course there would be royal grade sanctuary spirits. Such a good opportunity. Could it really just be taken by others? Afterwards Monli called again to report director. She had just opened her mouth when Han Sen interrupted her. "I know Monli adapt to the situation. You'll find a way to get back as soon as possible." Han Sen tapped his phone screen. The four characters Huangfu Pingjing appeared. He pondered, thinking he must return as soon as possible. She must have a way. Suddenly the senior sister's image appeared. She said with a mocking tone, "Junior, it's been so long since you contacted your senior sister. Whitestone Beach, are you in White Sand Sanctuary?" Han Sen heard her question and replied in surprise, "Yes." The senior sister then added, "What a coincidence. Wait 2 more days, they'll come find you." Before he could say anything, she disappeared. She hung up so fast. "I haven't even mentioned the queen to her yet. She said it was a coincidence she was in White Sand Sanctuary." The senior sister and Han Sen agreed to meet here. Suddenly she shouted loudly, "What, how are you two together?" The other party's voice came through. "I want to invite Han Sen to join the team." The senior sister heard this like a bolt from the blue, her eyes wide. Her mouth agape stammering as she questioned him. The queen crossed her arms over her chest and added. But he refused. Han Sen stood nearby, eyes closed, leisurely spreading his hands to show his helplessness. "Your Majesty, you're joking. It's not that I don't want to join, but rather there's someone in their team who doesn't agree to my joining." Hearing this, the queen said calmly, "If you agree, I will propose your inclusion again. If you still can't join the team this time, then I'll leave the team and go with you." Han Sen replied in surprise, "I can cooperate with you, but those tyrants are out." The senior sister next to him was utterly confused, not understanding what was going on. What exactly happened? Han Sen felt a bit smug and pressed his advantage, saying, "I know I'm very handsome. If senior sister really likes that, why don't we get a room and take a closer look?" Hearing his nonsense, the senior sister was so furious her head almost exploded. She expressed her displeasure. "Look at what? Aren't you afraid Ji Yenran will castrate you?" "Where did the queen go?" Han Sen calmly replied. "She went to find the tyrant. They're strolling down the street together." She walked and turned to Han Sen, saying, "Junior, you're not bad yourself. Someone like the queen to actually make her abandon her team and follow you. Honestly, what trick did you use to con her?" Han Sen didn't mind. She saw a weapon stall and stomped over to it angrily. He held an arrow in his hand and asked, "Boss, how much is this arrow?" "Oh, this arrow has been sitting here for a long time. Fiery beast soul crossbow. Nobody usually buys crossbows. Make an offer." At this moment, at the entrance of White Sand Sanctuary, 4 people were talking. One of them spoke, saying, "Disobeying orders, leaving the team without permission." To the team, "You're like a ticking time bomb." The tyrant frowned, looking very displeased. Then he decisively said, "I don't agree to him joining the team." The queen stood before him, arms crossed, and said, "All right then, if that's the case, I'll apply to withdraw." Her resolute statement astonished everyone. The tyrant immediately became tense. "Big sister, after all these years of our bond, is it really worth it to do this for an outsider? Lazy Cat, who was nearby, also worried about Big Sister. Don't say such angry things. The queen remained completely unmoved, and instead spoke even more seriously. I'm not speaking in anger. Nor am I angry with any of you. Do you still remember why we formed this team? In the first place, it was to hunt super creatures. Yet all these years, haven't we even managed to kill one super creature? At this moment, Han Sen and the senior sister also stood behind her. The remaining members of the team also spoke up. We are constantly improving. There will definitely be a chance in the future. The queen answered him directly. We couldn't kill one before. And now even Shinching and the others are gone. The team's strength is greatly reduced. Do you still think there will be a chance? Tyrant was enraged. He clenched his fist and said bluntly. We no longer have a chance. But does one more person suddenly give us a chance? All three of them shouted in unison exactly. I think so too. Seeing the queen turn and leave, Lazy Cat hurriedly ran over and said, Big sister. After all these years, our bond of facing life and death together, can you just abandon it so easily? Hearing this, she still didn't look back, and simply said a few words. When we first formed this team, I said it then. Everything I do is to hunt that creature. Others can talk about emotions, but I don't have that right. That is my destiny. After that, the queen left decisively, walking through the gate, under the gaze of Han Sen and the senior sister. Han Sen looked ahead and asked calmly, why would the queen say something like that? Do you know? The senior sister beside him immediately replied, let alone me in the entire Ares martial arts school. Only 2 people can speak to her. Then the senior sister returned to the main topic. Junior brother, you're looking for me to ask for directions back, aren't you? Han Sen turned around and said seriously. I plan to hunt some xenogeneic creatures nearby first. At this moment, Han Sen was riding his divine beast charging into the hills. Suddenly 3 people appeared blocking his way. The person in the middle spoke arrogantly. Han Sen, just pick one of the 3 of us. Han Sen calmly asked, pick one for what? Tyrant immediately explained, defeat one of us 3. And I'll agree to let you join the team. Han Sen said bluntly without politeness. Sorry, I never wanted to join a team. And I have no interest in defeating any of you. Hearing this, Lazy Cat was provoked and immediately charged forward. She leaped up holding a blade and charged with killing intent. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Han Sen parried easily with his sword. The 2 weapons clashed, making a loud noise and sending sparks flying. Lazy Cat shouted, her anger blazing. You're still saying such things now. You're clearly trying to sow discord. Another person also holding a weapon charged over with killing intent. He shouted, little Lazy Cat, get back. Meanwhile, Lazy Cat, holding a blade with both hands, chopped continuously, screaming. He's mine, don't interfere. The one who broke the bond between Big Sister and us must pay a terrible price. Han Sen parried continuously, but seemed to have no intention of counterattacking. He simply dodged the attacks. Afterward, Han Sen was besieged by the 2 blades and shadows flying everywhere. There was no time to look at the blue light. The yellow light from the weapons was dazzling. Tyrant stood observing from the side, his brows furrowed. He thought to himself, Han Sen hasn't even drawn his sword yet. I never expected him to be this strong. He's fighting 2 against 1 without losing ground. After a moment's thought, he suddenly struck a pose and roared. The weapon clenched in his hand seemed to emit lightning. After that, Tyrant also plunged into the fray. He pointed his spear directly at Han Sen. Han Sen, as if having 3 heads and 6 arms, fended off attacks from all directions, but still reacted in time. Weapons clashed and cracking sounds echoed all around, facing 3 guys who only knew how to attack wildly. Han Sen finally drew his sword coldly. Just as he saw him draw his sword from its sheath, Tyrant parried, smiled, and then said. Finally he drew his sword. He held his weapon in front of him. He raised his head with a fierce gaze, thinking to himself, the 3 of us combined are actually no match for him. It was only then that Han Sen truly entered the fray. He charged in with his sword. The 3 were pushed back to the side by his powerful aura. The Tyrant also secretly admitted. Such a powerful human opponent. Besides the queen, he was the first. Seeing Han Sen charging towards them, the Tyrant gritted his teeth, trembling, and ordered, let's go. With that, he sped away. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining continued to pester them. Xiao Lanmao ignored her teammates' calls. She still stood there, clenching her hands tightly. She looked at Han Sen coldly and said, I finally understand why. The queen insisted on having you join the team. And even 3 against 1 we still lost. You truly possess terrifying power. Your power is beyond our reach. After they left, Han Sen closed his eyes and casually said, come out. The queen walked out from behind the big tree and said thank you. Han Sen turned his gaze to the queen and fell silent. Is it really okay to abandon them like this? The queen responded without hesitation. I only need useful people. If one day I find you are no longer useful, I will also leave like this. If you find I am no longer useful, you can also leave whenever you wish. After speaking, she walked up to Han Sen looking straight at him. I suspect there are such creatures on Tianju Mountain. You should come with me. A question arose in Han Sen's mind. What exactly is this queen's mission? Tianju Mountain soared into the clouds, piercing through layers of clouds and mist. Just looking at it made one want to faint, let alone climbing it. The queen stood in the distance looking at it and said, Tianju Mountain is the territory of the Chen family. If you encounter him, you must be careful of Chen Ran. Upon hearing this, Han Sen asked calmly why. He absently asked himself, is that Chen Ran very powerful? Zhou Ting came to his mind again. She was cheerful and kind. Zhou Ting was precisely the illegitimate daughter of this Chen family. Why does that girl absolutely refuse to reveal anything more about the Chen family? The queen held up her thumb and index finger, gesturing as she said, very powerful. The Chen family already unlocked their first gene 85 years ago. Upon hearing this, Han Sen was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. What, 85 years ago? The queen walked forward answering, that's right. Do you know the history of the sanctuary's development? It's only been a little over 100 years in total. Hearing this, his heart churned. Unlocking the first gene 85 years ago. This must be an old veteran expert. And after so many years of cultivation, his strength is simply unimaginable. Hearing a commotion, Han Sen's gaze became alert again. Someone's coming. A group of people rode divine beasts, their aura incredibly grand. They approached the two. Chen Ran sat on the back of a divine beast. He stretched out his hand with a big smile, chuckling. Having come to Tianju Mountain, why not greet my Chen family? So this old man can host you. The queen stood in front, politely replying, we merely came to Tianju Mountain to hunt sky eagles. We didn't dare disturb Elder Chen. He heard this and continued. The Chen family and the Huangfu family have always been on good terms. You're practically half a member of the Huangfu family yourself. There's no need to be so polite. Let this old man escort you up the mountain. Han Sen watched the two of them walk ahead, and mocked in his heart. What escort? Aren't they just afraid that, well, kill the super god creatures here? Having these local snakes lead the way can also save us some trouble. Han Sen looked up at the tall mountain. Peaks upon peaks layered. Then he wondered. It's strange I didn't even bring the little fox. So why haven't we encountered any xenogenic creatures all this way? Chen Ran looked ahead, his brows furrowed, his expression calm. He said, this is the skeleton of the Tianju Mountain Guardian Dog. Its divine power extends within a 1-kilometer radius. No xenobeast dared to approach. The giant dog's entire skeleton lay perfectly preserved in the middle of the stone path. Han Sen walked behind. He concentrated, listened intently, and then analyzed carefully. Within a 1-kilometer radius, no xenobeast dared to approach. This power is not like Xiaoyinyan's. So if I used these bones to make soup, I could develop super god genes constantly advancing. He repeatedly slashed at the bones with his sword. All he heard was a deafening clanging sound. It echoed, causing a headache. Other than that, there wasn't even a scratch on the bones. He turned around, forced to smile, and said, these bones are so hard. Even a god blood weapon can barely harm them. After walking for a while, Han Sen asked, are we almost at the summit? The giant dog's remains must have been here for a long time. That's why vines and moss covered it. Suddenly Han Sen's voice rang out again. What's that? He started fiddling again, pushing aside the vines. A gourd-like object immediately emitted a glow. It attracted Han Sen. He thought there have been a lot of withered vines recently, but there's only one gourd. Maybe there's something special about this gourd. Han Sen gritted his teeth. He pulled at the gourd with all his might, but he couldn't break it off. How is this thing so sturdy? Seeing this from behind, Dong Jin chuckled and teased. Everyone who sees this gourd wants to pick it. Too bad, even if you cut it with a knife or chisel it with an awl, you can't damage it even with fire. The vine is as hard as the giant dog's bones by the mountain. Neither swords nor blades can do anything to it. Han Sen glanced, listened carefully, and then showed a displeased expression. He took out his purple sword and looked at it. He grinned smugly and said, that amazing, huh? Then he'll have to try even harder. Let's see if it's harder or if my ancient god sword is sharper. Han Sen decisively slashed at the vine. But it was stubborn. No matter how he cut it, it wouldn't break. Seeing this, Dong Jin walked over and asked, how did it go? Han Sen's hand was shaking violently from cutting. It truly is sturdy. Han Sen, the king of durability as his name implies. He stubbornly continued to think of other ways. If the sword can't cut it, then how about I try my first gene? Han Sen extended his glowing hand. He grabbed the vine above the gourd. Then pulled down hard. The gourd fell off and everyone was startled and trembling, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Han Sen was also stunned. It fell off. Dong Jin was even more shocked. Oh my god. How did you pick it? Han Sen scratched his head in confusion. Holding the gourd in his hand he said. I don't know either. I just casually picked it with my hand and it fell off. Shen Ran's voice came over. What happened? Dong Jin frantically recounted what had just happened. This young brother Han has already picked this gourd. However, Shen Ran chuckled, his eyes narrowing, and said, this gourd vine has been withered here for a long time. It seems it was meant to fall off today. It just happened to fall into young brother Han's hands. Since it's a gift from the heavens, then young brother Han should keep it safe. It might turn out to be another treasure. Han Sen dismissively closed his eyes, put it into his pocket, and said, it's just a gourd. What could be so precious about it? It could make a decent toy though. Everyone continued towards the mountain summit. Han Sen heard a strange sound again. He wondered what's that sound. At this moment the gourd in his chest pocket began to tremble. Han Sen still somewhat curiously felt the sound. It sounded a bit like a heartbeat. He took out the gourd and stared at it. Something seemed to be moving inside. A small crack suddenly appeared at the bottom of the gourd. A stream of blood-red liquid shot out, directly towards Han Sen's face. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and cursed. Seeing Han Sen trembling unsteadily, the queen then asked Han Sen what's wrong. Only then did he snap back to reality, reaching for his chest and saying, it's all an illusion. Just slipped a little and fine. Han Sen stared gravely at the gourd in his hand. Some thoughts emerged in his mind. No way I'm that unlucky, right? It shouldn't be those terrifying poisonous wasps, right? Why is it quiet again? How strange. Deep in the divine pillar of heaven mountain, Han Sen spoke, a little tired and frustrated. This mountain is too high. We've been walking for 2 days and haven't reached the top yet. Dong Jin. Hearing this, he gently turned his head and said with a smile, it's only been 2 days. We haven't even reached halfway yet. This made Han Sen open his mouth wide and ask in surprise, it's that high? But after walking for a while he heard. Han Sen seemed to sense something and heard the sound of a horse. Chen Ran saw a small cave on the rock wall. He quickly shouted, quick, get in, and because of that they decided to all move into the stone cave to observe the situation outside. Then they also made a shushing gesture to each other. Keep it down. The sound is getting closer. Meanwhile, Han Sen was currently observing with full concentration that strange red smoke outside, at the cave entrance. This was an exotic creature shaped like a horse or a donkey. It was enveloped in red mist. As Tianwang Laoren said, it's a super divine creature. In the divine pillar of heaven mountain, Chen Lao already knew about its danger, so he had already calculated everything carefully. However, this exotic creature was extremely powerful. Who knows how many people have died by its claws. Under its claws I led you down this path. Originally it was to avoid the places where it appears. I didn't expect to still encounter it here. Dong Jin patted Han Sen's shoulder and cautiously suggested, let's leave quickly. Don't let it turn back and see us. After that they immediately set off on their journey. Just like that another 5 days passed. Chen Ran finally announced with joy, we're here. Looking down from his perspective, he couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of this mountain. It's so high, truly worthy of being the divine pillar of heaven mountain. There were many strange birds on the branches, never seen before. The exotic creatures nesting in the trees are estimated to number in the tens of thousands. Among them several types of exotic creatures were large birds. Their numbers all exceeded 1,000. The skyhawk you are looking for is also one of them. Fu Jing heard this and suddenly fell into deep thought. So many exotic creatures. To avoid them and then hunt the skyhawk, I'm afraid it will be very difficult, but if we alarm them, then our enemy numbers will multiply 100-fold. Chen Ran then stepped forward and explained to her in detail, pointing with his hand. Although exotic creatures are numerous in the trees, their living areas are fixed. The skyhawk's location is near the canopy close to the treetop. As soon as he saw him, Han Sen frowned again, thinking, this old fox, is he here to prevent us from eliminating the super divine creature? He doesn't want to help us at all. Thinking this, Han Sen was sufficiently annoyed and said directly, you all wait for me here. I'll go eliminate the skyhawk myself. But he just sneered, saying disdainfully, brother Han, the Empress Etienne ultimate skill is renowned worldwide. If she wants to eliminate the god-blood skyhawk, she might be able to. As for you, but she didn't care at all either. She just crossed her arms and calmly said, all right, I'll wait for you all here. That Chen Ran was still putting on an act. worrying that this was indeed very dangerous. Watching Han Sen fly up with his wings, he still kept criticizing from below. Never mind if he can catch up to the skyhawk. I'm just afraid brother Han might not even reach the spot and be surrounded and attacked by other birds. Then he continued speaking with false modesty. Even if I from the Chen family know the heaven shaking seven folds, I wouldn't dare to engage with the bird flocks in the sky. Brother Han, your chances this time are very slim. The Empress meanwhile simply replied faintly. I also want to know how you will deal with it, as these fierce birds attack in the air. Meanwhile in the sky, countless birds of various kinds emerged, in flocks filled with rage. Then they all gathered in one place. Han Sen was indeed a little surprised. The birds on these divine trees, their bodies seemed very small, even the cranes were like sparrows. What's more, the shape of this group of eagles was quite ordinary. The bird king was not among them. He hovered in the sky like this, quietly observing their every move, and then eliminating them. On the ground Dong Jin couldn't help but widen his eyes, utterly astonished, exclaiming in wonder. He actually took the initiative to eliminate that flock of birds. Brother Han is truly brave. Then his face suddenly turned to horror, and he shouted loudly. How can he be so fast? That flock of birds can't even catch up to him in the air. Han Sen, with his extraordinary speed, was highly focused on every small detail. Dong Jin could easily observe that, with every attack, he could precisely eliminate one bird from the flock, without a single mistake. On the ground, Chen ran. Seeing this scene also couldn't help but frown and murmur to himself. Berserk God blood wings. The two people who heard this also started whispering. He actually has a berserk God blood beast soul. All my beast souls combined wouldn't be able to trade for one berserk God blood beast soul. In the sky, after a series of fierce and precise attacks, all those birds were eliminated by him. They died in numbers as if he was mowing grass. Han Sen gently raised his sword, aiming at his target, becoming serious. Finally, he eliminated the remaining few birds. Only then did that bird reveal itself, making him say with satisfaction, I finally forced you out. Han Sen didn't care at all, because he didn't need to know if you were the Sky Eagle King or not. Then after eliminating it he said. However, just as Han Sen raised his sword, it had already flown past, causing him to be surprised. And to his astonishment he found it was even faster than his own berserk godblood wings. Then he only saw it summon another flock of imposing birds. He also looked back and said in a deep voice, Are there reinforcements? However, what he needed to do now was to keep his distance from this flock of birds. Otherwise he'd have to deal not only with it but also with this flock. That would be too passive. Below, Dong Jin suddenly asked the queen with some concern. Should we help him? She immediately rejected it, only saying firmly, No need. Within 30 swords, he can kill the Sky Eagle King. Chen Ran stood there immediately mocking her colleague. How impressive, even daring to provoke the Sky Eagle King. After speaking he fell into deep thought. Huang Fu Xiong once swore never to teach the heaven-shifting art to a second person. How does this kid know it? When I go back I must get a clear answer from this Han Sen. At this moment in the air, Han Sen was still fighting several large eagles, with no signs of stopping, so much so that the spectators below couldn't help but exclaim 22nd sword. Subsequently Chan Ran and the others. Even though others were mocking, he still kept his eyes fixed on Han Sen, thinking, how could anyone within 30 swords kill the Sky Eagle King? That's quite a boast. Meanwhile in the air, he was crossing two swords, preparing to deliver another blow to the Sky Eagle King. This sword strike was aimed straight ahead, carrying an extremely powerful pressure. 23rd sword. Sure enough, this sword strike is different compared to Han Sen's previous moves. Han Sen succeeded in making the Eagle King spit blood. After wildly dancing back and forth, the Eagle King finally ran out of energy and lost its balance. Its head was facing down. After 24 strikes, Dong Jin, seeing everything proceed smoothly, was also a little surprised. Is it really dead? After witnessing Han Sen's performance, Chen Ran also had a different opinion of him. Can he really kill the Sky Eagle King in 30 strikes? The queen was also very satisfied with Han Sen's ability. You truly didn't disappoint me. In the air, despite having shot down the Eagle King, he still couldn't feel at ease. Why isn't there a dying whale? Is it not completely dead yet? I absolutely cannot let it revive and torment me again. So Han Sen immediately grabbed the eagle, determined to make sure it was reincarnated. With his tenacious strength he gripped the Eagle King and squeezed hard, making it want to meet its ancestors immediately. Right after he finished the action, he immediately flew away. No beast soul. What a pity, let's head back for now. To avoid arousing Chan Ran's suspicion. However, during the flight an inexplicable feeling suddenly enveloped Han Sen. What is this? It feels incredibly powerful. A pitch-black crow suddenly appeared before him, but it looked very dangerous. It remained motionless, just staring at him, which was already enough to send shivers down his spine. Such terrifying power. It must be a super god creature. The moment Han Sen landed, everyone gathered around showering him with praise. You actually killed the Sky Eagle King. Did you get a beast soul? Show us? I was on the ground the whole time, and watching your fight was incredibly cool. However, Han Sen simply ignored them and continued to ponder about the black bird. Just now, I was so close to a super god creature, yet it didn't react at all. Impossible. Unless two possibilities started to emerge in his mind. It couldn't move, or this crow was incubating an egg, which is why it didn't kill me. Facing its mystery, Han Sen felt it was best to take control first. Let's go. There's an extremely terrifying xenogeniac on that tree. We must leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, in a little while, if the crow leaves its nest, we'll be in big trouble. However, Dong Jin was somewhat puzzled. There's such a terrifying xenogeniac up there, and you could still come back. Chu Jing felt he was talking too much, so she urged, listen to him, let's go. At this moment only Chan Ran displayed a very serious expression, as if about to step onto a battlefield. However, before they could do anything, the crow had already flown through layers of leaves and soared into the sky. Dong Jin was so shocked he practically yelled, what the heck? Who am I? Where am I? This is just too unexpected. What is that thing? A crow? Why? This mysterious black crow has entered Han Sen's sights, so he can't let it just leave so easily. At this moment Han Sen and the queen had already teleported, chasing it to Tianqi Mountain. Pillar God, what happened? How did it get out already? That thing flies too fast. No matter how fast we run, it seems to be able to block us. And just as she said, it was all true, as the crow was now dashing forward at an astonishing speed. Extremely fast and truly surprising. Han Sen's guess was not wrong, because this crow had truly just knocked someone's head flying. Run, facing its speed no less than the flash. He also exerted all his strength to chase it. Too fast. This crow seems to be able to teleport. My intuition is very strong, but also couldn't clearly see its direction of movement. They're equally matched. Han Sen was already fast enough. However, Chen Ran was even more overbearing. This old geezer, when he saw himself clearly a hot-blooded young man lose to an old man with one foot in the grave, he also admitted that the Chen family's skills were indeed formidable. At this moment everyone was running like they were being chased by dogs, just to catch a crow. It's obvious it hasn't used its full power yet. It seems to be toying with us. Once it gets bored, we're all dead. Fu Jing saw that the situation was dire, so she immediately made a suggestion. We can't beat it. How about we split up and run? Do you remember the cloud seahorse, the exotic creature down the mountain? However, regarding her suggestion, Han Sen wouldn't listen at all. Are you trying to drive out a wolf only to invite a tiger? This place is very far from that exotic creature. I'm afraid we won't even get there before that crow kills us. If you're unwilling to do it, then Fu Jing will. Her whole body radiated a purple power. Chen Ran, faced with her desperate courage. Even Chen Ran, for all his hot-bloodedness, was surprised. What does she want to do? It turns out Fu Jing used her own power to summon the cloud seahorse. It was charging forward menacingly. He saw it like brakes failing, charging forward recklessly, and immediately jumped up. Everyone be careful. And the cloud seahorse was targeting Fu Jing. It seems the queen wants to distract that creature. It was then that Han Sen understood this ingenious plan. Her plan is not wrong. Now this one is targeting us. That crow will likely lose interest in us. As someone who liked pink and hated hypocrisy, he actually developed a fondness for this horse. Although that thing was terrifying and scary, at least its movements could still be seen. It's easier to dodge than to deal with that crow. This is our only way out. On the Pillar of Heaven Divine Mountain. At this moment Fu Jing had succeeded in making the cloud seahorse go mad and charge towards her. At this moment its eyes glowed with fury and its entire body was ablaze with fire. It looked extremely dangerous. Something's wrong with this horse. The queen is in danger. The cloud seahorse charged towards her like this, as if it would send Fu Jing flying into the sky any second now. Queen, just hold on a little longer, it'll be there to help. After a moment, leaving her to face the danger alone. Finally, Han Sen also stepped forward, a hero saving the beauty. No god blood beast. Soul arrow, then a steel arrow will have to do for now. However, his attack seemed to have no effect whatsoever on the cloud seahorse. Instead, it still looked full of energy, casually flaunting its powerful strength. Then stopped and reared up. The cloud seahorse at this moment was like a bloodleech chasing after them relentlessly. Its skin is so tough. But playing cat and mouse like this is also boring, so they split up, each going in a different direction, to distract the cloud seahorse and also to have some fun. Realizing the situation was as tense as an arrow on a bowstring, Han Sen also decided to find a new solution. This won't work in the long run. If we go back, we'll only face a dead end. Go to the bones of the mountain guardian god within a 1-kilometer radius. No exotic creature dares to approach. All or nothing. Fu Jing decided to take a gamble and listen to him. Alright. They quickly arrived at their destination. They had already entered the 1-kilometer radius. Isn't it afraid? Hide inside the skeleton. Using the advantage of the massive gigantic skeleton, like those dishes in Ms. Tan's vlog, they quickly jumped inside. Get in quickly. As expected, in front of the master of judgment Han Sen, the cloud sea horse couldn't help but feel frustrated. It stopped. It didn't dare to come in here. It seems it doesn't intend to let us go. We've been running from then until now. Half dead. They also leaned together to rest for a moment. I didn't expect unlocking the first gene lock to be such a huge burden. If we didn't have a place to hide temporarily, I really don't know if we could have lasted until we got down the mountain. However, what made them confused at this moment was the very skeleton that had saved their lives. They didn't know what creature it belonged to. Not even super god creatures dared to approach it. It's really strange. You're right. Let's hurry up and leave this place. At this moment, it was clear from a distance that Chen Ran also liked to join the fun and ran over here. They could actually run all the way here too. I thought it would be hard for them to escape. Didn't expect that, old man. As soon as they arrived, they immediately encountered the red cloud horse. What's going on? Are they here too? He led his subordinates, swaggering in. Old Chen, you've also made it all the way here. Chen Ran was also as exhausted as a dead fish at this moment, slumped on the ground to rest. It's a long story, but looking up from the skeleton, Han Sen also noticed the presence of the crow. It's here. Luckily, they don't dare to come in. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. So he immediately asked Chen Ran for his opinion. We can't stay here forever. Old Chen, do you have any ideas? He was also helpless. What ideas could I possibly have? Let's just wait and see. Maybe they'll leave if they get impatient. Time flew by, and a day had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, at the skeleton of the mountain guardian god, everyone was still rooted there, with no signs of moving. However, in this predicament, he had a flash of inspiration, and an idea sparked. Han Sen pulled out a small exquisite gourd from his clothes. I was so tense all day I actually forgot about this thing. What a strange gourd. At the skeleton of the mountain guardian god, Chen Ran had originally finished speaking, but now he contradicted himself. It seems they're not going to leave. If we keep waiting like this, we'll just starve and die of thirst here. Wouldn't that just make us a laughingstock? From the head to the tail of this skeleton, it's several hundred meters. If we split into two groups and run, maybe there's still a chance. What do you all think? Han Sen, however, thought this idea was completely unfeasible. How would we split up? That mule is very close to the tail, so whoever runs from the tail will definitely be at a disadvantage. Perhaps both super god creatures will chase after that side. He then directly proposed. This was my idea, so of course I can't let you all take too much risk. I'll run from the tail end. But I have one condition. Su Dongjin and his group are my sworn brothers whom I've fought alongside for many years. I hope you can take them with you. My skills are the best here. I alone will run from the tail direction to buy you time. They were a bit surprised after hearing that. Old Chen, you're actually so kind-hearted. He solemnly reiterated, my decision is made. After everything was settled, they immediately began to act. Listen up. When you hear my shout, everyone run out at the same time. The two of them were currently scouting the situation outside. That mule is chasing us. What about the crow? Will it be less likely to chase us? Not long after, when the time was right, Chen Ran shouted, run. The crowd didn't dare to delay for even a second, and seized the opportunity to sprint frantically. However, as she was running, a hand suddenly stopped her. Han Sen then spoke an earth-shattering, incredible sentence. It seems the crow has chosen to go after the side with more people. They were too naive. So they were tricked by Chen Ran. And suffered a great loss. We were all tricked by that old man Chen Ran. The head's bone. Shan Shun and the others were still at the same spot except for him. They hadn't managed to escape safely yet. The tail looked very short. Very dangerous, but if you looked closely, this tailbone was indeed too short compared to its entire skeleton. After that, Han Sen, as if possessed, deduced very incisively. If I'm not mistaken, then this creature's tail is actually very long. The missing part of the tail has been buried underground. Although invisible, those creatures can definitely feel it. So they won't go near it. That's why they were tricked by that old man Chen Ran. It was then that he suddenly realized, although it was a bit late, therefore that crow didn't chase him, but rather chased us from so far away. At this moment, upon learning of his despicable true colors, Fu Jing couldn't help but resentfully say, it's bad enough that scoundrel tricked us, but he even tricked his own people. This guy is really crazy. A loss may turn out to be a gain. With his meticulous mind, nothing could stump Han Sen. However, his actions instead gave us hope. There was no more time for discussion, so he immediately decided. Are they chasing Chen Ran? Once Chen Ran leaves the skeleton by 1 kilometer, it'll count to 100. We run together. As Han Sen counted, he silently prayed, 97, 98, 99. I haven't detected their presence. They probably haven't returned yet. Realizing that now was the best time, he immediately gave the order. Now run. Han Sen ran. While looking back at the situation, quickly retreat inside. Fu Jing was running with the others at this moment, desperately. But she suddenly paused as if she had discovered something. When she saw the spikes shoot at him like darts, Fu Jing screamed, Han Sen, but it was too late. He had no time to dodge. And it grazed his body, forming a superficial wound. And the culprit who had just caused all this was none other than that crow. This creature had made them struggle for days. Then it suddenly flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, seemingly planning something. It turned out that it saw one attack hit a person. But Han Sen hadn't satisfied it yet. So it added another fatal blow to his neck. It's over. When she saw him get attacked, blood splattering, his life hanging by a thread, Fu Jing anxiously cried out. Han Sen, however, this was indeed a technical issue. That crow, unfortunately, got caught by several entangled branches again. It was then that he noticed the pile of vines. He originally thought they were unremarkable, yet they were extraordinary. Unbelievable, those withered vines are moving. Are they not afraid of the skeleton? But rather the vines entangled on the skeleton. And those vines were indeed tormenting the crow, so much that it couldn't even resist. What exactly are these vines to be so powerful? At this moment he suddenly remembered his gourd. This gourd was making a sound again. This sound was like a fetal heartbeat. What exactly was inside the gourd he picked? Seeing Han Sen's wound, Fu Jing couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Are you okay?" He comforted her. "It's nothing, I can bear it." At this point he no longer fought the crow, but sat and watched it fight the vines. These vines were so powerful that even super god creatures could hardly escape them. Those vines were indeed not to be underestimated. They directly pierced the crow's body, making it spew strawberry syrup. Han Sen's expression became very shocked at this moment. Couldn't believe his eyes. Are the vines sprouting? The crow struggled for a while. Then it also became exhausted, and hung exhausted on the vines. Fu Jing remained vigilant, never careless. So she immediately warned him to be careful. The crow then used all its strength, and finally struggled free from the entangled vines. It seems it hasn't given up. Until the last moment. It still tried to shoot its feathers at Han Sen. It was dead set on it. Does it not even want its feathers anymore? I didn't expect this crow could shed its skin like a cicada. Holding this nice sharp feather in his hand, he began to examine it closely. This thing doesn't look like an ordinary feather. Could this be that crow's treasure weapon? Afterwards Han Sen placed them on the ground, then said to Fu Jing, "I'm not very convenient right now. Why don't you use your sword to test the hardness of this feather?" "How about it?" She immediately agreed to such a small matter. Saying okay. Following Han Sen's instruction, Fu Jing scraped the feather with her blade. After testing it, she couldn't help but feel surprised by its quality, pure as distilled water. My god, blood beast soul sword. Couldn't even cut it. This is indeed a good item, even swords can't damage it. He was very satisfied upon hearing this. As if he had seen the light of salvation. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. With just a little processing, it could become an excellent artifact. Coupled with that peacock's crossbow, He'll have a chance to hunt super god creatures. Han Sen couldn't keep such a good item all to himself, so he suggested splitting them. There are 36 of these here. Well, each take one. But she refused. They're useless to me. If you need them, take them all. Hearing this, he no longer declined, and directly put them away. Then I won't be polite. I've already used the peacock crossbow in front of the queen. With her eyesight, she'll surely become suspicious, wondering why I'm so generous. Just as he was lost in self-fantasy about his strength, Fu Jing placed his hand on her for support. We should leave this place quickly, shouldn't we? If that red cloud mule returns and you are so heavily injured, it will be hard to escape. Now that he had some free time, he began to think about her. Since entering the sanctuary, this is the first time I've received help from someone else, and it's a girl at that. However, being carried by a girl like this is really not good. He originally thought it would be a romantic plot like a romance novel, but he didn't expect reality to be less beautiful than a dream. This time Han Sen actually had to rely on Fu Jing. In the forest at this time, after getting rid of that terrifying crow, Han Sen was actually toying with the very thing that had injured him. He let a few of its feathers fly around like this to test their toughness. Whoa, those crow feathers are really good stuff. So strong. However, compared to the feather's strength, Han Sen was even more surprised by his own gourd. The peacock crossbow combined with crow feather arrows. Such powerful forces hit it, yet it remained completely unharmed. What on earth is inside this gourd? He held it in his hand, full of doubt. Oh life, even the crow couldn't handle the vines. How could a small feather break this gourd? This thing is too mysterious. What if venomous bee blood essences fly out of it? Then it would be too late to run. After racking his brains, he decided better to kill by mistake than to let it go. I'd rather just throw it away. And so he did. But just as he threw it away, Xia Yinian rushed towards that side, seeing it holding the object he had just thrown away in its mouth. With its sparkling eyes, he immediately asked, bewildered, "What are you doing? Do you know what's inside this?" Suddenly, instead of running off with the gourd, it returned it to Han Sen. What does this mean? To test Xia Yinian's true intentions, he continued, "Throw the gourd far away. Let it go, pick it up. If you really want it, go fetch it." Just then he suddenly made a sharp turn and re-evaluated. Something the little silver fox really wants to keep. Shouldn't be dangerous, right? Brother Han suddenly heard someone call him. He immediately turned around. Elder Chen Chen ran. "You just leave after playing with women, how dare you? Return here." So Brother Han and Zhu Ting are good friends. Why didn't you say so sooner? Zhu Ting asked me to come see you, we're all family. Why don't you come to my territory for a chat? Upon hearing this, Han Sen politely refused. I appreciate the offer, but am returning to the ice field in 2 days. So there's no need to trouble Elder Chen, please just speak your mind. After that, he handed him a green card. Then it'll be direct. When you return to the ice field, could you bring some beast souls for Zhu Ting? Of course, I won't ask for your help for free. Here are 50 million Icefield rare beast souls. Bringing some beast souls from here to there. Who knows how many hundreds of millions one could earn. To give me 50 million, that's too good a deal for him. After careful calculation, he proposed a new suggestion. The Icefield isn't mine. Forget it. If you want to do business, you must give 20 to 3 families. I'll take 20 of what's left for you. How about it, Han Sen? Such shrewdness was unbearable for him. He would earn too little. So he refused. Young man, don't be so calculating. Favors are sometimes worth less than money. Seeing that Chen Ran didn't agree, he dropped it. He had nothing more to say. Alright then, sorry Elder Chen. He couldn't help but despise the other party in his heart. Even brotherhood forged in life and death can be betrayed. I fear I can't bear that burden. I can't let Han Sen escape my sight. So Chen Ran ordered his men to keep a close watch on him. Notify me immediately when he leaves the territory. He glanced at his retreating figure. He couldn't help but sneer. A descendant of Han Jingji, that old geezer. How could that Han Jingji have descendants? Time flew by and 2 days had passed in a blink. In the mountains, Han Sen was currently riding on a lion. Sister Huangfu Yu. This map is really detailed. From here, head east through the mountains. Based on his experience, he knew very well that he was being watched by dozens of eyes. So he spoke up. Elder Chen, since you're here, why not show yourself? Seeing that he had been exposed, he revealed himself. Brother Han's intuition is truly sharp. Everyone come out, stop hiding. From all directions, people appeared everywhere. Elder Chen, bringing so many people. It's clear you want me dead here. Chen Ran then started spouting nonsense. It's not that serious. As long as you answer a few questions, I want Make things difficult for you. You've been in the second sanctuary for less than a year. How could you gain so many genes? And how did you unlock the first gene? At his speechless questions, Han Sen burst into laughter as if he'd inhaled laughing gas. I thought Elder Chen would ask something important. For such a simple question. Why bring so many people? With his extraordinary confidence and self-centered personality, he boldly replied, I am a genius. Since you say so, he decided to play this to the end today. A genius indeed. Then today you'll have a good play with this genius. Archer's fire. Han Sen wasn't the type to be a sitting duck either. So he immediately took action. Golden-furred roar beast Chen Ran was a little surprised. Hidden weapons, the game has only just begun. But he performed exceptionally well. His movement skills are excellent. He can even withstand such dense weapon attacks. Han Sen spun 360 degrees, unleashing a whirlwind slash instantly. However, just as he was displaying a fraction of his power, a sword gleam shot straight towards him, forcing him to concentrate. This person is MO. Even though it was their first exchange, Han Sen admitted this was a formidable opponent. What powerful sword skills. This person is no ordinary man. Ran Shijian out. At this moment, after a bout of swinging and grappling, he still felt puzzled. His own strength was clearly superior to his opponent's. Yet he still couldn't gain an advantage. He continuously, without stop, swung countless slashes at Han Sen. It was as if this person and his swordplay were one. The sword was him. And he was the sword. At this point he started to find things very interesting. I've taken a liking to you. Friend, this is a grudge between Chen Ran and me. If you're not one of the Chen family, take a step back now. Why risk your life for him? However, he completely disregarded the young man's words. Fine. Cut the chatter. Standing outside, Chen Ran appeared very confident, yet still tried to provoke Jin 2 with words. It seems you're nothing special, Han Sen, and you pretentious fellow. The person standing before him was nicknamed Jin 2. Since you accepted old man Chen's favor, you should help out. If that's what he wants, Han Sen will play along to the end. Then let me show you what a true expert looks like. This old fox wants to exhaust my strength, and then reap the benefits. Dream on. At this moment in the forest, as he observed from outside the fierce battle between these two, Chen Ran also noticed that Jin 2 was almost unable to hold on. The time has come. This old man should make his move. I can take him down in one blow. He also resorted to a dirty trick, rushing forward with a sharp weapon, intending to gang up on him. Die, brat. Han Sen began to analyze the situation in his mind. Jin 2 couldn't hold on any longer. Chen Ran would definitely make his move personally. He's right behind me now. So this is the best time for him to strike. He couldn't sense his body at all. Chen Ran's abilities are indeed formidable. Zhou Ding was simply not worth mentioning compared to him. This aura is here. I was waiting for this old fox. Han Sen, as if to say, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Then he turned and blocked the attack. What kind of saber is this? It can even counterattack. He had just gotten hold of something good, so he had to show it off. You probably didn't expect that, Yenwu. My saber could counterattack, did you? Right. If you surrender now for your sake, I can spare you your life. This is truly a showdown between experts. As the young man retorted, unwilling to be outdone. If you take a step back now, I will spare you for Zhou Ding's sake. Your life. Seeing that Han Sen refused his offer and insisted on facing punishment, he decided to teach the young man a lesson about rules. Fool, today will be your death anniversary. Jin 2, let's rush in together and kill him. Etion technique. When he saw the young man use a new technique, Chen Ran scoffed. You actually know the Etion technique? Did the queen teach you? However, the next second, Han Sen said something incredibly arrogant, which immediately left the opponent speechless. Whether the queen taught me the Etion technique or not, what does it have to do with you? She can teach whoever she wants. Is it any of your business? Facing the young man's arrogant, domineering, and fearless attitude, Chen Ran's blood immediately boiled. That old geezer Huangfu Xiongcheng actually dared to break his promise. The Etion technique of my Chen family. Is the Huangfu family even worthy of inheriting it? Facing those clumsy attacks, the young man also felt puzzled. Why would that old fox say such a thing? Could it be that at the Eris martial arts dojo, there isn't a second disciple who knows the Etion technique? Seeing that Chen Ran was terribly mistaken, the young man immediately corrected him. The Huangfu family's Etion technique. When did it become your Chen family's? Chen Ran now looked incredibly eager to fight. Today I will definitely capture you alive. Ask old Huangfu City to clarify the whole story. He thought to himself, how pathetic. Such immense power. yet only knows how to use despicable schemes to harm others. Seeing his hesitation, Han Sen immediately warned him. Elder Chen. If you don't stop now, don't blame me for being impolite. He stubbornly refused to back down. Show me you won't hold back then. If Chen Ran insists, then Han Sen will gladly oblige. Then I won't hold back. Chen Ran glanced at the young man and scoffed. I thought it was some kind of weapon. Turns out it's just a crossbow. I've been in the second sanctuary for so many years. God's blood crossbow. Are God's blood arrows still rare? A mere few crossbows. Seeing Chen Ran's arrogance, Han Sen didn't argue with him. Instead, he let time answer. Then you can try it yourself. Didn't expect that, old geezer. Just now he was still dismissive. But the next second he had to look at it in a new light. That broken crossbow actually possesses such immense power. How did I not dodge it? Seeing the dire situation, he quickly fled. This arrow shaft is too hard. It actually broke my saber. Can't beat him, better retreat first. Chen Ran was pushed back by Han Sen's astonishing power. Although he had already exhausted Chen Ran, he still wasn't satisfied. I can't believe one arrow couldn't kill him. He coughed up blood and laughed triumphantly. I can't believe this guy has such a powerful weapon. Chen Ran's whole body was now like a coiled spring ready to strike, using all his remaining strength for one final burst. Elder Chen, watch out. He glided like a grasshopper, flying from one place to another, slowly approaching Han Sen. Elder Chen's sky-shattering 7 folds is truly impressive, what a pity. Afterward, Chen Ran decided to fight barehanded to the end, and have a match with Han Sen. Let's see whose is faster, my fists or your crossbow. But before he could even touch a single hair on him, Chen Ran was hit by a heavy blow. Then he was sent flying. The outcome was as expected. Han Sen was the victor. It seems my crossbow is still faster. After a struggle with the young man being in his twilight years, Chen Ran was now also utterly exhausted. Unable to fight anymore, Golden Rabbit decided to bear a grudge and swore to get revenge. So he charged at Han Sen. Elder Chen. Now his attack seemed even fiercer, even more ferocious than last time. Indeed, having motivation makes a difference. The others, under Han Sen's terrifying deterrence, they were all scared, trembling, and ran away with their tails between their legs. Run, don't look. Even Elder Chen is no match for him. Are we staying here to die? Carrying all his fury, Golden Rabbit gathered all his strength into one punch. Go to hell, you think I'm scared of you? Yet he calmly reached out to block it with ease. What exactly did Elder Chen give you that makes you fight so desperately for him? Afterward, he gradually revealed the deeper reason behind it. He once saved my life. I must repay this debt. Han Sen also intended to fulfill Golden Rabbit's wish, so he placed his hand on his head. Then go repay it. How disgraceful. He was so defiant before. But now, Chen Ran's body was covered in sharp spikes. Han Sen approached and asked, tell me the secret technique of sky-shattering 7 folds. I can spare your life suddenly. Chen Ran merely chuckled softly and said, when your elder Chen was fighting, your father hadn't even been born yet. Hearing this, he seemed to suddenly understand something. All the things he had overlooked. Han Sen immediately questioned him further. But it was all too late. What's going on? Don't die, damn it, he actually poisoned himself. Deep within a certain mountain forest, Han Sen held a torch and cautiously reminded them. Don't underestimate the scions of noble families. Their righteousness and loyalty are truly admirable. At this point, he suddenly stepped forward, lit the flames, and sighed contentedly. Not letting such righteous people be buried in this desolate place can be considered a good deed. Besides, Han Sen secretly speculated, this way, even if the Chen family comes knocking, there will be no witnesses. The moment the flame ignited, old Chen Xian, who had been unconscious just a moment ago, suddenly jumped up and shouted to stop him. No, let's talk things through. Don't you need the 7 heavenly folds? I'll give it to you. I'll give you all of it. He couldn't help but be startled by it too. Seeing this, Han Sen could only hold his head in helplessness, scolding himself, I must have been out of my mind to believe this old fox had any sense of righteousness. A few hours later, he tied the old man up again and hung him upside down from a tree. Old Chen Xian kept pleading with Brother Han. You've made me recite it several times already. Can you confirm I'm not lying now? Quick, save me if my injuries aren't treated soon. I'm going to die. Han Sen remained calm, narrowing his eyes slightly as he probed. But you taught me the 7 heavenly folds. Will the Chen family let me go? Fearing he wouldn't believe him, the old man quickly shouted, firmly asserting, if this gets out, I'll be the first one the Chen family silences. For the sake of my own life, I will definitely keep this a secret. Only then did he slowly open the book. Practicing as he nonchalantly replied, "Is that so?" The old man feared he would be left behind. So he kept shouting for help. "Don't be so eager to practice. Hurry up and treat my injuries, Brother Han." Han Sen slowly closed his eyes, remaining silent. A powerful aura suddenly burst forth. His hands seemed to condense. A sphere of power. Mysterious and unpredictable, along with energy currents gradually spreading through the space. Subsequently these energies flew towards Chen Xian. He cautiously felt it, and then asked himself inwardly, "What is this smell? It's so fragrant." The more he felt it, the more he thought the smell was very similar to. But then Chen Xian was also startled, realizing that under the influence of these energy flows, his injuries had actually recovered a bit. But how could the old man know? Han Sen was secretly wary. The old man was only reacting because the energy flow was different from what had told him. The 7 heavenly folds. As expected, what this old fox taught me is fake. Is he trying to kill me? When his injuries had just recovered a bit, he stood up with a dark expression. The old man hurriedly tried to stop him. "Brother Han, I've given you everything you wanted. Hurry and treat my injuries." But he just coldly stood up, drew his sword and asked bluntly, "I ask you, why is it that the 7 heavenly folds that Zhou Ting cultivated, and your 7 heavenly folds, are different?" Chen Xian, hearing him make such a comparison, roared furiously. "Damn that bastard! How dare he spread my 7 heavenly folds? He's truly a traitor." His sophistry made him let out a sneer. "Aren't you the same? It seems you really did trick me. Since that's the case, I have no reason to let you go." Seeing his tense and cold expression, the old man's face turned pale with fright. He quickly explained, No, I absolutely did not trick you. Brother Han, listen to me. That bastard Zhou Ting is an illegitimate child. How could he be qualified to cultivate the 7 heavenly folds? What you learned from him must be the 3 heavenly folds." Han Sen sneered and retorted, "The 3 heavenly folds? Isn't that just the first half of the 7 heavenly folds? What's wrong with that?" But the old man still insisted. "Of course it's wrong. The 7 heavenly folds requires a unique qi cultivation technique. The Shu Ding Wanxiang duty I just taught you is not the qigong technique of Jingtian Shizha. His Jingtian Sanja is also a technique derived from Jingtian Shizha." Giving Chen Ran no chance to argue, he thrust his sword firmly into the ground very close to the old man. As a stern warning, he asked with a half smile, "Tell me, what is the connection between Etian Shu and Jingtian Shizha? I will still heal you even if I'm not too willing." But the old man had no other choice. He could only frankly state his view. Etian Shu and Jingtian Shizha were originally a single cultivation method. These 2 pages of the cultivation method were discovered in the tomb of the Chen family's 7th ancestor. They were originally one set, and were taken from the ancient tomb. Only by combining them can one unleash supreme power. At this point the old man's voice involuntarily grew heavier with each word. "The Huangfu family is too shameless. They actually stole our Chen family's Etian Shu, preventing the 2 from combining." However, Han Sen still refused to believe the old man's words, because he inherently believed that Etian Shu and Jingtian Shizha had different cultivation methods. How could 2 parts combine? "Do you think I'm a child who can be easily fooled?" Chen Ran retorted to Han Sen, feeling wronged. "How could I lie to you? Etian Shu is the first half. After cultivating Etian Shu, then cultivating Jingtian Shizha will allow one to reach the realm of unity between heaven and man. Above the heavens and below the earth, no one can stop you. You'll be able to soar thousands of miles and disappear in an instant. That is the strongest movement technique in the world." Even at this point the old man remained so stubborn. Han Sen was at his wit's end. "I really wanted to give you a way out. But you just won't tell the truth. And you still want to take my life." Hearing this, the old man still shook his head, repeatedly denying it. "Brother Han, what are you talking about? In my current state, how could I take your life?" Han Sen's cold gaze swept over the old man, directly exposing his true colors. "After Tong Xianguan it should be Shang Jiuyo, not Xia Jiuyo, correct?" Chen Ran's eyes widened in horror when he realized his sinister intentions had been seen through by Han Sen from the very beginning. He trembled and spoke. "How could this be? How do you know?" But Han Sen knew far more than that. Han Sen's lips curled slightly and he coldly and smoothly said, "After Yuman Du is Shixing Shengqi. Shinyu Juku. It should be Shinyu Sangku. Do you still want me to continue?" Only then did the old man stammer and ask in confusion, "Impossible, impossible. Could it be that bastard Zhu Ding?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, The old man quickly shook his head and denied no. Zhu Ding doesn't know the true Jingtian Shizha at all. You. Because as far as he knew, this was a fake move specifically prepared by the Chen family. Even a true powerhouse would find it hard to detect anything unusual. How could Han Sen possibly know? The time for execution had come. He raised his weapon and said plainly, I gave you so many chances. But it's a pity you didn't say a single word of truth. Seeing this, Chen Ran finally began to feel fear. The old man pleaded repeatedly, please don't kill me. I am Chen Ran of the Chen family. However, Han Sen's mind was made up and could not be changed. He immediately made his move and said in silence, since cultivating Etian Shu, it has taken quite some time. The Dongxian Jing also has techniques similar to Etian Shu. I wonder if the cultivation method of the Dongxian Jing can be applied to Etian Shu. Then he personally put an end to that old fox. After everything was over, he simply turned and left. Han Sen gently stroked Xiaoyin's cheek. Xiaoyin, you're so fragrant. He fell into contemplation. He thought to himself. Xiaoyin also absorbed the Dongxian Jing that he cultivated, which is why it smells so fragrant. It's just that it cultivated too fast, so he couldn't see the fragrance circulating around it. This made Han Sen ponder. Could it be that Xiaoyin following him? And the gourd automatically falling into his hands were all because he cultivated the Dongxian Jing. Han Sen gently looked at the gourd in his hand and exclaimed in surprise. This gourd, it actually understands the method of qi transmission as well, and even absorbed his scent. Do all naturally occurring anomalies understand this? At this time in the mountains, Qin Xian and her beast transformed state galloped forward. Meanwhile, Han Sen also moved quickly through the vast sky. But he hadn't expected this miracle, and laughed in surprise. Ha, from the Dongxian Jing, imitating the Jai Tianshu and Jing Tian Shizha, I can fly for over 10 minutes. If I truly master the art of flying, then I will have an overwhelming advantage in aerial combat. Just as he saw that strange thing, Han Sen suddenly stopped thoughtfully, speculating. It seems that ahead is the Xinyu Dao that Zhou Ding and the others mentioned. But he had barely stopped there for long, when groups of monsters suddenly swarmed over. Han Sen narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, you haven't even stepped onto the Xinyu Dao, and you're already delivering yourselves to me. Not long after, in less than 30 seconds, he quickly annihilated this group of monsters. There was no need to go far at all. Just then Qin Xian appeared, so Han Sen immediately jumped onto her back, suggesting they go back to find Meng Li first, to understand the situation on Xinyu Dao before proceeding. Utilizing Qin Xian's inherent agility, it wasn't long before Han Sen arrived at the Huangzhou Xingdi. Listening to Meng Li's report, I've sent people to investigate, and found several godblood xenogeneic creatures hidden around the sacred ground. It must be in the Huangzhou Xingdi, no doubt. Upon entering the interior of the Huangzhou Xingdi, she continued to report, but we can't find anyone who can fly to the top of it, let alone attack the Huangzhou Xingdi, so we could only observe from a distance and return. Han Sen sighed upon hearing this, then expressed understanding. After all, there was nothing they could do. He told everyone not to get close to Xinyu Dao anymore, and that he would find a way to deal with the Yiling Huangzhou matter. After chatting for a while, the two of them left first. Han Sen looked at his troubled expression, and couldn't help but press Zhou Ding further. Zhou Ding, is there something you want to say? Hearing this, Zhou Ding no longer held back. He directly asked Han Sen, Minister Chen Ran, was he killed by you? Han Sen's expression remained calm as he replied, you can guess whatever you want. I can only say I don't know. Eventually, he couldn't help but voice all the doubts in his heart. Chen Ran. Chen Ran was an elder of our clan. Your taking his life shook the entire Qinjia. The Qinjia sent me to find an opportunity to eliminate you. But I know that with my abilities I can't defeat you. I can't do it now. The Qinjia won't let me go back. I can only hide in the sacred ground and dare not go out. After learning of his worries, Han Sen rose from his seat and affirmed seriously, you can rest assured and stay on this Bingyuan. Even the Qinjia won't be able to harm a single hair on your head. Zhou Ding, seeing Han Sen's powerful declaration, felt a little more at ease. He replied gratefully, thank you, Minister. Watching him leave, Han Sen fell into deep thought. Though he didn't know if Zhou Ding was sincere or not, keeping him around was still beneficial. Above, Han Sen spread his wings and soared through the magnificent sky. His speed was astonishing. When he arrived at God Domain Island, he was a little disappointed and couldn't help but exclaim, is it really this small? After all, it was a royal sacred ground. but compared to Princess Yin Yang's sacred ground, it was far too inferior. However, looking at the strength of these alien creatures, and the terrifying spirits residing in this sacred ground, it shouldn't be bad. Compared to Princess Yin Yang's place, then Little Silver was seen roaring and baring its teeth, while also emitting an overwhelming energy, suppressing these alien creatures. Han Sen was also very happy. He stroked it for a while and remarked with satisfaction, "Excellent, it seems these alien creatures can't resist either. Resist the power of Little Fox. I'll reward you with a few good fortune genes when we get back." Just then, something unexpected suddenly happened. A person suddenly appeared in the distance, vigorously eliminating the alien creatures, shouting angrily without stop, "Who are you? Haven't I already ordered the Icefielders not to approach God Domain Island? How dare you defy my orders?" A quick glance at his fighting style, Han Sen was also amazed at how he dealt with those creatures. He exclaimed, "What incredible skill! I have no impression of him at all. Could he not be from the ice field?" Just as he was distracted, that person suddenly changed direction and swiftly charged towards him, shouting, "Die!" Fortunately, Han Sen was highly alert. He turned in time and blocked the attack. He thus also learned of the opponent's strength. He thought to himself, thoughtfully, too difficult to deal with. They'll have to find an opportunity to use the peacock crossbow against him. But that person again and again continued to attack, as if the two were sworn enemies. Han Sen couldn't help but ask, puzzled, "I have no grievances or enmities with you. Even if you want to seize the royal sacred ground, there's no need to try and kill me, is there?" It was then that the person suddenly realized. He asked back blankly, "You're not a spirit?" At these words, Han Sen felt both angry and helpless. He asked, "You think I'm a spirit? Have you ever seen a spirit that looks like this?" Wu Hong finally understood then. He asked with an awkward smile, "I saw those alien creatures were all afraid of you. I thought you were the spirit of this sacred ground." "Haha, a misunderstanding. Friend, what's your name?" He turned around impatiently and casually replied, "Han Sen." That person asked again, puzzled. Han Sen from Blackhawk Military Academy. He kept asking, causing Han Sen to reply somewhat impatiently, "If Blackhawk Military Academy doesn't have a second Han Sen, then it must be me." Finally, that person extended his hand and introduced himself. "My name is Wu Hang, am Wang Mengmeng's paternal uncle." Before coming to the ice field, Mengmeng also said, "To see if I could help you. It seems it won't be necessary now." This situation also made Han Sen unable to help but be surprised. He asked, "Mengmeng's paternal uncle?" After hearing that, he chuckled awkwardly. He scratched his head and said, "Yes, her paternal uncle. But I've always said I'm only 20 years old. You can call me little uncle like Mengmeng, or you can call me brother Wang. Either is fine." Han Sen suddenly stroked his chin and thought. After a long deliberation, he decided he'll stick with little uncle. Otherwise, if I see Mengmeng later, she wouldn't know how to explain it. Wu Hong gripped the sword in his hand and stated his view straightforwardly. "Since we're on the same side, I won't bother with formalities. Let's hunt them together. Whoever can defeat them, the alien creature belongs to them. The sacred ground is still yours." Everything was quite reasonable, so Han Sen readily agreed at once. He said expectantly, "All right. Let's see who these alien creatures belong to." Meanwhile, in the metal temple, a shrewd and capable female spirit was seated there, looking majestic. Wu Hang suddenly felt a pang of regret. Confess it, I'm regretting it a bit. That female anima was so beautiful. No matter what, I have to try my best to win her. What if I could get an anima? Han Sen immediately affirmed, "If uncle is interested, you can also make a move. Everyone has a chance." However, he directly refused, saying decisively, "Forget it, the Wang family never goes back on their word. Little Han, go ahead." After everything was negotiated, Han Sen immediately approached the female anima. When she saw him coming, she couldn't just sit there and wait to die. She raised her spear and thrust as if to quickly and cleanly finish him off. Every one of her thrusts carried a wicked energy, extremely powerful. The oppressive aura thrust straight towards Han Sen, but his expression remained perfectly calm. He put his hands in his pockets, as if nothing serious was happening. When the spear tip was only a hair's breadth away from him, Han Sen, relying on his exceptional speed, jumped up, making her miss, and the spear tip plunged violently into the ground. Then he calmly created two forces, ice and fire, on either side, leaving her stunned and bewildered. Han Sen seemed to have summoned two incredibly powerful anima bodies, which were rapidly rushing towards her to attack. In front of his extraordinary abilities, Wu Hong couldn't help but gape, shouting in shock, "Holy smokes, two beautiful twin female animas! when those two twin anima bodies blocked her path. He seized the opportunity. Using his lightning-fast movement speed, he rapidly dashed towards the throne. Meanwhile, this scene also made Gue Rushench's eyes widen. He frantically clutched his forehead and said, "Too fast, I couldn't even see how he flew over there." In the blink of an eye, Han Sen had already arrived. He quickly picked up the spirit stone from the center of the chair. The moment he touched it, she immediately knelt down and her gaze softened, no longer wild as before. Wu Hong couldn't believe it. Things had progressed so rapidly. He stared up at the sky in astonishment, exclaiming, He just got it like that." Han Sen had also successfully tamed that anima, making her immediately kneel and acknowledge her new master, willingly offering her loyalty to her master, to forever follow her master. Wu Hong had known Han Sen was powerful before, but he never expected such immense power. So he quickly stepped forward and praised Brother Han. "You're amazing, how did you do it? Teach me. I also want to get one. A beautiful princess-level anima. But I haven't gotten one yet." This made Han Sen even more smug. He stylishly ran a hand through his hair and let out a soft sigh. He chuckled and replied, "Taming beautiful women depends on one's character." Hearing Han Sen's words, he immediately cupped his hands and lamented. "Speaking of character, I pray to the gods and Buddhas every day before attacking the Imperial Holy Land. I even have to bathe and burn incense. There's a heartbreaking truth that brings tears to my eyes. This game is over. But those animus, none of them paid any attention to me. Every single one chose to self-destruct into an anima stone." Seeing him clutching his head and sobbing, saddened by his fate, Han Sen also stepped forward and patted his hand to comfort him, but it had little effect. "Uncle, your nephew can't help with this." Wu Hong was terrified and quickly said, "Don't share some tips. Otherwise you could sell me one." Thinking about the future and having two beautiful anima women massage him, his eyes lit up. He firmly grabbed Han Sen's arm and discussed, "Selling two is fine too. The price is negotiable." But Han Sen was somewhat reluctant. So Han Sen had to come up with a bold idea. "Uncle, how about I help you get an anima stone? With my character, I'd have an 80 or 90% chance. And he wants it quickly." Then the two of them walked out of Xingyu Island. Yu Hong chatted enthusiastically with Han Sen as they walked. "I've had bad luck since I was a child. In school there were 25 boys and 23 girls in my class. Everyone else had a boy and a girl as deskmates. Only I always had to sit with a boy. When playing games, if someone had to be on the teacher's team, that person was always me. I've never won the lottery. I've never won at cards either. I don't get beast souls when I eliminate alien creatures. I get alien spirit stones but no alien spirits." This long list of achievements, like a memorial to the emperor, made Han Sen secretly impressed. He lamented, "This Yu Hong is truly a super jinx. If I spend too much time with him, will my luck also be affected?" The thought made him tremble all over. He quickly made an excuse to slip away. Uncle, I still have something to do." But he still held tightly, gripping his hand and happily pouring out his heart with a smile. "You're still young, you can't understand the wronged feelings of someone with bad luck." This made Han Sen even more flustered. He struggled to pull his hand back, but he held on tight. Han Sen had no choice but to say, "Uncle, please let go first." Yu Hong kept saying unsettling things. "Now that I've met you, my brother, it's like I've found a savior." It wasn't until the sky suddenly turned gray that he finally let go, staring blankly at the sky. Han Sen tightly hugged Xiaoyin. He anxiously thought, "This isn't good. Run." The super unlucky Yu Hong finally spoke up, warning, "It's here, it's really here. Every time I eliminate an alien creature, a more terrifying alien creature comes for me." It was so terrifying that someone whose original movement speed was exceptional, Han Sen, couldn't help but blurt out vigilantly, "That speed is too fast." But the distance between it and Han Sen was indeed very short. Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that thing? It looks terrifying." Seeing that the red-scaled dragon was about to catch up to him, Yu Hong proposed, Quick, let's split up and run. I'll go left, you go right." The moment they split up, the ferocious dragon spat out streams of lava-hot fire. It forced Yu Hong to quickly speed up his escape, continuously shouting, "Was so hot my butt." Even at this moment, Han Sen still had the nerve to scoff. "It's because you're unlucky, uncle. That alien creature is chasing you. It has nothing to do with me." After running for a while, Han Sen finally let out a sigh of relief. "I'll be safe if we go down from here." However, over there, Yu Hong was still desperately crying for help. Han Sen originally intended to leave, but struggled internally, unable to bear it. On one hand, he told himself, "What does this have to do with me? I just met him today, and we're not close friends." On the other hand, he hesitated. But Han Sen immediately spun around, roaring fiercely, "I told you to run left. You actually ran left. Why are you so naive? And you're a cute little uncle too." Cute. If I leave, how will I explain it to her? Based on what I've observed. Han Sen also exclaimed in surprise. This Yu Hong's ability isn't bad. After being chased for so long, he hasn't even sustained any serious injuries. In addition, Han Sen also told himself, "I'll do my best. As for whether he survives, that's up to fate." On Xinyu Island, after being fiercely attacked by the red-scaled dragon, Yu Hong was still loudly calling for help. Han Sen aimed for a long time, but still couldn't find the best moment to act. He said helplessly, "This guy is truly formidable yet hateful, filled with resentment and hostility." He couldn't find a spot to attack this dragon. This red-fin dragon. After some thought, he believed that to inflict significant damage on it, he could only attack its eyes. So he squinted slightly, preparing to aim and shoot. Han Sen seemed to hold his breath, fully focused, observing every movement of the dragon. But then he suddenly noticed its speed was slowing down. After he had shot an arrow at it, even if it turned to chase him, he might not be able to catch it, so it's decided. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated. Immediately drew his bow and released an arrow straight for its eye. However, the result left Han Sen somewhat disappointed. It was completely unharmed, even making Han Sen exclaim, "Holy cow, its eyelids are thicker than steel. It actually blocked my arrow." However, when Han Sen observed it closely, he discovered a fact. It hadn't completely blocked it. The arrowhead had already pierced its eyelid. Evidently its fury began there. And it continued to roar madly, shouting loudly from the sudden pain. The dragon immediately charged over and breathed fire at Han Sen, forcing him to desperately flee. It was truly angry. "Run," Wu Hong said, panting and out of breath. But he still didn't forget to express, "Brother Han, I knew you'd come back to save me. You truly are a good person." At such a critical moment, to still hear such words made the already furious Han Sen suddenly erupt, turning around and cursing him. "Good my ass. Hurry up and think of a way to lure it so I can get a few more shots in." Subsequently, Wu Hong began his task of attracting its attention. He kept shouting loudly, "Okay, look at me, big dog over here." Han Sen's face darkened, thinking, what kind of game is this? Feeling that wasn't enough, he even picked up a stone to smash it. This action made Han Sen unable to resist cursing. Is this guy an idiot? At least he should have a bow, arrows, a gun, or a sword or something. What's the use of throwing a piece of metal? Feeling it still wasn't attractive enough, Wu Hong even started a gong and drum dance, swaying back and forth, continuously provoking it with his mouth. "Come bite me, come bite me." However, such a playful act unexpectedly worked. He successfully made that dragon fume with anger. And Han Sen also muttered to himself in confusion, "That works too." The dragon held a grudge, so it kept breathing fire at Wu Hong. This chaotic scene constantly terrified Wu Hong, who shouted, "Brother Han, save me quickly, it's going to roast me alive." Han Sen also tried his best to concentrate, immediately comforting him. "Hold on a little longer." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly used his movement ability and immediately rushed over. But Wu Hong was about to give up, continuously sending out SOS distress signals. "Brother Han, hurry up." At this critical moment, Han Sen suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm out of feather arrows." He really didn't expect to run out of crow feather arrows and still not bring it down. However, Han Sen was certain that if this creature remained here, it would definitely harm the ice plane. Precisely because of this, he immediately unleashed the longevity spell, combined with the violent jade primordial young art. Then Han Sen suddenly charged straight at it, shouting aggressively. Attack! He also rushed forward quickly, still continuously muttering things like "infuriate the arrogant" and "starve the cowards to death." As he charged, it suddenly turned to face him. This action also made Han Sen exclaim with satisfaction, "Ah, just what I wanted. Let's see if I can kick that arrow and its crow feather into your eye." Next, the dragon continuously endured Han Sen's powerful attacks, but was unable to resist. He didn't let it off either, so he kept stomping and attacking its body relentlessly. After a while, it roared furiously and spewed blazing fire at Han Sen. Wu Hong stood by watching and enthusiastically cheered for Brother Han. "Well done." Finally, he lightly jumped down, a smile playing on his lips, and replied, To be able to finish off the Cleary Peacock is truly a gain. This time I really got something good. First time hunting and taking down a super god creature's life in the second sanctuary. Seeing it growl and turn to flee, Han Sen's lips curved into a smile as he asked, trying to run. Then he immediately gave chase. The people below saw this scene and quickly took out their binoculars, discussing animatedly. What is that thing? Someone is chasing a terrifying creature. Is it Director Han? Director Han. Did he go to the royal territory's godly domain island alone? Han Sen continued his energetic pursuit, not forgetting to mock it. Haha, this guy can't spew fire anymore. Even though it was so exhausted it could barely breathe. By now he had completely gained control of the situation. He slightly curved his lips and said, "This kind of physical strength. A tyrannosaur with firepower. And in other aspects, it seems quite weak. It might cause harm to a group of humans. But for some masters, its danger is far less than that terrifying crow." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched a direct attack at it, while also warning, "Allow me to treat you to a farewell meal." However, just as he was about to succeed, the tyrannosaur was able to breathe fire again, and burned everything to ashes. Han Sen cried out heartbrokenly, "All my arrows are gone." He frowned in anger, his gaze suddenly becoming unfathomable. After it recovered its abilities, it took the opportunity to settle the score with him. A hint of worry suddenly rose in Han Sen's heart. When it charges over, it'll be too late. Next, I can't waste any more time. He swiftly recalled his golden armor. The tyrannosaur charged straight over, sending Han Sen flying. This powerful blow gave him no time to even resist, and he crashed to the ground. Thick smoke billowed all around, causing Han Sen to suddenly narrow his eyes, and unexpectedly admit, this super god creature is truly formidable. It had decided not to give him any chance to breathe, so it immediately charged over. However, the little fox suddenly stepped forward to help, which deeply moved Han Sen, who shouted, "Shaoyin!" In the vast endless icy sea, the little fox still bravely charged forward. Han Sen couldn't help but say in utter astonishment, "I never thought Shaoyin would intervene for me." He sighed softly, lost in thought, and spoke. "After all, it's a super god creature. Even if it's just a cub, it's not something an evolver can deal with." In the blazing sea of fire, the tyrannosaur was still roaring wildly. Then Han Sen immediately rushed over, saying menacingly, "Let me lend you a hand." Next came his continuous god's palm attacks, striking directly onto its body. Because it was in so much pain, it tilted its wings, intending to escape. But unfortunately it was seen through completely by him. So he asked in a deep voice, "Trying to run, dream on." Days later, on the sea surface, after a fierce and arduous battle, he finally defeated it. However, super god creatures have incredibly tenacious vitality. Even after sustaining such severe injuries, it could still fly so far, making me almost exhausted from chasing. The system also popped up a notification panel. Successfully hunted. Successfully hunted the super god creature fire-scaled tyrannosaur. Obtained the fire-scaled tyrannosaur beast soul. The flesh cannot be consumed, but the life geno essence can be absorbed. The life geno essence has been absorbed. Can randomly increase 0-10 super god geno points. Han Sen held the spoils of war in his hand. He exclaimed with satisfaction, "I have a beast soul, ha! Luckily Wu Hang's bad luck didn't transfer to me." He just stood there blankly. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly felt confused. He wondered, could this red jade stone be sealing the fire-scaled tyrannosaur beast? But how could the fire-scaled tyrannosaur king be so small? It's like an exotic beast, trapped inside a crystal ball. How do I use this kind of beast soul? Then when he looked at the sea surface, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim, "The corpse has already decomposed on its own." As expected of a fire-scaled tyrannosaur beast, the heat it generated made the seawater boil. There's something in its body. A fist-sized crystal. This made him wonder to himself, could it be the life geno essence? Whatever it is, I'll take it first. But as soon as he touched it, Han Sen quickly pulled back his hand and nodded, admitting, it really is the life geno essence. Too hot, too hot. Although he had tried various methods, because of that terrifying heat, he still couldn't pick it up. However, it suddenly slowly sank into the sea, making Han Sen angrily shout, "Get back here!" He finally got it. But he stood there blankly thinking, this life geno essence is too hot, how am I supposed to eat it? I'm not eating it. I have to use the peacock crossbow to hold it, I can't touch it directly. If I directly taste it like I did in the first god's sanctuary, my tongue will be roasted. But the little fox reached out, seemingly wanting to touch that thing. Han Sen was startled and quickly yelled to stop it. Hey, Xiaoyin, what do you want to do? This is good stuff, I need to enjoy it myself. But as soon as it reached out and touched it, it quickly pulled back because of the terrible heat. This action made Han Sen suddenly laugh. Silly, did you get burned? Still wanna eat it? Right, how can something this hot be eaten? After everything was settled, Han Sen immediately returned to God's Sanctuary Island. He saw Wu Hong enthusiastically waving and shouting, "Brother Han." Han Sen couldn't help but feel confused, asking himself, why hasn't he left yet? As he descended from high in the sky, he asked with a smile, "Did you kill that exotic creature?" Hearing this, he suddenly sighed. He pretended to answer regretfully, "It got away. If I had killed it, wouldn't I have brought back its flesh?" So he clapped his hands and comforted him. "It's all right, there will be other opportunities." Wu Hong took his hand, pointed into the distance and said, "Brother Han, I think we get along really well. I've decided. I'll cooperate with you from now on. We Wang and Han as a team will definitely become stronger, create immense glory, and find the second God's sanctuary." But Han Sen always felt something was odd and quickly stopped him. Wait a minute. But he only saw Wu Hong begin to chatter endlessly. For example, how the two of them would definitely do this and that. Little knowing that Han Sen was actually disliking him, thinking, this unlucky guy. What if he attracts several super god creatures to cause trouble every day? Then I'd be dead for sure. But this time, being able to eliminate the fire-scale tyrannosaur beast, Wu Hong indeed contributed greatly. The goddess legion needs talents like him. Meanwhile, in the royal sanctuary, Monli stood quietly in the distance, watching people incessantly discuss. Director Han alone can conquer God's Sanctuary Island. How amazing! With Director Han here, we are invincible in that ice plane. The first time I saw someone capable of controlling Sanctuary Island. And on Sanctuary Island, Han Sen still stood quietly with his arms crossed alongside Yu Hang, looking into the distance. His eyes were heavy, pondering as if secretly plotting something. On the forum, everyone was debating very fiercely. Defeated the Imperial Sanctuary single-handedly. Haha, some scoundrel must be bragging. I'm one of the people from the ice plane. I personally saw Han Sen eliminate a Tyranno. So I officially declare. This is the funniest joke of the year. Haha, Section Chief Han. Toilet Section Chief. The name Han Sen sounds a bit familiar. Just got back to the base. He was busy dealing with work again. Xiaoyan is so excellent, there's definitely no problem. If mom needs meat, just buy it. With money, hunting is too dangerous. Alright, I get it, I won't talk anymore, goodbye. Han Sen thoughtfully stroked his chin. The gem beast soul confuse with other beast souls, while also allowing another beast soul to mutate and grow. But if it fails, will this gem beast soul be destroyed? No, the fusion of gem beast souls, fire element and fire element beast souls. My Tyrannosaur beast soul needs to find a Tyranno Saur fire element beast soul to fuse with. He still remembered very clearly. Before he and Idong Mu went to kill a red-scaled dragon, it looked exactly like this Tyrannosaur. It might be a Tyrannosaur god blood creature. Thinking of this, Han Sen suddenly excitedly got an idea. Now that he had the raging peacock, should he try to kill it? No sooner said than done. He immediately set off for the snow mountain. He pondered as he walked. As long as he didn't return to the goddess sanctuary, then no one would know he had already entered. But he didn't bring little silver. A little unaccustomed Yu Hang, oh Yu Hang. It's not that I want to avoid you, but this beast soul, I absolutely must get it. Han Sen suddenly bit his lip, his face turning pale with fright and panic. What the heck? Am I infected with bad luck? Life is truly humorous. Yu Hang was actually standing right in front of him, smiling happily, waving and shouting, "Brother Han, what a coincidence meeting you here. Could it be that you've been looking for me all this time?" He rushed to his side like he was flying, grabbed his hand and began to tell him, "Brother Han, have you heard? Something big happened recently. Someone in the first sanctuary eliminated that kind of creature." Han Sen meanwhile looked helpless. This suddenly made him a little curious. He asked, what kind of creature was it? Han Sen asked this because he believed that the matter of him eliminating the fire-scaled Tyrannosaur beast should be unknown to anyone. How could it be spread from the Alliance, and even spread throughout the first sanctuary? Yu Hang also with gusto finished relaying all the news had heard. That is a creature beyond god blood creatures. Now I know, it's called a super god creature. Eliminated. The person who eliminated the super god creature is named Ji Qing. She's his cousin from his aunt's side. Her talent far surpasses yours. She's known as the Alliance's top genius, and the future hope of the Alliance. And the problem that gave Han Sen a headache. he thought to himself, was this. As long as the first one was eliminated, then in the future super god creatures in the first sanctuary would be eliminated. There would be more and more. The appearance of super god grand completion genes was just a matter of time. He seemed to remember something and immediately asked him happily, "Oh right. Is there something you need me for?" Han Sen thought to himself. Who's looking for you? I only met you because I'm unlucky. In the end he still chose to speak directly. I want to go into the mountains to eliminate a berserk god blood creature. Are you interested, little brother? Hearing this he immediately nodded. Yes, I love going to eliminate berserk god bloods. A red-scaled dragon appeared in the ice sea. The two of them also quietly observed from behind the distant rocks. In the distance, Yu Hong couldn't help but ask curiously. Is that the red-scaled dragon? This thing is huge. Han Sen turned around again and gave him a very important task. Little brother, you go attract the attention of that red-scaled dragon, and he'll take the opportunity to eliminate it. Well, split the flesh and blood 50-50. Yu Hong happily agreed. All right, it's a piece of cake. Before leaving he didn't forget to remind him, be careful, but he just replied confidently, no problem, watch me. Next it was still that familiar trick of throwing rocks, shouting, get lost. It was so enraged it was fuming. Han Sen helplessly asked, why are you still throwing rocks? Can't you use a sword or something? This Tyrannosaurus quickly became enraged. Yu Hong screamed in terror. Brother Han, quickly, I can't hold on much longer. He suddenly sighed helplessly and thought aloud. His physique can draw aggro. I must be quick. He can't last much longer. Thinking this, Han Sen, holding the peacock crossbow, rushed over, but he suddenly realized. After this red-scaled dragon entered its berserk state, its scales would become much harder. Compared to ordinary god blood creatures, these small arrows would hardly be able to take its life. After all, the red-scaled dragon wasn't a super god creature. A dragon-breaking arrow could pierce directly through its eye into its brain. Finally he shouted, little brother, over here. No sooner had he spoken, he saw him running over hastily, shouting, run. Hearing this he started to feel something was wrong, and panicked, thinking, what did he attract, some other monster? And as soon as he saw that giant mammoth, Han Sen couldn't help but scream in terror. Damn it, that elephant suddenly extended its trunk with full force, tightly coiling around the red-scaled dragon. He ran for his life, regretfully thinking, to think we ran into a super god creature. If I had known, I would have gone alone. Even if it was a bit harder, I wouldn't have brought him. Yu Hong immediately suggested running to the cave ahead. The elephant had already devoured the red-scaled dragon. Inside the cave, they sat panting, each occupying a corner. Han Sen looked at Yu Hong with a puzzled expression and couldn't help but curiously ask, little brother, I have a question. He replied cautiously, go ahead. So he no longer hesitated and asked directly, how exactly do you hunt mutant creatures? When and where do you always run into such terrifying creatures? From big to small. How on earth have you survived until now? Yu Hong chuckled innocently and honestly shared. Brother Han, I won't lie to you. I mostly rely on others to save me. Hearing this, a pang of bitterness welled up in his heart. Thinking, luckily he's from the Wang family. Otherwise he'd definitely be even more miserable than I used to be. For a master like him to still end up needing others to rescue him was truly pitiful. Thinking this, Han Sen cleared his throat and proposed, little brother, how about this? I'm planning to form a team to hunt super god creatures. If you're interested, you can join. However, we have a condition. Before the team acts, I have full command authority. A hint of doubt flashed across Yu Hong's face and he asked, really? Then he ran over, tightly grabbed his arm, and vowed, brother Han, from now on we're blood brothers. My benefactor, this is great. Han Sen struggled in alarm. You don't need to be so excited. First let go of my hand. Thinking of those things that made you. Hong's eyes well up with tears. He recalled emotionally. Brother, though my talent is high, I have no place to use it. Any activity I participate in will inevitably end gloomily. For one reason or another. Even people from the Wang family don't dare to use me. You are light. The sun, my Zhongziki. From today onwards, through fire and water, everything will be according to the team leader's command. Team leader. How many masters do we have in our team? Then he put down a document. Han Sen suddenly smiled and said, masters, you say? Currently it's just the two of us. As you know, masters usually come from powerful factions. Who would be willing to follow someone like me, a lone wolf? It's hard enough for me to find a master who can unlock a gene lock. After hearing this, he said thoughtfully, to eliminate the super god creature, relying solely on us, The two of us aren't enough. First we must expand our team. This made Han Sen think in surprise. Not bad he came up with a plan so quickly. What's even more surprising is that in just a flash, he clapped his hands and exclaimed happily, "I've got it, I have a solution." Immediately after, they set off for the devil's territory. Seeing the person inside Wu Hong's eyes suddenly sparkled as he exclaimed, "Ah, so cute. Like the most beautiful maiden I've ever seen. Truly adorable." This left Ling stiff as if glued, unable to utter a single word. Han Sen also didn't forget to remind Ling, "This is a strange fellow. Stay away from him." She also nodded and let out an "oh." Then Han Sen continued to introduce, "Ling is the helper I found. Anyway, shall be acting with you all. We could encounter any kind of enemy. With Ling and Little Silver it's an extra layer of protection." Seeing Wu Hang ever since meeting Ling had been giggling non-stop, Han Sen quickly reminded him, "Stop staring. Hurry and take me to the person you mentioned." In Hong Ye's room, Wu Hang suddenly narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms and asked, "What are you doing here?" He began to smile and explained fawningly, "Old Lei, I came to visit you. I recently joined a team. We're preparing to eliminate the super god creature. Do you know anything about super god creatures?" While he was still frowning, Wu Hong happily pointed at Han Sen and introduced, "Let me introduce you. This is Han Sen, our team leader. Let me tell you, our team leader is a very formidable person. Someone who can eliminate super god creatures. If it wasn't for that super god creature luckily escaping, why would Ji Xing be number one?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice from outside suddenly asked, "Is Mr. Hong Yu inside?" Luo Hui handed him a stack of documents and said, "This is our team's membership contract. Mr. Lei, please have a look." This left Han Sen and Wu Hong both horrified, as they blurted out, "Devil." The captain of the Serum Squad Special Forces, holding that expensive contract in his hand, apologized and said, "Team leader Han Sen, I am very sorry. I came to the Devil's Sanctuary hoping to join Captain Luo's team." He also curved his lips slightly and greeted Han Sen, "I've long heard of your reputation. I am Luo Hui. If possible, I also hope you can join my team." Han Sen happily stepped forward, shook hands and greeted him, but he cleverly declined the invitation. "Thank you for your high regard, Captain Luo. But these are also the words I wanted to say to you." The outcome was already quite clear. The two of them immediately headed for the exit. Wu Hang felt a bit sad inside. He sighed helplessly and said that was a wasted trip. Old Lei is really unappreciative. He didn't even give me any face. Seeing this, Han Sen couldn't help but tease, "Maybe Hong Yu is afraid of a little guy like you. That's why he won't join our team." Han Sen's gaze suddenly drifted into the distance, deep in thought. The volume of trade here is probably more than 10 goddess sanctuaries combined could ever hope to match. Only by crossing the Devil Mountains can the goddess sanctuary have a chance to develop again. Inside the Devil's Sanctuary, Han Sen gripped the flame chain in his hand and spoke calmly. Although he couldn't convince anyone to join, being able to buy the Tyrannosaur beast soul, which was a good deal at the shelter's shop, meant his trip wasn't in vain. After all, he abruptly plunged his throwing knife down, continuously praying to the Jade Emperor, Taishan Laojun Buddha Guanyin, Bodhisattva Holy Mother Mary and Allah for blessings. After everything was ready, he finally let go, holding onto a small wish. "I only have this one super gem beast soul. My biggest dream in this life is to succeed just once. Please everyone, you must bless me with success. I beg you all." Immediately after, the fusion process began, and the result was exactly as Han Sen wished. System notification: mutated Tyrannosaur beast soul fusion successful. Gem beast soul Tyrannosaur flame scale has evolved into a super god level beast soul. Mutated Tyrannosaur flame scale. He couldn't help but shout in ecstasy. It succeeded. Han Sen hurriedly picked up his ultimate weapon, always excited when he imagined the scenario. This monster, if it pierced the chrysanthemum of those super god level creatures, those super god level creatures would definitely give them immense pleasure. In the Soul Sea, using the dark crystal to turn it into its strongest state, becoming a berserk super god level beast soul. Dealing with super god level creatures would be more assured. Soon, the super god beast soul had already begun to enter its evolution state. Han Sen wasn't very sure about this either, thinking to himself in confusion, "It's my first time evolving a super god beast soul. I wonder how long it will take. This mutated Tyrannosaur flame scale can't be a sword, nor can it be a spear. I need to find a suitable super gene art to complement it." Just then, Ling Lan suddenly walked over holding little Silver and softly called out to Han Sen. Han Sen heard her call him. He happily turned around, took her hand, and excitedly asked Ling Lan, "What's wrong, weren't you shopping? Did you see something you want to buy? Let's go take a look." After speaking, Han Sen directly led her to the demon shelter. A woman holding her husband's arm kept pointing at them and exclaimed excitedly, "Honey, quickly look at that pet over there. It's so adorable." So as Han Sen had just walked past Lin Mai, he immediately called out to Han Sen, "Friend, wait a moment. How much are these two pets?" He gently stroked Inin and asked indifferently which one. He replied directly, "I want to buy both." Han Sen's expression remained very calm as he replied, "Oh, you want to buy both? Then I'll give you a 30 discount, only 70 billion. This made his face suddenly darken. He gritted his teeth in anger and stammered, 70 billion, do you think these are god-level pets? That price is too expensive." Then he turned around, patted his petite wife's shoulder, and comforted her, "Darling, this guy is a swindler. Let's go." But her gentleness made Lin Mai unable to bear it. So he decided to take a risk. Pointing at them, he said, "As long as you're happy. What's 70 billion, I'll buy them." The girl happily planted a smooch on his cheek and said sweetly, "Hubby, you're so handsome." Han Sen remained skeptical, watching him with his arms crossed, and asked doubtfully, "Seriously buying?" Lin Mai, to save face for his wife, immediately affirmed, "Of course I'm really buying them." Then he took Han Sen's arm and walked aside, smiling to indicate that everything would be fine. "Darling, don't worry. I can handle it, friend, come here for a moment, let's talk." Finally he pulled Han Sen aside and whispered for negotiation. "I'll give you 50 million. And you lend me these two pets for 3 days. I'll return them to you exactly as they are after 3 days. I guarantee not a single hair will be missing. What do you think? Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Mai. I know you might not know me, but I know you. You're Han Sen, right? My younger brother is Lin Feng. You must know him, right? Even if you don't trust me, you should at least trust my brother, right?" However, he stared wide-eyed and asked him blankly, "Lin Feng, which Lin Feng?" He gave a wry smile and introduced himself. "Tang Jinliu is also your friend. We grew up together." But how did he know? He was secretly calculating in his heart. This guy claims to be Lin Feng's older brother, and he does look a bit like him. He actually wants to pay a hefty price to rent his pet. It would be a pity not to make a profit. Thinking this, his expression remained very indifferent. He said, "For Tang Zenlia's sake, I can rent it to you. But 50 million won't do. It has to be at least 1 billion. And I can only lend you that black cat. The white one cannot be borrowed." Even so, it was enough to make Lin Mai overjoyed. He excitedly finalized the deal. "Deal, but wait a minute. You must cooperate with me in putting on a show." Immediately after, he got into character, feigning dissatisfaction. He shouted, "Boss, you can't say that. We agreed on 2 for 70 billion. Why did the price go up now?" Han Sen also fully committed to the performance, acting as if he was truly reluctant to sell. "If you want to buy this black one, 70 billion. That one is not for sale." Lin Mai hurriedly leaned over, gripped his wife's hand and answered fiercely, "Aren't you just trying to earn more money? 70 billion for the black one, I'll buy it. I'll also offer 70 billion for the white one. My wife likes it, money is no issue." But Han Sen still firmly stated no. The white one is definitely not for sale. Seeing his wife holding the kitten, Lin Mai gently stroked it and asked him what's wrong. Then he winked at Han Sen as if to say, "This guy's acting is really good." And his wife also replied with great satisfaction, "It's okay, hubby. This black cat is also very cute." Until a few days later, in the devil's shelter, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted. "Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going, my beast soul?" However, Wu Hang paid no attention to any of it. He ran quickly along the road in a great hurry. He rushed to where Han Sen was eating, and out of breath shouted, "Commander." Before he could ask what had happened, he rattled off a report that a powerful alien creature had burst out of the Devil Mountain range, flattened 3 shelters, and was heading towards the Devil Shelter. Luo Hui was gathering the evolvers, intending to eliminate that powerful alien creature before it reached the Devil Shelter. Han Sen also stood up abruptly after hearing this. He judged seriously, with this kind of ability, it's likely a super god creature. Let's go and see together. Deep in the mountain forest, it was the giant elephant that had burst out when they were previously chasing the red-scaled dragon. It was the giant elephant that had burst out when they were previously chasing the red-scaled dragon. As soon as he arrived at the scene, Wu Hang couldn't help but be stunned when he recognized that it was the mammoth from the Devil Mountain range. Han Sen, on the other hand, was concerned about the neat formation. It was indeed extraordinary. Luo Hui stood in the distance, waving a flag commanding the entire situation. Second person on the left fall back. For corner archers on the right prepare. And it was precisely this series of coordinated actions that made Han Sen vaguely realize a fact. He could command 10 people or even more. But this kind of ability to array thousands of soldiers, he definitely could not do. This was a true battlefield commander. Luo Hui was indeed a formidable character. When the giant elephant let out an angry roar, it was also the troops commanded by Luo Hui who charged forward determined to eliminate it. It was powerful and full of might, ready to charge forward at any moment and flatten all enemies in its path. The soldiers reported in a panic. Luo Hui's system ran into trouble. Then he immediately ordered them to take it to the uninhabited zone in the northwest. The team members suddenly screamed in terror. The elephant's eyes are red, Commander. It looks like it's going mad. From then on, Han Sen seemed to realize the crux of the problem. He fell into deep thought. If it's a god-level super creature, I'm afraid those evolvers won't be able to resist it. After much deliberation, he also decided to join the battle. This made everyone cheer as if they had been saved. Luo Hui finally made his move. Deep in the mountains and old forests, Luo Hui was charging fiercely, accompanied by cover and full support from the archer positions. However, whether intentionally or not, the mammoth still desperately charged towards them. Seeing this, Han Sen sighed softly. He said thoughtfully, "This guy completely ignored the attacks from Luo Hui and the others. Instead, it kept charging forward. After enduring a series of attacks, it still showed no signs of injury. On the contrary, it became even crazier." This made Han Sen somewhat worried about what would happen next. If they don't find a way to stop it, then the people in the Devil's Sanctuary will be in trouble. Luo Hui pushed up his glasses at this moment, his face full of confusion, and commanded loudly, "Everyone listen up, abandon the city and retreat." Han Sen fell silent. After a moment of thought, he decisively smiled. Clenching his fist, he said firmly, "I have a plan." Wu Hong was also startled by his actions, and cried out in confusion, "Commander!" when Luo Hui was already terrified, and hastily ordered to abandon the city and retreat. Then below, the soldiers who were under attack by the mammoth were still in a state of constant panic, shouting loudly, "Run, where's Captain Luo? Quick, save us!" In front of its terrifying power and overwhelming aura, all they knew was to keep running and shouting to each other, "Run, it's coming, run! What kind of monster is this?" At this critical moment, Wu Hong suddenly appeared in front of it, using his taunting ultimate move, cursing the foolish elephant. "The 13th warrior of the Goddess Legion, Wu Hong, is here. Don't you dare act so wild here." Seeing this scene, Han Sen couldn't help but praise. Wu Hong dodged the attacks expressionlessly. His divine blood seems quite powerful too. And that's not all. That foul mouth of his sparing no insults. His mouth was still ceaselessly working. "Stupid elephant," our commander said. "Don't harm the ordinary people here. If you're brave enough, come with me to the Goddess Legion and face your death." Fearing it wasn't angry enough, Wu Hong even deliberately provoked it again just in case. "If you have the guts, follow me." Only then did the injured soldiers exclaim in admiration, discussing animatedly who that person was. "He's a great hero, the hero who saved us. Is the Goddess Legion even stronger than Captain Luo?" Hong Lei, looking down from above, said with certainty, "That's Wu Hong. How does this kid have such ability to make a monster obey him? It's not because he's naturally unlucky that he let it away, is it?" But Luo Hui only opened his mouth in surprise, saying, "I never expected it." They actually stepped in to help the Devil's Sanctuary. Witnessing Wu Hong's superb acting skills, Han Sen couldn't help but praise him. Let this kid lead the elephant away and even add his own theatrics. I have to say, this performance is indeed very interesting. Looking down from above, everyone would think it was obediently following Wu Hong, and he was still fully immersed in his act this way. This way, yes, that's right, just follow obediently. Han Sen guessed. This fierce elephant seemed to be running in one direction, apparently attracted by something in that direction, rather than actually charging towards the Devil's Sanctuary. It was just that the Devil's Sanctuary was in its way. It was precisely for this reason that he asked Wu Hong to take it and run through the Devil's Sanctuary, then fly straight into the sky. That way the Devil's Sanctuary would be free, as it couldn't fly and wouldn't be able to catch him. Wu Hong quickly agreed, and then proceeded with the plan. With everything ready, he immediately flew in front of him, but couldn't help but ask with some regret, "Wing Commander, this divine blood is truly amazing. How about you lend it to me for a few days? But Han Sen immediately snapped him out of it. Stop talking nonsense, give it to me quickly. Let me ask you, what was all that nonsense just now for? Wu Hong explained, feeling wronged. I was also trying to glorify the reputation of the Goddess Legion. That way it would be easier to recruit people in the future. But he still asked, somewhat puzzled. Then what's with the 13th general? He also chuckled sincerely. Doesn't that show that the Goddess Legion has many people? You see, if I'm ranked 13th, almost everyone will think there are 12 people stronger than me ahead of me. This way, it shows the mighty strength of the Goddess Legion. Han Sen felt puzzled. So he pointed forward and asked, Little uncle, do you know what that place is over there? Wu Hong also eagerly looked around and answered honestly. Let me see, that seems to be the Ghost Peach Forest ahead. The Ghost Peach Forest is an invisible peach forest. The peach trees inside are enormous, hundreds of meters tall. Humans can easily get lost in it. Many xenogenic creatures live in the peach forest. If you're not careful and go in, it's very likely you'll never come back out. And according to his memory, if it were the fruiting season, many xenogenic creatures would enter the peach forest. But the peach blossoms have just opened, and now Han Sen seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and slowly began to speak. Even if the skull elephant wanted to eat peaches, it wouldn't go there now. Sure enough, it was currently in this massive peach orchard. According to Wu Hang's observation, he felt that this elephant had already exited its berserk state. Can those berserk creatures actually recover to a normal state from their berserk state now? But Han Sen thought, it seems this skull elephant wasn't truly berserk. Its previous mutation was just a type of its power. Then he suddenly turned around and suggested, Little uncle, you go back to the Devil's Sanctuary first, while go in and take a look. Wu Hong immediately agreed. All right. Seeing him leave happily, he suddenly thought with a dark expression, that guy just scammed the Devil's Sanctuary out of a huge sum. He can go back and continue his act for the second half. Then Han Sen turned around and asked Ling with a fake smile, how about you, little one, go back and wait for me first? But as soon as he finished speaking, he was given a fiery glare by her which made Han Sen freeze. Blurting out, ha! Although not very willing, he still forced a smile and suggested, all right, little one, you can come in with me then. After speaking, Han Sen suddenly felt that everything around them was a bit strange. And he mused, strange little silver is here, so many. At least we should have found some traces of exotic creatures. Right. But ever since we entered this peach forest, except for that bone elephant, we haven't even seen a ghost. Because according to what he observed, Little Silver hasn't sent out any signals or warnings. Han Sen chatted happily as they walked. The scenery here is really beautiful. But Ling Lan only responded with a faint MHM. He gently placed a peach blossom in her hair and said contentedly, it really does look more beautiful this way. Although she was a bit puzzled, his sudden gesture still made her cheeks flush. She shyly asked, with a peach blossom in my hair, do I really look better? The two walked on like this for an unknown period of time. Han Sen suddenly called out, let's go back. We've been walking for several days now. This peach forest is like an endless maze. However, everything around them suddenly turned eerie. This made him instantly alert, and he shouted with a grim expression, damn it, what the hell is this huge peach tree? It looks strange. They then suddenly fell silent, carefully observing its every anomaly. In a corner deep within the peach forest, the bone elephant was approaching step by step. It was precisely because of this that Han Sen became even more certain that this bone elephant seemed to be heading straight for this peach tree. However, it suddenly knelt respectfully before the peach tree. Solemn, this sudden scene, and the scattered peach petals falling, seemed to be deeply etched into Han Sen's subconscious, making him cry out in horror. What? He asked himself blankly. What is the origin of this peach tree that can make a super god creature possessing invincible power kneel before it? When he saw it sitting, Han Sen screamed even louder in fright. Holy crap! It even knows how to sit cross-legged at this rate. He was sure this elephant was about to become a Buddha. How did its body turn into white jade? It's also emitting holy light, and the blood red in its eyes has disappeared. It even has a sense of purity and tranquility. Could this beast really become a Buddha? Everything that happened made Han Sen tremble and ask himself, what exactly is going on? He stared blankly at the bone elephant. Immediately after, strange sounds began to ring out, making Han Sen even more vigilant. He sharply turned his head. Is something coming? A red snake suddenly slithered out. Han Sen couldn't help but ask himself blankly, a snake? But he quickly dismissed that. Its entire body was burning with flames. No, not just a snake, there are other things. Judging by their fierce aura, Han Sen could tell that the exotic creatures capable of coming here were clearly not ordinary beings. These most likely were all super god creatures. In the sky, the birds were also rapidly flying towards the peach tree. Han Sen really couldn't understand what magic this peach tree possessed to attract them here. All these super god creatures were kneeling before this peach tree. They all wore expressions of immense reverence and solemnity. Han Sen's little fox also darted out of Linglan's hands. He was somewhat worried and quickly shouted, "Little Silver." Then he saw it turn its head and let out a meow. This action made Han Sen can't help but ask blankly, "Is the little one calling me over?" However, she also quickly followed. Han Sen panicked, seemingly wanting to stop both of them. Linglan, "Little Silver, hey, wait for me." Watching their behavior, Han Sen finally understood one thing. That is, as soon as these creatures act abnormally, he must immediately run away. That black bear, along with its enormous body, was also kneeling there. He couldn't help but grumble to himself. This bear is too big. No collisions occurred nearby, nor were any strange creatures attacked, except for Xiaoyin. This was the first time. This feeling is truly strange. When Han Sen approached the ghost peach tree, they didn't react at all. This made him even more confused. He thought to himself, "These strange creatures aren't attacking me at all. Have they turned into peace-loving little animals?" He couldn't help but glance over and found that Xiaoyin was also kneeling before that precious peach tree. This state was very similar to how it was after every time it finished cultivating the Dongxian Sutra, connecting all the events. A question suddenly arose in Han Sen's mind. Could this peach tree have some benefit for cultivation? Thinking of this, a bold idea formed in his mind. He'll also try cultivating the Dongxian Sutra and see what happens. See what benefits it has for me. A moment later, Han Sen had to nod in agreement. He admitted that the feeling of cultivating the Dongxian Sutra seemed much faster. It seems it really does have an effect. Afterward, he secretly observed the little fox. A sudden doubt arose in his heart. Xiaoyin absorbed the aura of the Dongxian Sutra. He wondered if it had already been refined. Meanwhile, Han Sen also began to discover something unusual. It's really strange if some creatures have this ability to cultivate like this. Then for the same species, like a big bear and a small bear, why does the big black bear absorb the aura and then become confused? But the small black bear can circulate it like this. That was the conclusion he could draw. After a careful observation, Han Sen also speculated that Xiaoyin and the small black bear were both descendants of super god creatures. Some super god creatures can leave behind genetic essence. Life, just like this golden man lion. It left behind its genetic life essence. It even left its body. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask himself in confusion. Are the descendants of super god creatures different from other super god creatures? Just like that, half a month passed unknowingly. Han Sen meditated under this peach blossom tree. Half a month. My Dongxian Sutra has actually made such progress. The miraculous nature of this enormous peach blossom tree is truly unimaginable. Just as he was deep in thought, the little fox suddenly appeared. It meowed and gently nipped his leg. Han Sen's gaze became thoughtful and he called out, "Xiaoyin." Compared to those initial days, these strange creatures have also shown obvious changes now. With the wilting of the peach blossoms, these super god creatures began to become fierce. Thinking of this, he became even more certain that they couldn't stay here long. So Han Sen took Linglan's hand and immediately left. However, he was also very curious. This peach tree had already produced such effects just after blooming. If one could eat its fruits, who knew what unexpected things might happen? Immediately after, the peach tree seemed to undergo a drastic change. Its leaves and petals suddenly all fell off. What Han Sen needed most at this moment was to pick a few fruits and take them back no matter what. It was just that a bloody storm was sure to erupt then. In Bai Yishan's study D. He was stroking his chin and thought, nodding repeatedly, lost in contemplation. He admitted that this weapon was indeed rare. It was difficult to find a secret art suitable for it. Han Sen scratched his head and ears, answering in frustration. I've almost finished reading all the Scrade's secret manuals, whether they were common or uncommon ones. I've looked through all of them, but I still haven't found a suitable usage technique. Now I don't hope to find something perfectly suitable anymore. As long as it has a 20 to 80 compatibility, then I can slowly modify it myself. Ishan fully understood what he meant. However, he also had to emphasize. But I remember. Someone once created a similar weapon. That person created a technique But because this technique was quite common, it was only rated a grade when the sanctuary was being divided. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Han Sen focused intently on the screen. The screen displayed Poison Dragon Void and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Professor Bai. Although it's in a grade, it's much better than I expected." Sometime later in the Scarlet Flame Soul Sea, the Tyrannosaur had completed its evolution. Its shell also gradually cracked open. Just as this Tyrannosaur spread its wings and roared, spewing flames, he was also very satisfied. He exclaimed, "It looks pretty cool. It even looks quite similar to that Taya Super Tyrannosaur." Han Sen happily gripped the Qingfei blade, feeling its immense power. With a slight curl of his lips he shouted, "Berserk Scarlet Flame Tyrannosaur." Based on the feeling it gave him, he had a strong conviction that this was a formidable weapon. This was an ice plane, yet the aura left behind was still scorching. Just thinking about this, Han Sen felt excited because now that he had a weapon, it was time to bring a few super god creatures to test its sharpness. Just then Monli suddenly walked over and called out Captain. She quickly informed him of Luo Hu's arrival. His sudden unprovoked visit made Han Sen feel something was off. So he asked, "What's he here for? Isn't he here to thank us for saving his devil's sanctuary last time?" From inside the room, Han Sen's voice could be heard. "No need for thanks, but doing business is fine." Zhou Ting quickly pressed her ear to the door and said curiously, "Let me listen to what they're saying." Su Yu also pressed her ear closer, cautiously reminding, "Let's make sure we don't get discovered." Luo Hui also got straight to the point. "We found a creature suspected to be a super god creature. However, our strength isn't enough to eliminate it. So would like to cooperate with your goddess legion." Hearing this, Han Sen softly said, "Oh." He asked curiously, "What kind of super god creature is it?" Luo Hui also frankly told him everything he knew. "A wolf. A wolf king that leads a pack of 100,000 wolves." As soon as these words were spoken, Han Sen couldn't help but feel surprised and shocked. He frowned slightly, lost in thought. A pack of 100,000 wolves. That sounds quite difficult. Luo Hui also seriously admitted that it was difficult. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you to propose cooperation." At this point Han Sen stopped beating around the bush. He asked directly, "How do you want to cooperate?" Luo Hui immediately laid out the conditions. "You distract the wolf pack, and will be responsible for eliminating the wolf king. After success, everything but the beast soul will be split evenly." Hearing this, Han Sen's face was filled with determination. He said decisively, "If you want to cooperate with us, you must let us land the final blow. That cannot change." But for an ambitious person like Luo Hui, this was absolutely impossible. And because of this, Luo Hui turned and left, expressing his regret. What a pity. It seems we'll have to cooperate another time. However, he didn't know that he had already brought Han Sen valuable information. Han Sen thought to himself with conviction, "This is exactly the gift fate has prepared for me. Perfect. I can finally test the power of the Scarlet Flame Tyrannosaur." After that, he immediately sent Monli to act. "Go investigate Luo Hui and find out where they're hunting the Wolf King." She immediately replied, "Yes, Captain." On a certain lush green grassland hill, Han Sen was enjoying himself galloping on a lion across the hills. As soon as he reached his destination, he couldn't help but laugh happily. "I finally found you. Fortunately, Luo Hui hasn't beaten me to it yet." Then he quickly approaching the wolf pack's gathering place. Just a quick glance immediately made Han Sen understand why. No wonder that group of people dared to hunt the Wolf King. Just by hearing that roar, he knew who the leader of this wolf pack was. But it seemed quite ordinary. Han Sen grew more anxious and said coldly, "My little gray wolf, stop howling. Even if you howl until your throat is hoarse, no wolf will come to save you." With the scorching aura he emitted, and the ability of that little fox, they still fiercely charged forward. This surprised him a little, causing him to exclaim, "Holy shit! Aren't they afraid of Shaolin?" So Han Sen was guessing, is it the effect of this blue light? Under the command of the alpha wolf, all the remaining wolves immediately rushed towards him. "I just wanted to test my weapon, damn it. How can there be so many?" Thinking of this, he came up with a comprehensive idea. It's a large pack of wolves. Facing such a wolf king, fleeing is the best strategy. So he immediately sprouted wings and fled. However, something unexpected happened. He clenched his teeth helplessly and cursed under his breath, "Damn it. How can these wolves walk in the air?" Then they fiercely chased Han Sen, determined to catch him. But he temporarily put this thought aside. secretly making up his mind. What else can I do? I can only fight. Super god creature. To be able to lead such a clan. How could it be ordinary? I underestimated the Wolf King. These grey wolves, like professionally trained soldiers, even surrounded him in a battle formation. Even though Han Sen tried hard to combine the longevity mantra and the Jade Yuan Yang art, the result was still that he couldn't eradicate them. He couldn't knock them down at all. So he made up his mind, determined to fight to the death. He'll take you all on. However, facing their unusual reaction, he suddenly thought to himself in confusion, what's going on? Are they all retreating? A strange sound suddenly came from afar. Han Sen also squinted his eyes warily, muttering to himself, what's that sound? Something is coming our way. Then he focused his gaze in that direction. When he saw the horses, he couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Winged horses were thundering towards them, on that vast green grassland. Seeing that group of exotic creatures circling in the sky made Han Sen couldn't help but feel truly unlucky. Damn it, isn't this just jumping out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair? He continuously slapped himself as if reminding himself to wake up. Han Sen, what are you doing stirring up trouble with these animals when you have nothing else to do? Go honestly search for and eliminate exotic creatures. Wouldn't that be better? What should I do now? Can I still run? After running for a while, he discovered that the wolves were no longer chasing him. It seems this isn't the wolves' territory. However, strangely, those horses also suddenly stopped. This confused Han Sen even more, and he asked himself, how strange, why have they stopped too? It wasn't until he observed closely that he was surprised to find the grass here seemed shorter than elsewhere. But there was nothing particularly special about it. But why aren't they moving anymore? Is there something suspicious here? Han Sen just stood there, and after a while casually sat down on the grass. He said, let them be. Since you're not coming over, I'll just sit here. I don't believe you'll stand there forever. Day after day passed. The nutrient solutions he had prepared for his journey were gradually running out. This situation continued until only the last bottle remained. And at that moment, half a month had passed, and Han Sen still lay quietly on the pile of grass. In the end, he still chose to give up. I believe you, I believe you. A man like Han Sen now had no choice but to feel helpless, begging them with tears in his eyes. Don't look at me like that, you still have to switch shifts. This can't go on. He picked up the little fox. Rocking back and forth, he spoke in frustration. The nutrient solution will run out someday. Xiaoyin, quick, think of something. You're not planning to run off after I die, are you? Then there's really nothing more to say. Look at the current situation. Han Sen could see the foxes and wolves didn't separate into groups. They look very similar, little guy. Go quickly and try to negotiate with the Wolf King. See if it can give us a way out. Hearing this, it immediately arched its back and ran off, and wagged its tail right in his face, leaving Han Sen helpless. He cursed, oh, this idiot. After that, he was alone again, and he rolled onto the grass to lie down. Tears unconsciously streamed down his face. Watching Xiaoyin return innocently, he knew it was truly casting pearls before swine. He couldn't hold any hope for it at all. Then, suddenly from nearby came strange sounds, making Han Sen turn back to look in confusion, asking himself what that sound was. Those horses actually emitted a mysterious power, which kept him puzzled. What's wrong with these horses? Suddenly he felt surprised. He discovered a red one among the horse herd. This horse must have just been born. Even its wings hadn't grown out yet. But even the divine blood horses were afraid of it. Could this be the next generation of a super divine creature? The thought that he could successfully tame it. This again made Han Sen cheer up again, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If he could get that little red horse, wouldn't he be able to negotiate with the Horse King? But ultimately this couldn't happen, so he deflated again like stale rice noodles, feeling dejected. Thinking too much alien creatures aren't humans. How would they know about negotiating? Han Sen suddenly became alert, vaguely noticing it seemed to really want to come over here. This made him sigh regretfully. What a pity if it came over by itself. Maybe he could keep it. His day on the grassland quietly passed just like that. But tonight everything seemed a bit strange. So Han Sen immediately jumped up in surprise. He focused intensely, watching the busy horses, admiring the twinkling stars in the brilliant night sky. It was then, when he saw the red horse, that he suspiciously speculated that the Horse King wasn't here. Did it sneak out? Han Sen saw that the time was right. He revealed a professional smile and enthusiastically waved. Come here, little darling. Come on. He didn't expect it to actually come over. There's a chance to escape. Seeing that it still hadn't come over, but merely stopped in one spot, Han Sen grew even more confused. How strange if it was because they didn't dare enter this area before. Both the wolves and horses feared each other. Now the horse herd outside was going crazy. Yet still wouldn't come over. Why? Just as he got closer, he kept telling himself, "Don't get excited. This is the offspring of a super divine creature. Absolutely must not anger it." Afterwards he still cautiously instructed his fox bit by bit. "Xiaoyin, don't mess around. Its parents, uncles and aunts are all very dangerous. Don't bare your teeth at it. Otherwise we really won't be able to escape." However, Xiaoyin still bristled its fur and snarled at it with bared teeth. So he could only pet and soothe it. Good boy, good boy. If we want to leave here, we can only pin our hopes on it." Then he looked gently at the horse again, mediating between them with a spell. Don't fight, don't fight. We are friends." He thought everything would proceed smoothly. But a sound suddenly came from behind him, making him involuntarily vigilant. Han Sen immediately spread his wings and flew up. Because he knew there was something, and surprisingly it was a tentacle which immediately wrapped tightly around the horse's leg. Only then did Han Sen realize with a start, oh no, the little horse is caught. It was then that he truly understood. Its initial target wasn't him, but this little horse. No, too many tentacles. The red glow on the little horse. Why is it not working at all? Looking down from high above, he finally discovered this long-hidden secret. He spoke thoughtfully. "No wonder those wolves and Pegasus horses don't dare come here. There's an even more terrifying creature down here." Through its eyes, Han Sen seemed to understand. No, it can't hold on much longer. It's about to be swallowed. This only strengthened his resolve. No, I can't just watch it get dragged down. Immediately after, Han Sen immediately unleashed the fiery Tyrannosaurus. Displaying immense power, he just plunged in recklessly, rushing forward to fight those otherworldly monsters to the end. Eventually, after some effort, many of the tentacles on that side were also chopped off. Han Sen looked at the little horse and couldn't help but worry. He shouted, "Run!" After that, Han Sen immediately unleashed the fiery Tyrannosaurus. Displaying immense power, he just plunged in recklessly, rushing forward to fight those otherworldly monsters to the end. Finally, after some effort, many of the tentacles on that side were also chopped off. Han Sen looked at the little horse and couldn't help but worry. He shouted, "Run!" On that grassland, just as the little horse escaped from the jaws of death, the tentacles surrounded it again. Han Sen couldn't help but worry, reminding it, "Hurry and go." Only then did it try its best to escape this chaotic place. He hastily flew over and held it tightly, when he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. Too dangerous. This monster seems to be interested in the red pony. Xiaoyin and I were there for so long and it didn't react at all. Xiaoyin should be safe on the ground too. But suddenly a huge terrifying sound came, forcing him to turn his head back in confusion, asking what was that sound? What the hell is that? That monster was actually stretching out from the ground, and then continuously approaching forward. Han Sen held the red horse even tighter. He also secretly made up his mind, oh no, I absolutely cannot let its tentacles catch us. I thought it would be safer in the air, but I didn't expect its tentacles to be so long. After that, he suddenly saw several Pegasus horses charging over, making him wonder in confusion. Are these Pegasus horses here to save the red pony? Watching it frantically, grabbing those Pegasus horses, yet still trying to extend its tentacles, made Han Sen unable to understand. It killed so many Pegasus horses, yet it still hasn't given up this awful idea. Is it really so reckless for the sake of the little horse? Does this red pony have something special about it? After that he unleashed the Tyrannosaurus flame. In the end only a powerful force erupted. It was also at this time that the Horse King arrived, accompanied by a faint yellow smoke. Han Sen asked himself, somewhat puzzled, what is that? Is it smoke? Then he suddenly realized. This is the smoke from the Horse King's body. It seems to make these guys are tangled up, huh? The monster's movements seem to have slowed down. Its slowing down were saved. But it only lasted for a moment. They started struggling violently again. Han Sen also exclaimed. What? The monster broke free. Could this cloud of white mist also not stop? It quickly extended its tentacles. Han Sen already knew. It was aiming for the little red horse again. He wondered if the Horse King could stop it. However, the surprises didn't end there. When he suddenly heard wolf howls. Looking at the pack of menacing wolves charging forward led by the Wolf King, Han Sen became even more confused, muttering to himself, no way. Are they trying to take advantage of the situation now? Han Sen was stunned by this sight. They actually came to tear at its tentacles. Were they here to help? After they finished tearing at the tentacles, the Wolf King howled again. Then he saw the group of horses. As if injected with power. He suddenly asked himself in confusion, can the Wolf King's power be transferred to those horses? From this Han Sen could deduce that that wolf was most likely a beast soul aura. Furthermore, he noticed the Wolf King tore at it with its claws. Then he saw the Horse King stab it with its horn. What kind of teamwork is this? Moreover, Han Sen was certain of one thing. If fighting alone, neither the Wolf King nor the Horse King would be a match for that monster. But with two tribes joining forces, that's incredible. Looking at the chaos before him, he suddenly had a daring idea. Now the Horse King is still desperately fighting that monster. I can take this little red horse away. I can save a life. And get this horse. But suddenly a horse kept staring at him, making his heart pound. No way, a horse is actually looking at me. And Han Sen was sure that if he really took it away, its mother would definitely come to settle the score with him immediately. Thinking of this, he fearfully put it down. Most importantly, Little Silver was back too. He wasn't lacking anything anymore. The most urgent task now was to quickly leave this dangerous place. Then he said to that group of Pegasus from before, consider it me saving its life. Don't treat your benefactor like this. Then the little red horse neighed softly. And those guys obeyed its command. Han Sen also thought in confusion. It seems they still listen to the little red horse's commands. Finally, I can leave this place. He waved happily. You're the one who knows how to be grateful. After walking for a while, Han Sen suddenly confusedly asked himself, did they defeat that monster? It was probably also afraid of the strength of the wolves here, and the power of the horses, which is why it hid underground. This time it was attracted by the foal, so it desperately rushed out. As a result, it was besieged by horses and wolves. It seems the xenogeneic creatures here are not only powerful, but also exceptionally intelligent. Luo Hui wants to eliminate the Wolf King. That's probably a pipe dream. Suddenly Han Sen heard a strange sound again, making him even more confused. Damn, what's that? It can't be the Horse King, can it? It's coming to take my life so soon. Thinking of this, he shivered and cried out for help. Help! Right before Han Sen was the Horse King, charging over with the little red horse. Han Sen was scared out of his wits and yelled, holy cow, that's too fast. His face turned pale. His whole body trembled and he cautiously asked, you're not here to take my life, are you? The little red horse then handed him a mysterious small ball. Han Sen asked suspiciously, what is this thing? He fell into deep thought, pondering, life gene essence. Could it be from that monster underground? Then he cautiously asked, is this for me? The matter is settled. All the Horse Kings and red horses quickly left as well. Han Sen, however, was still immersed in joy, crying tears of joy. Isn't this like winning 5 million? It's like walking down the street, and 5 million just falls from the sky. Han Sen happily held the life gene essence, grinning from ear to ear. I thought this trip would be for nothing. Who knew there would be such a pleasant surprise? However, after looking at it for a while, he suddenly felt strange. Why isn't it dissolving like it did in the first shelter? Why isn't it dissolving like it did in the first shelter? Could this not be life gene essence? This made him have to think seriously. It seems if one wants to consume the life gene essence of the second god's shelter, one must find a special method. Otherwise the Wolf King and Flying Horse King wouldn't have easily given it to me. And to eliminate a super god creature like the Wolf King did, there's still a long way to go. During the match, Han Sen was crushing them like gold coins, and Hai-Phone was like a strange Hai-Phone. He intently stared at the weapon in Han Sen's hand, and wondered in his heart, what kind of weapon is that? A long spear? No, it's too big. It's a bit like a greatsword, and a bit like an ancient knight's lance. But it's much more powerful than those things. And precisely because of this he spoke to himself, saying, since that's the case, I cannot underestimate it. Seeing his opponent, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim, so he's a master of the spear. Then he pondered. The strike of the poison dragon void was inspired by spear techniques. Perfect, I can try out the power of this poison dragon void. Hai-Phone immediately assumed a battle stance. He humbly replied, you flatter me, I'm unworthy. Being a master is only the first step. It's just a minor spear technique from the central military region. Han Sen was still immersed in his muddled thoughts. I've already grasped the basics of the spiral spear technique. And this poison dragon void is also quite easy to use. In a flash, The two sharp weapons violently clashed. This suddenly made him feel puzzled. He asked himself, how was I repelled? Although the Tyrannosaurus is a virtual product scanned by the system, it doesn't have the fire and hardness of a real Tyrannosaurus. Yet it's heavier than the tyrant's spear in his hand. Considerably so. The system has already confirmed this. Which also means the opponent is stronger than me. After the clash, he suddenly laughed excitedly. It seems it's just an ordinary weapon after all. Han Sen couldn't shake off those lingering thoughts. Then no. Impossible. An evolver's physical strength is at most around 150. It should be far inferior to mine. Watching him charge forward aggressively, Han Sen grew even more puzzled. My weapon is heavier than his. And my strength is greater than his. This is too illogical, too illogical. He then immediately charged forward and blocked this powerful attack with his long spear. Seeing this, Lei Feng affirmed even more mockingly. Confirmed. I thought you'd achieve something with that strange weapon. Something formidable. But now it seems, aside from that spiral move, there's nothing else noteworthy. Then he fiercely charged at Han Sen, once more launching an attack. He resisted with all his might. And suddenly pondered the terrifying power of this spear technique. It's perfect as a weapon for the Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus. If only I could learn a bit of it. Hai Feng furiously unleashed his moves upon him. His tone also gradually became impatient. If this is all you've got, then there's no need to continue. Even so, he still didn't give up and fought hard. Such powerful marksmanship doesn't rely solely on skill. It must be supported by core gene technology. If I can't clearly see the opponent's way of circulating breath, then simply learning the moves is meaningless. He also had to re-examine this issue. Although his technique was ordinary, his endurance was very long-lasting. And his movement techniques were also peculiar. Although I had all the advantages, it was difficult to defeat him in a short amount of time. Thinking of this, Lei Feng became interested again. This match also became interesting. He looked directly into Han Sen's eyes and revealed, "You're learning my marksmanship. You're creating a kind of technique suitable for this strange weapon." Li Feng's words astonished Han Sen so much that he accidentally allowed his opponent's weapon to pierce his cheek. He aggressively pointed his gun at Han Sen and loudly warned, "If my sun-shattering limitless spear art was so easy to learn, then it wouldn't be called the overbearing spear sect." After that, Li Feng's movements became even more powerful and decisive. Han Sen also keenly noticed that the spear's momentum had changed. He saw that every spear thrust he made was more powerful, penetrating much deeper. This forced Han Sen to stop and focus on analyzing it. From the stiffest to the most flexible and instant transformation. This spear art changes too quickly. But this wasn't a reason for Han Sen to give up. He charged forward even more fiercely. "Let me see. Let's see what's different after the spear art changed." Lei Feng was also ready to fight back and loudly replied, "Come on." It wasn't until they clashed that Han Sen thought in surprise too fast. The spear's momentum had become extremely refined. The damage value had also reached 20. The power and heaviness of the Tyrannosaurus Rex had been completely enhanced. If I used the double flying sword art, I could win. However, he corrected this thought. What am I thinking? I'm here to practice the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Damage value 10. Lei Feng suddenly exclaimed in admiration. I did indeed overestimate you, but I don't let anyone's habits dictate my game. Looking at the sharp and powerful spear tip, Han Sen himself understood. If he didn't think of a countermeasure now, then the price to pay in reality would be more than just defeat. It would be his life. Precisely because of this match, Han Sen immediately cast everything aside. No, I don't want to lose, and I certainly don't want to die. As he spoke, his hand unconsciously tightened its grip on his weapon. Looking at that power, Han Sen suddenly, with doubt, discovered that the Dongxian Sutra Heavenly was activated. Li Feng's mouth curved into a slight smile. At the same time, he directly reminded him, if you've already given up on defense, then the outcome is already clear. This one spear strike of mine might directly take away your last bit of damage value. After speaking, both of them gripped their weapons and charged at each other, as if to end this battle once and for all. An unexpected result occurred. Han Sen actually created a miracle. Astonishing everyone, they exclaimed, "Holy crap." Inside the 3D training machine, Han Sen continued to feel happy, saying with eyes full of anticipation, "Guai Heis. Spear art has reached a perfect state, but the winner is still me." While he was still immersed in the satisfying victory he had just achieved, he unexpectedly received a friend request from Guai Hai. Han Sen quickly accepted his invitation. Because although the bone elephant's breath circulation technique was very powerful, after using it, the body would enter a dangerous weakened state. It would be better to cultivate the poison dragon void. If he could practice with him a few more times, it will certainly be beneficial for restoring the Dulong Su. It'll be easier to contact him if we're friends. Immediately after on the screen, the message from Gui Heizifeng appeared. Hello, what was that move called? Han Sen was surprised to receive this question, which made him fall into deep thought. What should I call it? Oh right. This move imitates the scene of a giant bone elephant passing through mountains and rocks, so let's call it Longshan Ji. After careful consideration, he finally decided on the name. Then he sent it directly to Lei Phone. Han Sen had only walked a few steps when his phone rang again, making him a little puzzled. Who could be calling at this hour? But then, when he saw the name appear on the screen, his face immediately darkened and he shouted loudly. How could it be him? Li Xingluan suddenly asked. Why are you looking at me with such surprise? I'm a master hacker after all. Your antivirus systems, those things are useless against me. It's incredibly easy for me to look up information about you. Hearing this, Han Sen said, no more testing the waters directly. So you must know that this communicator is being monitored, right? He immediately stated with certainty. Don't worry, no one can listen in. Not this call and not any future ones either. Han Sen was somewhat puzzled. Couldn't you have just come directly to the sanctuary to find me? Why go through all this trouble? A few days later in the ICC, Wu Hong laughed heartily. Our team has grown even stronger. Li Xingluan on the other hand calmly announced. Another strategy has been unlocked. The first gene also acquired. The whereabouts of a super god creature. Everything's going so smoothly. Han Sen couldn't help but turn around and chide. You suddenly called me and gave me a fright. Don't you just want to join our team? Was there really a need to be so urgent? Then he suddenly remembered something important, and turned back to ask. Oh right, Lu Hui and the others went to hunt the Wolf King. What happened? Li Xingluan also shared honestly. They lost a lot of strength. I heard that just as they were about to succeed, a group of horses suddenly descended from the sky. Han Sen looked slightly into the distance, and said in a low voice as expected. This made Li Xingluan wonder, oh, why do you say that? Han Sen seemed unwilling to speak of his unforgettable experience, only replying faintly, I mean, those transcendent creatures appearing in groups are hard to deal with. In the future it's better to find a super god creature that acts alone. Afterwards, they suddenly saw a crane in the distance, and immediately became restless. That's a god blood creature. What? Wu Hong suddenly became excited. Admitting it's no fun if we split it evenly. How about we make a bet? Whoever eliminates that bird, all its meat belongs to that person. Han Sen thought it was a good idea too and replied indifferently. I have no objections. Li Xingluan felt the same way. This time Wu Hong also took the lead. I'll count 1, 2, 3. Let's all charge, it's time to show what we're really made of. Then after 1, 2, 3 the two charged out aggressively ready to fight, while Han Sen remained as calm as ever. As soon as Li Xingluan flashed forward, it put Han Sen on alert, thinking he's quite fast. But Wu Hong was also full of confidence, sneering to himself. Is that all you've got? Watch me. Saying this, he happily yelled. This victory will surely be mine. Then he quickly charged forward. Meanwhile Han Sen simply stood in the distance, raised his peacock crossbow and pretended to apologize. My apologies, gentlemen. I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Then the arrow he shot flew past the two of them, and directly took the crane's life. Under the astonished gaze of the other two, the system also displayed a notification. Hunt successful. Hunt a godblood class snowbird creature. If you haven't obtained a godblood beast soul-eating blood broth, can randomly grant 0-10 points of godblood geno. Wu Hong shouted indignantly, how is that possible? To actually use such a despicable weapon? Jingluan immediately pointed at his face and accused, that's outrageous, it's cheating. While the two of them were still fuming with rage, he merely smiled calmly and said, nobody said you couldn't use it. Besides, it was also stated to rely on our own methods. You can use them too. After hearing that, he couldn't help but ask curiously and enviously. I'd like to use one too, but you need to have something to use, right? Where did you get that thing? How can its power be so terrifying? It's also within this ICC. Jingluan had already confirmed the target was here. Wu Hong looked around asking doubtfully, why don't I see the icebone bear you mentioned? No sooner had he spoken than the bear suddenly snatched a fish and shot up. Upon seeing this, Han Sen was startled, stumbled back and felt flustered. He said, something's not right. Just like before. It charged directly at him. Wu Hong was scared pale. Why is it coming at me again? Help. Han Sen stood silently in a corner and remarked. Does this fellow really have 100 physical strength? Jing Luan also had to nod, feeling. And sigh, this kid really has some skills. Meanwhile, Dabai continued relentlessly chasing Wu Hong. Even though he ran desperately, he was scared out of his wits and shouted loudly. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and do something. I'm almost frozen solid. It was also then that Wu Hang's body grew colder and colder. Jing Luan narrowed his eyes, musing. His speed has slowed down. At this rate he'll be caught soon. Han Sen also quickly drew his bow, because he knew they couldn't wait any longer. Now. At this moment from outside the ICC, an arrow suddenly struck Dabai. Seeing this, it fiercely turned its head and roared. It seemed he also noticed that the arrow just now had little effect, so he sighed. This bear's fur is very tough to actually hit such a small target. After evolving, the peacock crossbow's power is truly astonishing. Suddenly Dabai raised its paw and quickly lunged forward. Seeing this, Han Sen frantically shouted its mouth. Another one of my arrows is gone at this moment. He could only stand rooted to the spot watching it charge. But just then, Han Sen, holding a glowing dart in his hand, said calmly, come on. On the other side, Jing Luan also held a bow, knocking a fiery arrow, and warned. Be careful. Then he gripped the weapon in his hand, bravely charged forward and roared, die. Immediately after, Han Sen's flaming dart had already struck Dabai. On his face, a joyful smile now appeared, and he said it pierced in. However, this joy didn't last long before Dabai used its claw to grab his weapon. Soon after, Han Sen's weapon broke. He swayed as if about to fall. This bear's strength is truly terrifying. At this point he had been pushed back. He secretly sighed in his heart, too strong. Seeing Han Sen in this state, Jing Luan immediately drew his bow and shouted, retreat quickly. Hearing this, he immediately turned and fled. He thought as he ran, this super god-class creature's mature form must have at least 300 points, and I only have 167 points right now. Even with my super core Geno, it's only 200 points. How can there still be such a big difference compared to this super god-class creature? At this moment Dabai chased faster and faster. But the speed of escape, Han Sen was not inferior at all. His face was very tense at this moment. Fortunately, the icebone giant bear's speed was not fast, leaving time to adjust. On the other side, Jing Luan had already drawn his bow and shot an arrow, and it seems to have yielded results. Shouting excitedly, hit. You can see his arrow has hit the big white bear's ear. Suddenly it changed direction and attacked Jing Luan instead. Seeing he was in danger, Wang Yuhang immediately shouted loudly to distract it. Stupid bear. At this moment Jing Luan said while running desperately. Kid, well done. I'm outta here first. He was still trying to attract the big white bear's attention. Come chase me if you've got the guts, you fat bear. You ugly stupid brute. Immediately after, it turned around and chased after Wang Yuhang. Really am done for. Help save me. In this situation, Han Sen immediately took out his peacock. His face was full of tension, and said even if it hit, it completely ignored me. At this moment in the bear's eyes there was only Wang Yuhang. While drawing his bow, he shouted, run towards me. Death seemed imminent. He screamed for help at it in a panic. My head's gonna be bitten off. Xin Luan over there also quickly drew his bow. Kid, you're finished. Don't worry, I'm coming. The chase was extremely tense at this moment. The other two were still continuously shooting arrows at the big white bear to rescue him. Many arrows hit it, but it was like mosquitoes biting stainless steel. Xin Luan also realized this and spoke up. Useless. It can't even pierce its skin. At this moment in the air, Wang Yuhang's desperate cries still echoed. Save me. As it got closer, Han Sen immediately shouted, duck down. Then he stretched out his arms and drew the bowstring. The arrow pointed directly at the big white bear, shouting, get down. Hearing this, he immediately ducked his head. So many arrows hit its body. After that it suddenly stopped and howled in pain when it saw itself being countered. The big white bear immediately turned and fled. Han Sen wouldn't let it go either. He chased after it with his flying dagger, but he quickly caught up. He jumped onto its head and said, die. On the ice plane, suddenly a voice rang out warning him. Han Sen, watch out. Hearing this, he quickly dodged. Still trembling, he exclaimed, it's too ferocious. I almost got caught by it. Seeing the situation was getting tense, Wang Yuhang tried to attract its attention again. Stupid bear, over here, come get me. Immediately after, the big white bear started chasing him again. Oh no. You actually came, I was just kidding, help. Han Sen's expression was very tense at this moment. He said, luckily the kid is here. This giant bone ice bear seems to utterly hate him. As if he killed its father and stole its wife. Over there, Qin Luan responded while shooting arrows. If this continues, this won't do. These god blood beast soul arrows can't harm it at all. Just as the big white bear was about to pounce on him, Wan Yuhang said desperately, it's over, I can't dodge. Is today my doomsday? Seeing that the situation looked bad, Han Sen immediately used the Dongxian Sutra, and at this moment he said, the Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus. The tyrant is already powerful enough to tear apart that ice bear's giant bone body. What's not powerful enough now is his own strength. But if he could gain the strength of a giant elephant, that would be a different story. His brows suddenly furrowed slightly, as if the power within his body had undergone a slight change. Immediately after, he swiftly charged forward, unleashing a series of moves full of power and decisiveness, which he performed. Finally, a fatal flame attack landed on its head. Seeing this, Qin Luan couldn't help but exclaim, what kind of power is this? It's truly terrifying. On the other side, Yu Hong also let out a sigh of relief, muttering continuously, I survived. I'm finally rid of it. At this moment, his figure flickered in and out of the dust cloud. As he observed Dabe's current condition, Han Sen thought to himself, that strike was too powerful. It smashed the icebone bear's skull, piercing a large hole in it. A pair of wings appeared behind him again, slowly flying high into the sky. Seeing this, another thought flashed through his mind. Such a terrifying blow. If it were to retaliate again, I wouldn't be able to escape. Just then Han Sen discovered that it wasn't dead yet. At this moment, those two only knew to stand dumbfounded, watching it slip away. Yu Hong sat on the ground staring blankly and said, it got away. Seeing this, Han Sen immediately said from above, chase it, don't let it get away. At this moment, the two of them quickly gave chase as well, shooting arrows as they chased. Don't run, stop right there. Looking at their crude weapons, he thought to himself, they don't have super weapons. The beast soul can't even touch the bear's fur or its ice bone. While chasing it, Han Sen pondered, fortunately this flying beast soul doesn't use the master's power to fly. Otherwise, I would surely fall to my death on the ice now. Afterward, Xing Lun's complaints echoed, this beast runs really fast. Take this arrow. Then he shot an arrow at Dabai, shouted excitedly, I hit it. Right in the wound on its head. Yu Hong also rushed over with his sword, shouting, we can't catch it even if we chase. What am I supposed to hit it with? At this moment, a group of people also appeared nearby. Is that a bear? What's that sound? At some unknown point, Qin Luan had already gotten on a horse, shouted loudly, get out of the way, hurry. Hearing this, the group of people remained motionless. Instead, they replied, why should I move aside? The rule of the sacred land is that whoever kills it owns it. Why should only you, Li Xinghuan, get to kill it, and not us? Exactly why. This god blood creature is already severely injured. If we strike now, we might easily obtain a beast soul. Suddenly Dabai let out an enraged roar. Then it slammed both hands onto the ice. Seeing this, he grew more anxious and turned to say, ahead is the sacred land, where my knights are. Kid, quickly lure it away. Hearing this, Yu Hong immediately replied, it's no use. This icebone bear's head was smashed. It won't charge at me again. At this moment, just as Han Sen arrived, he saw it was about to climb the wall. And now he was already a bit exhausted. He struggled to say, I must regain my strength. Regain strength. Just one more strike. It's too late. Can't let it escape. When he was about to reach it, he suddenly stopped, panting, seemingly having discovered something. He didn't expect that behind that wall, many subordinates and knights were scattering in all directions, shouting, help, run, scatter. When he saw Dabai was about to climb inside, Han Sen immediately grabbed a throwing knife and charged over. Take this crimson flame burst killer. At this moment, it let out a pained, miserable howl. It seemed that one strike wasn't enough to satisfy him, so he followed up with another blow. Take another crimson flame slash. Then Dabai retaliated with its claws. But he quickly dodged, his tone filled with mockery. You want to kill me? You're still too green. Then Han Sen continued to kick forward. Finally, let me give you a taste of Qiankuan, my Qi Tuo. After this heaven's descent strike, it slowly slid towards the ground. Immediately the system voice sounded. Hunt successful. Successfully slain the super god creature giant icebone bear. No god blood beast soul obtained. But obtained life gene essence. Consuming its flesh and blood, may randomly grant 0 to 10 points of god blood gene. At this moment the people below cheered excitedly. Long live the director. Long live Bao Shen. These words weren't enough to make Han Sen care much. He said, feeling a little relaxed and calm. Finally dealt with it. At this time inside the ice cave, a mysterious blue gem was burning. Looking at it, Wu Hong laughed heartily with joy. Ahaha, is this really life gene essence? Then he added excitedly, we actually killed a super god creature. This is our first time killing a super god creature. In the second sanctuary, right? Afterwards Wu Hong stepped forward and put his arm around Han Sen's shoulder, asking, leader, this super gene, are you selling it? As agreed, besides the 30 I'm supposed to get, I can buy the remaining 70 from you. Hearing this he simply crossed his arms and replied indifferently, of course not. I need the super god gene too. Hearing this Wu Hong said again, leader, as far as I know, after the Ji family obtained life gene essence, they've researched various ways to use it, but none have been able to obtain super god gene. It'll probably be the same if you take it back. Why not sell it? Or give it to the Wang family? Let us borrow it to study first. Hearing these words Han Sen was a little surprised. Is the Ji family's life gene essence still around? Have they tried eating it directly? On the other side Xingluan also added, I once entered the memory of a Ji family senior and saw a record that said swallowing it is useless. It's completely indigestible. At this moment he thought to himself, I thought only the gene essence of life in the second sanctuary was inedible. It seems even the gene essence of life in the first sanctuary is inedible. Seeing Han Sen's poker face, Wu Hong spoke again. So leader, I promise once we get research results, I'll tell you immediately. But he seemed to disagree, simply taking the gem. This is also my first time obtaining life gene essence, so let me research it first. You guys just get your money ready for next time. Hearing this the two of them, Wu Hong and Xingluan, said in unison, next time. At this moment in Ji Yanran's office, Yanran was still intently looking at a line of text. Her expression was somewhat pensive. Ever since Han Sen killed the super god creature, many people must have contacted him. Suddenly Captain Annie's voice came from outside. Han Sen wants to see you. Hearing this Ji Yanran immediately stood up and ran out to greet Han Sen. Afterwards she wrapped her arms around his neck and said softly, I've been so worried about you these past few days. At this moment, Han Sen looked at her tenderly and replied, right. Aren't I standing right here in front of you safe and sound? After that it was a scene of the two of them flirting. She asked, my dad asked me to ask you, did you really kill a super god creature? Did you get a beast soul or life essence? Are you planning to sell it? He replied, I did kill it, but I didn't get a beast soul. Life gene essence, yes. If you need it I can give it to you. Then Ji Yanran leaned in and whispered into his ear, that's just what my dad meant. I'll always be on your side. Of course if you do want to sell it, you can consider the Ji family. Even if it's a bit more expensive, we're a couple after all. Faced with these sweet words, Han Sen immediately turned her face away and said, I'll study it for a few more days. If I can't eat it, I'll hand over all the disposal rights to my wife. Hearing this Yanran pouted, you're annoying. Who's your wife? Meanwhile in the goddess sanctuary Han Sen was enjoying the enthusiastic massage from the ladies, which made him feel incredibly comfortable. He blurted out, this is so comfortable. Suddenly someone forcefully threw a stack of books onto the table. At this moment Manly spoke with a displeased expression. Whether you're a minister or the captain of the special squad, you should still do something. You can't just leave everything to me. Seeing her in a bad mood, he tidied up the stack of books and said to her, I trust you completely. Manly then continued, but at least the report about slaying a super god creature, you should write that yourself, shouldn't you? Hearing this Han Sen waved his hand and said, that's easy. I'll just tell you and you can listen. By now she had calmed down somewhat. I can help you write the report. However, the higher-ups just assigned a mission. You must complete it personally. There's a recently promoted young man who's arrived at the second sanctuary. Hell happened to come to this ice plane. They've asked you to be his protector. Hearing this Han Sen was a little frustrated. He turned around and replied, since when did I start doing things like this? But then she said something that left Han Sen dumbfounded. Are you really not going to do it this? This is Captain Chin's nephew. Hearing this Han Sen stammered, then tell him to come see me. Soon after, at the main entrance of the second sanctuary, a person walked over happily waving at Han Sen. Brother Sun Su Xiao Qiao. He then stepped forward, shook hands and said, "I've finally found the organization, ha ha ha." Seeing this, Han Sen simply replied indifferently, all right. Since you're already here, our goddess legion will immediately welcome you." Afterwards another young man also waved in greeting and introduced himself. "Hello Uncle Sen, my name is Qin Wen Chao." When he heard the word uncle come out of his mouth, it made Han Sen feel a little uncomfortable. He frowned and said uncle. He cursed silently in his heart, "Uncle, my little brother is only 20. I'm not much older than you." Seeing Han Sen displeased, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Aunt told me to respect uncles. Uncle and aunt. Aunt is your peer, so I can only call you uncle. Otherwise aunt will scold me when I go back." Hearing this, Han Sen stopped scolding him, cleared his throat and said, "All right. Why do I have to be your protector?" At this moment Wen Chao said with a firm expression, "Aunt praised uncle as very powerful. She hopes I can be like uncle." Hearing this, Han Sen's face flushed slightly, revealing a smug smile. "Haha, did she really say that? Quick, tell me what else she usually praises me for." After some conversation, they eventually left and ventured into the wilderness chasing a beast. Su Xiaoqiao laughed excitedly. "Haha, that last one is mine." The three of them decided to chase it down. But while running, Wen Chao suddenly stopped and asked, "What's that sound?" After that all three of them stopped and began to speculate. Is it a xenogeniac? Judging by the sound, it seems very angry. It's not just angry, it sounds more like a pain scream. Faced with this situation, Han Sen immediately turned around and said, "Go. Let's get out of here quickly and go far away." Hearing this, Su Xiaoqiao, somewhat confused, called out, "Commander." Seeing this, he looked at both of them with cold eyes and said, "It's very dangerous over there. Don't go near it. It'll take you to a nearby sanctuary." Seeing that Han Sen wasn't leaving with them, they asked, "What about you?" Faced with this question, Han Sen didn't answer aloud. Instead, he was thinking to himself, "Is that the sound of the black bear from the peach blossom forest? What exactly happened inside? After I get them to safety, I must go back and see." Immediately after, he arrived at the peach blossom forest. But to be safe, Han Sen had already activated his golden coin state. He didn't bring Xiao Yinin. It was indeed difficult to find xenogeniac creatures. For safety, I should still summon my golden armor and stone armor demon marks. Just then, as he observed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed something. Just then Han Sen suddenly saw a red snake in the distance. The snake under that mysterious peach tree. As he looked at the peach tree, he remembered something and said, "To be able to stay with so many super god creatures, it must be incredibly powerful. It's best not to provoke it." After that, Han Sen stepped closer to the red snake. But he had only walked a short distance when many snakes crawled out and surrounded him. Seeing this, he said with some alarm, "It's a trap, they're surrounding me. These kings of their kind are truly cunning." Not only on the ground, but when he looked up above him, there were even flying snakes. These snakes can fly. Are they afraid he'll fly up and escape? Quite intelligent. At this moment, Han Sen used his scarlet flame dinosaur. "Overlord," he said, "since I can't escape, then he'll show you what I'm capable of." But it didn't seem to have any effect. They came again. More and more of them. At this point, Han Sen began to ponder. It seems that way is blocked, so we'll go this way. After that, he turned and headed in another direction. As he walked, he suddenly realized the movements of these snakes had a pattern, like a formation. Han Sen gradually understood. They were forcing him deeper into the forest. As he walked, striding with determination, he suddenly heard strange noises. It was the sound of that female bear. At this moment, the sky was in chaos. Many snakes were circling in the air. Seeing this, doubt suddenly arose in his mind again. They were blocking his path but not attacking. Do they want me to go to that bear? Thinking this, Han Sen moved faster. He resolved, I must go and see what on earth this is. Soon he delved deep into the forest. As he observed his surroundings, his tone was somewhat puzzled. He said, "A fight happened here. Is it that bear?" The closer he got, Han Sen felt the sounds becoming clearer. Perhaps it's on the mountain ahead. At this moment, on the hillside, a bear was fighting a mammoth. At this point, he was still just observing from the outside. It was indeed that black bear, and it seemed to be nearing despair. Its entire fur had turned yellow, a bone elephant. Why would it be fighting that black bear? It seems the situation is very serious. Red blood was also flowing from the bone elephant. Watching the way the two of them fought, Han Sen thought, looking at this black bear, I'm afraid it's no match for the bone elephant. When he saw how tense the situation was, another thought suddenly popped into his mind. Is it fighting to the death? Is there some treasure in this cave? But when he saw inside the cave, he understood. It was protecting its young. watching the bear tightly gripping the bone elephant's tusks. Han Sen thought again. This black bear's brute strength is immense. Even my scarlet flame dinosaur overlord might not be able to break its very bones. This super god creature is even more terrifying than the giant icebone bear. Its bones are massive. Because of motherly love, it had to fight with all its might against that bone elephant. But because the power gap was too great, Han Sen felt a sense of pity. It's a pity it encountered the bone elephant, which is also a creature of terrifying strength. And its size is even more immense. Those snakes didn't chase him here. Did they chase me all the way here just to make me watch a show? At this moment, the situation was becoming incredibly tense. Because that massive mammoth had already cornered the black bear against the rocks behind it. Seeing this scene, Han Sen's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He thought, this black bear is clearly no match for the bone elephant. Maybe I can still gain some advantage. Then when he turned his gaze to the black bear's cubs, he fell into thought again. Since this black bear can give birth to cubs, maybe humans can absorb its life gene essence as well as its golden fur. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual again. He looked back and saw that the red snake had appeared above the tree. Damn it, when did you get here? My senses didn't detect you at all. Suddenly its tail wrapped around a twig and immediately snapped it. Seeing this, he thought, what should I do? What should I do? The blazing Tyrannosaurus is good in every way. It's just a bit too big. Using it to deal with that snake would be a bit clunky. Soon it crawled to the ground, drawing something with the branch. Seeing this, Han Sen exclaimed in surprise. How this snake can actually draw. When he saw the shape it had just drawn, he immediately said, you drew a bone elephant and then crossed it out. Are you asking me to help you deal with the bone elephant? At this moment he suddenly imagined a certain scene. Then he started to calculate again. Super God Beast Kings are all very intelligent. If it wants me to deal with the bone elephant, there must be a reason. Could its target be a different creature? Super flow breathing technique. On the other side, the bone elephant's two tusks had already pierced the black bear's body, making it roar in pain. At this moment Han Sen thought, after I help it deal with the bone elephant, that big black bear and its cubs will become my delicious meal. Oomph, how cunning. Suddenly the snake hissed, seemingly wanting to give him a signal. Seeing this, Han Sen looked somewhat bewildered and then said, who would want to save someone like you? Then he thought, after the bone elephant kills the black bear, it will be even harder to snatch the life gene essence from its mouth. Anyway, I have to deal with it first. Then one man and one snake charged forward. At this moment the red snake had rapidly approached the bone elephant. But the bone elephant had already discovered it and swung its trunk fiercely at it. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, dodge quickly. He didn't expect the bone elephant's attack to be avoided so smoothly by the red snake. Han Sen, watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim, this snake is indeed not simple. It dodges very quickly too. Immediately after, he also used his blazing Tyrannosaurus for cover. But when he touched the bone elephant's body, Han Sen's face immediately changed color. It's too hard. My hand is numb. I'm almost losing my grip on the blazing Tyrannosaurus. At this very moment, the bone elephant had also discovered Han Sen's presence. Crap, it's going to attack me. But before the bone elephant could leave, the black bear grabbed its tusks tightly with both hands. Seeing this, Han Sen immediately rushed forward with the blazing Tyrannosaurus. It restrained the bone elephant. Just as the bone elephant was busy attacking the black bear, he knew his chance had come. Now, he thought everything was settled. But unexpectedly, in some miraculous way, the bone elephant used its two massive tusks to violently toss the black bear into the air. Han Sen was so startled his mouth hung open. Damn it, it actually threw the entire black bear away. Then it also swung the red snake away with its trunk. Seeing this, his attack speed increased even further. The little snake is no good either. Now I'm on my own. But the result remained unchanged. Damn it, it's too hard, I can't pierce it at all. Then Han Sen was flung far away by it. It seems it still won't give up on taking down the black bear. It's clear that the previous blow was quite powerful. So much so that Han Sen's back, he violently crashed into a nearby tree. At this moment Han Sen seemed to be seriously injured. He couldn't help but blurt out, it's too strong, even 3 against 1 can't suppress it. Suddenly the bone elephant seemed to go mad. Radiating killing intent, it charged forward rapidly. Seeing this scene, he could only sigh helplessly to himself. It's over, the black bear is seriously injured. Now the ivory crashed into the mountain wall. It seems the situation is worse. Huh, what's that sound? It sounds like something is charging this way. Suddenly from deep within the cave, Another black bear angrily charged out. It's that bear. Its fur had turned black iron. At this moment the black bear was already exhausted. It only let out a slight grunt. Soon that mysterious bear arrived. It scratched the bone elephant with a claw. Seeing this, Han Sen was also surprised. He blurted out, "This bear's claws are incredible. It can actually scratch the bone elephant. Even the scarlet flame dinosaur. My tyrant can't do that. But this bear can." As expected of a super god creature. Then the cub wanted to pounce and attack again. The bone elephant swung its trunk and smashed it down fiercely. Seeing this, his heart tightened. He shouted loudly, "Warning, run. It's about to fall." Just as its trunk was about to hit the ground, the mother bear had already stepped forward to block it. Seeing this, Han Sen quickly said, "Hold on to it tightly." The bone elephant was still struggling, but the mother bear refused to let go. At this moment he was also struggling to stand up. "Although my strength isn't enough to tear you apart, but as long as I attack your weak point." At this point it was still forcing the mother bear against the wall. Seeing this, he could only say helplessly, "This guy has gone mad." Immediately after, nearby the red snake also suddenly attacked. This snake really knows how to pick its moments, never letting itself be at a disadvantage. The bone elephant immediately flew into a rage, flinging everything off. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately charged forward with Chile. "It's my turn, my poison dragon Scarlet Vidra." Han Sen's momentum was very determined this time. "I don't believe you can still block me this time." But when he touched it again, he was helpless once more. He said, "Even it's but is that hard?" Then the bone elephant kicked him away with its leg. "It's really too hard to get close." While the snake was on its body, he only had a chance to take a step back. But like this, how long will they have to fight? At this moment it started attacking with its trunk again. The two bears, mother and cub. Oh no, but when it saw its mother flung into a tree, the cub continued to rush forward and attack. Standing outside, watching this scene, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim, "Nothing. The second generation of super god is indeed powerful." Outside at this moment, the bone elephant continued to use its trunk to attack the two black bears, mother and cub, but suddenly its foot stomped fiercely on the ground, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. As if it had gone mad, it could no longer control its actions. This action greatly surprised him. The bone elephant's cries grew more and more miserable. It seems to be in a panic. Oh no, Han Sen thought of another possibility. While he and the black bear were fighting to the death outside, maybe that snake had already eaten its internal organs from the inside, slowly killing the bone elephant. If this continues, wouldn't that be letting the red snake get an advantage? Suddenly there was a loud bang. Immediately after, Han Sen turned around vigilantly to check. Just then, the bone elephant had retreated to the rocks behind. It kept fiercely pounding the ground with its trunk. Seeing this, he immediately guessed. It can't take it anymore. Does it want to escape? Over there the mother bear collapsed onto the ground exhausted. Seeing this, the cub immediately ran to its mother's side. According to Han Sen's observations, even though this bear was seriously injured, but its cub was still here, he didn't have a chance to act himself. After some thought, he decided to pick up Chi. My flame pursued it. The bone elephant was already heavily injured. It's better to chase the bone elephant. Can't let it get away. At this moment he was following the bloodstains. Deep in the peach blossom forest, the scene before his eyes made Han Sen utterly shocked. Impossible! What did that red snake do inside the bone elephant? A bone elephant. The bone elephant seemed to have gone mad. If it wanted to harm me earlier, that would have been terrifying. He then continued to follow those bloodstains. Never mind, I'll just follow these traces. Find the bone elephant first, then we'll see. When he reached the spot, Han Sen discovered the bone elephant was actively slamming its head against the rocks. Only then did he discover nearby. This little snake was indeed powerful. The black bear and I, we fought it. We fought the bone elephant for so long but couldn't injure it to this extent. At this moment he was hiding behind a tree thinking. It seems that the red snake has already entered the bone elephant's brain. Immediately after, it struggled madly and blood also began to flow out. This bone elephant is almost certainly beyond saving. You'll have to stay away from that snake in the future. Soon after, the bone elephant also collapsed from exhaustion. Han Sen remained observing from the side. Can't hold on, has it fallen? When he saw it no longer moving, he then walked forward to examine it. It crashed so violently, yet its skull isn't broken. Even if I used Dragon Elephant Strike, I wouldn't be able to shatter its skull. Could it be that only that snake can kill it? He then used the Dongxian Sutra, Dragon Elephant Strike. The first time wasn't successful. The second time there was no chance to strike. It must be a one-hit kill. Han Sen then placed his hand on its skull, using the borrowed force of the great ocean purple cannon to let the power of the dragon elephant penetrate deep inside the bone elephant's head. What he didn't expect was that the red snake was inside eating the bone elephant's brain. He mused. I also need to injure the snake inside the skull at the same time. Otherwise, after I kill the bone elephant, it won't spare me. At this moment his eyes were filled with determination. He then immediately began his plan, using the power of the dragon elephant sent into the bone elephant's head. This should be able to force that snake out of the bone elephant's ear. And sure enough, immediately after, the snake crawled out of the bone elephant's ear. Han Sen was overjoyed. I forced it out. At this moment he slowly withdrew his power. He then suddenly noticed the area where the red snake escaped. There were many bloodstains on the ground. Seeing this, Han Sen smiled with some satisfaction. Is this red snake's blood indicating it's injured? Did I injure it with one strike? Ha ha ha, with my current strength. It's hard to make a super god creature get injured so easily. I guess it got injured inside the bone elephant, and then was scared away by my strike. Then he released little angel and said, I can't eat all this flesh and blood, but it can't go to waste. Seeing her incredibly excited expression, he added, the bone elephant's flesh and blood can accelerate little angel's evolution. Han Sen stood by observing and saying, I can't bite through the head of this super creature. It's simply too tough. He then gripped the scorching crimson flame. He approached the bone elephant's head. The gene life essence might be inside. I need to find a way to extract it. He then forcefully thrust it down. He originally thought it wouldn't penetrate. To his surprise, after one strike, Han Sen exclaimed in shock, It's in. It's in. Finally the life gene was in his hand. So it wasn't that little angel had a strong bite. It's that once the bone elephant died, its flesh, blood and bones would no longer be so hard. Suddenly Han Sen heard a rustling sound. Immediately spotted a snake. Just then, the red snake had already brought a giant black snake for revenge. His expression shifted slightly and he turned his head to ask, Are they here for revenge? Then he anxiously said to little angel, It's too late. Because that snake had already surrounded them with a group of smaller snakes. Suddenly two black bears, a mother and cub, appeared out of nowhere. They charged out and started fighting them. Looking at the scene before him, he exclaimed in surprise, What's going on? Are the black bears helping me? At this moment it was chaos outside. The mother bear roared ferociously on the other side. The red snake responded not to be outdone, and retorted. Suddenly when he saw the black bear turn its head and nod at him, he was bewildered. He thought, It's nodding at me. Is it helping me? Could it be that it thought I was helping it by fighting the bone elephant earlier? That's why it came to help me, no matter what others are doing. Meanwhile little angel was still busy with her work. But soon after, the snake group surprisingly left, to Han Sen's astonishment. They left. It seems this red snake is quite afraid of that black bear. After they had finished their business, the two black bears, mother and cub, left. Watching their retreating figures, he thought, the super god creatures of the second sanctuary actually possess intelligence, especially those second-generation super god creatures. I wonder what will happen after reaching the third sanctuary. What will happen? At this moment, as he raised the Geno core to look at it, Han Sen said again, I hope this time I can consume the gene life essence. Otherwise, I really don't know how I'll get genes. Super god. Then as he prepared to taste it, he thought with some doubt, just eating it directly like this, will there be a problem? Should I lick it first? No reaction? Then he slumped to the ground dejectedly, sighing. Failure is in the data. Then he cheered himself up. Then he'll try the bone elephant's breathing circulation method. Suddenly when he saw the gene life move, Han Sen thought, it moved. It seemed there was a strange power flowing within it. It seemed to move with his own breath. When Han Sen picked up that gene, Han Sen suddenly discovered something else. So that's how it is. Could it be that imitating the breathing of a super god creature can influence the life essence? I finally found a way. But it seemed to have no effect. The life gene essence was clearly activated, so why couldn't he still consume it? At this moment he finally returned to Goddess Sanctuary. Xiao Jiao and Wen Zhao both ran out to greet him. The leader is finally back. When are you taking us to hunt mutant creatures? Hearing this, Han Sen said as he walked, Get everything ready. Next time will be your trial. Hearing this, both of them replied in unison, Oh. Then when he returned to his room, he sat leisurely on a chair. Relaxing, it seems. I've found a way to absorb gene essence, life essence, from second or third generation super god creatures. The The method must be correct. He still couldn't absorb it now. Because the Saint Bone elephant's breathing rhythm wasn't strong enough yet. Then, his cunning gaze fell upon Little Silver. To enhance my power should I Little Silver? This little guy is definitely a second-generation super god. Hearing this, the little fox felt a chill and disbelief. But then Han Sen happily hugged it into his arms. Just kidding, I've raised you for so long after all. What other methods are there to enhance gene? Super god essence. Then, some images suddenly flashed through his mind. Little red pony. Little snow turtle. But then he shook his head again. No. They are descendants of a large family. I can't think about it anymore. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed outside the Soul Sea. Han Sen thought to himself, what, something's happening in the Soul Sea. Suddenly a voice echoed in the Soul Sea. Pet. My super combat type pet has finally appeared. I never expected it to be a holy war angel. The voice still echoed, it has appeared. It has finally appeared. Looking at her long sword, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A greatsword? How can there be a greatsword? It's very similar to the one I saw her with when I first met her on Ancient God Island. Only its aura is stronger now. Can a beast soul pet give birth to a treasure? Then he smiled brightly and said, finally. I finally waited for it. Following that, on a quiet hillside, Han Sen was meditating and cultivating very seriously. But suddenly he heard strange noises. Someone's here and they mean trouble. Immediately after, a group of people walked over and said, Han Sen, we finally meet. With a puzzled look on his face, he thought. A top master like Han Sen. When we entered his 100-meter range, he must have already noticed us. Why isn't he reacting at all? At this moment Han Sen stepped forward and asked, who are you? Hearing this, he replied, Huang Yunlong from the Northern Cloud Peak Sanctuary. I've come to buy a piece of your life gene essence. Hearing this, he simply replied indifferently, how much can you offer? Hearing this question, Yulong immediately burst out laughing. Then he took out a banknote and sneered. How much money? Ahaha, are you out of your mind? Can't you see what's happening right now? And you're asking how much money? I pity you, so this is all you get. But Han Sen's only reply was not for sale. Hearing this, those people immediately flew into a rage and shouted, you don't get to decide that. We want to buy it. So you must sell it immediately. Then he pointed to the sky. The Holy War Angel then appeared, able to activate a dozen or so evolution genes. This is not something an ordinary person can do. If it were my old self, I might not have been able to defeat them. But now. Before he could finish, he interrupted again. Trying to use your spirit to buy time and escape. How naive. Hearing this, Han Sen simply smiled faintly and replied, Hey, I'm buying time to escape. Or perhaps you should try hard to fight for your lives. Do you want to try? At this moment, deep in the mountains and old forests, a group of people were discussing something. At this moment, Lu Hui spoke with a stern and cold expression. What, Huang Yulong actually brought a dozen or so people who have unlocked their gene locks. I never thought Huang Yulong would go to such great lengths for the life gene essence in Han Sen's hands. He's playing such a big game. Then, a young man behind him asked, Captain, there are only a few of us. Do we really have to go and save Han Sen? Hearing this, he immediately said, go, we must go. To deal with this Han Sen merely expressing sincerity is useless. If we want to get his attention, we must use concrete actions. An opportunity presented itself. Of course we must make good use of it. Go save Han Sen. Immediately after, they ran towards the hillside. Lu Hui urged as he ran. Faster, even faster. It's over there. From the sounds, they might have already started fighting. When they ran to a rock, they stopped to observe Han Sen. Indeed, he's impressive. Two people are actually fighting back and forth against more than 10 people who have unlocked their gene locks. No, that's not right, that's not a person. At this moment he stammered, unable to speak. That's a spirit. A spirit. What? Huangfu, who was next to him, was also very surprised and exclaimed, strong. Too strong now. Han Sen's spirit is fighting those few people with its sword, but because the gap in strength was too vast, he was quickly defeated. Seeing this, Wenlong and Yulong were both very surprised, exclaiming he couldn't even block a single sword strike. What in the world is this fleshy spirit to possess such terrifying power? At this moment, the Holy War Angel looked incredibly majestic and eager for battle. Immediately after, Han Sen pointed to a person nearby and said, continue. Hearing this, that person became very smug, holding a shield in front of him and sneering, humph. It's not that easy to kill me, you know. But the fleshy spirit, with just one sword strike, sliced the shield into pieces. Seeing this scene, Lu Hui frowned slightly and said, that person is Du Chu. He cultivates the super alloy enhanced body. After Jean unlocking his body becomes as hard as diamond. And his defense is definitely top tier among evolvers. Wenlong knew he couldn't defeat those two. So he ordered his subordinates to flee. Retreat, retreat. Run, run. At this moment he thought to himself, I can't let them just run away like this. Immediately after he ordered the Holy War Angel to pursue them. Soon the fleshy spirit sword in hand caught up to them. Seeing this, Yulon pleaded in terror, no, don't. Kill me. Before he could finish his sentence he was dispatched by the fleshy spirit. Next was Wenlong. Before he was killed, he glared at Han Sen with hatred and said harshly. Suddenly he stopped and turned his face, saying, we have no old grudges, no fresh grievances. If you spare my life today, I will repay you generously. Otherwise, Han Sen asked impassively. Otherwise what? At this moment fine beads of sweat had already seeped onto Wenlong's forehead. Frowning he roared. My blood life cult will not let you off. On the other side Hong Yu also added. Recently, hasn't the blood life cult been very active? Could it be that Huang Wenlong is actually connected to them? Then Lu Hui also spoke. When humans first entered the interstellar era, many novel ideologies and religions emerged. The blood life cult was one of them. They destroyed many people's lives, and were later labeled as a cult supposedly long gone. But recently they've been. Suddenly another loud roar sounded. Han Sen just slightly turned his head and calmly said, I don't care who you are. If I don't kill you today, people will think Han Sen is weak and cowardly. I must kill until everyone is afraid. And let everyone know. At this moment, the fleshy spirit sword had already pierced Wenlong's body. Immediately after a single sword strike decapitated him. At this moment he said with a half smile, if you want to attract my attention, you must be prepared to die. After observing for a while, Lu Hui also decided to turn and leave. Staying here would make Han Sen misunderstand, thinking we are with Huang Wenlong. That would be a big problem. Hearing this he asked blankly. Huang Wenlong just died like that. At this moment Han Sen also ordered the fleshy spirit to stop. Never mind, Holy War Angel. No need to pursue them further. But as he looked at the rock above he fell into thought again. I wonder if Lu Hui and his group are friends or foes. I hope they came to help me, and not to fish in troubled waters. Then he turned his gaze to those two people again, thinking people from the blood life cult. Immediately after, he stepped forward and took the wallet from Yulon's body. He checked what Yulon had on him, and from his wallet, he pulled out a golden card which greatly surprised him. How could he have this? Then, Han Sen turned to the remaining person. Go see what Huang Wenlong has on him. Unexpectedly, he also had a card on him. It was actually a 9 life blood fur card. Could there be a connection between 9 life blood fur and the blood life cult? What's the connection? At this moment he seemed deep and thought something was off. The blood god cult's belief. Isn't it just the blood god? I've never heard of it before. What's their relationship with the 9 life blood cat? At this moment in the base, Yanrun's voice could be heard. Are you really going to give it to me? Upon hearing this Han Sen lovingly held her hand. He said that no matter how much he researched it, he couldn't find a way to absorb it. Keeping it with him would only cause trouble. It's better to just give it to the G family. Have a real expert study it. Hearing these words, her eyes sparkled with joy as she said, my dad will definitely be thrilled, little Han Sen. Whatever reward you want, he'll grant it. Soon Yanran returned to the G family's villa. Seeing her return, her father joyfully welcomed his beloved daughter. What made you have time to visit your dad today? How have you and Han Sen been doing lately? Immediately after she pounced into her father's arms, playfully whining. Daddy finally has time to care about his daughter. Aren't you busy lately? Hearing this he replied, there's nothing I can do. Who told my future son-in-law to be so outstanding? At this moment Yanran got to the point. Han Sen said, head, give that gigantic ice snow bear's life gene essence to us. You can send someone to the ice plane to collect it any time. Hearing this, he merely took a sip of tea and then asked, does he have any conditions? She replied calmly, that's a gift for your daughter. How could there be any conditions? At this moment, he sternly put down his cup. This Han Sen is truly too clever. Him giving you the life gene essence is more beneficial than selling it to us? Tell little Han that our G family won't take his things for free. Hearing this, Yanran didn't retort. She just picked up her cup, took a sip and replied, then let's do as dad says. Then he asked again, have you heard about that incident? He used a spirit to defeat over a dozen G lock openers. Hearing this, she chuckled softly and said, I only heard him say he just used a humanoid soul beast pet. To kill a few thieves who wanted to snatch his things. Hearing this, he felt a bit puzzled. That thief was Huang Wenlong, the man who ruled the north for 65 years. Did you ask him what grade that soul beast pet was? No, at this moment Yanran replied without hesitation. He said it was a super god level soul. Upon hearing this, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face as he mused. It is indeed a super god level soul. This means at the very least, he has already killed 2 super god creatures in the second sanctuary. In the second sanctuary. Then he looked up at her and asked, so was that piece of life gene essence purchased? Before he could finish, she replied, that piece of life gene essence he has already agreed to sell to the Qin family. At this moment, when he returned to his dorm, he was talking to Qin Xian. For this matter, I thank you on behalf of the Qin family. Hearing this, Han Sen smiled and politely replied, Ha, Captain, you've taken care of me for so long, this is the least I can do. Besides, this life gene essence is something I can't absorb anyway. Might as well exchange it for some good stuff while it's still valuable. Then she spoke up to remind him. The fact that you possess a super god pet has already spread throughout the second sanctuary. Every move you make now will attract everyone's attention. Hearing these words, no trace of worry appeared on his face. He just smiled and replied, there's nothing I can do. That's the price of fame, I guess. At this moment in the goddess sanctuary, Han Sen was trying hard to shake off those 2 tails. These 2 guys are really persistent. Xiao Xiao and Wenjiao were still diligently chasing him. Uncle Han, wait for me and the captain. When are you going to take me hunting? Hunting super god creatures. They chased Han Sen, nagging all the while. I heard the captain took on 2 super god creatures by himself. Is that true? We're reserving the life gene essence. Then Han Sen, name your price. Our boss wants the life gene essence too. After some maneuvering, he successfully shook them off. They finally got away. The faux soul beast soul is quite good. Then Han Sen jumped onto the rooftop to observe and said, Soldier bug armor. It's up to you, hold them off for me. Immediately after, he snuck into the peach tree forest, calculating the time that peach tree should have borne fruit by now. At this moment, Han Sen was looking left and right, observing. This time I brought Xiaoyinian. Ordinary exotic creatures probably wouldn't dare to approach. But that red snake is a super god creature. Could it also be wary of Xiaoyinian? However, when he arrived beneath the peach tree, he exclaimed in great surprise. It's here indeed. I really didn't expect that. Beneath the peach tree, there were many super god creatures. Even more specifically, the red snake was also there, looking at him with an unfriendly gaze. This is bad, it's still holding a grudge. At this moment, Han Sen thought, it seems these snakes are also somewhat wary, which is why they haven't attacked me. Suddenly Xiaoyinian moved in his arms as if reminding him of something. Right after, a small bear walked over and affectionately licked his face. Ha ha ha. You've grown so much after just a few days. Then it led Han Sen to the mother bear's location. As expected, where there are little black bears, there's naturally a mother black bear. It's good to have it here too. At least I don't have to worry about that snake anymore. But he suddenly sensed something. He thought how strange. Han Sen was a little surprised when he looked up at the peach tree. Such a large peach tree only bore 2 fruits. His expression at this moment was extremely excited. He thought 2 peaches. And there are 5 super god creatures here. Plus that group of snakes. Getting the peaches probably won't be easy. Outside there are still creatures fighting to the death. But around this peach tree, the super god creatures were all very quiet. They were motionless at this moment without a sound. The space was still silent at this moment. Only the sound of birds flying in the sky could be heard. The black bear, like the other super god creatures here, was just lying there completely unguarded. Seeing this scene, Han Sen was a little confused. He thought, why are these super god creatures so wary and keeping their distance from the peach tree? Aren't they afraid the peaches will be snatched by others? Could there be something unusual about this peach tree? Right after, he suddenly thought of an idea. Why not use my spiritual perception to check? Then Han Sen walked to the base of the peach tree to check. The result was truly unexpected. Inside the tree roots, a group of creatures was actually hiding there. Good heavens, what is that thing? At this moment, something was glowing on the trunk of the peach tree. Han Sen was a little surprised at this moment, thinking they're bugs. Looking at the bugs, he felt a bit puzzled. If these bugs had always been on the tree, then I should have noticed them last time. So they must have appeared recently. Where exactly did these bugs come from? Why would they make those super god creatures so cautious? Afterwards, his expression suddenly turned serious and he thought, could they be born from a mother super god creature? To be able to give birth to such a vast number of bugs. Then this super god creature must be extraordinary. At this moment, when he saw the snake group approaching, Han Sen knew they were about to make their move. Looking at the peaches on the tree, he said again. The peaches hanging on the tree were crystal clear like beautiful jade. It seems they are almost ripe, and the peach below hasn't shown any changes yet. It's definitely not ripe yet. As the peach's fragrance began to spread, those super god creatures all opened their eyes, as if preparing to attack. Facing this aroma, Han Sen couldn't help but inwardly exclaim. It's so fragrant, truly an immortal fruit. I've never smelled such a fresh fruit fragrance. Immediately after he felt the peach was ripe. Seeing this situation, Han Sen said, they're starting to move. I can't lose to these beasts. After that, he took out Chi Yen to block them. But something unexpected happened. No, you've got to be kidding me. These bugs can actually fly. At this moment, Han Sen thought while executing his moves. Damn it, there are too many. My Chi Yen dinosaur tyrant can't stop them either. Suddenly he stopped, looking back behind him. At something I didn't expect. The little fox in his hand had already rushed to attack. He was very satisfied, praising Xiao Yinin for doing a great job. Facing that large swarm of bugs, Han Sen thought to himself, if this continues, the peach will be snatched away. Suddenly these bugs changed their attack direction, turning towards those super god creatures. At this moment his face was filled with surprise. He exclaimed that against these bugs, even super god creatures had to give up. Looking at the chaos before him, Han Sen immediately ordered Xiao Yinin, hurry, finish them off. When he saw Xiao Yin was about to touch the peach, his voice grew even louder. Quick, quick, go. The peach is about to be stolen. Immediately after, a whirlwind swept the bugs away. Seeing this scene, Han Sen thought to himself, truly that's a super god creature's power. Not easily defeated. Suddenly he heard a strange noise. He immediately hid behind a tree. What's that sound? Then he saw a bug appear. It finally showed itself. Is this the mother of that swarm of bugs? Watching how it attacked that crane, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim. How powerful a super god creature's ability. It couldn't even withstand a single blow from this beetle. These bugs must be super god creatures. And certainly not ordinary super god creatures. This also proves that the time to pick the peach has arrived. The perfect opportunity is now. Let's see if I can get close to the immortal peach. Just as Han Sen's hand was about to touch the peach, a red snake suddenly appeared from nowhere and blocked him. At this moment he thought, this snake is playing the long game like the oriole behind the mantis. It's truly too cunning. But soon after, the red snake was also suddenly attacked by a bug. It writhed in pain on the tree. Seeing this scene, Han Sen was also a bit puzzled. What's going on? Are there still bugs in the cave? What kind of cave is this? These bugs can rival super god creatures. 4 of them appeared at once. When he saw them start to chase, he immediately jumped down and ran, yelling, come and catch me. Run, run. Then he commanded his little fox, Xiao Yinin, quick shock it. But it didn't seem to work. Holy crap, it actually dodged it. At this moment Han Sen's face was extremely tense. He was considering using the Chi Yen dinosaur tyrant to block it, but it might be too late. Then he'll use the peacock crossbow. Let's try it, my life depends on you. Immediately after, he then took out his crossbow to deal with it. While raising the crossbow, Han Sen pondered. Its power is truly astonishing. It's definitely not weaker than any super god creature. Facing this stalemate, he also had to admit that even with him and Xiao Yinin working together, they were powerless. They could only use the Wudong Xinjing to stall them for a moment. Suddenly at this moment 2 black bears, a mother and cub, disregarded the swarm of bugs and climbed up the tree. He was too surprised to speak. What's going on? Those 2 bears, aren't they afraid of the black bugs? At this moment, when he saw another bug fly out, he was very fed up, saying it was another golden beetle. These beetles, just how many of them are there in total? When it saw it preparing to charge over, the black bear slapped at it with its paw, but it still managed to dodge. So agile. At such a close distance, it actually managed to avoid the black bear's paw. I never expected it would turn to attack the cub. Oh no, it's actually fighting back against the black bear. Soon it reached the cub. At this moment Han Sen couldn't help but sigh to himself. Its power is truly terrifying. Suddenly the cub lost its balance and fell from the tree to the ground. I never expected that beetle would actually bite the cub. This made him very confused. The cub's fur is so tough, yet it was still bitten. Seeing this, the mother bear reached out trying to grab the beetle. After observing for a while, Han Sen came to a conclusion. Although this golden beetle looks similar to the previous ones, Even with the combined efforts of these two bears, it's still hard to deal with. It's clearly stronger. At this moment, when he looked at the tree, he found that the group of beetles had shifted their attention from the peaches. Then very eagerly, he shouted, "No, I have to seize this chance to pick the peaches." Immediately after, he summoned his alien spirit, telling the holy war angel to pick it and bring it to him. Upon receiving the command, she immediately swung her sword towards the group of beetles. This made him very satisfied. Yes, just like that. As her hand was about to touch the peach, Han Sen began to pray. "Heaven help me! Heaven help me! Don't let any more beetles fly out of that tree hollow." Ah, finally got it. But soon after, the golden beetle was almost upon them. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, "Holy war angel, run!" Watching the super creatures chase after his alien spirit trying to get the peach back, Han Sen thought to himself, "It's just one peach, isn't it? There are so many more on the tree. Do they have to chase after this one too? Those beetles and super creatures will be back soon. You'll have to deal with them again then. Might as well take advantage of now. Even if it's not fully ripe yet, a slightly lesser effect is still better than nothing." At this moment, he was about to bury the remaining peaches. Suddenly a flash of light passed before him, making him turn his head in surprise. He wondered who it was, then realized it was the red serpent. Seeing it, Han Sen said, "You're pretty clever too. They all went to chase the holy war angel, and you actually thought to hide in the dark and ambush me." Seeing it preparing to charge down and attack, he immediately said, "Shao Ini, and electrocute it." Immediately after, the little fox rushed forward and emitted an electric current. But when he saw a swarm of snakes crawling densely on the ground, Han Sen had to admit that Shao Ini was too small to deal with them. When he looked up at the sky, at this moment those nightmares seemed to be returning. This shocked him greatly. How did they come back? Where's the holy war angel? Why are they coming straight towards me? Seeing this, he immediately switched to his gold coin form to avoid being attacked. At this moment, an unsettling thought emerged in Han Sen's mind. They couldn't have figured out that I'm the holy war angel's master, and are planning to get rid of me first, could they? When he saw the little fox rush forward to electrocute the group of beetles, he immediately said, "No. This kind of electric current has no effect on those beetles. No, I have to summon the holy war angel back. Otherwise Shao Inin and I will both die here." Immediately after, Han Sen moved elsewhere. At this moment, he thought to himself, "But if I recall the holy war angel to my soul sea, then that immortal peach will fall outside and cannot be retrieved." The situation at this moment was extremely complicated and chaotic, making him unable to resist cursing out loud. Suddenly turned around only to see that swarm of bugs had already gone in another direction. "They're not chasing me anymore," Han Sen suddenly remembered. So it was that red snake that got the immortal peach. That's why they went to attack it. Come to think of it, I should thank it. Otherwise I wouldn't have escaped. Never mind, let them fight over it. At this moment, he walked carrying the little fox deep in thought. I still have the sacred battle angel's peach. Now the important thing is to find it. Suddenly from above, a celestial crane was about to fall to the ground. Seeing its condition, Han Sen guessed that the celestial crane was seriously injured. It was caused by the sacred battle angel. How could this be? It really is the sacred battle angel. At this moment, he shouted loudly, "Stop chasing, sacred battle angel." At this moment, he too was already injured, but his hand still gripped the crossbow tightly with caution. He thought, the power of that beetle is truly terrifying. Definitely no less than any super god creature. But Han Sen's expression immediately changed when he picked up the peach. However, this injury was still worth it. The item is already in hand as for the remaining peach. Let them fight desperately for it. At this moment in the Crystal Palace, the brought back peach's fragrance filled the entire room. He and the little fox were both staring intently at it, their mouths watering continuously. Suddenly Shao Inin lost control, rushed forward trying to grab the peach, when a hand suddenly grabbed its head and pressed it onto the table. The little fox was currently very angry, while Han Sen laughed gloatingly, saying, "Hee, sorry Shao Inin. This peach is mine, I'll give you one if I get another later. You should just stick to eating candy." Immediately after, a piece of candy was thrown in front of it, but it angrily turned its face away disdainful. Next, Han Sen held a syringe in his hand and happily said with a smile, "Something this nourishing shouldn't be eaten too much at once, right? Then he'll use a syringe to extract a little and taste it." But as soon as he inserted it, the needle broke. Seeing this, he exclaimed in great alarm, "It truly is an immortal peach. Its skin is so hard that it broke the needle." At this moment, Han Sen tightly gripped the peach in his hand and tried to cut it with a feather. No way. Even the arrow feather of the crow can't cut it. At this moment he was furious. And took out his chien. I still can't believe it, what the hell is this thing? Even the chien Tyrannosaurus can't cut it. At this moment he could only pant and stare at it. Such a hard peach, can a human even eat it? Even a super god Gino wouldn't necessarily be able to bite it. Looking at the peach, Han Sen was a little frustrated. Did I come all this way for nothing? Then he thought to himself again. Never mind, I'll take a bite first and see. I can't believe he could actually bite it. He could actually bite it. Suddenly Han Sen's expression darkened and he fell into deep thought. Even the chien Tyrannosaurus couldn't cut it, but this peach. He could actually bite it. At this moment he was immersed in the peach's fragrance. It melted in his mouth, sweet to the core. He had never eaten such a sweet peach before. It seemed as if everyone could feel its taste. This is the first bottleneck of the Dongxian Sutra. He felt that he was being influenced. This is the peach pit. How can it resemble a specially shaped gem? This feeling is truly peculiar. Completely different from the ice muscle jade bone arts. Coldness after unlocking genes. His whole body was filled with vitality. At this moment Han Sen suddenly realized. Not only were enemies attracted by the fragrance on his body, he could also see the flowing aura on living organisms. As if this aura was a part of himself. Suddenly he closed his eyes, as if sensing something. Then he clenched his fists. But when he opened his hands he felt a little disappointed. He still hadn't found the method. Still hadn't found a method. Directly unleashes a super special power. Divine creature. It seems one must reach the celestial tier to achieve that. Suddenly the bone elephant's shadow reappeared. After absorbing for a while, Han Sen said, "It's similar to the Saint Bone Elephant's breathing circulation art. But the effect is different." A notification suddenly popped up. Absorbed the Saint Elephant's life gene essence. One super gene added. At this moment, he was overjoyed to the point of tears, thinking he finally found a way to absorb the life gene essence. At this moment it suddenly appeared on his clothes. Gourd. Looking at it, Han Sen then asked, "Can you eat it? I wonder what effect you have. What if I eat it?" He then held it in his hand. Their vitality seemed to merge into one. Han Sen then threw it into the virtual space before him. Suddenly he was attacked by them. Why are household items flying over to attack me? But those items quickly flew forward and violently crashed into the wall. Watching this scene, Han Sen suddenly understood something. This damned breathing circulation art. It's turned me into a magnet attracting everything. What use is it for? He then sat down to observe and said, "Wait a moment. Do I really have to learn a certain breathing circulation art to absorb that creature's corresponding life gene essence?" Afterwards, he thought of all the super creatures he had encountered. Han Sen then stood up again, as if had thought of something. If I can't observe the breathing of a super god tier creature, I can't absorb it. If I can't absorb first generation life gene essence myself, I might as well sell it to the rich and even make a fortune. At this moment a system notification appeared. War of the Gods of the Sanctuary. The second god has begun activation. The arena is open. Register for the God War in the arena. The God War officially begins in 33 days. Hearing this, Han Sen's expression turned solemn. The god of war of the second sanctuary, the god of war. He had now returned to the Crystal Palace and was coaxing the little fox. "Are you still angry, ignoring me?" Han Sen then handed it a peach pit and said, "Shall Inin be good? I've already eaten the immortal peach." "Hey, race the peach pit for you, is that enough?" It immediately stopped being angry and became happy again. Seeing the little fox eat the peach pit, he felt a little confused. Can this thing really be eaten? He then began to observe its actions. "After eating my peach pit, show me a reaction." When it was fast asleep, Han Sen kept poking it with his hand, teasing, "You, after eating such a good thing, why haven't you grown a bit? Go bring back one of the 10 divine children for me." The train then departed. Only the first class of the royal sanctuary is eligible to participate in the battle of the divine children. I'm the only one in the Crystal Palace sanctuary. I just need to wait for the battle of the divine children to begin. But a hint of worry suddenly arose in his heart. The second sanctuary has too many powerful spirits. All generations of the 10 divine children have been spirits. From ancient times until now there has never been a human at those spirit ranks. They are such beings. Even those who have already unlocked their genes can't compare. So the spirits who can join the 10 divine children, don't they all possess the power of divine creatures? Are their spirits even more advanced than royalty? If such spirits truly exist, then their sanctuary surely has more than one or two super divine creatures. Even if I have little angel and Xiao Yinin now, I still can't defeat it. Meanwhile, in the Qin family's warehouse, as he stepped inside, someone began to explain. Occasionally there are some kinds of raw ore. Raw ore with a purity exceeding 50 is found in various steel mines. However, the raw ore here has a purity exceeding 90. He then continued. Our Qin family owns many steel mines. These raw ores are the Qin family's accumulated over the years, the highest purity of them all. Afterward he asked Han Sen, I can help you process it into the weapon you desire. Are you satisfied with a finished product like this? Holding it in his hand, he immediately praised, this is excellent. Each piece of steel contains as much as 90 raw ore. Its toughness might even surpass that of raven feathers. Seeing that he seemed satisfied, the man continued. How does this compare to the G family's price? I heard the G family gave brother Han 5 of the company's shares in Jingtian Technology Company. This is an asset of the G family. This way, they consider brother Han one of their own. Hearing these words, Han Sen simply smiled faintly and replied, haha, if I sold these 5 shares, I could live comfortably for the rest of my life. Can this material be used to make crossbow bolts? Hearing this, he picked it up and replied, raw or steel is extremely hard. It cannot be treated with chemical methods or heat. It can only be slowly ground. I think in 1 month, only 2 can be ground. He quickly left, waving and saying, no problem. Just send me 2 every month from now on. When he returned to the goddess temple, he noticed Xiao Qiao was peeking. So he asked, what are you looking at? At this moment he turned his head somewhat flustered. Then he scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, haha. It's been a while since I've seen the little fox. I clearly saw the commander go in just now. Hearing this, he said, so you're here to peep at me. At this moment he was secretly laughing to himself. He. This bug knight substitute beast soul is really too useful with it. Many actions are much more convenient. Then Xiao Qiao asked the commander, did you sign up for the God War? Han Sen merely replied coldly, no, it's a waste of time. Hearing this, he asked in a panic, why didn't you sign up? For 100 years, the 10 godsons have all been spirits. This is simply an insult to humanity. Commander with such powerful strength, please do something to restore humanity's honor. At this moment he merely turned slightly and replied, there's nothing we can do. Unless our super god gene is perfected. Otherwise it's a dead end. Any recent intel on powerful alien creatures? Hearing this question, Xiao Qiao immediately said excitedly, yes. Someone encountered one in the Devil's Mountain range. Afterwards Han Sen said, alright, you can go ahead. Hearing this, he happily waved goodbye. Goodbye, Commander. At this moment he was petting the little fox. He said, sounds like it's acting alone. A 2nd grade super god creature. This opportunity must not be missed. As for you bug knights, stay by my side. Zaya Yinian, this way you'll be more like me. Right. Immediately after he arrived at the Devil's Mountain range, suddenly a girl's cheer rang out. Brother Fei Li, you're amazing. Brother Fei Li, you're so powerful. Brother Fei Li, you're so handsome. Hearing these words, Han Sen began to ponder. Fei Li is nearby. Now the bug knight is impersonating me at the goddess temple. I can't let him discover me. I'll just use the golden armor to conceal myself a bit. Otherwise it'll be too troublesome if I'm discovered. At this moment Fei Li was over there alone, battling the beast horde here. Then the girl pointed ahead and said, Brother Fei Li, look, there's someone over there. Han Sen was in his gold coin state. Walking over, the person immediately stepped forward and asked, friend, how should I address you? Hearing this, he merely retorted coldly, is there something you need? Fei Li's expression was very serious. He said this was the edge of the Devil Mountain range. Going further would mean entering deep into the Devil Mountain range. It was very dangerous inside. How about we travel together and help each other? Faced with this suggestion, he immediately refused. Sorry, I'm used to being alone. Seeing his indifferent attitude, the girl traveling with him said unhappily, this guy is really so ungrateful. Brother Fei Li was trying to help you. Then she turned and held his arm, saying, Brother Fei Li, let's go. Don't bother with him. But before they had gone far, Fei Li caught up to them. Buddy, do me a favor. I'll give you 2 mutant beast souls. Hearing this, Han Sen turned around and asked, what is it? Then Fei Li glanced back at the girl traveling with him and said, wait, I'll go talk to him again. At that moment he leaned closer to Han Sen's ear and whispered, she insists on going into Devil Mountain. But it's too dangerous inside. Help me put on a show. Well, pretend to fight. You pretend you can't beat me, then run out. I'll chase you out. Hearing this, Han Sen said, two godblood beast souls. When he heard Han Sen's words, Fei was so surprised. He couldn't speak. Isn't that too much? Then Han Sen calmly said, there's another way that doesn't cost money. You can try it. Hearing this, he shouted, somewhat bewildered, what? Immediately after, Han Sen moved behind the girl, sharply tapped the back of her neck, and knocked her unconscious. This way you don't need to spend money. You can even pretend to be a hero saving the beauty. Then supporting the girl, he said, buddy, you can't leave. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Han Sen was a bit confused. Then aren't I helping you? At this point he began to confess. I have no interest in this girl. But with what you just did, I'll be in trouble when she wakes up. Hearing this, Han Sen became even more curious. What's her background that makes you so scared? Are you planning to hand me over to her? Fei suddenly shouted, you hurry up and go. This matter absolutely cannot be told to anyone. You absolutely cannot appear before her again. When Han Sen left, he still watched Han Sen's retreating figure. Then mused to himself. Anyone who dares to enter Devil Mountain is definitely not weak. Just how strong is this person? Soon Han Sen arrived at Butterfly Valley. At this moment he was following behind, carrying the girl. Still somewhat worried about Han Sen. Those are all poisonous butterflies. He actually doesn't care at all. When he saw the swarm of butterflies about to touch Han Sen, Fei immediately warned loudly. Be careful if you get infected by the poison of the white phantom butterfly. These godblood level white phantom butterflies. Your flesh and blood will rot and fall off, leaving only a skeleton. Hearing this, he just waved his hand and said thanks for the warning. Immediately after, with just 2 fingers he took that butterfly and crushed it to pieces. Then a system prompt appeared. Successfully hunted. Hunted a godblood creature. White phantom butterfly godblood beast soul not obtained. Consuming flesh and blood can randomly grant 0-10 points of godblood gene. This action terrified him. The white phantom butterflies had a very strange appearance, and ordinary people's swords would find it hard to hit them. These terrifying white phantom butterflies were actually crushed to death so easily. Then Fei thought to himself, it seems he wasn't affected by the white phantom butterfly's poison either. Looking at Han Sen's imposing figure, he unconsciously thought again, could he be Bashan? A while later, outside the canyon, Han Sen was sitting there making a fire and roasting food. He ate, praising it continuously, so fragrant, this is truly a great tonic. I never thought roasted butterflies could be so delicious. If I could find more godblood creatures, small ones like these, then my god genes would have already enough. Suddenly Han Sen discovered something else. Looking in that direction, he thought, I wonder what kind of alien creature is inside. Being on this Devil's Mountain, one must be extra careful. As he looked up, he guessed, are there pandolins too? However, since it can pass through this blackish-green mountain, then whatever's here must be even stronger than a pandolin. At this moment Han Sen was still observing its every move. What is this pandolin hiding from? Just then, he also spotted an ant above. He then pondered with a puzzled expression. If I'm not mistaken, pandolins eat ants. But why are they being chased by those fist-sized amethyst ants? Seeing the ant colony dared not walk into the sunlight, he guessed they wouldn't chase if he stepped out of the shadows. Are they afraid of light? Suddenly, Han Sen noticed the ant colony turning back. This made him think they wanted to go back. Suddenly an arrow pierced its body. Immediately after, the system prompted a successful hunt. Hunted a godblood creature, underworld ghost ant. No godblood beast soul obtained edible flesh and blood. Can randomly obtain 0-10 god gene points. Hearing this, he was a little happy, not expecting these ants to actually be godblood creatures. How can there be so many godblood creatures? 20 god gene points. My remaining god gene points are almost full. Immediately after, Han Sen continuously shot them with his crossbow arrows. At this point he was still observing, waiting for them to come out. Then Han Sen laughed and said, ha ha ha, come on my god genes. The handsome brother carried a large bag to catch ants. The biggest ant he caught was. Suddenly he heard strange sounds behind him. He then turned his head to look. The result was a swarm of giant ants charging at him. At that moment he seemed to have no time to react. Facing the situation before him, Han Sen still stared blankly at it. Seeing this, the holy war angel rushed out to protect him. But the sword could not pierce the ant's body. This made Han Sen watch and sigh helplessly. Damn, it's really hard. Even its armor can't be cut through. Then the little angel was violently shoved towards Han Sen by it. This push caused Han Sen's back to heavily hit the stone. But when he saw the alien spirit preparing to charge and attack again, He then shouted, "Little angel!" At this moment all her attacks were completely blocked by the ghost ant. At this moment holding his wound he thought, is this the power of the underworld ghost ant king? Why can't even the greatsword cut through its armor? Its power is much stronger than the little angel's. Could this guy be a berserk super god blood creature? Right. Immediately after Han Sen used the Dongxian Sutra. Right, I need to check if it has a circulated aura. After observing he said, sure enough it has a circulated aura. This guy is a second generation super god blood creature. I need to lure this ghost ant king again. Even if I can't kill it, it can still create some opportunities for the little angel. Immediately after, Han Sen without hesitation picked up his Tyrannosaur lance. Then he charged straight at the ghost ant. But he could only sigh helplessly, too tough. Suddenly Han Sen's weapon was flung away. Watching his weapon get thrown onto that rock, he could only helplessly say that even the Tyrannosaur lance was flung away. Suddenly the little angel still didn't give up. She fiercely slashed next to the ghost ant. This greatly surprised Han Sen. Finally a crack was made. It wants to run, little angel, split that mountain. Slash its armor again. At this moment, the little angel still had no intention of letting it go. She continued to swing her sword relentlessly. Seeing this he reminded her, if you can't beat it, come back immediately. But after he let her go, his heart was filled with extreme anxiety and worry. In such a narrow cave, little angel had difficulty finding a place to hide. With that kind of power alone it's hard to fight against the ghost ants. They'll have to go in and take a look myself. It wouldn't matter even if an ant queen were killed. But if little angel gets hurt that would be a huge loss. Thinking this, Han Sen immediately stood up ready to enter the cave. At this moment after he entered the ant nest, Han Sen looked around and thought, such a huge ant nest should have a massive ant colony. How come I don't see any other ants? Other than that god blood great ant. And this ant queen. Could it be that pangolin ate all the ants? If it really ate all the ants underground, then it would at least have to be a super god creature. God grade creature. But that pangolin's life aura definitely hasn't reached the level of a super god creature. Super god grade. At this moment when he saw little angel and the ant queen battling, then he suddenly understood. In this cave, little angel was already powerless. As he observed the ant queen, Han Sen also discovered, damn it, in just a moment it actually had new armor again. This ant queen is too abnormal. Next he also saw that the pangolin was back again. At this moment Han Sen was hiding behind a rock, observing its every move and secretly thought, it's risking danger to insist on coming back. There must be something good inside. That's the sound of digging ahead. Is there no path forward? Where exactly does it want to go? I'll follow it and see if I can get something good. At this moment the pangolin was still diligently digging the earth. After that it dug into a cave with many eggs inside, which surprised him as well. He couldn't help but exclaim, so many ant eggs. Suddenly it turned its head and saw Han Sen. At this moment he thought to himself it had already discovered him. Then he unhesitatingly picked up his crossbow. He thought to himself, after using Dragon Elephant Strike, his strength hadn't recovered yet. He still didn't know what this pangolin's true power exactly was. If he acted now. Suddenly it turned its face towards him, seemingly wanting to say something. Seeing this scene, Han Sen asked, are you talking to me? You mean the ant queen is outside? We shouldn't disturb the ant queen. Then he translated again. You mean there are a lot of ant eggs? We each eat our own without affecting each other. Hearing these words Han Sen was very surprised. This guy's intelligence is no less than the Fox King of the first sanctuary. The first one. At this moment while taking an egg it turned its head and nodded at him. Seeing this scene Han Sen walked over, with a flaming fist already prepared in his hand. He calmly replied, all right. In a valley. Han Sen stomped on the ant eggs on the ground, crushing them. And the egg fluid splattered. Just then a notification box popped up. Hunting successful. Successfully hunted a mutant creature. Underground ghost ant egg. God mystery beast soul not yet obtained. Devour flesh and blood. To randomly obtain 010 god blood gene points. Seeing this he happily laughed. Ha ha ha, these ant eggs. Even if they're all laid by the ant queen, it's impossible for all of them to be super god creatures. Otherwise, with the number of these ant eggs, they would have long since swept through the second sanctuary. So Han Sen slowly walked towards the pile of ant eggs. On the way he didn't forget to stomp on a few primal grade ant eggs. Primal grade, mutant grade. How come they're all primal grade and mutant grade? There aren't many super god grade ones either. Suddenly he discovered a hairy creature. Searching for something, he immediately understood that It seemed to also be looking for super god grade ant eggs. Thinking this, Han Sen closed his eyes and activated the Dongxian Sutra. If he couldn't tell from the outside, then he would try a different method. A golden light spread out, diffusing to detect the super god grade ant eggs. So that's where they are. Suddenly the light enveloped several ant eggs, making Han Sen sigh in amazement. What level is this? Is it a super god level creature? After finding it, the screen displayed again. Hunt successful. Hunt successful. Mutant creature. Underground ghoul ant egg. No god blood beast soul obtained yet. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0-10 points of god blood gene. Han Sen held the freshly found egg in his hand and smiled happily. Finally, I've found a different one. It truly wasn't easy. He quickly raised his hand and popped the egg into his mouth. While eating, he exclaimed, "This taste isn't bad at all. It's like the fresh crisp taste of river shrimp. One isn't enough." Han Sen used his ability again and found a few more. To replenish my abilities. Just a few more and I'll be able to fill up my super god level genes. Suddenly he noticed something and spun around to look. Among those white ant eggs, there was actually a purple egg. Not only that, a powerful aura enveloped it. Its life aura was even stronger than that of the god blood ghoul ant egg. Continuation of L3229. Could this be the ghoul ant queen's egg? The closer he got, the more its power spread, bringing immense pressure. Han Sen thought with a serious expression. Found it. He quickly picked up the egg and squeezed it in his hand. He suddenly realized he couldn't crack it open. As expected, it's a super god level ghoul ant egg, truly different. So Han Sen looked at the pangolin again, which was stealthily devouring the eggs with relish. He thought, should I take this opportunity to kill it? However, his expression grew serious and he fell into deep thought. Better give up. This pangolin is very strange. If I can't kill it in one hit, and instead alarm it, and then the ant queen comes, that would be terrible. Scene switch. Unlike Han Sen's leisurely enjoyment, the holy war angel was brandishing her sword, fighting the ant queen. Meanwhile, Han Sen was hiding in the cave, looking out thoughtfully. The ant queen's power is invincible, and its carapace is too hard. Plus it recovers its strength very quickly. It won't be easy to deal with it. Continuing to fight won't yield any results. So Han Sen quickly entered the cave, and didn't forget to glance back. Meanwhile, even while fighting the ant queen, the holy war angel still noticed and cast a glance. She looked behind her. In the valley, Han Sen flew out with wings on his back. He then said, I must leave here quickly. Once the ant queen discovers her egg is gone, if she rages and becomes a rampaging super god level creature because of it, that would be truly terrifying. Suddenly another huge explosion echoed through the valley, forcing Han Sen to look back. Seeing this situation, he quickly covered his ears, scowling and cursing. Damn it, my ears. He then understood and quickly flew away. This strange sound must be coming from the ant queen, after she discovered her egg was missing. In the cloud-filled sky, Han Sen flew far away, disappearing from sight, leaving only his voice. Second generation god-level creature. See you next time. Scene switch. Crystal Palace. Han Sen stood with his hands on his hips. At his feet were 2 large sacks full of eggs, and he spoke. These 2 bags, hundreds of mutated primal eggs, are a pretty good haul. However, he quickly put these aside. Han Sen turned his attention to the purple egg and placed it on a stand. I wonder if this egg is as hard as the ant queen's carapace. Next, he took out a weapon blazing like fire. Then he stood majestically. He muttered to himself, can I use my scarlet flame Tyrannosaurus to crack it open? In an instant, Han Sen swung his weapon towards the purple egg. His strength was exerted to its maximum. The moment the tip of the venom dragon phantom spear touched it, a notification panel appeared. Hunt successful. Hunt successful. Mutated creature. Underground ghost ant species. Obtained the ant queen's godblood beast soul. Underground. Eating its flesh can randomly grant 0-10 points of super god gene. Suddenly Han Sen's expression changed, greatly startled. He blurted out, no way. Are there life essence genes? Holding the egg in his hand, he fell into deep thought. Can I only eat its flesh? Saying that, Han Sen unhesitatingly brought it to his mouth. It wasn't too hard to bite. It was even soft. Could it be that this thing, like the bone elephant, has its flesh softened after death? Without thinking further, he took a bite. He chewed and said with satisfaction, I wonder how many super god gene points this will give him this time. Before Han Sen could think further, the system displayed. Consumed an underground ghost and queen's egg, gained 1 point of super god gene. In an instant his body was filled with energy. It spread throughout his body like blood vessels. Han Sen looked at the surging power within him. He smiled brighter than a flower, utterly satisfied. He exclaimed, "I got 7 super god gene points all at once." Han Sen was happily enjoying the eggs in the canyon. The eggs he had obtained, then a prompt sounded. "Consume the flesh of an underground ghost ant species. God Gene 1. He said with satisfaction. "It's truly delicious." Han Sen and a group of people sat together peeking at the roasted eggs. "Consume the flesh of an underground ghost ant species. God Gene 1. Such prompts appeared continuously. Seeing this scene, he was even more overjoyed, clenching his fists happily and laughing heartily. He shouted, "Gather enough god genes, here I come." Scene change. Large testing hall. It was bustling with people. Groups of people stood around chatting everywhere. Han Sen stood in front of a large screen, looking at his test report. The screen displayed Han Sen. Body Super God Emperor Spirit Evolver level. Lifespan 300 years. Gene points required to evolve Divine Body 100 points. Genes Basic Gene 100 points, Primitive Gene 100 points, Mutated Gene 100 points. God Gene 100 points, Super God Gene 17 points. Suddenly he frowned again. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch forward. When this punch hit the screen, the number 217-6587 quickly appeared on the screen. Seeing this, Han Sen rubbed his hands and said, "Without any assistance, can I reach 217? Looking at the ranking displayed on the screen, he said again, "Humanity's highest record in the second sanctuary. Hasn't even reached 150, but I've already reached 200. Han Sen also recalled his interaction with super god creatures. The speed of these creatures, when his super god gene points are sufficient, he can achieve the physical quality of a celestial race at 300 points. Then one can rely on their own strength to fight super god creatures." The scene switched again to the base cafeteria. A person in purple walked towards him. "It seems you haven't arranged to eat with anyone yet, have you?" Hearing this, Han Sen looked at Annie. Annie, sitting in front of him, replied, "I originally had plans with Captain G, but she doesn't seem to be at the base." She raised her eyelids and continued, "Captain G has other matters to attend to. Are you really not participating in the God War? Your super god dragon has every chance to kill the 10 divine sons and reclaim honor for humanity." As soon as Annie finished speaking, Han Sen unhurriedly brought the meat to his mouth and replied calmly, "A pet's strength in the end is just a pet's." Hearing this, Annie said seriously, "The human population in the second sanctuary is the largest among all sanctuaries. But to this day, no one has been able to ascend to the highest arena of the second sanctuary, and you are the most promising among most people here." Han Sen scoffed and said, "That is a real battlefield, not child's play. I won't risk my own life. The message has been taken care of now." He stood up and picked up his tray. "A simple reminder is enough. But you must know, humans yearn greatly to possess a divine position as motivation and hope for everyone." After she left, he thought seriously. Once he participates in the competition, the fact that he absorbed the life essence genes would be exposed. He feared that even the G family and Qin family wouldn't be able to protect him. Thinking this, Han Sen looked at Annie again and turned to leave. Suddenly, a strange deep purple aura emanated around him again. It gradually spread to Han Sen, who was eating. In an instant, he had transformed into another form behind a purple film. There, Han Sen's soul sea was descending with the surrounding power. Then he said again, "If he participates in the war as Gold Coin, even if the entire alliance knew that Gold Coin had absorbed the gene life essence, they would never have a chance to lay a hand on Gold Coin." At this moment, Han Sen was clad in the Super Ghost Ant Queen Beast Soul armor. Instantly, he had created a sphere of light with his power. The burst grade Beast Soul armor shone brightly, coupled with the Ant Queen's aura flow art. This would be enough to counter a super spirit. In the dormitory, in Han Sen's base, he was pointing at the screen. The system pondered. Crimson Flame Dinosaur, Tyrant and Peacock crossbow arrows couldn't be used. As for the flying sword art, although powerful, if he wanted to use the Berserk God Blood Sword in battle, it would probably be a bit difficult. Suddenly another idea struck him. Great Thunder Sound Fist. While looking at the screen, Han Sen said excitedly, "High requirements for physical fitness. Requires a lightning element physique or cultivation to a physique close to that of the celestial realm." Gradually it appeared on the screen again, his figure radiating energy and pondering with his chin in his hand. Although his physique wasn't lightning elemental, Xiao Yinyan's was. Using Xiao Yinyan's aura flow art, He could transform his own aura into a lightning elemental one. Soon Great Thunder Sound Fist appeared on the screen. Confirm purchase of Great Thunder Sound Fist, yes or no? Han Sen's hand gradually moved towards the yes button. However, he suddenly realized and frowned, saying no. If he were to purchase the Great Thunder Sound Fist and use it in battle in the sanctuary, others could trace it through transaction history and know his transaction identity. While he was thinking of a solution, Jinglun's call appeared on the screen again. Jinglun's call. Seeing this, Han Sen immediately smiled. This guy can even hack into the military's network. He must have a way. When the screen popped up, he asked with a bewildered expression, "What brings you to Sanbao Temple? Is there something you need me for?" Hearing this, he said seriously, "If I want to buy something, but don't want others to trace it, what should I do?" However, Jinglun didn't get to the point, saying, "You're not trying to buy something from the black market, are you? The black market is full of scammers." Then he winked and continued, "Check out the second-hand market. Or you can try my method. I guarantee it'll clear your transaction history." Hearing this, Han Sen was left speechless and helpless. After a short pause, he quickly clicked on the computer to make it display the satellite second-hand market. Seeing this, Han Sen immediately exclaimed, "I really didn't expect there would be such a large-scale second-hand market on the satellite." Looking at what he was searching for, Great Thunder Sound Fist, however, showed results that found none, making him helplessly lean his chin on his hand and exclaim, "There's no Great Thunder Sound Fist." However, a recommendation suddenly appeared on the screen. "We're sorry, no results found for Great Thunder Sound Fist. We recommend for you Great Will Treasure Elephant Fist." Looking at its rank, Han Sen frowned and said seriously, "Only a grade. Only by possessing the divine elephant bloodline can one cultivate the Great Will Treasure Elephant Fist. Even with the exclusive gene fluid, still only a few can master the Great Will Treasure Elephant Fist." Thinking of that fierce, reedy giant elephant, he fell into deep thought. So it became a rank from Shrank, because ordinary people can't cultivate it. If I simulate the secret art, inheriting the breath of that bone elephant, will I be able to unleash the true power of the Great Will Treasure Elephant Fist? In a quiet part of the forest, a tremendous sound suddenly echoed, startling flocks of birds into flight. Han Sen was fiercely destroying chunks of earth and rock, making them fall. Then, as they slowly descended, he couldn't stop smiling. Activating a secret art, a tiny sphere appeared. The power vanished. Clutching the power radiating from his hand, Han Sen said proudly, "The Great Will Treasure Elephant Fist can actually control simulated secret arts." The breath of the sacred bone elephant circulated, possessing the power of a fierce beast. "The strength is entirely controlled by me. If I can control it like this, then the situation of being crippled with one punch won't happen." He then proudly raised his head, looking up, and spoke through the smoke, "God, battle him here." In a flash, the time had arrived for the Royal Sacred Land Arena. A person stood high, looking down, thinking, "That's the second God's Sanctuary, one of humanity's largest sanctuaries." Reporter Ming Quan analyzed seriously, "Humans have little interest in the upcoming God battle. No matter who ultimately wins, it probably has nothing to do with humanity." Suddenly Hua Ping entered solemnly from the doorway. Ming Quan quickly and happily shook hands, greeting him, "Hello, Teacher Hua." Hua Ping also asked calmly, "Host Ming Quan, you seem very interested in this God battle." Hearing this, Ming Quan replied, "Is Teacher Hua also involved in organizing this God battle?" Hua Ping, holding a pen and notebook, replied, "I've been in the second sanctuary for over 100 years. The God battle happens every 15 years. This is my 13th time participating in this special God battle event. It's just that there are few spectators. Perhaps few people even know about such a competition." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "If that's the case, Teacher Hua, why do you still persist?" Looking at the stands, he replied, "Ratings are certainly important. But as a media person, I also believe I should make reports that are meaningful to humanity." Thinking of those brave and fearless individuals who fought for humanity, Hua Ping then said, "Although humanity's performance in the God battles of the second sanctuary isn't great, there are still many highlights. In every God battle, many people also rise up and fight for humanity. Even if they fail, they deserve to be called heroes." They then looked down at the stands, at those earth-shattering battles. Seeing this, he said, "After all, besides those alliance organizations, groups and people who want to make a difference, few are willing to watch matches where humanity is considered destined to lose." The more he spoke, the graver Hua Ping's expression became. "I want to record some things hoping that in the future, if someone wants to make a difference in the battles of the second sanctuary, there will be data available for research. He then continued. You seem to be looking for something. Do you have a friend participating in this god battle? Hearing this, Ming Quan replied yes. However, his expression darkened. A figure in armor appeared in the mirror. A figure gradually emerged from the darkness. Seeing this, he said, he's here, he's really here. According to Ming Quan, Han Sen is inside Jean Bis' body, and is gradually walking towards the stands. Seeing this peculiar sight, Ming Quan continued. Although it's a new battle armor, that must be him. However, his luck is truly bad, he actually encountered the variant spirit He Jin. Seeing this, Hua Ping also spoke up. Your friend's luck is terrible. He encountered a variant spirit in his very first match. And this He Jin is a royal variant spirit. Extremely powerful. Its entire body is covered in battle armor, making it immune to divine blood level weapons. Even divine blood level weapons can barely harm it back to the battlefield. He Jin wielded its weapon and charged aggressively, its massive body rushing forward. However, Han Sen didn't move, just stood there. Seeing this, Ming Quan nervously clasped his hands. Hua Ping also looked up, evaluating his friend. His reaction seems a bit slow. He's also a power type, right? A power type encountering He Jin, that's a bit tragic. He Jin's strength is inexhaustible. As its body drew closer, you threw a punch rushing towards it with your own strength. Seeing this, he said. He actually tried to fight He Jin with his bare fists. That's too risky. But unexpectedly, one punch shattered its battle armor. The situation changed dramatically, making Ming Quan and Hua Ping gasp in surprise. Impossible, impossible. Not only that, Han Sen's power erupted even further. A majestic skeletal elephant's phantom appeared behind him. Without hesitation, Han Sen got into position, ready to unleash his next punch at He Jin. With a bang, he directly struck its body, leaving He Jin stunned. Hua Ping also widened his eyes and exclaimed, Ming Quan, is that really a human? Before their eyes, Han Sen was pummeling it with his fists, using his bare hands, forcing He Jin to cautiously raise its hands to block. Even so, he still affirmed, of course it's a human. Teacher Hua has been in the second sanctuary for a long time, so he doesn't recognize him. His name is Jin Bai. He's quite famous in the second sanctuary. On the other hand, Han Sen continued to use his fists, shattering every piece of He Jin's battle armor. While it was still resisting, dense streams of green energy flew out from the shattered armor fragments. Hua Ping exclaimed, it's a human. Is it really a human? He quickly flipped through the pages and then said, wait, let me see the match statistics. Looking at the booklet in his hand, Hua Ping loudly said in disbelief, 10 rounds. In these 10 rounds, all his opponents were weaker than He Jin. This is the chance. A chance for humanity. We are standing in the God War arena. However, his expression quickly changed and he muttered, no, it's still not enough. Ming Quan glanced at him upon hearing this and asked, what's wrong, Teacher Hua? Hua Ping covered his face, slumped to the ground and said, if your friend had a little better luck, he might have been able to fight one of the 10 great god sons. What a pity. As he spoke, he thought of the son of light god and continued, what a pity. In the last match to advance to the 10 great god sons, he encountered an opponent that humans currently cannot defeat. That is the 9th god spirit among the 10 great god sons. That time in the arena, 5 years ago, the god of light. He recalled how he had defeated countless people with just one finger. Hua Ping said worriedly, the god of light only participated in that one battle, but his power was so terrifying that humans absolutely couldn't imagine it. That year, the highest-ranking evolver, because he refused to give up the fight, was killed by a single finger from the god of light. Saying this, he hastily told Ming Quan, quickly inform your friend that this battle, that person absolutely cannot participate. Hearing him, he asked while helping Hua Ping, is he really that strong? Then Ming Quan slowly helped him away from the doorway. But he thought to himself, but I can't reach him at all. After that battle ended, praising discussions erupted everywhere. In the classroom, students were looking at the screen and chatting with each other. God B has appeared again. He even participated in the God War. The classmate next to him replied, God B won 5 consecutive matches in the God War. Hearing that, the person also exclaimed in awe, really? He really boosted humanity's prestige. In the hospital corridor too, someone asked about the black gold sledgehammer. The Zenigeniac was shattered by God B's punch, and the person was also killed with one punch. Is that true or false? The passing nurse also replied, the black gold Zenigeniac I still remember. In that God War 15 years ago, a friend of mine took 3 consecutive blows and almost died from vomiting blood. On the other hand, praises also echoed from the teleportation station. Godby seems to have only been an evolver for a few years. He's already participating in the God War so quickly. The person next to him immediately said, "Let's go support Godby together tomorrow." Scene change. Ming Quan's office. One of his friends was holding something and asked, "Abandoned God War Fortress Part 2 Manual. The Alliance still makes things like this." However, Ming Quan didn't even turn his head. He just looked at the computer screen in front of him and explained. It records the powerful xenogeneics that have appeared in the God War over the years. Empty line context from L3740. If humans encounter xenogeneics on the Alliance's list in the God War. Empty line context from L3742. It is advised to abandon the fight. Otherwise there will be a risk to life. After hearing that, the friend turned around. But this godchild has only appeared once in many years. Empty line context from L3747. Why does he appear on so many pages in God BS information? Empty line context from L3749. He remembered Hua Ping's words and fell into deep thought. He might be the strongest evolver in human history. Empty line context from L3752. With his current strength, he shouldn't be damaged in a battle like this. Just then, Ming Quan watched the video of Han Sen's battle. He said, "God B, your battles have appeared many times on the battle platform. I hope he can see this and make the right decision." Scene change inside the base. In the cafeteria, a man was eating and chatting with the girl next to him. Previously, the best record was his. That is the 10th godchild of the first fortress. Right, that was the only time. First, they must defeat the xenogeneics and human experts in front of them. Besides, she also said, the experts are also not optimistic. Currently, human evolvers have no chance of winning against godchildren. Empty line context from L3775. On the other side, Han Sen was leisurely picking up food and putting it into his mouth. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Experts also listed. Gold Coin's battle list. If Gold Coin defeats Zien in the next match, his opponent will be Black Hair. The person immediately asked who. Hearing that, he also glanced back curiously, waiting for the answer. The brown-haired person replied Fu Jing. After hearing, Han Sen left with his empty tray. Fu Jing is his opponent in the next match, a human. There were even more people in Royal Fortress now, filling the stands. They cheered non-stop. God B, God B. Go God B. Discussions also rose and fell. Are you here to watch God BS match too? That person replied yes. This is humanity's closest chance to the 10 god children. Of course we have to cheer for God B. However, some people complained discontentedly. What was that about one punch breaking the black gold xenogeneic sledgehammer? Be careful, you'll fall if you come out. Unlike that guy. A blonde girl and the dark-haired person next to her were incredibly excited, practically jumping for joy when they saw the person arrive. Here they come. Seeing this, Ming Quan and Hua Ping also turned their heads in confusion, looking towards the exit. Han Sen walked out wearing purple, but it was still Golden Coin's body. Seeing this, someone asked, "Golden Coin, why is it purple? Shouldn't it be gold?" Hearing this, the previous person sneered again. Haha. Aren't you scared? So you got someone to fight for you? The person next to him also gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "It kind of looks like him and kind of doesn't." Suddenly in the stands, a person with noble blonde hair was coldly looking down. Seeing the person who appeared, he spoke. Zien is a royal spirit, possessing movement techniques and swordplay, and is extremely fast. Looking at that person's back, Hua Ping couldn't help but sigh. He was one of Golden Coin's main obstacles before meeting Godchild. Meanwhile, below the stands they were fighting. Zien swiftly charged at Han Sen with his sword. In an instant, his sword shadows transformed into streaks of sword energy shooting towards Han Sen. Despite this, Han Sen remained motionless, standing perfectly still, yet as the sword attacked, he caught the sword between his fingers, rendering it unable to move. The surrounding sword lights also manifested, but veered off course, striking the ground. The sword was still tightly clamped between Han Sen's fingers, the force of his grip making the blade tremble incessantly. Seeing this scene, cheers erupted again in the stands. His sword swings are too fast. I can't even see where the sword is. Hua Ping also gaped in surprise, clutching the area in front of him. Phythus Ming Quan was equally astonished, blurting out, "It's blocked." Others wondered, how did he do that? Meanwhile, below the stands, Han Sen flicked his finger and the sword dropped from Zien's hand. Then he quickly exerted force, directly striking Zien. making him clench his teeth in pain. Han Sen forcefully pushed, sending Zien flying far away. Blood gushed profusely in the stands. He clapped and smiled, praising repeatedly, too strong. Too terrifying, though Zien is powerful. He's nothing more than that in front of Golden Coin. Utterly vulnerable. The person next to him was also like that, his mouth stretched wide in a grin. Seeing the situation change, the crowd in the stands immediately cheered. What about God B's inability to break Golden Coin's huge finger? What about God B being no match for Zien? And the result? You've been proven wrong, haven't you? Ha 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 ha. The person next to him quickly raised a thumb and shouted loudly. Go God B, fight your way to the Godchild position. The red-haired girl covered her mouth and gasped, God B. It's really God B. God B is back. At the goddess office. They also shouted kill kill while watching the screen. Not only that, Monli was among them. She folded her arms, thinking Golden Coin participated in the God War at another office's martial arts arena. This time the suspicions about Han Sen being Golden Coin should finally silence everyone. And so, Monli turned to the man sitting in the high position. That's Heavy Armor Knight. Scene change, Royal Office Martial Arts Arena. Mingquan looked at Hua Ping's notebook and said the opponent for the next match is Fu Jing. The notebook clearly stated Golden Coin wins, Zien loses. Fu Jing wins. Knowing his opponent, Han Sen looked towards the exit, thinking Fu Jing is the Empress. From the door that person walked out. Jinlu saw this scene and, resting his chin in his hand with a pout, thought, the Empress is actually Golden Coin's opponent. I wonder who will be superior. It's a pity that Lin Zi, to carry out a mission, is still on the battlefield, unable to participate in this God War. Otherwise it would be even more interesting. In Golden Coin's body, Han Sen was seriously looking at the person walking towards him, thinking this is too much of a coincidence among so many people and spirits, and happened to bump into her. At the Imperial Martial Arts Arena, Fu Jing swung her leg, striking Han Sen with force. She quickly clenched her teeth and kicked out with her high-heeled foot, rushing towards him quickly, unwilling to show weakness. Han Sen also threw a punch and charged, but Fu Jing easily dodged it. Seeing this, Shenlu spoke up. The one fighting Jin Bai knows the heaven-defying counterattack art. The legendary heaven-defying counterattack art. She quickly appeared behind him and swung her fist. The situation was not satisfactory. He thought with a frown. Whether it's the heaven-defying art or not, it is indeed very similar. At the edge of the stands, Fu Jing's fist was already closing in on Han Sen. However, he instantly raised his hand to block without hesitation, then quickly turned and threw a powerful punch, forcing her to retreat rapidly. Perfect. Time to test the Queen's heaven-defying art. What exactly is Jin Bai? The people in the stands watched as wherever Han Sen struck, Fu Jing would dodge there. However, strangely, he could keep up with her speed and continuously attack. The people in the stands couldn't help but exclaim, who is that girl? To be able to fight Bei Shin to this extent. Jinlu was also silent, then said in a low voice, Fu Jing. Isn't she from the martial arts hall? The God of War. Seeing that the situation was somewhat unfavorable, after she swung her leg with force and rushed towards her opponent, she thought again to herself, Great Will, Precious Elephant. This punch can actually unleash such power. On the other side, Mingquan sitting above also turned his face and analyzed. Bei Shin's Great Will, Precious Elephant punch. Can it contend with the heaven-defying art? Hua Ping next to him also silently crossed his arms. I originally thought Jin Bai was already among all evolvers, the strongest existence. I didn't expect there to be a girl like this. Just as they were lost in thought, below the stage, Han Sen had already erupted. His power burst forth and a terrifying Elephant King appeared behind him. As fast as lightning, he, carrying that immense power, charged towards Fu Jing with the Elephant King. Seeing this, Hua Ping exclaimed, so many years have passed. Humanity ultimately didn't waste it in vain. With so many outstanding youths stepping forward, it's not impossible for them to reach the position of a godchild. In the future, Han Sen was speeding rapidly. Beneath his mask, he frowned. I have to say, this girl's understanding of the heaven-defying art has reached a terrifying level. I have already pushed the Great Will, Precious Elephant punch to its limit. Although my strength is suppressing the Queen, I still can't defeat her. He closed in again and threw a punch. Fu Jing, however, merely dodged indifferently, and even landed with a graceful backflip. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, Han Sen gritted his teeth, thinking, if I truly risk my life, perhaps I can defeat her. I haven't reached that point yet. However, just as he was thinking, she swung her leg and directly kicked his head. Han Sen, without hesitation, Jinlu sitting in the stand stood up, his heart surging. He shouted loudly, "This is impossible." Even so, Fu Jing did not stop. Instead, her power grew heavier and heavier. Han Sen's body was also pressed down, forcing him to exclaim in surprise. The queen's power among evolvers is definitely top tier. What kind of person could withstand one of her blows without a scratch? However, in an instant she noticed something strange. This strangeness was what Fu Jing saw was Han Sen erupting with terrifying power. It was as if a large bear had appeared within him, roaring and breaking free. Simulating the black bear breathing cycle art, one can temporarily gain a body of steel, of the little black bear. As Han Sen's body had just become as hard as iron, Fu Jing was continuously swinging her foot towards him, yet Han Sen didn't attack at all. He just stood there taking the blows, thinking to himself, just to deal with an opponent as strong as the queen, I'm afraid the matter of absorbing the life gene essence can no longer be kept a secret. Seeing the scene before him, Ningquan's jaw dropped in surprise. Attacking every part like this still can't make gold coin budge an inch. Hua Ping, completely taken aback, also spoke. Could it be that he really has a chance to advance to the position of God's son? On the other hand, Fu Jing gritted her teeth and thought, to be able to completely ignore my attacks, either their power far exceeds mine, or their armor is incredibly sturdy, and I lack the ability to break it. Suddenly, a red cloud appeared and leaves fell from the branches. She continued, my attacks are completely ineffective now, which can only prove that the opponent's strength is terrifying, and their armor is incredibly sturdy. Amidst the falling leaves, a foot wearing a high heel lunged at Han Sen again. Soon it directly kicked his head. Seeing this, Fu Jing gritted her teeth and thought, what level of armor could this be? Unexpectedly, her foot was firmly caught by Han Sen's hand. He said seriously, is that enough? Can we end this now? Seeing the disparity in strength, Jin Liu's face darkened in disbelief, thinking that the queen's god gene was incredibly perfect, and the super core gene art she cultivated was also top tier. Her power among evolvers was absolutely at the peak. Even for her, it was so futile. How strong was that gold coin's power exactly? Hearing Han Sen's question, Fu Jing retorted coldly, my foot is still kicking, unwilling to yield. Then it must be me who ends it. But things didn't go as she wished. Her foot was mercilessly blocked again, making Fu Jing grit her teeth in anger. In the blink of an eye, he had embraced her body. Fu Jing wanted to push him away but was powerless. She could only helplessly whisper to him. Seeing her own powerlessness, she thought bitterly, super god gene. He must have absorbed the super god gene. Just as Fu Jing was lost in thought, Han Sen without hesitation pushed her off the platform. Go home obediently. And stop wasting time. Fu Jing was still gritting her teeth, trying to stand up, when his words were not yet finished. My target is not humans. Hua Ping, hearing this from the stands, cheered happily. He said, his target is not humans. Ningquan, standing nearby, also exclaimed excitedly, we have the next headline. Seeing his victory, the entire stand continuously chanted his name again. God be in the Alliance high-level conference room. Powerful individuals were all seated. One person spoke. Everyone here is well aware of the queen's strength. There's no doubt. Gold coin has absorbed the life gene essence. The person opposite continued. The armor on him is definitely a super god beast soul. Otherwise it couldn't possibly have such defensive power. The highest ranking person coolly adjusted his tie and said, we must find out the true identity of this gold coin. On the other hand, in a secluded room, Mo Jean was reporting to his master. It's a huge sensation now. Everyone is guessing gold coin's true identity. This is the list of the most suspicious candidates. The young master looked at the list and asked doubtfully, is it Han Sen? Mo Jean immediately replied, this Han Sen and gold coin appeared at the same time. Many times. In the match where gold coin defeated Fu Jing. He also watched the match in my palace. It couldn't be him. Hearing this, he said with a cold face, impossible. After speaking, the young master picked up his teacup again, brought it to his lips and thought, if I use a soul beast substitute, wouldn't I be able to create evidence for a perfect alibi? But too few people know about soul beast substitutes. Suddenly he clutched his stomach, frowned and cried out through gritted teeth. Jano, startled, reached out to support the young master. Although his body was trembling, he still angrily slammed the table, feeling very uncomfortable. He thought, this damn Shui Zhelong is symbiotic with me, putting my thoughts and life and death in Han Sen's hands. The slightest movement could lead to death. Scene change. Media office. Ming Quan sat in front of Hua Ping, looking at the notebook in his hand and asked doubtfully. Only 20. Hearing this, he stroked his beard inside. You've seen the Divine Son's performance all along. That scene seemed to reappear before Hua Ping's eyes. He was like a deity who with just one finger annihilated all obstacles. Seeing this, Ming Quan also admitted. Indeed, as long as one touched the Divine Son, no matter how strong the alien spirit, they would be instantly killed. No human dared to face the Divine Son. Hearing this, Hua Ping thought of Han Sen. He stood motionless against Fu Jing's punches. Although Jinbi is very strong, facing the Divine Son with such speed, he is still far inferior. The reason for believing Jinbi still has a 20 chance of winning is entirely pinning hope on that special armor, hoping it can defend against the Divine Son's attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Quan spoke in disappointment. This is not a battle for individual victory, but for the glory and soul of our entire race. At the base, Han Sen was looking up at the screen. I think most views are still too optimistic. Based on the data I've collected, Jinbi's probability of winning is only about 9. The person next to him quickly asked. So that's less than 10. The other party replied. This is based on the characteristics of the Divine Son and Jinbi that were summarized. Seeing the conversation before him, he thought coldly, are alien spirits really that fast? They are indeed difficult to deal with. Then Han Sen covered his mouth, thinking with a cold expression. I have super armor. Even if he's a god-grade super creature alien spirit, it should be able to block him, right? And if he's fast, his strength will be relatively weaker. Suddenly someone appeared behind him. If you bring your pet to participate in the competition, perhaps this glory will be yours. Han Sen lowered his head and gave a bitter smile. I'd like to, but unfortunately I don't have armor. Like him, nor have I absorbed life gene essence. My physical condition is too poor. On a small arena like this, if others ignore my pet and directly kill me, I wouldn't even have anywhere to run. Annie listened and looked up. Then she glanced at him and said, that's true. But Jinbi's physical condition, compared to a god-grade super creature, is still far behind. He can't even touch the Divine Son. Even with god-grade super armor, he will still lose in the end. Annie extended a finger, turning completely towards him. If your pet were on him, then he could truly become one of the top 10 Divine Sons. Han Sen heard this and chuckled softly. Even if I'm not stingy about lending it to him, how would I even find him? Hearing this, she turned and left again. Now all major forces are frantically searching for him. We've done many experiments. Even the life gene essence from the first shelter cannot be absorbed. I really don't know how Jinbi managed to absorb it. Time flew by quickly. Royal Shelter. At the training grounds, Hua Ping stood below the stand, stroking his beard, and looked up, thinking. I'm already over 200 years old. I don't remember which year this is that I came to the second shelter. On the other hand, in the spectator area, people were discussing animatedly. Why hasn't Bei Shen appeared yet? Could it be that he really isn't giving up the fight? The chance of winning is less than 10. Is he here to die? Unacceptable. I rushed here from thousands of kilometers away just to watch this match. That's impossible. God Bei can't possibly give up the match. I believe in God Bei. Seeing this scene, he also thought with a heavy heart. Even though humanity created the resignation manual, no one truly wished to see that man abandon the fight. Suddenly deafening cheers erupted. He's here. He's really here. I told you God Bei wouldn't give up the match. God Bei. Hua Ping also gasped, his mouth wide open, because no human had ever managed to reach this stage before. Han Sen, with a majestic posture, slowly walked out, exuding an aura of power. The old man spoke. Now, he is humanity's pioneer, bearing the glory and splendor of the entire human race. As soon as he stepped onto the ring, the audience began to stir again, shouting, God Bei. God Bei, I love you. If you win, I'll marry you. You are humanity's light, humanity's hope. Suddenly, a pillar of light once again shot directly onto the arena. The godson landed gracefully. Crowd cheers. He's so cool. Seeing him and his sharp icy gaze, the crowd commented again. The aura of these two is too intense. It's almost impossible to breathe. What two people? It's clearly the godson's aura. As soon as they finished speaking, his eyes flickered and he said, God said, let there be light. Without making the audience wait long, the godson quickly threw a punch. Light flashed, dazzling everyone and making them unable to open their eyes. The godson has made his move. God Bei is in danger. Instantly it struck Han Sen's face directly, causing his head to snap back. He had no time to react. A loud bang erupted in the smoke. Han Sen fell to the ground. Seeing this, Huaping thought excitedly. Even God Bei couldn't withstand the power of the god sun's single finger. Why were the people in the stands erupting again? Did they see something? Wait, he seems to have moved. What was revealed before them was that he was slowly sitting up in the smoke, clutching his face, which made everyone shout God Bai's name loudly. He's still alive. We haven't lost yet. Han Sen clutched his head, frowning and exclaiming, my head hurts so much. As he stood up, he looked forward. Even the demonic cocoon king's chi flow art, combined with the fierce demonic cocoon king's armor, was still almost pierced through. This god son is even stronger than I imagined. He might even be stronger than ordinary super god creatures. Seeing that Han Sen could still stand up, he sneered and spoke with interest. Very good to take a blow from my finger and not die. Your life is worth something after all. Despite being at a disadvantage, he responded arrogantly. If I can kill you, that would be even more worthwhile. Hearing this, the god son immediately raised his hand and activated a secret art. A halo appeared behind him. Ignorant human, that one strike. Just now I only used a negligible amount of power. Do you really think you can contend with this god son? Without giving him a chance to say more, Han Sen rushed forward rapidly. Then let me see just how negligible your full power truly is. Hearing this, the god son's expression turned stern and he raised a finger, pointing it at Han Sen. A beam of light shot straight forward. Soon it struck Han Sen's head again. His head snapped back and his body trembled slightly. Blood instantly flowed and Han Sen lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this scene, the audience immediately cried out, he's bleeding. This time it's real. Could it be that we really failed this time, God Bei? Even Huaping frowned, closed his eyes and thought. Too strong, absolutely too strong. We can't win, there's no way to win. Ming Quan also called out mournfully. Old man Hua reluctantly looked towards the stands again. He trembled and raised his head. Even the armor cannot block the god son's power. Humanity's hope. Below the stands he lay on the field grinning. Haha, even though his body was still trembling and blood flowed non-stop, Han Sen still struggled to his feet. Is that all you've got? Seeing this, he surprisingly spoke up. I didn't expect you could still stand. Seeing him stand up, the stands immediately erupted, cheering enthusiastically. Lord Bei. Standing before the godchild, he performed his movement technique, thinking to himself. As expected, fighting a master is truly exhilarating. Now I feel my blood flowing faster. Even my heartbeat is quicker. Although the godchild's power, transmitted through the demonic Ant King battle armor, is fierce, the remaining power isn't enough to harm my body when I use my stone armor, demonic mark, and little black bear's breath circulation technique. The more he thought this way, Han Sen's gaze became even more determined as he looked straight ahead. His only disadvantage is that he cannot continuously use the Dongxian Sutra to simulate various breath circulation techniques for a long time. He must defeat the godchild before his body gives out. Only then can he win. But I believe I can win. The thought had barely faded when he charged forward like lightning. Seeing this, he extended his 5 fingers. Each finger glowed, stabbing straight ahead. Poof! Just an overestimating insignificant clown. It swiftly pierced Han Sen's body, freezing him in place. Yet in an instant, Han Sen surged forward again, punching with all his might. Before he could even get close to the godchild, those beams of light pierced his body again. The pain made Han Sen tremble and cry out, ah! In a flash he collapsed to the ground. Smoke slowly rose. Seeing this situation, Han Sen gritted his teeth, feeling immense discomfort. Blood still streamed down his face. Too fast, truly too fast. There's no way to dodge it. On the other side, the spectators in the stands covered their faces, sobbing. I can't watch this anymore. Lord Bei, her husband, also hugged the person next to him, shouting Lord Bai's name, standing before his fallen figure. The godchild spoke with a serious expression. From now on I will treat you as an enemy. It's still not too late for you to retreat. Because my enemies cannot live in this world. Blood continuously flowed. Yet Han Sen still didn't give up, but slowly stood up. His expression unchanged. He charged forward with even more resolve. Come on, keep fighting. The fist gradually approached. He didn't dodge at all. And said disdainfully, overestimating yourself. As fast as lightning, the godchild had already dodged Han Sen's fist, teleporting behind him instantly. His hand swiftly cast a spell, his face devoid of emotion. With extraordinary speed, he was already some distance from Han Sen. Those threads now cut towards him as sharply as blades. Han Sen cried out in pain. In a flash he fell heavily to the ground, unable to muster any strength. Seeing this scene, Whopping's tears flowed uncontrollably. His body trembled as he spoke with difficulty. Get up, get up. Similar to the others, Han Sen was also trembling non-stop. But he still refused to admit defeat, slowly struggling to his feet. Someone said he's going to die. If this continues, he'll die. The moment he stood up, an arc of the godchild's power surged over, entangling him. Countless beams of light pierced Han Sen's body again. Blood splattered everywhere. Yet the godchild remained expressionless without looking back. With a cold expression, someone exclaimed, "But he is humanity's hope." And others say he's the closest one to the 10 great godchildren. Seeing his pained appearance, someone cried out in distress, "Stop fighting. If this fight continues, he'll die. Extinguish this last tiny bit of hope for humanity." On the other hand, a powerful light was emanating around Han Sen. But he secretly calculated in his heart. Fortunately, Ma Jiawang's armor possesses powerful regenerative abilities. It never breaks when attacked by Shensi. With Ma Jiawang's armor protecting him, that light was desperately trying to spread throughout his body. It was like a healing light. In an instant, under Ma Jiawang's powerful regenerative ability, all the cracks had gradually healed, leaving only bloodstains. Han Sen continued to stand up, while Shensi was still demonstrating his power before his eyes. As long as he could grasp Shensi's attack trajectory, he would be able to touch Shensi. Then he could also defeat him. Just as he said, the Dongxian aura spread out. Fujiang stood on the spectator stand with her arms crossed, looking down at the spreading smoke. Below the stands, Shensi was moving at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Han Sen also sensed his aura, closing his eyes to think the person hadn't moved yet, but Shensi already had. The flow of aura within his body could not be faked, as long as he grasped it and captured the technique of his aura's circulation. He could predict his moves in advance and react one step ahead. She, who was watching the battle, also noticed something and gasped in surprise. He rushed towards Han Sen with the speed of a flying arrow. A powerful force violently slammed into the ground. Han Sen's body trembled with it. He was flung away by the force, dragging along the ground, dust rolling so fast. Just give me a little more time. Even so, the situation was a bit difficult. When he was slammed to the ground just now, he unfortunately hit some broken stones. Now Han Sen could only grit his teeth and think, damn it. His neck was twisted seeing him lying motionless. Mingquan wondered, can't he stand up? Huaping beside him also spoke with disappointment. Jinbi. In the end, he still can't stand up. They saw the unfavorable situation and shouted loudly, cheering for Beishan. Stand up. He also stood up and shouted loudly, Beishan, stand up. Seeing this scene, Zhang Nu hastily cried out in alarm, Master. In an instant, everyone responded in unison, Beishan, stand up. Even Fujiang clenched her fist, silently cheering him on. You were so happy when you mocked me, weren't you? Get up. On the other hand, Shensi looked at Han Sen's trembling, struggling body trying to stand up, and made a judgment in his mind. This person isn't as severely injured as he seems. Living up to their expectations, Han Sen gradually stood up, letting his body bleed. He's standing up. He heard it. He heard our cheers. Seeing this, Mingquan and Huaping tightly clasped their hands, moved to tears, and shouted loudly, Beishan fights for all of humanity. Below the stands, Han Sen finally managed to stand up. As soon as he stood, he charged towards Shensi. I can move. Shensi also quickly raised his hand to cast a spell. Unsurprisingly, those lights once again whistled through Han Sen's body, freezing him in place, unable to move. Beishan, however, with Ma Jiawang's rapid recovery. Under Ma Jiawang's rapid recovery, the armor had been restored to its original state. Even though the smoke was still billowing, look at Beishan's armor. Seeing everything before him, Shensi also frowned and attacked. But he was still calculating in his mind. His armor is recovering, and my attacks have never hit the same spot twice. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Light emanated from his entire body, gathering his power into a beam of light. With a loud roar, he struck straight forward. You are indeed a worthy opponent. But this is where it ends. Unexpectedly, that immense force was lightly dodged by Han Sen like an arrow, making Shensi hesitate and think, did I miss? The situation had turned. The audience immediately cheered loudly. Beishan dodged it. Did you see that? Beishan dodged Shensi's attack. Beishan saw the situation in front of Fujing, and also fell into deep thought and doubt. He thought, after suffering so many blows, his physical condition must be terrible right now. Under such circumstances, he can still dodge Shensi's attacks. Junliu, sitting in the stands, also frowned in confusion. Was it just a coincidence? Unlike them, he had fallen into a furious rage and charged forward madly, attacking with an angry expression. This is impossible. However, when Shensi's attack struck, Han Sen quickly dodged it. causing dust to fly up on the arena. The crowd immediately shouted, "Oh, did you see that? Did you see that Beishan dodged again? I've admired Beishan since I was a child. Beishan is so cool." After seeing him dodge, Jinliu excitedly stood up and shouted he dodged again. Below the arena he heard the cheers and frowned, cursing incompetent mortals. He thought, it's foolish to think you can defeat me. So Shensi gradually rose into the air, radiating dazzling light all around him. Standing before that figure, Han Sen thought resolutely. Dodging this blow from Shensi is far from easy. His stance was already a bit unstable. He used his extraordinary finger techniques, concentrating his power to attack. Everywhere, dazzling light was emitted as well. The audience couldn't help but exclaim, "It's too bright." In the few records about Shensi, no opponent had ever forced him to such an extent. As expected of Shensi so dazzling, yet those attacks still couldn't touch Han Sen wherever it struck. He would dodge, and not only that, he was getting closer and closer. Beneath that dazzling light, Jinliu still saw clearly, his jaw dropping in surprise. Not only did he dodge all attacks, he even further closed in on Shensi. The closer Han Sen charged, the clearer he saw. He was gritting his teeth and attacking. "I see it clearly now. If I can never match your speed, then he'll react faster than your attacks." Seeing this, Shensi attacked even more fiercely. Straight shining lines of his fingers were everywhere. The more Fujing watched, the more she realized he had anticipated Shensi's moves. On the other hand, Jinliu was watching the situation seriously. Voices constantly rose around him. "Sky-shifting art. That's Jinbe's slaughter sky-shifting art. It really is Jinbe. Didn't they say? Only the queen knows the sky-shifting art. Why does Beishan know it too?" Watching the match, Fujing saw the converging net-like lines on the ground again. Shensi was attacking furiously, but not landing any hits. She immediately realized this was not the sky-shifting art. This was a type of tactical formation art, more exquisite than the sky-shifting art. Below the arena, Han Sen was dodging attacks. He shouted with sharp eyes, "The real battle has just begun." Wapping's eyes welled up with tears and his body trembled as he spoke. "I've watched the God Wars for many years, and Jinbe is the only evolved human who has been able to get this far. Jinbe is the only evolved human who has been able to get this far. I truly hope Jinbe can go one step further." On the other hand, Jin Lu was intently watching the battle below the arena. In his eyes, Shensi was charging forward with force. Yet the old man's voice echoed in his ears again. "Unbelievable. He's actually able to dodge Shensi's attacks like this. However, merely dodging won't win the fight. His moves are too slow. It's impossible for him to hit Shensi." However, contrary to the old man, Jinliu had already realized that he was like a chess piece, gradually moving into a trap. Had Shensi already moved into the sky shifting art's formation position, the battle was gradually becoming like a game of chess. He just quickly charged at Han Sen, launching attacks, but unfortunately Han Sen always managed to dodge. Seeing this, Shensi wielded his ultimate power. More arms grew around him, pointing straight ahead. Light also shot out and he shouted, "Die." Conversely, inside Han Sen, a huge surge of energy was being emitted, flowing through his entire body like blood. Although his physique hadn't yet reached the godchild's level, his power was still less than 30 of his full capacity. So it was no longer an absolute overwhelming advantage. Han Sen then stepped forward, dodging his attack. Instantly his fist was already close to the godchild's face, forcing him to retract his power and prepare to dodge. What this scene stirred up the entire grandstand. What just happened? The godchild moved, but how did he move? How could he be so fast? Seeing this, Ming Quan also showed a joyful expression. "A chance, there's really a chance." Hua Ping, standing nearby, also widened his eyes in surprise. Below the arena, as Han Sen's fist struck, the godchild had nimbly moved behind him. With a hint of displeasure, he raised his voice and said, "When it comes to speed, you're still far too slow." Hearing this, Han Sen spun around sharply, reaching out to grab the godchild. "Really?" But he dodged it, which wasn't surprising. And he did so effortlessly. So the godchild quickly turned around. "When it comes to speed, it's useless, no one can match my speed. Let alone you insignificant humans." Hearing these words, Han Sen instantly spun around and gave chase. In just a few seconds the distance between them had grown vast. He was far ahead, half a lap behind him, still far in the rear. Seeing this, Hua Ping buried his head in despair. Are humans still not good enough? Ming Quan also turned to call out to Hua Lao, but he was still in a state of powerlessness. Too fast, godchild. We humans will ultimately repeat the path of failure. On the other hand, Fu Jing gazed thoughtfully at the arena. His power won't stop here, will it? As if to answer her doubt, Below the arena a force began to expand. Soon it gradually caught up to him as he ran, making the godchild frown and yell, "What, run?" But in the end he couldn't escape. Under Han Sen's power, he was slowly pulled back. He gritted his teeth hatefully, keep running. Not only that, he mercilessly swung a punch at the godchild's face, and sneered, roaring, "Go on, run." Instantly he was lifted high, as if to vent his previous anger. He continuously swung his fists, making the godchild gradually lose strength. Hua Peng stroked his beard in astonishment, exclaiming, "This? What is happening?" He hit him. Jinlu also couldn't believe his eyes. He excitedly grabbed the godchild, who seemed stuck, completely unable to break free. Completely unable to break free from Han Sen's grasp below the arena, he was desperately trying to block with his hands, as the fists kept raining down. "No, I can't move." Not giving the godchild a chance to think of a countermeasure, Han Sen delivered a decisive blow, but it was somewhat strange. Unexpectedly it couldn't shatter his flesh and bones. This showed that even a super gene creature with an unremarkable physique possessed an incredibly robust body. Conversely, Han Sen frowned because of that punch. He mused to himself, "I can no longer exploit my speed advantage. I have to change my strategy." But when he swung his arm to block, the godchild was struck so hard he was sent sprawling on his back, spitting blood. "Still can't block it. What? How did he drag me so far in an instant?" But Han Sen didn't forget to continue with his attacks, making the godchild question his existence. "Am too slow." All his movements seemed to be within his opponent's predictions. Seeing the situation before them, Hua Ping blurted out in astonishment, "Is this real?" Mingquan quickly held his hand. "It's truly real. Hua Lao, it's real." Suddenly Hua Ping spoke sadly again. The godchild so invincible, to actually fall to such a state. Feeling that scorn, he lowered his head, filled with bitter resentment too. "You can't kill me, you lowly human. You ultimately can't kill this godchild. Just wait until you're exhausted, and this godchild will take your life." Ignoring the godchild's words, Han Sen clenched his fists. Power surged around him, then slowly built up. Reaching its limit, he unleashed his technique. With murderous intent in his eyes he roared, "I'm afraid you won't get that chance." The godchild also yelled exasperatedly, "I'll kill you." In an instant both had gathered their strength. They charged at each other frantically, disregarding their lives. However, before he could even touch him, Han Sen had already appeared before the godchild, striking him directly in the head. Fu Jing from above also awaited the outcome, silently observing with folded arms. Below the arena he clenched his fist and turned to leave, as he was defeated and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing humanity's victory, the audience cheered, "Long live the godchild, long live the godchild." Shin Huaping also happily shook Mingquan's hand. "We won, oh we won." A cheer rang out again, "We won." Looking at the bloody arena below they shouted again, "Long live the godchild, long live the godchild." The cheers were incessant. "Long live the godchild, long live the godchild." Witnessing such a glorious victory, he immediately pulled out a notebook to record it. This will be a day forever remembered. For the first time, humanity had taken a spot among the top 10 godchildren. At the goddess sanctuary, after the battle, Han Sen returned to his true form. As he walked, someone called out, "Leader." Hearing this, Han Sen immediately turned around. They spoke excitedly. "Leader, have you heard? Jin Bai has defeated the godchild." Another person exclaimed, "Defeated? What do you mean defeated?" "It was a total crush." The person next to him added, "I was there. Let me tell you." Suddenly someone else interrupted, clad in a down jacket. The person clapped their hands and walked over. Monli slowly appeared. "I have something to report to the leader. You all should go about your business." Hearing this they also turned to look. Upon hearing the order those people turned and left, replying in unison, "Yes. Let's go." Seeing this she also approached him. Then she looked back to see if they had left. As they pressed the elevator button and chatted, Monli spoke. "After so many years we humans finally have our own top 10 godchildren." She continued with a smile. "I'm really looking forward to the upcoming ranking battles. What kind of results will Jin Bai bring to humanity?" The scene switched to the Crystal Palace. Their winding streams chased each other, creating a scene of ultimate relaxation. Han Sen lay half dead on the floor resting. "It hurts too much, my whole body aches, I don't want to move at all." He looked up again, determined. "Humph. A battle like that, I absolutely never want to experience a second time." However, he didn't notice that Linglong was walking in holding Inin. In an instant it leaped over and licked Han Sen's face. "Oh, it's so ticklish. Actually being licked by Inin isn't bad at all. My wounds are healing." Suddenly he became serious. The other transcendent beings who can enter the top 10 god children are no weaker than the godchild. With my current strength, it's still too difficult to fight against super transcendent beings. Suddenly Linglong looked at Han Sen and then exclaimed ah. This caused his expression to darken. A pillar of light appeared accompanied by a system notification. Obtained the position of the 10th godchild. Random reward activated. Han Sen slowly sat up. He said with a bewildered expression, the god war is over. In an instant he supported himself with his hands and said irritably, because I didn't participate in the ranking battles. The godchild can only be ranked 10th. So Han Sen stood up again and walked forward. However, the top 10 all received the same random reward. The ranking didn't hold much significance. Just being a godchild, the first human in history, was enough to be recorded in history. Then he continued walking forward until a beam of light appeared. Crystal Palace Martial Arts Arena. Even Ling Lan went with them. Various items were laid out before them. Han Sen slowly stepped forward and put his hand in. A flash of light appeared. Seeing the item before him, he smiled happily. Wow, the reward even includes a spirit, that's incredible. In the blink of an eye, an image of a male and female super spirit appeared in Han Sen's mind. They were nestled together. He. How about just randomly give myself a super spirit? Next time I encounter a stronger opponent, even the Son of God won't be a match. Thinking of this, he excitedly shouted, super spirit appear. However, it was completely contrary to Han Sen's imagination. What appeared before him was a dark shadowy creature. It slowly walked out exuding an eerie aura, startling Han Sen. This isn't some handsome guy or beautiful girl, is it? As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Suddenly it lunged directly towards his head, forcing Han Sen to spread his legs and brace himself. Obtained Super Divine Beast Soul Emogo Beast. In the Soul Sea, he was smiling happily, stroking the head of the Emogo Beast possessed beast soul. There are many types of Emogo Beast possessed beast souls. They can directly enhance one's own power. Human or beast souls. I wonder about this Emogo Beast soul. What it can possess. Scene change. Crystal Palace Martial Arts Arena. Han Sen was standing behind the Emogo Beast, casting spells around him, instantly covered in black mist. Then he clenched his fists, closed his eyes and shouted, come on. It also slowly approached. Suddenly, black mist also emanated from Han Sen's body, enveloping him. Looking at his hands, he gritted his teeth. He exclaimed, holy cow. It can actually possess a human body directly. Gripping the black mist in his hands, Han Sen's eyes sparkled. His own strength seemed unchanged. What exactly does this Emogo Beast do? Suddenly Enin emitted another electric current. It shot directly towards him, who was covered in black mist. Seeing the electric current approaching, Han Sen screamed ah. Then he looked back. Understanding the reason, he shouted in anger. Enin, are you trying to assassinate your dear master? However, it just stared blankly at Han Sen. The electric current had not disappeared, still enveloping it. Seeing he was different from before, Enin retracted the electric current. But soon Han Sen noticed something unusual. He glanced at the black mist behind him. It was clearly hit by Yin Yan's attack, but it was fine. Han Sen quickly gripped the mass of black mist again. These black mists were hit by Yin Yan's electric current. They dissipated but seemed to be regenerating. Amidst the black mist, he picked it up again and said happily, I see Emogo Beast. It can resist this special elemental power. Enin quickly discharge, keep discharging. Hearing this, it quickly shot out electric currents. Seeing this, Han Sen shouted joyfully, ha ha, what a good thing, a truly good thing. However, when Ling Lan saw the increasingly strong electric current, a scream of awe came from inside. Soon, the little guy ran to where he lay motionless on the ground. Smoke was rising from his body and his head was full of question marks. Han Sen's face darkened. He said with a long face, the regeneration speed of this black mist is too slow. In the Goddess Agency office, Han Sen's shadow figure sat on the chair and said, finally I'm back. Hearing this, he stood before Han Sen's fading shadow figure and said, it seems this period has passed peacefully. Insect Armor Knight. Then he extended his hand and withdrew the power that created it. I should go back too. You've worked hard during this time. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Han Sen quickly turned around and asked, what is it? Manly outside the door replied, someone wants to see you. He quickly opened the door, then asked, arms crossed, didn't I say I don't want to see any outsiders lately? Hearing this, she replied with a cold face, I don't know. Does Captain Qin count as an outsider? So I could only come to ask for the director's instructions. Just mention Qin Xian. Han Sen immediately asked happily, has Qin Xian arrived? Why haven't you invited her in yet? Scene change goddess office. In the living room, she was standing in the center of the hall, talking with a group of people. Soon after he and Manli walked out the door. Seeing the scene before him, Han Sen thought. He muttered to himself, who are those people? They look very arrogant, not like people who are easy to talk to. Seeing him approach, Qin Xian began to introduce. Han Sen, let me introduce you. This is young Master Zhao, chairman of Angel Gene, and this is Manager Zhao, one of the true power holders of Angel Gene. Before him was Hai Yang, and Zhao Hong was holding a wine glass. He asked, are you Han Sen of the Ji family? Hearing this, he immediately smiled. He patted his chest and replied, I am Han Sen. Manli poured tea for the guests. In the living room, she offered them tea. He and Qin Xian sat opposite them, thinking uneasily. Two genetic and biological research organizations, both with official alliance backgrounds. One is Donglin Group, the other is Angel Gene. The Zhao family. They control many gene-related technologies and products, and biologics. This time they're likely here for little Angel. Before Han Sen could think further, Zhao Hong took a sip of tea and spoke. Earlier I was having tea and chatting with Ruojin. She mentioned you're an excellent young man. Hearing this, he politely responded. Thank you for the compliment. However, Han Sen thought he's just Manager Zhao. That's all. How dare he use such a casual tone to speak about Ruojin, who is about to become the head of state. How utterly arrogant. Qin Xian suddenly turned around and explained their purpose for coming. Today Manager Zhao and the others are here because they want to invite you to hunt a super god creature with them. However, Hai Yang arrogantly closed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, No. We don't necessarily need you to go if you're willing to sell us that super god pet. That would also work. Hearing this, Han Sen took a sip of tea and replied, I'm sorry, the super god pet is not for sale. Lately I've been quite busy with official duties, so I'm afraid I won't be able to spare time to help you both. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared furiously, how dare you? However, before he could finish, Zhao Hong interrupted him and advised, young man, please think about it carefully. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she interjected to ease it. Manager Zhao, please have some tea first. We can discuss this matter later. So they quickly turned and left. Qin Xian said as she walked, Han Sen, the organization has a confidential document for me to give you. Please sign for it. Scene goddess office. Inside the office, after reading the confidential document, he looked at her angrily and asked, Captain Qin, what is going on? Is the organization forcing me to help Zhao Hang? Hearing this, Qin Xian turned around and answered seriously. If it were just about the organization, it would be simple. The Zhao family has already helped Ruojin with her head of state campaign a lot. The head of state election is about to enter a critical phase. If you don't agree now, what if they go to Ruojin directly? The more he listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. Han Sen suddenly turned around and questioned. So they mentioned Ruojin as soon as they arrived. To try and pressure me. Do I not have any other choice? Despite this, she replied without changing her expression. Right now you can still negotiate with the Zhao family. Otherwise you'll only be able to negotiate with Ruojin. Who do you think would be easier to negotiate with? Hearing this, he propped his chin, a cunning expression on his face, and replied, then he'll give the Zhao family a hand. Scene change. Ancient blood spring forest. The space here was desolate. The tree branches were bare. At the location of the guardian beast, Zhao Hong's voice echoed. Our target is nearby. We firmly believe it's a super god spirit for some reason. It never leaves the blood spring. The group quickly advanced, led by Zhao Hong. Suddenly a strange creature charged at them. Zhao Hong raised his hand without hesitation, striking the charging creature. However, with just one blow, the creature spewed blood. After striking, he put his hands behind his back. The Zhao family had sent people to fight that spirit many times, but in the end they were no match, and could only retreat with heavy losses. However, Han Sen didn't care at all. He just felt that these people from the Zhao family seemed to have a physique stronger than that of ordinary God Gene Grand Perfection stage users. Even stronger. So he was chatting with Qin Xian behind them. Try this. This is a gene nutrient solution made by a gene angel. You can't buy it on the market, you know. Qin Xian quickly waved her hand, smiling politely. Thank you, I already have nutrient solution. Hearing this, Han Sen turned back and thought seriously, haha, this must be why the Zhao family's physique far surpasses others at the same level. This is also one of the assets the Zhao family prides itself on. They gradually arrived beside a blood-red stream. Zhao Hong stood with his hands behind his back and said, follow this stream upstream. Just about 20 li. And you'll see that xenomorphic creature. The blood spring. Then he turned back somewhat impatiently and said, Let your super god pet fight it. Well, look for an opportunity to surround it. And the final blow will be delivered by our people. Han Sen heard this and replied no problem. Suddenly he coldly glanced at a figure darting through the darkness thinking, Yin Yang Princess. Where are you all now? On the other hand, the two spirits from the metal temple were wielding swords and slashing all around. A black-haired man gasped and asked, I say miss. Where exactly are we going? Hearing this, the green spirit turned back impatiently and said, just follow along. What's with all the nonsense? The black-haired man then cautiously replied, what exactly does the captain want us to do? Just a little hint please. However, before he could say more, the two spirits along with Ling Lan and Yin Yin had already left him far behind, making him shout helplessly, hey, show me some concern. Seeing that they still didn't care, he angrily said loudly, one treats me like air, completely ignoring me. The other two start speaking to each other. Secretly, what on earth are they up to? In the Blood Spring ancient forest, Zhao Hong and Han Sen were hiding behind a bush. He pointed forward and said, that's it. According to the plan, your super god pet goes first, and well surrounded from the sides. Han Sen looked ahead and replied, all right. Everything according to plan. No sooner said than done. Han Sen used the god of war art and commanded go. As he spoke, she charged forward to attack. Seeing this, Zhao Hong instantly vanished without a trace. He disappeared in a flash, leaving Han Sen stunned and confused. Before he could figure out what was happening, Han Sen frantically looked around. Damn it, where are they? Upon realizing, he gnashed his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, these bastards, they clearly want the god of war to fight that spirit to the death, so it will be easier for them to make their move later, right? Han Sen quickly shook off the distracting thoughts and focused his attention on the battle before him. He placed his hand on his forehead. Then streaks of green light appeared from his forehead, gradually spreading out. This spirit's aura is too chaotic. It's clearly an initial super god creature. Before Han Sen was a gigantic strange beast, roaring as it was being attacked. Strange patterns were also spreading across its chest. Under the god of war's attack, it couldn't move, and could only endure the hits in place, slash after slash, leaving it covered in blood. Watching the battle unfold, Han Sen thought with a grim expression, although the god of war has the upper hand, it has also been suppressed for some time. But I always feel like something isn't right. On the other hand, the freeloaders were hiding in the bushes again, exclaiming in awe. So impressive. Zhao Hong even brought binoculars to watch. Our group of people has besieged this super divine creature many times and couldn't defeat it, but the companion beast can easily suppress it. In contrast, Han Sen was pondering with worry. Given this creature's intelligence, this super divine creature, then it shouldn't be a match for Xinjiang. It should definitely lose its life. But why, even when covered in wounds, does it still refuse to leave the blood spring? Suddenly what caught his eye were the mountain fissures. They were gradually seeping red liquid onto the ground. Standing before the constantly seeping mountain fissure, Han Sen gradually performed the secret art of sensing aura. It's the aura of a living creature. Within that mountain fissure, there must be a terrifying creature. Should I activate my Xian Qi field to see what's inside? No sooner said than done. The moment the thought formed, he performed the secret art and his head began to glow under the pressure of his hand. Soon Han Sen was panting heavily, covered in sweat. Damn it, it's looking at me. The thing inside discovered my Xian Qi field. This thing must be a truly terrifying creature. The Zhao family actually dares to covet this blood pit. They must be tired of living. As soon as the secret art stopped, he seriously turned his gaze behind him, thinking, if I leave now, I won't know how to explain it to the Zhao family. With my ability, I can definitely run faster than those few from the Zhao family. And that unlucky Zhao Hong and his crew, why should I worry about them? So Han Sen quickly moved to Qin Xian's side. Seeing him approach, she asked in surprise, HM. Han Sen immediately motioned for her to be quiet, then whispered, Captain Qin, don't rush forward later, just stay by my side. If anything happens, we need to run immediately. Hearing this, Qin Xian seriously turned her head and asked, what's wrong? He replied expressionlessly, it's a feeling. My instincts are very accurate. Back on the battlefield, Xinjiang was emitting a dazzling light, slowly drawing its sword and charging forward. Quick as lightning, she pierced its neck with a sword. Blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly behind Han Sen, Zhao Hong suddenly appeared. Zhao Hong said, Han Sen, make your companion beast fight harder. Don't let it get injured and escape again. Hearing this, he unhappily replied, that's a super divine creature. It's not a cat or a dog. Before Han Sen could give an order, Xinjiang quickly appeared and instantly swung its sword at it. The sharp sword immediately cut off a piece of flesh from its neck. Blood splattered and it screamed in agony. Seeing this, Zhao Hang immediately pushed Han Sen's shoulder and shouted, "Don't forget our agreement, make your companion beast retreat. And let us take over." Hearing this, Han Sen gnashed his teeth in anger, and secretly cursed this old man for being truly. But in this situation, he could only wave his hand and recall Xinjiang. "Our mission is complete. You can handle the rest yourselves." At this moment the opportunistic Zhao Hong ran to the front and commanded, "Surround it! Surround it!" In a flash, the group of retainers had already climbed onto it, constantly hacking and slashing, infuriating it. Its eyes revealing murderous intent, yet it couldn't move. Blood splattered everywhere. He also said it's almost dead. Gradually regaining its strength, it frantically shook off the crowd and began to flee. Seeing this, someone shouted, "It dared to feign death. Does it want to snatch the credit?" A person with a sword ran over shouting, "Let me kill it. How can it be so fast with only 4 legs?" It quickly escaped their encirclement. Seeing that they were about to lose this prize, Zhao Hong commanded, "Don't let it escape, chase it quickly." Suddenly another sound emanated, forcing the running group to stop in their tracks. "What's that sound? It sounds like there's something behind the mountain." He also turned his head. What appeared before their eyes? It's a giant centipede emerging from the blood pit. Quick as lightning it crawled out of the pit entrance. It's crawling over covered in blood. Seeing this, Zhao Hong screamed in horror. "Han Sen, quickly tell your companion beast to block it." Unexpectedly, at this moment he was desperately running away, dragging Qin Xian along. "Are you kidding me? Such a powerful creature. You want my companion beast to go die?" Relentlessly, the centipede kept chasing them. Terrified, those people shrieked loudly, "Help!" and he's shamelessly trying to negotiate. "Han Sen, don't forget our agreement." Hearing this, Han Sen immediately turned back and retorted impolitely, "Your agreement was to kill that one, the super god creature from earlier. This guy isn't part of the deal." However, it quickly changed direction. This sudden turn of events caught him by surprise, causing Han Sen to exclaim, "No way! Why did this monster suddenly turn around?" On the other hand, Zhao Hong and the others had escaped, hiding behind a large tree. Out of breath, "It hasn't it chased us yet?" Hearing this, Shana replied, wiping his sweat, "We got away." On the other side, he stopped to check the situation. Then he gasped for breath again. He thought it's over, they must have been attracted by Wu Han. Only Wu Han's physique could do that. Thinking this, Han Sen hurriedly ran off. Qin Xian was startled and shouted loudly, "Han Sen, what are you doing?" He immediately replied, "I'm leaving first." After Han Sen left Qin Xian behind, he quickly climbed to the edge of the blood pit. Reaching the top, Han Sen looked inside and upon seeing something suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, so this is the reason for the holy war. That creature fought for so long and still couldn't die. Before him was a blood-red egg. Its color blended perfectly with the blood pool. It was still constantly glowing," causing Han Sen to exclaim, "Enrich, enrich." He quickly took it into his hand. He thought joyfully, this truly is a treasure. Eating it directly can increase super god genes. This is more effective than trying to absorb the essence of living genes. However, considering the current situation, Han Sen made a different decision. "No, I must leave quickly. I can't let them find out I've already found the egg." No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he quickly ran off, muttering, "Gotta go, gotta go. I'm gone." Seeing this, Shanal was also astonished and confused. Why is Han Sen running? Suddenly he realized it was crawling towards him. So he screamed in terror. Why is it coming here? Seeing it behind them, Zhao Han angrily rebuked, "What are you doing? How did you lead it here?" Zhana immediately replied, feeling wronged, "I didn't do anything." So he pushed the blame onto Han Sen. It must be him. Otherwise, why would he run? Hearing this, he cursed with a livid face. Han Sen is such a liar. Meanwhile, Qin Xian was fleeing from it, rushing forward quickly without looking back. Suddenly a hand reached out, about to touch her waist. "Let's go." In a flash he grew wings and embraced Qin Xian, flying up. He didn't forget to hold the freshly acquired egg, which made Zhao Hong curse furiously, "Han Sen, you're not done with the Zhao family." However, when Han Sen flew up, it also chased after him without hesitation. Terrified, he yelled, "Damn it! This thing can fly." Seeing this, he hastily landed, then turned to her. "You go that way." So before Qin Xian's icy expression, Han Sen used his power and his body emitted a golden light. Then he ran off, ill-distracted. In a flash it also changed direction and chased him, making Han Sen grit his teeth in annoyance, thinking, even the aura of the transformed godson couldn't shake it off. If this continues, it will catch up. The faster he ran, the more his body sweated. But he still fought with determination. It took so much effort to get one. Cannot give up. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind. Han Sen abruptly stopped and unleashed a golden light, making it stop as well. Little Angel, stop it quickly. Little Angel quickly met the challenge, drawing her sword to fight it. Without a second thought, she thrust her sword directly at its head. However, no matter how hard she thrust, its feet remained firmly planted, making the sword tremble. Seeing this, he also realized Little Angel won't last long. He could only run into the mountains. Running around the mountain might allow him to temporarily escape. The scene shifts to the Rocky Mountain range. In the mountains, a wisp of smoke stretched endlessly like a running track. Han Sen, while holding the egg, ran desperately. Things were not looking good. It was relentlessly pursuing him from behind. The power enveloping him made him grit his teeth uncomfortably. His body couldn't hold on much longer. The gene lock has been open for so long. If he continued, it might cause permanent damage. Thinking of this, Han Sen immediately turned around, planning to throw the egg away. I don't want it anymore, take it back. However, he suddenly noticed something else. His gaze slowly moved downwards. It was crawling on the ground, but it refused to climb up, making Han Sen feel puzzled. You dare not come up. Seeing this, he quickly activated his moving Xian Qi field. Is there something strange about this mountain? Even this centipede dares not come up. So Han Sen knelt on one knee, then reached out to touch the rock. A blue light emanated from beneath the rock, but it had no life aura. It seems to be just an ordinary stone. Gradually he looked up, but his heart was full of confusion. All were green rocky peaks. Not even a blade of grass. What exactly is that centipede afraid of? But Han Sen still decided to put aside his curiosity. Along the mountain path, curiosity killed the cat. It's better to stay away from it. However, it refused to give up. Wherever he went, it followed, crawling along. It seems it won't give up unless he takes the egg away. Neither up the mountain nor down the mountain would work. Seeing this, Han Sen took out the egg and returned it to its owner. Hey, race your child back, stop following me. But it wasn't that easy. It excitedly twisted its body, causing rubble to fall continuously. Looking at the situation before him, he felt a little impatient and also a little concerned. Did I do something wrong? Even giving it back isn't enough. Do you want to fight me to the end? Suddenly, another loud noise came from the mountaintop, reverberating through the sky. Han Sen was startled and looked up in confusion. A bell sound? How can there be a bell sound here? Suddenly he noticed something unusual. He pressed his hand to his chest, thinking with a startled expression, aura. His own aura suddenly became chaotic. Quickly, Han Sen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and performed a secret technique. A stream of green Qi also emanated, circling around him. Then a mist spread from deep within the smoke. It was a giant rock shaped like a mountaintop. It stood towering. Han Sen stood up, standing on it with a solemn expression. What exactly is in there? That bell sound can affect one's aura. My internal aura. Amidst extreme confusion, Han Sen widened his eyes, looking at the mountaintop ahead. Suddenly he felt a sense of familiarity again. Fortifications? How can there be fortifications here? Then Han Sen was dumbfounded with shock. Is this a human shelter or a spirit's? It seems there are no living beings here. But why is that monster so scared? As he saw, that blue fortification was like an abandoned, dilapidated place. No one was in sight. However, Han Sen was startled by a huge commotion. He looked down at his feet. What met his eyes was it chasing and climbing up. Its speed was so fast that the sound of it climbing echoed up. Damn it, so you're not afraid to come up now? It found no one in the fortifications. So your courage grew again, did it? Seeing this, Han Sen quickly climbed the steps, heading towards the ruins. As long as there are fortifications, there might be a teleportation array. As long as there is a teleportation array. I didn't even have time to think too much. What appeared before his eyes was a wide empty space. So vast, it seemed no one truly saw it. This made Han Sen hesitate and he slowly walked over. However, even after he had stepped through the gate, it still relentlessly chased him. Damn it, I'm already inside. How can it still be chasing me? Thinking this, Han Sen released Shangzhan. She flew high up with the egg, playing hide and seek. Shangzhan, lure it away. Lure that monster away, get it away from me. Seeing Shangzhan fly up with the egg, it quickly stopped and looked up. Knowing Shangzhan was holding it, it immediately spread its wings and chased after her. Seeing this, he wiped his sweat and let out a long breath. That menace is finally gone. Feeling relieved, Han Sen put his hands in his pockets and unhurriedly searched for the array. I must find the teleportation array as soon as possible, so I can get out of here. But this place is so desolate. Are there any usable teleportation arrays left? However, as he walked, he suddenly remembered the sound of bells. The sound had heard back then had come from here. Before Han Sen was a large tower. Inside was a large bronze bell covered in patterns. Filled with doubt, he stepped forward to touch it. If there's no one in this abandoned fortress, and no xenobeasts, then what were those 6 bell tolls about? However, soon, Han Sen saw dust on his hands. When he touched it, he realized that this bell hadn't been touched in a long time. The sound didn't come from it. So he immediately spread his wings and flew off to see if there were other bells. Maybe there are other bells here. In the blink of an eye, Han Sen landed at a high vantage point. When he saw a human-like figure, there was someone, but it was too late. Because that person had already turned into a skeleton. How long has this person been dead? It turned to ash with a single touch. Feeling an ominous aura, he transformed into coin form to observe the situation. There might still be hidden dangers here. I must be careful. After circling around, Han Sen spotted many scattered bones. Human skeletons were everywhere. This might have been a human fortress, which was later attacked by xenobeasts, leading to its current state. Suddenly another bell rang out from an unknown source, making his entire body tremble, almost causing him to fall. However, it not only didn't stop but grew louder and louder, forcing Han Sen to cover his ears. In an instant he discovered the cause and looked towards the booming bell over there. What the hell? How can that bell ring by itself? Even so, Han Sen wasn't the only one affected. It even reached the centipede, making its whole body tremble, unable to move. The bell tolls became more frequent and his vital energy became more unstable, causing him to uncontrollably spit out blood. Seeing this, Han Sen immediately covered his ears, but still gritted his teeth in discomfort, utterly exhausted. Dongxian Sutra. Dongxian Sutra. Activate the Dongxian Sutra. As he said this, he began to channel his power, causing the veins in his body to bulge. Beneath the armor, Han Sen's body was even more clearly visible, with every vein bulging. On the other hand, the bell tolls became even more terrifying. It attacked the centipede and Shangzhan, rendering them unable to move. However, he was in an even more wretched state, uncontrollably spitting out blood. His entire body was on the verge of bursting. Blood continuously gushed out as if he was tearing apart. My body is about to explode. In a flash, Han Sen could no longer stand steadily. His body slowly collapsed. But Han Sen suddenly remembered the demonic armor beast. The demonic armor beast's eruption had already completed its evolution. Perhaps, he said, then summoned it to appear. The demonic armor beast used its body to shield Han Sen. Whether he could survive depended entirely on it. As he expected, the demonic armor beast slowly dispersed and then reformed to weaken the bell's influence. Han Sen gradually recovered, struggling to get up and speak. Great, the bell's influence is weakening. Soon he sat up and circulated his cultivation method, while those black currents were still protecting him. It truly is a treasure, Han Sen pondered while regaining his strength. Mo. It can even withstand Mo tribute attacks. If the bell's chime was resisted by it, then the bell's chime is actually a form of power, possessing a special attribute. However, while he was still deep in thought, the bell had already flown out of the tower. In an instant it appeared right above Han Sen's head. He saw something sharp inside. His face instantly changed and he exclaimed, "Damn it! This bell actually has eyes." The huge bell had just appeared above Han Sen's head, and by now it was already descending, leaving him no time to prepare. Fortunately, he noticed it in time and jumped aside. Seeing him, it flew around, emitting plumes of smoke. Blue light also appeared beneath the huge bell. Seeing it relentlessly chase him, Han Sen ran and shouted loudly, "Stay away from me." Unexpectedly it immediately flew away, changing its target. He asked in surprise, "It understands human speech. Impossible, just let it be. As long as it stops bothering me. I wonder where it flew off to. Should I follow it and see?" Driven by curiosity, Han Sen chased after it. What met his eyes was the huge bell slowly descending. Centipede? What? Is it heading towards this centipede? Before it could react, the huge bell had already descended, trapping the centipede within it. Not only that, the bell's chime was deafening. Han Sen heard it, immediately covered his ears and frustratedly shouted, "Here it comes again. Stop ringing, stop ringing." But it seemed to understand him, and the huge bell flew up, giving up on tormenting the centipede. Han Sen gritted his teeth and asked, "It's finally quiet. Is that centipede dead?" However, before his mind could clear, the huge bell flew towards Xingzhan. This is bad. Does it want to eat Xingzhan? Seeing it approach, she immediately swung her sword angrily. Soon the two forces collided. The bell's chime echoed endlessly, shaking the entire mountain peak. Then when the bell's chime stopped it was also when Xingjian fell to the ground. Seeing this, Han Sen shouted loudly, "Xingjian!" He frantically waved and shouted, "Quickly return to the Soul Sea." Fortunately, the huge bell had just descended, and Xingjian had also returned. In Han Sen's hand, he held her. He sighed in relief, thinking with a wry smile, "Fortunately Xingjian has safely returned to the Soul Sea." However, before he could catch his breath, his face suddenly darkened, and he widened his eyes in horror. What met Han Sen's eyes was a bottomless hole, slowly descending. "Oh no, is it coming towards me?" In an instant when it descended, he had already spread his wings and flown up to dodge. The movement speed of this thing doesn't seem to be that fast. However, when Han Sen flew high up, it cunningly returned to its hiding place. It stopped chasing. Seeing this, he wiped the sweat from his body, breathed a sigh of relief, and thought, "It only attacked me once, and gave up after I dodged it. Does it know it can't catch me?" As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Han Sen flew to the centipede, which had a viscous dripping hole pierced through its body. Seeing this, he posed a question. Was this blood centipede's essence sucked dry by the bronze bell? Suddenly Han Sen froze, realizing what that thing truly was. Could it also be a super god creature? Thinking of this, he turned his gaze towards the huge bell. Such a strange super god creature. I wonder what kind of beast soul it will drop after being killed. Thinking of his own benefit, Han Sen quickly brought Xingjian out of its predicament. The two of them quickly combined forces to attack again. The bell's chime didn't seem to have much effect on Xingjian. Unfortunately, Xingjian is a pet, not an alien spirit, so it cannot use the demon beast soul. Without the blessing of the demon beast soul, Xingjian might have been able to directly confront the bronze bell. With that thought, he narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Xingjian, let's try again." Hearing the command, she charged forward with her sword. With a loud clang, the long sword struck directly on the large bell, making it roar. Without stopping, Xingjian continued to attack. However, the large bell trembled and ran away. Seeing this, Han Sen said, "Come back quickly." Quick as lightning, she was back in his hand. Seeing Xingjian return, the large bell changed direction and returned to its original position. Upon seeing this, Han Sen radiated black chi and smiled faintly. "Haha, it really came back. If it doesn't return to its original spot, it can't do anything. With Xingjian here, there's hope." When it returned to its original position, he smiled slyly and commanded Xingjian, "Continue." Quick as lightning, she charged at the large bell again with her sword. It had already safely returned to its place in the tower. However, Han Sen suddenly shouted, "What's going on?" Before him was the sight of the large bell fleeing, before it had even engaged in battle. "Why are you running before the fight even starts? What a cowardly and foolish creature." Seeing this, Han Sen commanded again, "Xingjian, chase it." She obeyed, relentlessly pursuing and striking it. Suddenly the large bell rang out again, sending Xingjian flying back. Seeing this, he also realized it could still ring the bell while flying, but its power seemed weaker than when it was still. Seeing her slowly falling, Han Sen flew up and shouted, "Come back quickly." So when the large bell returned to its correct position, he cast a spell causing several strange green vines to appear. He felt no signs of life from them, but when the bell rang earlier, he could clearly feel a strange life force flowing from its vitality. Looking at the now cracked bell, Han Sen came up with an effective solution. As long as Xingjian kept attacking, they would definitely be able to break this bronze bell. In the Blood Spring ancient forest, under Sheng's assault, the large bell shattered, revealing a long chain. Just then the successful hunt notification popped up. Hunting super god creature Death Bell of Burial successfully obtained. Death Bell of Burial beast soul cannot be eaten. Life essence can be collected. Life attribute can randomly increase by nearly 10 points. Han Sen ignored the notification panel. Han Sen flapped his wings and slowly walked towards the fragments. Then he said cheerfully, "This guy can be considered a second-generation super god creature. Or 3-star. Don't tell me a bronze bell can also have children. That's just too funny, ha ha." However, his expression quickly turned serious. Han Sen bent down and picked up the fragments one by one. "This thing is just a bronze bell, not a flesh and blood body. Where is its life essence?" In an instant, he was holding a green chain in his hand, muttering to himself. Could it be? Han Sen said, staring directly at it. This chain had a strange shape. It actually had eyes and ears. Seeing this, he coldly raised it high and commanded, "Xingjian, cleave it." Hearing the command, she gradually appeared in an orange-yellow glow. Xingjian, cool and silent, swung her sword and split it in two. Suddenly a shining green crystal dropped out. Seeing the life essence glowing right before him, Han Sen smiled happily and exclaimed, I've really struck it rich this time. A centipede egg. Plus a life essence. And a death bell of burial beast soul. What a great harvest. Scene change mountain forest. Xin Xian in her beast god form carried him on her back. Steadily moving forward. Suddenly as they walked, Han Sen looked back again. Xingjian, use your sword to split this egg. Soon she swung her sword down, splitting the egg in two. It began to shake violently. The successful hunt list has reappeared. Hunted super god creature Death Bell. Successfully obtained. Death Bell beast soul. Meat is inedible. Life essence can be harvested. Can randomly increase by nearly 10 points. Of super god genes. Seeing this, he didn't care about anything else and directly swallowed the egg. Ate the young flesh of the myriad blade blood fiend dragon. Super god gene 1 after eating. Han Sen wiped his drool lightly, chuckling as he exclaimed. Ah, that was really delicious. He suddenly remembered the large bell from before. So he said, I've eaten my fill. Now it's time to get down to business. I already have 24 points of super god genes now. As long as I can simulate this aura rotation art, I'll be able to absorb the death bell's life essence. Thus he swiftly. Han Sen sat on Xin Xian's back, casting a spell. Rays of light surrounded him, forming a large bell. He wanted to test its effect. Han Sen lightly touched the bell's body with his finger, making it emit a golden chime. As soon as the bell rang, Xin Xian roared wildly in her beast god form, startling him greatly. He sat on her back, his body still trembling, but still managed to ask, what's wrong with you? However, Xin Xian just kept walking forward. The battle intent that arose from being startled earlier subsided as she gradually calmed down. Han Sen sat more steadily and said seriously, it seems like she was affected by the bell chime. Good thing she's calmed down now. No sooner had he spoken, he revealed a cunning expression and looked up, saying, so that means, if I use this cultivation art, when others attack me, it'll be like attacking the death bell itself. Their life aura will be disturbed by this bell chime. This cultivation art is really interesting. Having said that, Han Sen stood on Xin Xian's back, looking into the distance. There was a fortress ahead. This time it shouldn't be one of those strange mountain peak fortresses, right? The scene changed to a night fortress. He was walking in with his hands in his pockets, but then heard a shout that made Han Sen turn around. Han Sen. A man with an iron hand quickly rushed towards him. It's you, it really is you. Iron Hand rushed over from who knows where, hugging Han Sen tightly, causing him pain. He cried out uncomfortably, ah, I appreciate your kindness, but please let go of me. He walked an arm around Han Sen's shoulder, saying, completely ignoring Han Sen's coughing, you came at just the right time. You can help Jing Qi and me take down that royal fortress. Hearing Iron Hand say this, Han Sen squinted and asked, where are Old Fong and Jing Qi? Iron Hand's voice came again from the corridor on the bridge. Speaking of Jing Qi and me, it truly is a destined connection from a past life. Who would have thought we'd both be transported to the same place in the second fortress? This place is very strange, there's nothing here. Even super god genes can't be improved. We're currently planning to occupy a royal fortress. Things will be much better once we do. In the blink of an eye they arrived at where the person they were looking for was. Iron Hand put his arm around Han Sen's shoulder and shouted loudly, Jing Qi, I brought reinforcements. He immediately confirmed in surprise Han Sen. As expected, Jing Qi rushed over and hugged his waist, tears streaming down his face. How did you end up here? But you came at just the right time. You absolutely have to help us out. Hearing this, Han Sen responded with a wry smile, all right, I'll help. I'll help. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jing Qi immediately grew excited. Perfect. Today people from Arrow Temple and Devil God Fortress are all here. With so many of us, there's no Zenigeniac we can't defeat. And no fortress we can't capture. Seeing his excited expression, just like Jing Qi's pancakes, Han Sen was annoyed by this. He didn't want to say anything more. In the night base's meeting room, they were seated discussing together. Shen Jiang sat in a chair and spoke first. The distribution plan has already been decided in advance. Now that you're looking for help, the cost should be borne by yourselves. Why should it be deducted from our common profits? Hearing this, Quan Gu stood up displeased and retorted. With the current number of people trying to attack the base, attacking the Emperor base is impossible without sacrifice. Han Sen is a master, with him joining, the probability of success will be much higher. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other person spoke directly. Do you think he's Beishan? If he were really that strong, why would he need to cooperate with us? Couldn't he just take on the Emperor base by himself? Lu Tai, who was nearby, also agreed. Xian Jiang is right. Hearing this, he didn't care and turned to ask Quan Gu. Jingqi Quan Gu after taking the base. Can everyone hold it? He immediately replied, of course we can hold it. So under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Sen turned and left. He didn't forget to say with a meaningful smile, alright then, no need for cooperation. I will lead everyone to attack the Emperor base. At the entrance of the night base, two figures were slowly walking in. Lu Tai crossed his arms, frowned and said, are Quan Gu and Jing Qi crazy? They actually listened to Han Sen and attacked the Emperor base. And they charged forward with all their might. Xian Jiang continued with a cold expression, go follow and see. Once both sides are severely wounded, we can take the opportunity to gain some benefits. In the forest those lush trees appeared winding among the cliffs. He appeared from somewhere saying, we have a total of 8 people with stamina over 100. And 100 people with 60 stamina, is this really going to work? However, he pointed indifferently to him who was leisurely sitting on the beast god. It was Qin Xian and she said, since Han Sen said it would work, it definitely will. This kid is pretty powerful now. He even killed a super god class creature. Hearing this, Quan Gu exclaimed in shock, how really? However, he turned his head and said it was just good luck. He quickly regained his confidence, patted Jing Qi's shoulder and loudly shouted, damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known he was so powerful, would we still need to waste words on them? It wouldn't be difficult for him to overturn the Emperor base alone, would it? However, unlike Quan Gu's excitement, Han Sen turned his head with some hesitation and said, I'm afraid it's still a bit difficult. At this moment the Emperor base was incredibly noisy. He was sitting on Qin Xian's back. Qin Xian was the beast god. He bravely raised his hand and shouted. The two people next to him also didn't show weakness, shouting charge. Attack. In a flash they gradually rushed towards the city gate. This made Han Sen have to calculate in his mind. The strength of this base is not weak, but compared to Menglong Prince's former base, it's still far inferior. On the other hand, Quan Gu, Jing Qi and others were hiding aside, preparing for battle. Suddenly several giant beasts appeared in the sky. He quickly took out his weapon. It seems the spirit doesn't intend to show itself. Before he could think further, Han Sen had already leaped up and severed the giant beast's head, causing it to open its mouth wide, with blood continuously gushing from the wound. He quickly landed, then charged forward rapidly, shouting, to think they sent these lackeys out to fight. They really underestimate me. Then the hunting successful panel suddenly appeared. Hunted mystery god creature Qingyun eagle. Not yet obtained. Soul beast blood body carnivorous. Can randomly obtain no more than 10 points of blood god gene. Seeing Han Sen kill monsters as fast as lightning, he exclaimed in astonishment. Awesome. The person next to him then happily praised. Fantastic, Han Sen is so cool. On the other hand, in a hidden spot, upon seeing a flash of light, Lu Tai cautiously said, easily killed such a blood god creature. Qin Jiang also hesitated and spoke to that person. Back in battle, he was brandishing his weapon towards the giant roaring brown bear before him. However, as the long spear shone brightly, Han Sen killed another flying creature, which greatly surprised Lu Tai. Who exactly is it? After taking over the outside, they swarmed inside. The spirit in the hall was moving forward, but he suddenly stopped, motioning for everyone to be careful. Jing Qi, who was next to him, also looked grim and said, Han Sen, that's a royal grade spirit. If you need our cooperation, just say the word. Before them was a giant royal grade spirit, holding a massive axe, guarding. Seeing this scene, he charged forward, supported by the power he emanated. Not needed yet, let me try first. Seeing Han Sen charge, the spirit's eyes darkened, instantly revealing its killing intent. Staring straight ahead, seeing his spear tip approach, the spirit swung its giant axe to block, causing the two forces to collide. However, when the spear tip directly touched the axe actually trembled, showing fear. Soon, under the spirit's shocked gaze, the giant axe shattered into pieces. Without the axe's obstruction, the spear tip directly pierced the spirit's chest, giving it no time to react. Jing Qi watched the battle, also crying out in horror. Did it hit? How could it be so easy? And Quan was similar, exclaiming hesitantly. Amidst this battle, Han Sen was gritting his teeth. The spells he cast grew more powerful. Not only that, he also challenged. Show me all your abilities. However, Han Sen kept punching, forcing them to gradually retreat into the hall. Those people also rushed in and asked, Han Sen, are you all right? But what greeted their eyes was the spirit pinned firmly to the wall by the long spear, flames still burning around it. He still maintained his composure, standing on top of a statue's head. After the sculpture was completed, A beam of light emanated from the statue's forehead. Seeing this strange light, Jingqi asked in surprise. Did it die that easily? And Quan then added. From when we encountered the spirit until now. Less than a minute has passed. Looking at Han Sen holding a piece of glowing stone in his hand, Jingqi thought dumbfounded. Wait, is this that spirit's soul stone? Obtaining the soul stone meant the spirit had to acknowledge Han Sen as its master. Just as he said, the spirit's form quickly merged into the statue. The Iron Prince was ready to offer his final loyalty to his lord, and forever follow in his master's footsteps. Soon, he approached it, placing his hand on the spirit's head, causing it to emit a brilliant light. With the task done, Han Sen lightly walked up to them and announced this. This royal official residence is now yours. Hearing this, and Quan cried out happily. Ha ha ha, thankfully we have Han Sen, let's celebrate quickly. This royal official residence is ours now. Jingqi also happily announced. Everyone must celebrate together tonight. At this moment, however, the royal official residence was, because of the previous battle, burning fiercely. Yet those two turned and left. Lu Tai, sitting on his mount, said in Quan and the others. Where did they find that guy? If we had known earlier, we certainly wouldn't have let that royal official residence fall into their hands. Qin Jiang also turned his head and added. It's too late to talk about it now. And Quan won't share. The royal official residence won't be divided among us. At the royal official residence, after an intense battle, they were currently standing in front of the city gate talking. And Quan spoke first. Even if you refuse, you still have to accept it. Qin Xian stood behind Han Sen in her beast god form, as if agreeing with him. And Quan smiled as he handed over a stack of documents, saying, from now on, everything obtained from the outpost will be yours. Hearing this, he politely smiled and waved his hand, saying, no need, I just exerted a little bit of effort. However, before Han Sen could finish speaking, Jingqi already had an arm around his shoulder, saying with a laugh, just take it then. After all, you're the one who secured this outpost on your own. We brothers didn't help much. It's just a small token of our appreciation. Seeing that he couldn't refuse any longer, Han Sen accepted it, replying, oh, all right. After the matter was settled, he rode on Qin Xian's back, waving goodbye. All right. See you. Seeing this, and Quan and Jingqi also waved goodbye. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in the mountain forest. Inside a cave, Han Sen and Shang Zhan were making a fire to roast meat. Hee hee, the roasted meat smells so good. Hearing this, she also rested her chin and smiled in response. Seeing that the meat was already skewered, Shang Zhan immediately drooled and moved closer. He roasted meat. Seeing this, he was startled and quickly dodged aside. Didn't I give you a lot of meat just now? Are you still trying to snatch this piece? Because of his constant dodging, Han Sen accidentally spun the meat around, causing the blood seeping from within to flow out, dropping onto the shrunken bell beside him. Suddenly the bronze bell emitted a ray of light. Han Sen immediately noticed it, looking down. This bell seems to have changed. So he decided to pick it up and examine it. As soon as he picked it up, he exclaimed in surprise. This soul pet. In my hand it actually feels like a large bell. Why does it have the same power as when I killed that centipede? Holding the meat, he looked at the bell and muttered to himself. Since it's a soul pet, it should need to eat, right? But how does a bell eat? Thinking of the sight he had just witnessed, he immediately dropped the flowing blood from the meat into the bronze bell. It seemed to glow just now, just as Han Sen expected. As soon as the blood dripped, touching the bell, it immediately lit up. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed, does this bell absorb blood? Looking at the exotic creatures lying all over the ground, Han Sen cunningly spoke. Then it's simple. Today I went on a rampage at the outpost. There's no shortage of flesh and blood. He quickly collected the blood and poured it into the bell at his feet. The blood flowed, circling the bronze bell. But this time not a single ray of light appeared. Seeing this, Han Sen's face fell. Why no reaction? Don't you want to drink blood? Drink up. However, when he saw the blood continuously flowing but the bell remained unresponsive, he was instantly consumed by rage, steam practically coming from his head as he roared. Hey, are you trying to be as annoying as Shang Zhan? Do you only want to eat God's blood? Scene change. Icefield. Han Sen had already returned with Qin Xian, but someone came to greet them, running over with a wave. When did this guy come back? Wu Hong ran over shouting, Captain. Seeing this, Han Sen smiled faintly and said, it seems a weak body isn't always unlucky. It's good that you came back alive. In the blink of an eye they had arrived at the entrance of the goddess outpost. He kept chattering non-stop in his ear. Just at this critical moment, a ray of light swoosh appeared on the demon beast's abdomen. Guess what happened? Princess Yin Yang had already made her move. The demon beast fell with a rumble. At that moment only a dazzling crimson light, brilliant and eye-catching, could be seen. Dazzling. Seeing Han Sen gradually walking ahead, Wu Hong changed the topic. Captain, I need to discuss this matter with you. Can you sell me that living gene essence? He breathed into the cold air and replied. Alright, you put in a lot of effort this time too. So take it, just pay me half. But you absolutely must not. Say it was stolen from the Zhao family. Otherwise we won't get any benefits at all. Hearing this, he raised his hand in a serious gesture and replied. Understood, we jointly killed the monster to obtain the living gene creature. I'll tell everyone that. No one but you and I will know. Han Sen understood perfectly, replying, as long as you understand. Wu Hong continued to ask. Where are we going? He put his hand on the other's shoulder and answered seriously. We've been separated for a while now. Now it's just me left. Wu Hong also asked, puzzled, where do you want to go? Han Sen turned around smiling as he replied. Launching base. Scene change, Alliance Base Dormitory. The senior student was chatting with him via the screen. It's too dangerous. Launching base is a very big base for humans. If you want to get some soul beasts for Auntie, I can help you exchange for them, you don't need to go yourself. Sitting in front of the screen, he replied. But this concerns my mother. I have to make this trip. Don't worry. I have a super divine pet, there won't be any danger. Suddenly her gaze sharpened. From the ice field to launching base. You need to cross the Black Desert. Our people have only crossed that desert once. At that time there was a team of over 100 people. But only 2 successfully made it across. It said there are 2 or 3 strange exotic beasts there. The senior student said seriously. They said they once saw a black giant dragon in the Black Desert. And there was a monster that devoured that dragon. There's a creature like a phoenix and also a huge quicksand pit that chased and swallowed them. Hearing this, Han Sen burst out laughing. Where would the base get dragons and phoenixes? At most they're just super divine creatures. It's not like I haven't killed them before. As soon as he finished speaking, she put her hand on her forehead and said helplessly. I knew I couldn't convince you. I'll send you the map. I've marked all the dangerous spots. Just be careful then. After speaking, the senior student gave a faint smile and continued. If you insist on going, then bring back a few soul beasts for me. Hearing this, Han Sen turned to leave, looking back at the screen where she was, and replied, no problem. Once I cross the Black Desert, I'll bring you good news. Yantian God Group Research Center. A tall tower stood majestically, piercing the clouds. Through the glass 2 figures stood with bowed heads, appearing cautious before the person sitting in the chair. Hai Yang anxiously clutched Zhao Hong's arm, saying, say something quickly. Hearing this, he mustered his courage and said, 7th brother, I'm sorry. I messed things up. However, despite mustering the courage to speak, Zhao Hong dared not look up directly. Zhao Qi sat before them, propping his hand coldly as he asked, where did you lose? He lowered his head, closed his eyes tightly and loudly said, we had bad luck. We didn't expect that small mountain to hide such a terrifying exotic creature. So we failed. And Han Sen. He quickly interjected, it was Han Sen who ruined us. If he hadn't attracted that terrifying creature, we wouldn't have. But before Hai Yang could continue, he cut in. Sending you was the biggest mistake. After speaking, Zhao Qi raised his hand and pressed a button, commanding, call Zhao Lian in. The other end of the line replied, yes, President. Soon the door opened, making Zhao Hong and Hai Yang turn to look. He slowly walked in and asked, what are your orders, President? After those 2 left, he began. The Yantian God Potions trial has entered its 3rd phase. How many doses of the reagent are left? Zhao Lian immediately replied, 23 doses. Hearing this, Zhao Qi continued, give them all to Zhao Long. No matter what, Han Sen must be killed in the base. As soon as he finished speaking, that person stated bluntly, but the potion, Yantian God, is still unstable now, and it causes significant damage to the body. If Zhao Lian and the others use it, I'm afraid they won't survive either. Although Zhao Qi understood, he still said sinisterly, the Zhao family raised them precisely for today, didn't they? It's time for them to show their worth. Scene transition. Demonic mountain ghost ridge, a gloomy mist-shrouded place. Trees withered, leaves falling. Han Sen was sitting on Qin Shen's back. The divine beast moved forward. His intuition told him something was wrong. There seemed to be an unusual aura around them. Soon he cast his sensing art. It was best to sense vibrations, expanding the range to sense the surroundings. But he had walked this path many times before. There was no danger. I'm not Yuhan, I can't be that unlucky, right? Suddenly Han Sen's eyes widened and he blurted out, no, many of these auras are too strong. Just as he moved forward, he sensed even more people. These auras were stronger than peak blood god creatures. But they hadn't reached the super level yet. What are divine creatures? Suddenly a figure flashed past Han Sen's back, making him ask, are they Shura? Why are there Shura in the sanctuary? His sensing art became increasingly powerful. He saw clearly. Before him was a group of people with strange horns. Seeing this, Han Sen frowned and thought, Shura have horns that are black and white. Yellow and purple, 4 colors in total. When did they start having blood-red horns? However, without the slightest hesitation, he gritted his teeth and shot an arrow. It glowed with blue light, making him involuntarily vocalize. But these Shura were not humans in disguise. Their physique was clearly much stronger than humans. Han Sen stared coldly at the arrows that were flying towards him. Who are you people? In an instant he brandished it. Xingjian quickly appeared, blocking the incoming arrow. Seeing Han Sen enveloped in light, a group of colorful people charged over again. The leader, standing on high ground, answered the previous question. We are here to kill you. Zhao Lian looked through his binoculars and said, what a pity. Zhao, Long and they had already used the angel gene fluid. They were almost dead, and wouldn't be able to use it again. So he slowly lowered his binoculars and pondered. To sacrifice so many just to kill one Han Sen. They should have been used to eliminate creatures. Super divine creatures. Back on the battlefield, he was sitting on Qin Xian's back, surrounded by a group of people charging to attack. Seeing this, she let out a mighty roar and light flared all around. One person shouted, form up, contain the divine pet. Kill Han Sen. However, before they could get close, Xingjian had already swung her sword to strike, making their swords tremble as well. As soon as she finished striking, she turned around and continued fighting. The blade quickly swung, forcing the group of people to tremble and constantly dodge. He hadn't yet achieved his objective. He angrily muttered, kill. Kill, ha ha ha. As fast as lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his sword straight at Xingjian. In an instant she turned and severed his head. The head was immediately separated from the body. Accompanied by magnificent sword moves, Xingjian continued to strike and kill, soaring upwards, creating distance between them. Watching the fierce battle below, Zhao Lian, holding a notebook, said, Gene Divine Fluid 3rd stage. As expected, there are still shortcomings. It cannot directly contend with super divine creatures. However, if used by powerful individuals who have already unlocked their genes, the effect might be enhanced. After speaking, he raised his binoculars again, saying in confusion, it's still not enough to eliminate super divine creatures. But killing a human should be no problem. Even if it's a top human evolver. What's that? Through the binoculars, Zhao Lian saw Han Sen preparing to use a bow and arrow to shoot those people. He immediately scoffed. Ha ha ha, trying to kill Bloodhorn Shura with a crossbow arrow. How naive with their speed. Even with a blood god crossbow and blood god arrows, it's impossible. On the other hand, he still wore a stern face, insisting on his intention. He shot the arrow straight forward, accompanied by a rapidly spreading light. It pierced through everyone. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhao Lian saw the scene. Zhao Lian cried out in panic. How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. Then, as if disbelieving, he knelt to the ground. Is Han Sen stronger than a super god pet? The book in his hand fell to the ground because of this. On Devil Mountain Stone, those devils were shot dead by arrows. Blood gushed out continuously and their bodies emitted thick smoke. Han Sen watched closer, pinching his nose and saying in disgust, it stinks. What exactly are these disgusting things? Remembering the small purple horn on Ling Lan's head, he spoke again with a cold face. Not ordinary people. Not Shura either. Their bodies are different from humans. And completely different from Shura. These monsters must have been created by humans. Who exactly went to such lengths to kill me? Suddenly he remembered something ominous. Han Sen quickly returned to Qin Xian's side. He cast a spell to surround her. They can't kill me. They might attack my family. I must go home as soon as possible to warn Mom. Don't enter the work zone. Recently, at the Alliance base dormitory, he was running frantically down the corridor. While running, he called someone. Pick up the phone. However, the screen displayed the word temporarily unavailable. No one answered. Please leave a message. Seeing this, Han Sen's expression changed drastically and he shouted loudly. This is bad. Could Mom have already? No, she wouldn't have. Maybe Mom is just in the work zone. That's why I can't reach her. He quickly called Qin Xian. Captain Qin, you're just in time. Could I please ask the security operations team to specifically help me find someone? The scene switches to a forest. A group of people were blocking a woman. He smirked, saying to his subordinate next to him, Madam Han, please come with us. Sulan, sitting on her horse, asked unhappily, who are you? Why should I go with you? The person next to him. He immediately replied, Madam Han, there's no need to worry. We just want to help you reunite with your son. He also smirked. Then he said, why bother talking nonsense to her, just take her away. In a flash they rushed forward, trying to grab Sulan's horse, making her impatiently curse. What do you want? Why torment a mother? You all have parents too doing something like this. Wouldn't your parents feel distressed? The man ignored her completely and commanded, get down now. He also casually said, stop blabbering. Suddenly the man who was grabbing Sulan's arm had his head separate from his body and blood splattered everywhere. His head was severed in terror. After looking at the trembling headless corpse, blood continuously gushed out again. With a grim expression she said coldly to the people in front of her, have you ever felt despair? Seeing the situation, the subordinates immediately asked the man, Big brother, what should we do now? That woman. Although he was sweating profusely and his face turned pale with fear, he still tried to hold strong and said, what's there to be afraid of? She's just a housewife. She can't fight against god-blood creatures. Without letting them say more, Sulan dismounted her horse. She quickly charged through those people. Wherever she went, heads rolled. Seeing this, the man was too terrified to speak. Impossible. In an instant, she had already appeared before his trembling body. Knowing the situation couldn't be met with force, he immediately bent down, kowtowed, and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I still have parents, a wife and children at home. How could Sulan believe his words? Sulan swung her hand without hesitation and severed his head. Devils don't believe in